Chapter 31 Lu Yunqing. Speed up. Drive forward at full speed. When Cheng Yu's almost roaring voice resounded throughout the boat, Xu Fu was putting away another telescope in her hand, looking for an opportunity to jump into the water. Behind the waters, the overwhelming waves were closer than the one she saw that morning. Unlike the hurricane that day, this time, there was no swirling water column, nor was there any oppressive black clouds, only the gloomy sky and the huge waves like a high wall. That was tsunami? Although she knew that everything that happened at this moment must be the key point of this mission, Xu Fu's first reaction was to jump into the water and take out the raft. In this life-threatening disaster moment, the mission is not as important as life. But the next second, her wrist was held by Cheng Yu. He pulled Xu Fu back from almost falling out of the boat, with a somewhat frightened expression. "Be careful, Xu Fu." At the bow, although Lu Shuang had not seen the situation in the waters behind, he had already taken the lead in obeying the order, passed another rescue team member, took over the rudder, and turned the boat's power to the maximum. After Cheng Yu stuffed the telescope back to Xu Fu, he held her with one hand, held the top of the boat with the other, and tried to get through the shaking boat and get close to the bow. "What's going on?" Lu Shuang was controlling the boat in the wind and waves, while distracting himself to look at them. As if to answer her, suddenly, from the dam in front of them, an air raid alarm resounded through the sky. "This is a tsunami air defense alarm." Lu Shuang's face turned pale. "No way, this is inland. How could there be a tsunami? It should be caused by a hurricane." A few days ago, a hurricane appeared in Sanka province, but it came quickly, and it also dispersed quickly, so the affected area was not large. Cheng Yu first placed Xu Fu in the seat behind Lu Shuang, and motioned her to hold the railing, and then quickly entered the command state. "Don't go to the mountain road. It's too late. Go to the dam." Lu Shuang immediately understood what Cheng Yu meant. "It's far to go to the hilly mountain road, and you have to take a car after reaching the land. The initial mountain road section is not high enough, and it may be affected by the tsunami. But the dam will not. The dam is closer to them." Although Cheng Yu and she are both captains of the rescue team, his actual rank is higher than hers. He does not need to apply through the intercom. He can use the elevator directly by scanning his face. In this emergency, they can take the elevator directly to the upper level of the dam. However, it is very dangerous to sail fast in such a storm. The bow of the boat collided with a high wave, the bow tilted, the whole boat lost balance, and it almost capsized. The people on the boat screamed again, each of them was pale, and grasped the handrail or railing, shrinking their bodies, and wished they could weld themselves to the hull. Lu Shuang and another team member worked hard to control the boat back. She subconsciously wanted to slow down, but Cheng Yu stopped her from slowing down. "I'll drive." He took over the rudder and pushed the boat to the fastest speed again, until the boat bumped to the front of the dam. The people on the boat passed the lifting and berthing platform outside the dam, stepped onto the external walkway of the wall, and rushed to the built-in elevator on the tall wall. Lu Shuang stopped in front of the guardrail and looked back. And then she knew why Cheng Yu was unwilling to slow down the boat despite the risk of capsizing. Her hometown is not by the sea. But after graduation, she went to work by the sea for several years. Her mission was sea rescue. Huagu is located on a wide continental shelf, and its geological structure is not conducive to the spread of tsunamis. It is not a country with frequent tsunamis. Over the years, she has experienced only a few tsunamis. Among these few times, the most destructive tsunami occurred more than 2 months ago, when typhoons and rainstorms swept the coastal areas. The waves that hit the coast were as high as 15 or 16 meters, and instantly destroyed large areas of coastal buildings. This was also the highest tsunami recorded in Hua State in the past 500 years. But at this moment, in the field of vision, the huge waves surging from the other side of the water area have far exceeded the height of the tsunami. From the position of the dam where she is now, it feels like a dark cloud covering the sky. The strong wind hit her face. The height of those waves was at least more than 40 meters, like a wall of water covering the sky and the sun, roaring towards her. They were still outside the dam wall, and the current height was simply unable to resist such waves. Once the waves reach them, they will be like little bugs clinging to the wall, and will be easily knocked off the dam by the waves. "Get in the elevator. Go to a higher place." Lu Shuang turned around, dragged over a few refugees who were still dawdling, and stuffed them into the elevator. Because of their special nature, the built-in elevators on the dam are very large, and can accommodate more than 20 people at the same time, which can barely fit all the people on their boats. But most people are not like Xu Fu. who only carries a small backpack. Now the requirements for rescue teams to rescue people in various water ruins are not as strict as they were at the beginning. So some of them carry 2 or 3 large bags with them. And their food and drink supplies are all in them. The elevator can fit everyone. But not all the bags. Don't bring your bags in. Throw them outside. Another rescuer also noticed this and shouted immediately. But it was a disaster era. And supplies were extremely important. Who would be willing to throw away important supplies at this time? Seeing several refugees blocking the elevator door, trying to push their bags in, Changyu, who was already in the elevator, immediately took action, snatched the bags from them, and threw them out. Amid the refugees' exclamations, several large bags were thrown out, leaving just enough space for the rescuer and the remaining refugees to squeeze in. But Lu Xuan was still outside and couldn't get in. Inside the elevator, a sturdy refugee occupied a corner, bent over and held his 2 big bags tightly, refusing to let go. Changyu didn't care about the bleeding wound, and threw a punch. But the other party still refused to let go. With cold eyes, he grabbed the other party's collar, dragged him to the elevator entrance, raised his leg, and kicked him out with his 2 big bags. Lu Xuan dodged to the side, and was quickly pulled into the elevator by Changyu. "What are you doing?" The sturdy man fell in the rain, raised his head, and stared at Changyu fiercely. "If you want to die, don't drag others down." Changyu threw out another big bag. "Either throw your bag into the elevator, or stay and wait to die. You only have 3 seconds to choose." 3, 2. The strong man was on the assault boat with Shu Fu 2 days ago, and was transferred from the shopping mall. His 2 big bags were full of food and water supplies that he had secretly saved before, as well as valuable items such as mobile phones and jewelry that he had looted from shops. So many things. They were his living capital after entering Liyun City. How could he be willing to throw them away? The tsunami alarm sounded again in the sky. The strong man stood up, and his eyes looked over the guardrail to see the roaring waves on the water. The huge waves were almost reaching the factory building where the shelter was located. Against the backdrop of the huge waves, the solid buildings that had sheltered countless refugees looked as small and helpless as building blocks. He knew that he should abandon his supplies and rush into the elevator to save his life. But he just didn't believe it. He had seen all kinds of storms and waves during his escape, and he had seen blood on his hands. So how could he give up at this time? The strong man glared at the people standing in the elevator. He knew he couldn't win against 3 people. So he spat hard at the elevator, hugged his 2 big bags tightly, and turned around and ran to the front of the aisle. There is information about the dam on the internet. It's not like he doesn't know that. There is more than one elevator outside the dam. The stubborn people insisted that he throw away the supplies, but he refused. He just didn't believe that he could outrun the waves. The elevator door closed. No one spoke to stop it. Most of the refugees who were bumped by the waves were frightened by the shrill tsunami alarm. Although they didn't understand why a tsunami would occur inland, they all noticed the huge waves on the water. Changyu and the other 3 would not speak out to stop them. They were indeed rescuers, but they were not the Holy Father and the Holy Mother, and they would not save people who were selfish and disregarded the safety of others. Shu Fu would not speak either. She had no way out now. Both inside the elevator and the corridor surrounded by guardrails outside the elevator, the space was too narrow to place the raft. At this time, the only way to be safe was to go to the high part of the dam. The elevator was designed to be embedded in the outside of the dam. The left, right, and back sides were all made of the extremely solid dam walls. Only the side facing the water had double-tempered glass that could see the situation outside. In order to see the situation outside, Shu Fu approached one side of the elevator glass door, but most of her body huddled at the metal corner of the elevator, as if she was afraid that if she leaned against the glass door, she would accidentally fall out. The elevator began to rise, and the speed was very fast. The tension and suffocation caused by the huge waves that made her heart pounding due to the height of her vision did not ease as the height rose. On the contrary, as the elevator rose, everything outside became clearer in her eyes. When she saw the huge waves rolling over the factory buildings, easily crushing the solid buildings and the people inside, and sweeping them under the water, the tension and suffocation that she had not experienced for a long time reached its peak. In the face of the angry and roaring nature, the buildings that humans rely on for survival are fragile and vulnerable. Everyone in the elevator was very quiet. The scene outside was something that could only be seen in science fiction apocalyptic movies in the past. At that time, every time they saw such a scene, their adrenaline would surge, and they would shout that it was exciting. But when the special effects shots became real, no one felt satisfied. They only felt fear. A deep and powerless fear. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The speed of the huge waves was getting faster and faster. The people in the elevator could already hear the unique sound of the waves rolling. The elevator made a ding sound, and finally reached the upper level of the dam. This place is about 60 meters above the dam. The elevator on this floor has doors that can be opened in front and behind. There is still a walkway with guardrails outside the glass door facing the water. After the metal door at the back is opened, you can cross the dam and go to the passage on the other side. Through this passage, you can directly cross the thick wall of the dam and enter the area of Luyun City through the elevator on the other side. Hurry! Chung Yu opened the metal door at the back. He stood at the elevator entrance and said briefly, ordering everyone to come out quickly. Lu Shuang pulled Xu Fu and ran out of the elevator with her, shouting loudly as he ran, "Don't run around. This is a safe height. And it's inside the dam. It should be strong enough. Squat down near the wall." She didn't need to say it a second time. Everyone did it immediately. Almost at the moment when Xu Fu squatted against the wall, she felt the tremor of the building under her feet. She was like a cargo loaded in the bucket of a tractor. And her whole body and the bucket loaded with her were shaking constantly. When the huge waves rushed towards human buildings, the fragile buildings that were unable to resist the water pressure would be pushed and crushed in an instant, while those solid buildings would emit a roar of confrontation due to the impact of the force. The solid dam, which was 20 meters thick, finally blocked the roaring waves. A few minutes later, the disturbing tremor finally stopped. Chung Yu, who was beside Xu Fu, stood up. He took another passage and returned to the walkway outside the dam that faced the water. The others followed immediately. It was still raining outside, and the wind was still blowing hard. But the terrifying giant wave that had originally stood on the water had disappeared, and the water area had returned to its previous appearance. However, when they looked down at the dam, they found that the height of the water surface had obviously risen a lot. At the original location of the shelter, the wreckage of the building destroyed by the huge waves was exposed again. On the nearby water surface, there were countless building fragments scattered around, and people who had survived were now helpless, confused and desperately struggling in the water. Some of them were calling for help because they were injured. Some were crying out because of fear, and some were shouting in despair because they couldn't find their families. The survivors on the high dam were extremely scared. They were almost just a little bit away, and they would become one of these people. Fortunately, the boat did not return to the shelter, and fortunately, they hid in a safe place in time. Chung Yu slowly tightened his fingers. Originally, at this point in time, he should be in the shelter of the factory building, doing the handover work with Lu Shuang. When the huge waves hit, no matter how many missions he and Lu Shuang had carried out, or how much survival experience they had, there was no way to guarantee that they could survive such a huge wave. This feeling of surviving a disaster, which was just a little bit away from death, tightly strangled his throat, making him feel slightly suffocated, and another subtle sense of similarity. The last time I felt this way, it was in Suicheng. Under the raincoat, the bracelet on Xu Fu's wrist shook slightly. The mission was completed. Chapter 32 Lu Yunqing. In the bathroom, there was steam everywhere. At 9 o'clock in the morning, before Xu Fu turned off the tap, the water flow under the shower head gradually became smaller, and soon stopped completely. Fortunately, Xu Fu had washed herself clean by then. Fortunately, she had not been idle in the shelter in the past few days. She had been looking up and studying the various current situations and life tips of Lu Yunqing on the internet. Finally, she took a shower before the water was cut off. She changed into clean and comfortable home clothes. When she walked out of the bathroom, while wiping her hair, she could not help but smell her hair and hands again and again. I don't know if it was because the domestic water flowing out of the tap in Lu Yunqing was purified water, or because she used sulfur soap from head to toe to disinfect herself. In short, she felt that she was now exuding a chemical smell. The purified water here was not comparable to the purified water in the drifting island house. She thought it was more appropriate to call it filtered water. This was the second day since she entered the Luyun City security wall. At this moment, she was in a hotel in the city. In Luyun City, most of the commercial facilities were operating normally. However, except for the 2 official time limits for domestic water use. If you want to take a shower at other times, you have to pay extra money. Just like calling the front desk to request meal delivery in the past. Now you have to call first to request to buy it. After the hotel deducts the fee from the deposit, it will provide domestic water for a certain period of time. Such extra water for daily use is very expensive. Yesterday, she only bought water for 10 minutes and washed herself simply. Today, she got up early on purpose, so that she could wash herself thoroughly during the water supply period. She remembered a long-standing and popular post on a certain online platform that described the current situation of Liyun City like this. In addition to the fact that the daily water was changed to purified water and limited to a certain time of use every day, the price of electricity doubled if it exceeded a certain amount, the price of some drinking water was soaring, some areas in the city were restricted to enter, there were guardrails and checkpoints everywhere, some roads were restricted. The number of street fights and thefts in some areas due to a large number of refugees increased, the contradictions between local people and outsiders were increasingly intensified, the endless rain made the walls moldy and damp, and the probability of people suffering from rheumatism and bone pain increased. In addition, Liyun City did very well in all other aspects during this period of disasters, and it was worthy of being the first big city in Muzhou province to start building a high water blocking wall. And it was a place that made people feel at ease and yearn for during this disaster period. To be honest, Xu Fu was a little unsure whether the poster of this post was praising or mocking. In fact, in her opinion, the officials of Liyun City have done a very good job. After all, here, the people of the city can still study and work as usual, and the refugees from outside have a shelter from the wind and rain. Of course, there are still many problems, but they cannot be solved in a short time. In the final analysis, this disaster has not passed. It is still a precarious disaster period. New disasters may come at any time. There are too many disasters to deal with, and it is inevitable that details will be missed. Just like the tsunami yesterday afternoon, or the huge waves. When the terrible disaster came, all human beings were equally small and helpless. From Sanku province to Muzhou province, and then to Shiren province in the north of Muzhou province. From Suicheng to Guanyu County to Liyun City, and many large and small cities in Muzhou province and Shiren province. All suffered huge waves and hurricanes to varying degrees. This is also the first time that these inland cities have faced such a terrible disaster. The huge waves that invaded Liyun City were not the highest. According to monitoring, the highest water wave reached 48 meters and attacked another city in Muzhou province. That city also built a water barrier dam. But because it was started late, the height of the several water barriers is only about 40 meters. Compared with the depth of the water outside the water wall, this was originally a very safe height. But no one expected that such a huge wave would appear in the inland area. The 48-meter high wave did not break the water barrier walls, but the roaring water waves passed over the safety wall and broke the top fortifications that were still under construction. The flood poured down from the top of the high wall like a waterfall, and broke down all the buildings near the safety wall. Large fields and breeding farms in the suburbs of that city were destroyed. Residential buildings in the suburbs collapsed. Countless people were swept away by the flood, and the death toll has not yet been counted. The people in Liyunqing who complained about the government's inaction and their lives becoming a mess every day fell silent after watching the videos, news and continuous help posts on the internet. When Liyunqing initially prepared to build a water blocking dam against all odds, it invested too much manpower and material resources. During that period, the construction of the water blocking wall led to a decline in people's living standards, causing inconvenience to most people. So there were all kinds of voices on the internet. Many people are condemning this crazy official. This is a hilly city. The lowest altitude of the city is 120 meters, and the highest is 350 meters. What reason is there to devote half of the city's strength to building a few cold walls that may never be used? But now, the facts have proved everything. Since the huge waves yesterday, the direction of public opinion on the internet has completely changed. In this storm, the only misfortune in Liyun City was the several shelters outside the safety wall. Inside the high walls, except for the collapse of the weak sheds in the suburbs caused by heavy rain and strong winds, and the short-term accumulation of water in several low-lying areas in the city due to the untimely flood discharge, the people suffered almost no other real-time damage. The rescue operation for the shelter outside the wall was also launched in the rain yesterday afternoon. As of this morning, all the rescue work has been completed. The injured survivors were arranged in a group in the suburbs, and the other survivors were arranged in several shelters inside the wall. Various relief supplies are also being distributed. The Luyun city government even had spare capacity to assist several other towns hit by huge waves and hurricanes. Chengyu and Lu Shuang also started the rescue work at the first time. Chengyu didn't even have time to treat the wound first. Because of the busyness of the two, Xu Fu found an opportunity to leave. She followed other refugees and was led by several staff members through the internal passage of the dam and returned to the ground. People like them, who escaped from the water and saved their lives on the dam, were very lucky. There were several boats that happened to be in the middle of the water, but only their boat reached the dam safely. The total number of people on these boats exceeded 70. Not counting the 3 rescue team members including Chengyu and Lu Shuang, only 21 people survived. Xu Fu, the strong man who didn't care about the lives of others or even his own life for the sake of supplies, was never seen again. Afterwards, she showed the green silicone wristband she had received from Suicheng Library a long time ago. After registering her personal information at the shelter, the personal information in this wristband was updated. She was a local of Luyun City, not among the refugees assigned. There were no prohibited areas for her to go or enter. She could take a bus or public bus to the city by herself. Heavy rain is the best camouflage tool. She was covered from head to toe by thick raincoats and rain boots. Others could not see her figure in clothes, and did not know her identity. She only had a medium-sized backpack, which was also covered by the raincoat, and was not conspicuous. She went to the bus station, purchased the ticket with cash, and then waited for 2 hours at the station, until the heavy rain turned into moderate rain, and the strong wind gradually subsided. The bus started to leave, and then entered the city smoothly. It was already night when she entered the city, and she had to cross a big river on the way, Yunhe River, and the lights of the buildings in the streets and alleys of Luyun City were on. Looking out through the car window filled with rain, this city gave her a familiar and strange feeling. Familiar because she has the memory of living here for 18 years in her brain. She is very familiar with many buildings and roads here. This familiarity makes her feel a sense of belonging and security. Strange because she knows clearly that she is just inheriting the memory of Xu Fu. The real her, Xu Fu herself, has never lived in this city. This feeling is very strange. But no matter what, familiarity is always a good thing. At least she understands this city. It won't take a lot of effort to settle down, like going to a completely unfamiliar city. After leaving the bus station, she chose the most upscale hotel nearby. The public security is not as good as before. Hotels with higher thresholds of strict security, which can improve the safety factor. She asked for a normal standard room on the 9th floor, with a total area of 40 square meters including the balcony. The balcony of the hotel is different from her previous home. It is open. So since the heavy rain began, the glass sliding door leading to the balcony in the room has been locked, and the guests cannot go out. A layer of stainless steel protective net is also installed outside the glass sliding door to prevent strong winds and hail. She left a deposit and booked a room for 3 days. These 3 days were the buffer time she left for herself to analyze the current situation and make a survival, lying flat, plan. As a screenwriter who has been writing outlines for many years, she has always been accustomed to making plans first. With a plan, she can self-examine, check for omissions, and make up for deficiencies, and then move forward with the plan step by step. It is always right to be cautious. Just like when she entered the room last night. The first thing she did was to turn off all the lights to check the room, and then use the software on her mobile phone to further rule out whether there is a camera. After making sure everything was safe, she did not rush to check the black notebook, but checked the doors and windows, locked the door, and took a quick shower. She had not slept well in the previous few nights outside, and the huge waves in the afternoon had made her highly focused. Now that she was in the city, in a relatively safe place, she felt tired and did not want to eat anything. She drank some water, drank a glass of milk, and went to bed soon. She had to rest herself first to recover her spirit. At this moment, she woke up, cleaned herself up, and wore dry clothes with a faint fragrance. She felt alive. The hotel does not include breakfast now, and she does not plan to go out for the time being. Anyway, there is a lot of food in the space, just like a buffet restaurant. Just take what you want to eat. A bowl of salty tofu brains sprinkled with dried shrimp and seaweed, a fresh meat soup dumpling, and a fried dough stick wrapped in glutinous rice cake. The fried dough stick wrapped in glutinous rice cake is salty with seaweed and meat floss. The fried dough sticks are crispy and wrapped with sticky glutinous rice cake, sprinkled with a lot of seaweed and meat floss. wrapped and cut into small pieces, and put in a takeaway box. It is still hot. The outer layer is fragrant and crispy, and the inner layer is soft and delicious. There weren't many soup dumplings in one serving. Only 6. But the dumplings here were thin-skinned and juicy, and the delicious juice filled the air, which gave her a great sense of satisfaction. The tofu pudding was smooth, salty, and fresh, and she liked it. 2. Food heals the heart. And when she was in the best mood, Chung Yu called. She guessed that the other party had finished the rescue operation and returned to the wall. But she found out that she was not in the shelter. Shu Fu looked at the 6 words Uncle of Ruoyun jumping on it, and answered the call with the hands-free function turned on. Hello? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time. Shu Fu took a sip of tofu pudding. Captain Chung? Yes. Chung Yu was a little speechless, probably because she didn't expect that she would answer the phone so readily this time. I just found out that you didn't go to the shelter. I'm sorry, the situation was urgent yesterday, and I didn't have time to settle you down first. Don't be sorry, I should thank you very much. Thank you and Captain Lu for saving me yesterday. Also, I've entered the city, you don't have to worry after all. This is where I grew up. Shu Fu's tone was sincere, but she didn't mention the previous Sui Chung incident. Of course, she knew what Chung Yu wanted to know most. But in his opinion, this matter involved her personal life, and it was likely to bring a lot of bad and unpleasant memories. So she felt that as long as she didn't mention it, he wouldn't ask rashly now. Sure enough, Chung Yu was silent for a moment after listening, and only told her to be careful when living alone in the city. And if anything really happened, she could call him at any time. Forget about calling. The phone bill has increased now. It's so expensive. And I'm calling across provinces now, Shu Fu said seriously. Chung Yu. After feeling the other party's silence, Shu Fu slowly said the following words, or else. Captain Chung. Let's add each other on WeChat. After all, her phone has an unlimited data package, and it's free to use WeChat. Not long after hanging up the phone, the other party sent a friend message. Shu Fu passed the verification and sent a hello emoticon package of Xiong Tian waving to the other party. The other party's typing was displayed for a long time, and finally replied with one word, yeah. Serious and good at making things awkward, Shu Fu instantly lost the desire to type. She didn't have anything else to say to him, so she exited the chat box directly. She looked at the avatars of Lu Zheng and Yao Ruoyun, and sent them a message to report that she was safe, with an emoticon package of Xiong Tian is sorry. The speed of these two people replying to messages was much faster than Shen Fa and the others. They first asked about her current situation, and then asked her what happened before. Why there was no news for so many days. Especially Yao Ruoyun, who filled the screen with many emoticons of Xiong Tian hugged and cried for comfort. I thought something happened to you. Why didn't you reply to the message? Shu Fu wanted to reply. The world is so unpredictable. I didn't expect it myself. But because of the experience of Chung Yu's reaction, she organized her words and finally replied to the two people separately. You all know why I stayed in the first place. But something hard to talk about happened. I still don't know how to say it now. As expected, she said so much, and the two people didn't ask any more questions. Instead, they comforted her a few words, saying that the past should be left in the past. People should look forward, and living is the most important thing. After the other party knew that she was currently in Liyun City, then he told her about their current situation. The Lu Zheng brothers evacuated towards Pincheng early in the morning. Pincheng is in Langka Province, which is further northwest than Muzhou Province and Shiren Province, where Liyun City is located. Yao Ruoyun and other classmates always thought that they would only stay in Yingqing temporarily for a while, and they could go back when the rain stopped and the water receded. But the rain never stopped, and the water in Suicheng never receded. Later, the flood continued to rise, and soon it flooded Ningxing. Chung Yu was transferred to Liyun City because of the dam construction. As for other classmates, those who had relatives in other cities and had conditions for refuge went there on their own. Those who had no relatives and no conditions for transfer continued to evacuate with a large group. Pincheng, where Lu Zheng is located, is also one of the refugee cities for the country to resettle refugees. Pincheng has a small population and a high altitude. Compared with Lianqing, it is safer. In the end, Yao Ruoyun's family followed the evacuation team to Pincheng. Sun Huining naturally wanted to follow, but his parents were in Xiangzhou Province. Xiangzhou Province is west of Muzhou Province, close to Lianqing where Chengyu is located. Yao Ruoyun has been persuading him to go back and reunite with his family. After all, in the face of a disaster, nothing is more important than being with family. Although Sun Huiming did not want to be separated from Yao Ruoyun, he was also concerned about his family, and finally returned to Xiangzhou province. At the end of the message, Lu Jing set an address and a number, indicating that this was the address and phone number of his and Lu Su's house in Pincheng. If she didn't want to stay in Liyun City one day, she could go to Pincheng. When refugees from other cities go to a city, if they have relatives or friends with real estate in the local area who can be taken in, they can quickly enter the city and move freely after verification, regardless of whether Xu Fu can go now or not. She knows that Lu Jing means well. After thanking him, she sent an Emoticon package of Xiong Tian bows. During breakfast, Xu Fu contacted all the friends she needed to contact. After breakfast, she packed up her packing box, threw the garbage bag into the space, and began to make a plan for survival lying down in Liyun City. First, and most importantly, she had to determine her current status, whether she could leave Liyun City, and whether she would still be trapped in Liyun City by invisible barriers and invisible forces as she was in Suicheng. She came from Suicheng, and currently she had no restrictions on the waterway from the eastern suburbs of Liyun City to Suicheng, and the entire Suicheng area. However, the remaining buildings in Suicheng should have been destroyed by the hurricane and huge waves, so it didn't matter whether this direction restricted her. What she wanted to confirm was the other direction of Liyun City. To put it bluntly, she still wanted to go to Sand City. Secondly, if she couldn't leave Liyun City, would it mean that the entire level 3 progress bar task would be completed here? She didn't know how long it would take. She couldn't stay in a hotel all the time, and she couldn't afford it. She had to rent a house and live in seclusion in the city. This involved the issue of money. As long as the social order did not collapse, living and traveling in a normal city would cost money. Now that prices are soaring, the remaining savings she had withdrawn before would probably not last too long. She really didn't want to go to work. Fortunately, during the time she was alone in Suicheng, her automatic water fishing rod salvaged a lot of gold jewelry. She was familiar with this city and knew how to cash in these gold jewelry. Of course, it would be better if the landlord could accept barter. She had been in Suicheng for so long. The most caught by the automatic water fishing rod were vacuum food and canned food. Not only did they fill up the space, she also moved some of them to the drifting island house, neatly arranged in boxes and stacked high. She checked the most popular things in the transaction here, in addition to fresh fruits and vegetables. They were vacuum and canned foods that could be stored for a long time, not easily spoiled, and easy to carry and eat. At the end of the plan, she wrote one word, car. In order to travel conveniently, she still had to rent a car. After writing the plan, she finally felt like checking the results of her work on this mission. Complete the task of checking in at any shelter in the suburbs of Liyun City, obtain 15% progress bar of level 3 raft, an additional 10% progress bar bonus, and 4-wheel draws. Current progress of level 3 raft, 25%. Although the reward for this mission is not as much as the last time she checked in at the library, but the level 3 raft has advanced by a quarter, and she has also received 4 draws. She is already very satisfied. The lottery star couldn't wait to accumulate the lottery draws, and drew 4 times directly. Green third prize, raft extended use card, 24 hours, the first one to be drawn is a good thing. It increases the use time of the raft. Combined with the original use time of the raft, this card gives her a chance to use the raft for 2 consecutive days and nights. No, more than that. In addition to the 48 hours of continuous use in the middle, you can also add the 12 hours of the previous day and the 12 hours of the next day. Add all together, you can use it continuously for 72 hours. 3 whole days and 3 nights. No wonder this is the green third prize. After that, red fourth prize. 1 milk tea gift pack. Taro jasmine milk tea, pearl brown sugar milk, pudding cocoa hot milk tea, cheese milk cap ice milk tea, snow top oolong pearl milk tea, buffalo milk mochi taro. 50 cups of milk tea of various flavors. Blue fifth prize, floor to ceiling window. Xu Fu's mood gradually fell, until the end, the pointer stopped on the golden grid, and it was not the smallest golden grid. This is the golden second prize. Chapter 33 Lu Yunqing. Congratulations on winning the second prize. Drift Bottle Portable Protective Shield, 1 hour experience card. Note, this is a level 4 raft function, experience card can be equipped on any level raft. Do you want to receive the prize? Yes/no. The small golden card fell into her hand. I don't know if it was because of the golden second prize. She felt that it seemed to be more dazzling than the golden third prize card she had won before. The golden second prize has only 1 hour of use time, and it is a function that only appears when the raft is upgraded to level 4. Compared with the drift bottle protective shield that can be experienced for 24 hours, this 1 hour experience function seems extremely precious. Judging from the name, because she had used the drift bottle protection shield, she could roughly guess the function of this prize when she saw the card with the word portable. However, all cards need to be swiped on the function screen in the Drift Island house to start the trial. She didn't want to move the furniture and bed in the hotel room to make room, so she didn't have the conditions to place the raft now. This card had to wait until she found a house and placed the raft in a completely safe space to verify the guess. She hadn't deployed the raft for several days, and she missed her small and cozy drifting island house very much. Shufu didn't hesitate, and immediately changed her clothes and packed her equipment to go out. She had to put on a thick raincoat on the outside. The raincoat she had worn before was wet inside and out because of the heavy rain and the escape yesterday. She had already washed the raincoat when the water came this morning, and now she had put it in the space. However, she bought many raincoats of the same style and color, so she just had to change to a clean one. Now she is not in the shelter, her identity is not a refugee, but a local who has finally returned home after working hard outside, so she doesn't need to dress so poorly. Under the raincoat, she wears the warm, lightweight, sweat-wicking base clothes as usual, and a fleece coat that is easy to take off on the upper body, and waterproof jackets and boots on the outside. She also changed her backpack back to a waterproof backpack, and put 2 cans, a bag of bread, a bottle of water, a pack of tissues, and a pack of disinfectant wipes in it. Anyway, she can take whatever she needs from the space at any time with the cover of the raincoat and backpack. She put her backpack on her back, hung her cell phone in a waterproof bag, and then put on her raincoat and left the room. There were many guests in the hotel, but most of them stayed in their rooms. Those who stayed here were all outsiders with financial resources. Many of them had lived in the hotel for a long time. Some were waiting for train tickets to cities further west or north. Some had their own cars, but they were also waiting. They were waiting for passes issued by cities in the northwest. The origin of the need for passes to enter northern cities and western plateau cities can be traced back to a month ago. About a month ago, the live video of the suicidal man in Suicheng saying that he was going to die was released to the whole internet by someone with ulterior motives. The video was re-edited, and various disaster scenes from all over the planet in the previous month were added in the middle. The doomsday theory and the doomsday footage were switched back and forth, making this video that originally looked like a mentally ill person making trouble look like a real doomsday prophecy video. The person who made and uploaded this video hacked into various website platforms, and there was chaos on the internet for a while before the video was completely blocked. After that period, various popular science posts and expert videos appeared on the internet, all of which analyzed how much land the planet's water resources would flood, telling the public from all angles that the doomsday theory was unreliable, that the disaster would eventually pass, and that the country would continue to rescue the disaster area. The whole thing was suppressed. But the floating human heart could no longer be suppressed. Some people said that the person who posted the video was an antisocial element, and that this move was purely anti-peace behavior, intending to shake the people's hearts and create chaos. Others said that the person who posted the video was a hacker expert, that the video was real, and that the suicidal man in the video had already been secretly transferred from the mental hospital. It was not known whether he cooperated automatically or was controlled. In short, the research was already underway. Some people believe it. Some don't. Some sneer at it. And some fall into panic of the coming of the end of the world. In any case, after this incident, this video and the end of the world have long become known to everyone in the country. Those who believe in the end of the world firmly believe that Muzhou Province, Shiren Province, Lanka Province northwest of Shiren Province, and even Xiangzhou Province, with a higher altitude to the west of Muzhou Province, are not safe enough. They must go to the plateau city because it is the last pure land after most of the land and cities on the planet are submerged. That is the safe city that can really survive to the end. Huagua has a large population. Even if only some people believe in the end of the world, the number of people moving around is still astonishing. But the problem is that many people are already in safe cities like Luyun City. There is no need to move at all. Under the current situation of airplane suspension and difficult transportation, this has invisibly added unnecessary pressure to all aspects. Especially in plateau cities, a large number of people suddenly poured in, and many problems will arise. These cities are not refugee resettlement cities. They are now the rear bases of Huagua. Every day, they are working hard to manufacture and produce various materials such as food, water, medicine, clothing, and rain gear needed by refugees from all over the country. The influx of population will break the social balance, causing these solid rear bases to have similar situations as Himazu Province and Shirin Province. So in the end, traffic bans and city entry passes appeared. Forget about those people who have already poured into the plateau cities earlier. It is not so easy for more people to go there later. Nowadays, those who choose to stay in hotels in Luyun City instead of renting houses are all people who are passing through Luyun City and are temporarily stranded here due to the new traffic ban and pass regulations. They didn't plan to live here for a long time, so naturally they didn't want to look for houses to rent. After Xu Fu went downstairs, she first went to a medium-sized supermarket near the hotel to check the prices. Prices have indeed risen, but not as outrageous as she saw when she was online in Suicheng before. Maybe it was because she saw the situation in several disaster areas at that time. The situation in those disaster areas was not good at the time. After 2 months, they were completely submerged by floods, and the refugees were also transferred. Most of the food here, such as rice, flour, canned food, and convenience food, has increased by about 50 to 70%, and some have doubled in price. For fresh foods such as vegetables, fruits, fish and meat, the varieties on the shelves are not as complete as before, but different types of fresh food are rotated every day. At the same time, all popular products such as water, beverages, rain gear and boat equipment have different purchase limits for ordinary people who sell them in retail or merchants who need to open restaurants and restaurants. For example, on the fruit shelves of this supermarket, there are only cantaloupes, oranges, apples and pears today. Apples and pears are daily models, and oranges and cantaloupes are new models. All fruits are put on the shelves in the morning. The new models will be sold out today, and restocking will have to wait until tomorrow. It is said that there was a little chaos at the beginning of the purchase restriction policy. Supermarkets were packed every day. Some people even fought over a few supplies. The hot search was one after another. But as time went by, people gradually discovered that although the purchase of supplies was restricted, there was never a shortage. The shelves that were empty today would be full the next day. As long as they went to the supermarket a little earlier the next day, they could buy what they couldn't buy the day before. After realizing this, the chaos gradually subsided, because everyone found that this purchase restriction did not affect the lives of ordinary people. After all, a person only eats so much every day, and the purchase limit is completely enough for everyone to live, and even very comfortable. The purchase restriction really restricts those who want to privately stock up a large amount of goods, and then wait for the right time to resell at a high price. She felt that many of the news about Luyun City that she had seen on the internet before were more or less personal, and the situation was described a little exaggerated. The atmosphere in the supermarket was good. Many people were discussing yesterday's disaster, but their expressions did not seem panicked, and they even spoke with pride and pride, probably because the safety wall of Luyun City blocked the huge waves yesterday and firmly protected the city. Just like yesterday, the doomsday rumors on the internet have also declined, and more people believe that Muzhou Province and Shirin Province are very safe. After all, the construction of the water-blocking dam is still in progress, and the safety factor will only be higher in the future. Xu Fu did not stay long. He took out his ID card and asked the other party to register. He bought all the fruits he could buy and checked out and left. The price of oranges is twice as much as before. Each person is limited to 1 bag, and there are 6 in a bag. The same goes for apples and pears. People who come to buy fruits can buy these 3 bags and a cantaloupe at the same time. But if you want to buy more oranges, you have to go tomorrow. Let alone these 4 kinds of fruits, just these 6 oranges. A normal person really can't finish them in one day. If ordinary people really don't feel safe and want to stock up more food and drinks at home, they can go to the supermarket every day and accumulate a little bit. They will definitely save a lot of food. However, these quantities certainly can't be resold at a high price, nor can they affect the prices of the entire market. Xu Fu began to suspect that those bad comments on the internet all came from the mouths of unscrupulous merchants who wanted to stock up and monopolize the market. After leaving the supermarket, she went to a telecommunications business hall across the street. She now has 3 mobile phones, one of which is for public use and has an unlimited data package. No one knows the numbers of the other 2 phones, which are mainly used when there is no network and rely on large capacity memory. Occasionally, when she turns off her original phone, these 2 phones also allow her to surf the internet. She used to recharge her phone bill through her mobile phone, but she dared not recharge her phone for the time being, fearing that the money would be automatically deducted once it was put in. So she chose to recharge her phone bill with cash at the business hall. After paying enough money for her 3 cell phones, she took a taxi to a local car dealership with a good reputation. This was her second time renting a car, and she was quick to follow the advice. There were many slopes in Liyun City, so she chose a domestic Jeep with a higher chassis, automatic transmission, a large trunk, a flat back seat, and a one-way car film. The monthly car rental fee has increased a lot, and it costs 4,000 yuan a month. She didn't pay a deposit last time she rented a car, because she had lived in Suicheng for more than 4 years, had a good online banking reputation, and had savings, so she just used a credit card pre-authorization. But later, Suicheng was flooded, and the car was lost. It was a force majeure factor. She could not do anything if she could not return the car. However, the pre-authorized amount in the card had not been unfrozen. Of course, it was a disaster period now, and the pre-authorization was useless. She had to pay a deposit, either in cash or gold. This was convenient for Xu Fu. The car she rented was an economical one, so the deposit did not need to be too much. She directly took out a simple gold ring from her backpack and handed it to the other party. In addition to money, it is common to use gold in market transactions. Food and material transactions are very common. Generally, merchants who accept gold will prepare personnel in this regard. The other party quickly gave the appraisal result. 999 pure gold, 7.8 grams, which was enough for the deposit. The other party had sufficient procedures and gave her a deposit slip. Xu Fu put away the slip, but didn't care. It didn't matter whether the gold ring was returned or not. The automatic water fishing rod would sometimes suddenly go crazy, and she would harvest baskets of various gold ornaments and even gold bars. Although she had a negative balance in her card and limited cash, she really had no shortage of gold. Not long after leaving the car rental company, she turned off the dashcam just like she did when she rented a car in Suicheng before. Although this type of dashcam is a one-way camera, which can only capture the situation outside the front of the car, she is always cautious, and it is safest to turn it off and remove the memory card. The next stop, she went to the gold shop to exchange some gold, and then even out the negative amount in the mobile phone account, while leaving a little more money on it. Although this will automatically deduct the repayment of various materials purchased before every month, it is necessary to keep the mobile phone funds flowing, because you can still order takeout in Liyun City. Most of the takeout nowadays is the kind of goods that are not subject to purchase restrictions. Some people will buy limited purchase items on food delivery apps, but supermarkets and farmers markets have limited quantities, and they are sold out as soon as they are updated at midnight. And just getting an order does not mean that you have bought the item before the deliverman successfully delivers the item. Any accident may happen. For example, sudden weather changes or force majeure may cause the deliverman to cancel the order or run away with the goods. After all, there are many refugees from other places in the city now. They don't want to live in the shelter and only receive one meal and water. They are willing to earn money to eat through their own efforts. The food delivery company will strictly screen the employees, but there are always unexpected things. For example, you find that the orders you delivered contain medicines that your family really needs, but has never been able to buy. Another example is that you decide to leave Liyun City and go to the mountains of a nearby small town to seek refuge with someone you know. You just happened to receive an order and found that the family was very fast and bought a lot of supplies. Now that big data is missing, it is impossible to control ordinary petty thefts. If Xu Fu wants to order takeout, she will try to avoid restricted purchase items. She went to a chain gold shop. In the past, you needed a copy of your ID card to exchange gold at a gold shop. Now the world is in chaos. So many cities have been flooded. It is not easy for some people to reach a safe city alive. Some procedures have been waived. As long as you are not a robber, you are a customer. Because prices have risen, the currency has depreciated slightly, the exchange price of gold has also risen. She tried to choose heavy and simple bracelets and necklaces. After the transaction was completed, the other party directly transferred the money to her mobile phone account. Not long after the money arrived, they started to deduct money one after another. Fortunately, the amount she exchanged this time was relatively large, so there was still enough balance after the deduction, even if she needed to pay for the rent with her mobile phone later. After leaving the gold shop, it was already past noon. Xu Fu drove to the next street. In Xu Fu's memory, there was a very delicious noodle shop on this street. The noodles were affordable, the noodles were very chewy, and there were parking spaces on the road in front of the noodle shop. Now that prices are high, most people choose to cook their own meals. Some people who work outside during the day are also used to bringing meals or using sandwiches instead. The catering industry market is sluggish. Many stores have closed, but fortunately this store is still open, but there are not many customers inside. After parking the car at the door, Xu Fu left her raincoat in the car and took an umbrella instead. She ordered a bowl of beef noodles, the price doubled compared to before the disaster, a little expensive, but the money in her mobile phone account now is all harvested by the automatic water fishing rod, so she doesn't feel bad. Cooked food in restaurants is not subject to purchase restrictions. Such food is not easy to preserve. Normal people will not buy a lot for no reason, nor will they hoard and resell at high prices, unless there is a dinner party. Before leaving after eating, Xu Fu told the boss that she was buying for the company dinner, and packed 50 servings of noodles, pea noodles, beef noodles, egg and vegetable noodles, and pickled beef noodles in 4 flavors. Now the purchase of raw materials in the catering industry is uniformly managed by the government. Every store that is still in business has stricter management in terms of food safety. Stores of different sizes will have a corresponding floating purchase quota, which can be regarded as a manifestation of purchase restrictions. At the same time, the management department will be increased, and someone will come to the store every few days to do temporary spot checks to ensure that the food that people eat directly is safe and guaranteed. The boss received a big order, and after a calculation, he found that he could close early today after completing this order. So he happily collected the money, went to the kitchen to help cook and pack the noodles, and finally helped load the truck. Xu Fu was in a particularly good mood when she drove away. After all, 10 days ago, she was still living in an empty city on the water with no one around, and she thought she would end up there alone. But she didn't expect that 10 days later, she would return to the bustling city again, and she could continue to stock up on some of her favorite delicacies. She knew that, according to the course of the apocalypse, Luyun City would sooner or later be like Suicheng, submerged by floods and become an empty city on the water. But since she saw the 40-meter high waves yesterday, and the water-blocking dam that could completely block the terrible waves, she couldn't help but have some different thoughts in her mind. This shouldn't be a real script world. After all, she really lives here, and can clearly feel the joys and sorrows of everyone around her. Will the previous video of the reborn person's apocalypse be used to make the authorities pay attention to this matter? Will there be other reborn people in places she can't see? These people don't have various restrictions like her. If the authorities can believe their predictions, extract useful information from them, and take preventive measures in advance, is it possible that the originally predetermined apocalypse will change? Further speculation? Like the water-blocking dam in Liyun City. Is it possible that it is some kind of advanced preventive measure? After all, building such a high safety wall in an inland city with a high altitude does have a sense of foresight. Xu Fu turned on the navigation on her mobile phone while waiting for the red light. But just like in Suicheng, all the intersections, stations, and nearby cities that can leave Liyun City cannot be set up for navigation. As for the various ticket purchase apps, she had already tried them while waiting for the noodles to be packed. But she couldn't buy any of them. She looked at the gray and unselectable ticket purchase column at that time, and she felt like she was reliving a nightmare. She tried it at this moment just because she didn't give up. After all, the situation is different now. The airport is closed, and train tickets are difficult to buy. It's not surprising that she can't buy them. She is very familiar with the city streets of Liyun City. In her mind, or in the memory of Xu Fu, she has the experience of going to the train station and leaving the city. She now wanted to replicate the experience in her memory. 2 hours later, the black jeep stopped on the roadside in the heavy rain, and gave up the idea of leaving Liyun City. Obviously she failed. Except for the waterway area where she came from Suicheng, in all other directions of Liyun City, there were still invisible barriers preventing her from leaving. However, this time, Shu Fu was depressed for only a short time before recovering. If she couldn't leave, she couldn't leave. This place is not bad either. Unlike Suicheng, there are areas with high altitudes in Liyun City. The residential buildings built in these areas are basically at least 20 stories high, and there are also residential buildings with 50 or 70 stories. These residential buildings are not only tall, but also have large building bases. Many high-altitude residences have large balconies, which are like high-altitude garden villas. At such a height, it will take a long time for the area to be flooded and unable to live normally. Not to mention that there are water-blocking dams outside the city. So now all she has to do is find a suitable place to live and settle down. In the next 3 days, Shu Fu drove to many places. She spent part of her time looking at houses with the RV agent, and the other part of her time going to some delicious restaurants to buy some special foods and snacks she liked according to her memory. Stinky tofu, fragrant pot skewers, sour and spicy noodles, chicken with mouth-watering sauce, brown sugar glutinous rice cake, spicy pig's trotters, grilled fish, hand-torn roasted rabbit, ice jelly, red oil wonton, gokue, various barbecued skewers, spicy hot pot base. Shu Fu's bracelet space is getting less and less. Other items she needs are already stocked up. The only thing she wants to stock up now is this kind of cooked food with a sense of fireworks. Fortunately, there is no purchase limit for cooked food. She doesn't look eye-catching if she buys more than 20 portions at a time. As for the house, she wants to rent a house in an area with a higher altitude. The surrounding environment and security should be relatively good. There should be supermarkets, markets, malls, and other supply points nearby. The house can be smaller, but cannot be shared with others. In addition, the residence must be on a high floor. This is mainly to prepare for a rainy day. If Liyun City is eventually flooded like Suicheng, then at least this time, she doesn't have to wander around the water city to find a higher shelter. She can stay in her own high-rise house until she can't survive anymore. 2 days later, she finally saw a good house. Except for the price, the other conditions are basically the same. If she rents here, she will have to go to the gold shop to exchange some gold, or she can directly ask the agent if they accept gold. Everything was settled, and when she was about to sign the rental contract, she suddenly felt a vibration on her wrist. A new task? Although she knew that the other party would most likely not see the bracelet and the black notebook, she would make a move when checking the notebook. So she still used the excuse of going to the bathroom, and went to the bathroom of a nearby fast food restaurant, hiding in the cubicle to check. On the bracelet, the book icon was flashing, and a task had indeed arrived. Within 3 days, if you check in at Jishin Community and rent a house, you will get a 10% progress bar for level 3 of the raft. Current progress of raft level 3, 25%. Note, 10% of the progress bar will be deducted if this task is not completed. Obviously, the community where she originally planned to sign the rental contract was not the Jishin community. Shu Fu. It's outrageous. It took her 3 whole days to find the house she liked. Can't this crappy task be released earlier? Chapter 34 Liyun City. Jishin community is located in the east of Liyun City, on the east of Yunhe River, close to the suburbs, that is, facing the number 1 dam. The eastern suburbs of Liyun City are low-lying, where several shelters are located, and are close to the flood area, so the eastern part of the city, relying on the eastern suburbs, is currently the area with the poorest living environment in the entire Liyun City. The highest floor of Jishin community is 25, and there are no large supermarkets around. In all aspects, it is not the perfect residence in her mind. If I have to find 2 advantages to comfort myself, Jishin community is located on a hill in the east of the city, and the building has an elevator. Although the 25th floor is not high, the height of the hill itself is much higher than the number 1 dam in the distance. Therefore, if you live on the 20th floor, or above in Jishin community, you can see the vast waters outside the high wall. Rounding it off, it can also be considered a sea view room. In addition, the rent here is very cheap. For the same price, she can rent a house twice, or even 3 times the size of her previous one. Finally, there are many officially designated communities for refugees to rent houses in the east of the city, and Jishin community is fortunately not included in them. Most of the people living here are locals. Even if there are some outsiders, they all have a little spare money, and can rent a house to live alone. Shu Fu parked the car downstairs of Building 3 of Jishin Community, looking through the windshield that was constantly sliding down with rain. The building in front of her had a wide overall base, and stood in front of her like a gray hill. There are only 4 buildings in the entire Jishin community. But these 4 buildings are very large. She feels that all of them can accommodate all the residents of the Pinyin community she used to rent in Suicheng. Next to building number 3 is building number 4. The 2 buildings are close together. There is an air corridor connecting the 2 buildings on the 9th and 15th floors. Shufu carried her backpack in front of her, put on a thick raincoat to cover herself, and when she got off the car, she had a fully charged electric baton in her hand, and a nail gun with nails was placed on the most convenient shelf in the inner space. She still found an agent, who was from the neighborhood. She didn't have too many requirements. It would be better if the floor was above the 20th floor. It was okay if there were fewer furniture, and the doors and windows were sturdy. The agent assured her immediately that, since the extreme weather began, many of their empty houses had reinforced their doors and windows. Otherwise, when strong winds and hail came, ordinary glass would not be able to withstand it. Building number 3 was shaped like a large fan, with a large space inside the corridor. Many residents, and corridors extending in all directions. In this rainy weather, some residents who did not have to go to work had nowhere to go. They would usually gather in the corridor to chat, gossip, and play mahjong during the day. Shu Fu did not take off her raincoat, and even wore a mask, with only a pair of eyes exposed. When she entered the elevator and walked around the corridor, she could feel the eyes gathered around her. Not only was she on guard against others, but others were also on guard against her. Some people noticed that she was a young girl, and the vigilant eyes soon dispersed. Some people continued to stare at her until she turned the corner of the corridor. The agent took her to see 2 apartments, both of which were in building 3. One was on the 24th floor, facing south, facing the sun, with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, fully decorated, with water, electricity and gas, ready to move in. It's raining every day, but it's still facing the sun? The agent didn't feel embarrassed, laughed a few times, and took her to another apartment. The other one is on the 21st floor. It is smaller, 1 bedroom, 1 living room and a storage room. It can barely be considered 2 bedrooms. The house is still fully connected with water, electricity and gas, and the householder is responsible for paying the fees, which will be directly transferred to the householder at the end of the month according to the amount of usage. The house is simply decorated, and the layout is a bit like her previous house in Suicheng, but the windows face east. The kitchen and bathroom have no windows. The bedroom has a window facing east, and the living room is an inner balcony. The lower half is the wall, and the upper half is the window, in addition to reinforcement. Anti-theft measures have been taken. Looking out through the glass, dam number 1 in the distance stood quietly in the heavy rain. Shu Fu focused on checking the bathroom and kitchen, checking the gas, power lines and drainage one by one. Although the house was small, it was still clean. The living room was empty without even a TV background wall. Only a long sofa and a glass coffee table. She had experience in renting a house, and after checking everything she needed to check, she decided to rent it. From the literal meaning of the task, she only needed to check in a Jishin community and successfully rent a house. Maybe she didn't need to live here for a long time. The house is a 2-month deposit and 1-month rent, and the rent is transferred to the agent every month, and the agent will transfer it to the owner after deducting the corresponding fees. The rent is not expensive. After signing the contract, she paid directly with her mobile phone, and got the access card and key on the spot, and added the owner's WeChat. The agent has never seen such a straightforward customer. From the appointment to view the house to the successful rental, the whole process only took 2 or 3 hours. People in their industry like such efficient customers the most. So before leaving, they recommended a few groups to her, and told her that if she wants to buy fresh vegetables, fruits, fish and medicines, she can always pay attention to the news in the group. These groups are purchasing groups and trading groups led by nearby neighborhood committees. The things bought in the group are slightly more expensive than those bought at the supermarket. But the weather outside is not good now. It is either windy or rainy. Yesterday, there was a hurricane and huge waves outside the safety wall. Some elderly people or those without cars will choose this purchasing method. They can't compete with young people in terms of hand speed, and they can't squeeze in with middle-aged people in the supermarket. So they entrust the neighborhood committee to buy on their behalf. This kind of purchasing is not to hoard and then resell at a high price. They first count the materials that need to be purchased in the group, and then go to the channels approved by the government to get them. 1 copy for each household. No false reporting or concealment. The people who manage these groups, plainly speaking, are government employees. The fresh food or other supplies purchased on behalf of others will be delivered to the corridor at a fixed time, and then the residents in the group will be notified to go downstairs to pick them up according to the receipts and payment records of the previous orders in the group. The trading group is not so formal. It is the people in the community who are bartering, using the supplies that are not needed at home for the time being to exchange for urgent things. For example, a child in a family had a fever of 39 degrees in the middle of the night, but it was raining heavily outside, so they shouted in the group for antipyretic medicine. Another family in the same building had been hoarding several bottles of antipyretic medicine, but they were short of fruit. The family that was looking for medicine happened to have some, so they reached an agreement in the group, and the family that was looking for medicine went to the other party to make a deal. These groups, without the recommendation of an agent, it would be impossible for a resident like Xu Fu, who had just moved in, to join them all at once. The social order is not so good now, especially in the east of the city, where theft and robbery happen from time to time. So people who join the group have to pass screening, usually through several administrators or familiar people. The agent's shop was nearby, and his home was also nearby. He was familiar with the neighborhood committees and property management staff in several nearby communities. Seeing that Xu Fu, a young girl, was so willing to rent a house and had a local ID card, he directly recommended her. Although Xu Fu didn't care about material things, she didn't like to be unconventional. She joined when someone recommended her. After joining, she would just lurk around. Moreover, after joining the group, she had established connections with Jixing and several nearby communities. She could get the latest news from the group owner's notifications and the conversations with the residents. For her, who doesn't like to blend into the crowd directly, this is a good way to keep a distance and get information. Afterwards, she asked the agent about the parking space. When she entered the building just now, she saw that the parking lots here are all on the first floor. The entire first floor of Building 3 is a parking lot, but there is an electronic fence at the door, and cars from outside can't get in. It was windy and rainy outside. Since she rented a car, she naturally wanted to protect the car a little. The agent told her that the parking lot here is also rented on a monthly basis. Few residents nearby buy cars, so there must be vacancies in the parking lot. She can ask the property management, which is also in a group he just recommended to her. The other party will arrange a parking space and provide her with a monthly parking space certificate. Xu Fu quickly found the property after being reminded by the other party, and then sent a friend request to the other party. After the agent left, she took off her raincoat, locked the door, and checked the house again inside and out. After confirming that there was no abnormality, she drew the curtains in the living room, put the sofa inward, moved the coffee table away, and then released the raft. When the familiar raft and drifting island house appeared in front of her, Xu Fu felt like a fish that had been dry for a long time and saw the sea again. She couldn't wait to return to her warm and comfortable home. More than half an hour later, Xu Fu, who had taken a shower and changed into clean home clothes, fell on the soft mattress and rolled on the thin quilt with a faint scent of laundry detergent. She was almost depressed by the purified water in the hotel these days. She had to smell chemical every day. She also had to go out to look at houses and buy delicious food. She didn't want to use shampoo and shower gel that were too fragrant. She only used sulfur soap every time. Now, she felt the faint fragrance of cherry blossoms on her body and the fragrance of lavender in her hair. She had never felt that she smelled so good, as fragrant as a flower. It was past 1 in the afternoon, which meant that she could spend the rest of the day in the drifting island house. The front door of the wooden house was open. She lay on the bed and could clearly hear the sound of rain coming from the balcony outside the house. It was moderate rain, but it continued. It had not stopped since the day of the huge waves. The weather conditions in Liyun City over the past 2 months could be checked online. The thunderstorms and hail here were not as bad as those in Suicheng. Only occasionally when the rain turned heavy would it be accompanied by thunderstorms or hail, which usually ended in about half an hour. Sometimes the rain falls too fast in a short period of time, which will lead to untimely drainage and water accumulation in some areas of the city. But this phenomenon will still end soon, compared with Suicheng, which was flooded, Ningxing, and the coastal areas that suffered typhoons and tsunamis. The situation in Liyun City is already very good. Xu Fu opened her notebook where she recorded disasters and listed various plans. speculating on the disasters that will happen in the future. There have been heavy rains, floods, tsunamis, thunderstorms, and hail. Judging from her records, it seems that only the aquatic organisms and the rise of sea levels are left. Sea level rise has actually already begun, and the aquatic organisms have gone beyond the scope of natural disasters and are developing towards biological disasters. But according to the information she has learned, the fish and shrimp in the water are all normal. Some people living in hilly BNBs even take fishing rods to fish near the water, or take a boat to fish in deeper water. They have caught fish, shrimps and crabs. Such fresh aquatic products have become part of their food source. Many people living in BNBs even posted photos of grilled fish dinners, spicy shrimps and crabs, which made people living in the city who couldn't eat fresh aquatic products as they wished because of rising prices very envious. It's just that she herself hasn't gotten over it yet, and doesn't want to eat seafood caught in the flooded area for the time being. To sum up the above, before the sea level submerges Liyun City, there should be a relatively peaceful period here in the future. Right? And now that the water blocking dam has been built, that day shouldn't come so soon. Shu Fu's thoughts couldn't be put too far away. The hunger in her stomach pulled her thoughts back in time. She only had a sandwich and a latte for breakfast today, and she was already hungry now. Especially since she had just settled the renting issue. She was in a completely safe house on the drifting island, and she subconsciously wanted to make herself something delicious. In the bathroom, both washing machines were still working, and she had laid out all the items that needed to be charged. She hadn't laid out the raft for a while, and there were a lot of dirty clothes accumulated. It was just the right time to turn on the power of the whole house, and finish all the things that needed electricity at once. Shu Fu, who was always trying to make full use of the power during the period when the power was turned on, finally decided to have hot pot for lunch, the kind cooked with an induction cooker. The soup base was a double-flavored pot, half of which was the original bamboo fungus chicken soup pot, and the other half was a red soup pot made with the newly bought spicy beef oil hot pot ingredients and some mushrooms. The chicken soup was made when she was still in Suicheng. It was so boring at that time. Every time I turned on the electricity in the house, I would subconsciously make soup. After the induction cooker boiled, I put it in the energy-saving self-cooking pot and slowly stewed it. This not only saves energy, but also makes the soup mellow and tasty. She doesn't eat hot pot often. Sometimes she would mix it with the vegetable she bought, and eat meatballs and seafood together. There are still enough dishes left in the hot pot gift package for 1 or 2 meals. A box of crispy mutton, a box of beef rolls, a box of tripe, a box of cuttlefish, a box of luncheon meat, a platter of oyster mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, Chinese cabbage, fried dough sticks, rice cakes, konjac and bean curd. When eating hot pot and barbecue, she never eats rice, but only meat and vegetables. She simply takes out the rest, eats as much as she can, and puts away the unfinished food. Hot pot still needs to be paired with ice cola. There are many boxes of drinks in her space, but not many of them are chilled. The refrigerator in the small kitchen can only work when it is powered on, so it is unrealistic to want to chill drinks on a daily basis. There is a refrigerator in the newly rented house, so she can put some drinks in it appropriately, but it cannot solve the long-term problem. Shu Fu thought, put down her chopsticks temporarily, went to the small kitchen, took out an ice maker from the space, and understood it after a quick look at the instructions. She cleaned the ice maker, then added pure drinking water, and pressed the ice making button. The instructions said that the first ice making time is about 1 to 2 hours, and the ice making time will be shortened by half. She would not turn on the electricity for the whole house for so long. But she has a generator, and she will connect the generator before removing the power card. When passing the back door, she remembered the golden second prize she won. That card is a 1-hour trial card. You need to equip it on the raft before using it. She took out the dazzling gold card, remembering that the electric card and the drift bottle protective shield are timed and can be removed at any time. She still took the card to the function screen and swiped it to equip it. She had to figure out the specific purpose of this card, whether it was the same as she guessed. If it was, then even if she was not in a drifting island house in the future, she would have more confidence when she went out alone. Drifting bottle portable protective shield 1-hour trial card. Do you want to equip it? She clicked. Equip. Instantly, the words on the golden card at her fingertips disappeared, and the color of the entire card dimmed, like a rusty metal color. Shu Fu was startled. She remembered that after her first 24-hour electricity card was used up, The same state appeared. The card in this state means that the usage time has ended. After that, no matter how she swipes the card, the function screen will not respond. Could it be that this experience card is a one-time card, which will enter the countdown and cannot be removed after it is equipped? Fortunately, when she was in doubt, subtitles appeared on the screen. The portable protective shield of the drifting bottle has been equipped, 60 minutes. This is a limited time experience function. During the limited time, you can activate the portable protective shield by long pressing the shield icon on the bracelet. The countdown above is different from the previous equipment of the electric card wrapped protective shield card. It is 60 minutes without activation. This means that this card is only equipped now and has not been activated. At the same time, her bracelet vibrated, and she raised her hand and found that the 7th icon appeared below the icon of the 6th map panel. The style of this icon is different from the above 6, a bit outrageous. It is a bottle with a small stick figure inside, although outrageous, but the meaning is very clear and obvious. The drifting bottle wraps the stick figure inside, which perfectly interprets the words. Drifting bottle portable protective shield. Shu Fu looked at this new icon. Actually, she wanted to try it immediately, because the function panel did not give the detailed functions of this portable protective shield. She was not sure whether the effect after turning it on would be exactly the same as the protective shield of the Wrapped, or there would be some differences in details. But she didn't press it rashly this time. What if the countdown can't end after it's turned on? Wouldn't it be a waste? Anyway, it's ready now, and it can be turned on at any time. It's better to turn it on when it's really needed. She returned to the small dining table. The mandarin duck soup in the induction cooker had already boiled, and it was bubbling with fragrant hot steam, because she had won the second floor-to-ceiling window before. The lattice window in front of the dining table has now become a floor-to-ceiling window. It's a pity that it's indoors now. Outside the window is the wall of the rental house. If the raft is floating on the water at this time, the view is wide, and you can eat while watching the rain. Shu Fu took out the tablet and found a disaster movie about biological mutation, which could be eaten with food and learn something new. An hour later, she cleaned up the dishes and disposed of the garbage, put the remaining meat and vegetables into the pot and cooked them, then put the pot into the space, planning to continue at noon tomorrow. In the small kitchen, the first batch of ice cubes was made. She found a metal ice bucket from the space, which was fished out by the automatic water fishing rod, and it was still brand new and unopened, and it was just right to store the made ice cubes. She cleaned the ice bucket and scalded it with hot water, then wiped off the water, then poured the ice cubes into it, and immediately put it into the space. The 2 washing machines in the bathroom stopped, the clothes were washed, and all the devices that needed to be charged were also charged. She removed the power card, connected the 2 dryers and ice maker to the generator, made another batch of ice cubes, and then hung all the clothes in the dryer one by one. After everything was done, Shu Fu connected the Bluetooth speaker with her mobile phone, then fell on the sofa, selected a soft song, and fell asleep while listening. This afternoon nap was peaceful and calm. When she woke up, it was almost evening. Shu Fu turned off the music, drank some water, and took out a cup of mochi taro milk tea. While drinking, she checked her bracelet. On the black notebook, the handwriting of the task of checking in a Jishin community and renting a house was still black. She had been in the rented house for half a day. Why hadn't the task been completed yet? Does it have to wait until 3 days before it is automatically identified as completed? Okay, anyway. She has time now. Although she really wants to upgrade the raft to level 3 as soon as possible, she knows very well that the progress bar can't be rushed. Outside the house on the drifting island, the crackling sound of rain hitting the glass seemed to stop. Shu Fu took a thick velvet coat, put it on, and stepped out of the wooden house. She opened the curtains in the living room, and found that the originally gloomy sky outside the balcony was actually bright. Chapter 35 Lu Yunqing. It was clearly dusk, but the sky outside gave her a feeling of brightness, as if the sun had just risen. Did the rain stop? Shu Fu opened the window and looked out. Even through the security window, she could clearly see the light blue sky and the slightly orange clouds on the right side of the horizon. That was the light of the setting sun coming from behind. The rain really stopped. Shu Fu opened the window wide, stretched out her hand to feel the air outside, took a deep breath, and felt the particularly fresh air after the rain, the smell of soil, and the fragrance of plants. Upstairs and downstairs, many residents opened their windows to enjoy the rare moment of rain stopping. She also heard the excited laughter of children from some residents' homes, saying that they wanted to go to the corridor on the west side to bask in the sun. The elders were busy saying that they wanted to take out the clothes and quilts to dry them. After all, it rained every day, and the house was wet everywhere. The corners of the walls were moldy, and the quilts and clothes also smelled moldy. Shu Fu leaned on the windowsill and looked at the dam in the distance quietly. Outside the high wall, there was still a vast expanse of water, but at this moment, listening to the movement outside, she still smiled lightly. Although she didn't know how many days the rain would stop, she was still very happy as long as it didn't rain. She was in a good mood and decided to tidy up the rental house. After all, starting tomorrow, she would still have to stay outside for 12 hours during the day. Shu Fu went back to the drifting island house first, put on the fleece sweatpants on the lower body, found a set of lazy mops and mop buckets from the space, went into the shower room, and put a bucket of water in the water tank. Since she found that the purified water in the drifting island house was very clean, she would store the unused purified water every day. Now, in this compressed water tank, there is the purified water stored before. Now the raft cannot be used on the water. The automatic water fishing rod and 50L purified water 3 times a day are completely wasted. It is a pity to think about it. There are rivers in Liyun City, and lakes and streams in the suburbs, but the city order is still there, and surveillance is everywhere. She can hide in the car and use one-way film to collect supplies, but she can't turn the raft on the water. The water supply time for daily life in Liyun City is 2 periods a day, from 8 to 9 in the morning, and from 8 to 9 in the evening. At present, most of the water plants in Muzhou Province and Shiren Province have started to work in different areas. Some areas have installed multi-layer filtration and disinfection systems. The completely treated water is packed in barrels and directly transported to various disaster areas or shelters. In addition to daily water use, this water can be directly drunk in case of water shortage. In addition, some areas directly store and purify rainwater, provided to local residents, and clearly mark it as domestic water, which cannot be drunk. The same is true in Liyun City. The water flowing out of the tap can only be used for cleaning and daily life. There were indeed complaints at the beginning, and some people complained and cursed online every day. But gradually, cursing was useless, and everyone got used to it. Now there are global floods, and all countries have lost large areas of land. Some countries are even almost disappearing, such as the small turtle country next door. About 1/6 of Huogua's land was submerged by floods, and many victims did not even have clean water to drink, let alone water for daily use. The whole planet lacks clean water resources, and the water plants are under too much pressure. It is understandable. At least they were not allowed to drink this purified water directly, which is good enough. Look more at the miserable conditions of refugees and disaster victims on the internet, and everyone will stop complaining. After a period of phased water supply, people have gotten used to it. Almost everyone has a few large buckets at home. They start to release and store water during the water supply period, so that they can use water at any time during the water outage period. Some people who have the conditions will even install a water tank at home or on the roof. The water tank is connected to their own pipes. After storing water during the water supply period, they can just turn on the tap for daily water use. It is no different from their previous life. After all, many people in the past did not drink tap water, not even boiled water, only purified water, and the same applies to cooking. Now that the raft is out of the water, Shu Fu feels that she can't just go out without coming in. She should also buy 2 large water storage barrels, and put them in the kitchen and bathroom, and store the water for the day during the water supply period. When she is in the rental house on a daily basis, like she is now wiping furniture and mopping the floor, she can completely use the purified water here in Liyun City. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, she received a message and reply from the property management that her friend request was approved, because she wrote down her identity and needs when applying to add the other party. The other party left her a message directly after accepting the friend, asking her to provide the rental contract information and her license plate number. Shu Fu replied to the other party, and the other party replied quickly, asking her to wait until tomorrow evening, and to go to the next building before about 6 o'clock. He happened to be coming to help distribute the shopping supplies for Building 3 and Building 4 at that time, and he would tell her the serial number of the parking space and provide her with a monthly parking space certificate. He told her to arrive at the corridor area on the 2nd floor of Building 3 10 to 15 minutes in advance, so as not to affect his future work. Shu Fu agreed and immediately transferred the parking fee for that month to the other party. The next day, Shu Fu indulged herself and slept in for a while. It was around 9 o'clock before she walked out of the drifting island house to put away the raft. She drank a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge at the dining table of the rental house, ate half a portion of pancakes, and then prepared to go out. It still didn't rain outside today. The temperature rose after a night. There was a bit of sultry heat in the air. It was not sunny outside like yesterday evening, but a cloudy day. Shu Fu didn't know if the rain would come at any time, so she still wore a waterproof jacket when she went out. But she didn't wear the fleece jacket in the middle. It might be 20 degrees outside now, and the fleece jacket was too thick, so she just wore 2 layers. She went into the bathroom and tied her hair into a bun in front of the mirror, then took out a black baseball cap and put it on, and also put on a black mask on her face. The jacket was dark gray, and the color was low-key. There was only a compressed water cup and a bag of bread in the backpack, and the water cup was filled with latte coffee freshly made by the freshly ground coffee machine. She was going out to buy some things needed for the rental house today, such as large water storage barrels, toiletries, and kitchen utensils that were displayed in public. The main reason was that she didn't want to put the things in the house outside. She would try to choose cheap ones, so that it would be okay if she didn't take them away in the future. As for the big soup pots in the kitchen, she really wanted to buy a few good ones. And while there was gas in the rental house, she could make a few more big pots of soup and store them away. There was no purchase limit for these things, and they could have been delivered by takeout. However, the nearest supermarket, with a slightly more complete range of supplies, is 6 kilometers away, and all of them are overwhelmed with orders today. It is estimated that it is rare that the rain has stopped, and everyone is desperately placing orders. The supermarket has stopped accepting takeout orders, and the same is true for errands such as flash delivery. There was a bit of traffic jam on the road, and it took a long time to find a parking space. Shu Fu had a premonition at this time. As expected, as soon as he entered the supermarket, there were crowds of people inside. It was just opened, and the fresh shelves such as fruits, vegetables, seafood, and meat had already been emptied. Fortunately, the shelves of rice, flour, grain, oil, and bottled water can be replenished. Otherwise, it is estimated that these would have been robbed as well. However, the speed at which supermarket employees replenished the goods could not keep up with the speed at which customers took the goods. When 2 employees came over with a large cart of rice, dried noodles, and instant noodles, they saw a large group of people crowded in front of the shelves. They even saved the time of putting the goods on the shelves and let customers take them directly from the cart. Anyway, these are limited in purchase. No matter how fast you grab them, there is a purchase limit. As the saying goes, it is not the lack of goods that is worrying, but the inequality of goods. No matter how anxious everyone is, in the end, everyone gets a large bag of rice, 2 bags of dried noodles, and 2 bags of 5-pack instant noodles. The warehouse has sufficient supply, so there is no need to worry about someone snatching them. However, when there are too many people, they are crowded in one place to get the goods, and it is inevitable that they will bump into and squeeze each other, and make a lot of noise. Fortunately, there are not many people at the shelf where Shu Fu wants to go, and no one is fighting for the toothbrush cups and wash basins. She saw some towels that she didn't buy enough in Suicheng before, and took a lot of underwear, and also took a lot of environmentally friendly packaging boxes and garbage bags. On the way to the other shelf, she saw tea leaves and coffee beans, and she continued to buy a lot more. There are not many people at the electrical appliance shelf either, and she saw the brand of coffee machine she bought before. Coffee machines need to be regularly maintained and cleaned, otherwise their service life will be shortened. But the process is very complicated. She tried once before but failed to completely fix it, so she is now preparing to buy a few more coffee machines, and replace them directly if there is a problem. She took 2 coffee machines, still fully automatic Italian ones, as well as desk lamps, power banks, and other small electrical appliances that have a service life and cannot be salvaged from the waters. She also took some of them, based on her experience of living in Suicheng for 2 months. She also took a few drones with large capacity batteries. Finally, it was the big soup pot she wanted to buy the most. The largest soup pot was 66L, which should be called a soup bucket, for boiling water, cooking soup, and storing rice, flour, and oil. It was made of 304 stainless steel, and the empty pot weighed 13 jin, with a diameter of 45 centimeters and a height of 50 centimeters. It could barely fit on the gas stove. There were even bigger ones next to it. which could not fit on the shelf and could only be placed next to it. The largest one was 60 by 60 in size, and weighed more than 22 g when empty, which certainly could not fit on the gas stove. However, it was too heavy to be used as a water storage bucket, and it was too expensive. She thought about it, and bought 4 45 by 50 stainless steel soup buckets. The price had gone up, and each one cost $350. After that, she went to the wall near the shelf of bathing and cleaning products, and found a folding bathtub. This kind of bathtub is the most convenient for storing domestic water at room temperature. It is light and foldable. She also took 4 of the largest size, 75 by 100, 1 for use in the rental house, and 3 temporarily stored in the space. When the raft is on the water in the future, she can have more buckets to store purified water. She bought large items, and the supermarket employee pushed a cart to help her carry them to the checkout. There was already a long line here, and everyone was checking their phones while waiting. Some people came together to buy, and there was a lot of people to chat. Shu Fu waited in line for more than half an hour before she finished checking out. When she got to the checkout counter, she couldn't push 2 carts by herself, so she had to call the employees to help. Fortunately, the newly rented Jeep had a high body and a large trunk, so the soup buckets and several other large bags were put in smoothly. The folding bathtub could only be fixed on the roof, and there was a storage rack on it. Shu Fu climbed up and down by herself and managed to do it by herself. It was past noon when she came out. She checked the food app recommendations and found a small stir-fry restaurant with parking at the door a few blocks away. She ordered a green pepper scrambled egg and a twice-cooked pork. Although the stir-fry restaurant was small, the taste was really good. When she left, she ordered all the dishes she liked on the menu and asked for 10 portions of each, which she packed up and took away. At this time, the soup bucket and several other large bags in the car had been put into her space. She was going to go back after buying this batch of stir-fry. After collecting the soup pots, she had very little space left. She sensed it and counted all the scattered corners. There were about 20 cubic meters left. But if she really put things in it, these 20 cubic meters would definitely not be fully utilized. Just like playing with a puzzle board. If the puzzle pieces were all disordered and of different sizes, even if the total area added up matched the area in the box, it would be impossible to force the puzzle pieces in. Therefore, it is estimated that there are 17 to 18 cubic meters of space that can be fully utilized. And she can keep these spaces for backup and cannot fill them with anything else. It's better to go back and sort it out today. After 4 p.m., it finally rained again in Liyun City, which had been cloudy all day. At first, it was a drizzle, and an hour later it turned into heavy rain. Everyone was used to it, and closed the windows early, and took out the rain gear they carried with them, and continued to do what they had to do. Not long after, all the people in Liyun City received a strong wind warning on their mobile phones. There was a disaster information app, and even issued a typhoon warning. The internet was lively again. When it came to strong winds, everyone was more cautious, but when it came to typhoons, many people protested. Are you kidding me? This is an inland city. It is a hilly area. Where did the typhoon come from? Yes, the worst time before was just thunder and lightning for more than half an hour, and hailstones as big as eggs fell. There were heavy rain and strong winds, but none of them exceeded level 8. I think it is more than level 8. I think the disaster notification is out of control. That is not necessarily the case. What is the situation now? Don't be an inland city. This is no longer inland. The flood has flooded the suburbs. Didn't a tsunami happen outside the dam a few days ago? That video is so scary. Have you forgotten it so quickly? Correction. Only when it happens at sea is it called a tsunami. When it happens in the flood zone, it is at most called a huge wave. What is wrong with building one? 2206. Disasters are about the results, the damage and losses caused. The waves are more than 40 meters high, that is higher than ordinary tsunamis. The tsunami warning that day. The alarm went off several times. After the huge wave ended, the water level outside the wall rose by more than 4 meters. This is a tsunami. Stop arguing. It's so windy outside now. Aren't you worried about the supplies I'm buying today? I'm the only one at home, and I'm taking care of a 6-month-old baby. I can't buy supplies at ordinary times. I rely on the delivery. If the supplies can't be delivered today, my baby will have no water to make milk powder tomorrow. Building 3. 1211. I have water at home. I can exchange it with you. If the neighborhood committee and property management don't come later, you can go to my house to get it. Thank you. Thank you. Yo, Building 4. 1005. You're being a lay phone again. My family is also short of things. Why don't you exchange with me? When Shu Fu went downstairs, she was reading all kinds of information on the internet and the reactions of residents in several groups. The group was very lively, and the residents were swiping the screen in various ways. She went downstairs to wait for the property management. The wind and rain were too strong, and the elevator was not safe. So she went downstairs by stairs, because she arrived 10 minutes earlier, taking into account the time it took to walk up the stairs. Although Liyun City had never experienced a gale of more than level 8 before, it did not mean that there would not be in the future, especially since such a huge wave had just occurred a few days ago. The wind was too strong today, and the wind outside was obviously more than level 8. Reverse thinking logic. We are still on the mission, and the mission period means all kinds of unpredictable accidents and disasters. Liyun City may really have a gale of more than level 11 or level 2, and cars can no longer be parked outside at night. The property management company arranged to meet 10 to 15 minutes in advance. But Shu Fu waited in the corridor on the second floor until 6:30, and did not see anyone from the property management company. There were many people waiting around her, who should have arranged to buy supplies on behalf of others in the group. Among the 4 buildings in Jishin community, only Building 3 and Building 4 have 2 connecting passages, and Building 1 and Building 2 are independent. So only the supplies of Building 3 and Building 4 will be distributed in the corridor on the second floor of Building 3. The weather was good yesterday, so not many people chose to buy on behalf of others today, but there were still many people standing in the spacious corridors that extended in all directions, and good neighbors gathered in small groups to gossip about others. Some people were anxious, so they waited around the elevator, and asked others if they should just go to the parking lot on the first floor to wait. After all, it was raining heavily today, and the other party might not take the elevator. It should be okay, it's just a 1-story elevator. The first floor is a large parking lot, so the second floor here is equivalent to the first floor, and the apartment type is also different from the other floors upstairs. There are fewer residential units, leaving more space in the corridor, especially around the elevator. There are 3 elevators in the middle, and the surrounding space is quite large. Shu Fu was also near the elevator. She had just arrived, and she didn't know anyone, and she was not familiar with anyone. She stood alone against the wall. When she looked over, she recognized a few people who had just talked in the group. One of them should be a resident of 1211. Building 3. A woman in her 30s was wearing a home cotton coat. Her hair was casually tied up, and she was holding a child in front of her, who looked about half a year old and was wrapped tightly. There was also a middle-aged woman in her 50s standing beside her, talking to her, and teasing the child in her arms from time to time. It was probably the resident of 1005. Building 4 who had just offered to help in the group. Shu Fu glanced at the other person and paused for a moment. I don't know if it was an illusion, the feeling of seeing a stranger before, but I couldn't remember where I had seen him before. Came back again. Shu Fu couldn't help but look at the other person a few more times. Could this person be the target of this mission? But she really didn't remember that she had seen her before. She was wondering. The elevator in the middle suddenly made a ding sound. The elevator door opened, and the people standing nearby moved and leaned towards the elevator with a look of expectation on their faces. The people who came were indeed the property management and neighborhood committee members who were distributing supplies. They all had the same ID cards on them. In addition to the 3 people in the elevator, there was also a large folding cart, which was filled with various bags, each of which was bulging. The 3 people looked quite embarrassed. They should have come up from the garage on the first floor. They didn't get wet, but their hair was wet. One of the men, who was in his 30s, wore a pair of glasses. The lenses were all wet at the moment, and the glasses were a little crooked. But he was trying to pull the cart out of the elevator with the help of the other 2 people. He didn't even have time to adjust his glasses. Shu Fu recognized the other person immediately. This man was the property manager she was waiting for, because he had a selfie in his WeChat moments. Probably because it was late. The wind was howling outside, and there were many people waiting inside. The 3 people were frowning at the moment, seeing that everyone was in a mess. They hurriedly waved to let people line up. Shu Fu did not need to receive supplies. She walked over the people, and the other person asked her to line up before she even opened her mouth. Shu Fu did not move. She made things clear in 2 sentences. I am here to get the monthly parking space certificate. Is it convenient for me to give it to you now? Or do I have to wait until you distribute the supplies? As she spoke, she also handed the other person a thick napkin. The property man's expression suddenly eased. He took the tissue and finally had time to take off his glasses and wipe them. On the side, the other two people had already started to check the purchase records and distribute supplies one by one. The property man's surname was Joe. Joe said that it was late today due to the weather, so he was not available here. He asked her to find another property staff member, whose surname was Zheng, and who would come up soon. At this time, another elevator also opened, and 3 people came out of it, pushing the second folding cart full of shopping bags. Property manager Joe waved his hand and said, "Xiao Zheng, come here. Please help me with the parking space I told you about before." The person called Xiao Zheng turned around and showed a familiar face. One of the property managers of Jixing community turned out to be Zheng Feifei. Xu Fu looked at the other person and felt a sense of relief, as if the second boot had finally landed. As expected, when the other person walked towards her, the bracelet on her wrist shook slightly, and the mission was completed. 20 minutes later, in the garage on the first floor, Xu Fu parked the car in the designated parking space, got out and locked the door. She walked to the other side of the car. Zheng Feifei's eyes were slightly red, and she hooked her arm and looked like she was about to cry. "I can't believe I see you here. I don't know how I got through these few months. I really regret not listening to you before. I was hesitant and missed opportunities every time, and finally ended up in this situation. I didn't mean to lose contact with you. Something bad happened here, and I don't know how to say it now." Xu Fu felt that the other party's words were a little familiar, and soon she remembered the messages she had sent to Yao Ruoyun and Lu Zheng before. This is a coincidence, but she was just making it up. I didn't expect Zheng Feifei to have actually experienced something. She sighed, took out a planet lollipop from her pocket, unwrapped it, and stuffed it into the sobbing Zheng Feifei's mouth. "Here, your favorite lollipop. It's your zodiac sign." Zheng Feifei's mouth, which was originally flat due to sobbing, suddenly bulged up. She stopped sobbing, took out the lollipop in her mouth, and looked at it carefully, whispering in surprise, "Really? It's really Libra. How come you carry a Libra Starry Sky lollipop with you? I happened to see it when I went to the supermarket this morning and bought it. It seems like I had a premonition that I would see you here today." Xu Fu made it up, but Zheng Feifei just fell for it. Her sadness had obviously been diverted by Xu Fu. "Now that you mention it, it's true. We haven't seen each other for so long. I didn't expect that we could live in the same community even after moving to a new city." Zheng Feifei put the candy back into her mouth. "I've been miserable since I lost my phone. I don't remember other people's phone numbers. I can't get back WeChat and other communication tools because I don't remember the passwords. I was lucky to have a place to rest and eat during the evacuation. There was no place to replace my card. Later, I finally came to Luyun City. I wanted to buy a new phone, but I found that all my money was in my phone. My ID card was also gone. Fortunately, my mom and dad's bank cards were still there. At that time, many people flocked to Luyun City. Many people needed to replace their cards. It took several days to wait for the replacement. Later, I thought, why not just change my number? In fact, Zheng Feifei didn't say something here. It's not that she didn't want to use the old number again, but she received a lot of threats and disgusting words as soon as she got the old number back. She was scared, so she simply canceled the number and changed to a new one. Xu Fu naturally wouldn't ask about it. She took out her cell phone, wrote down Zheng Feifei's new number, added her on WeChat, and praised her. "I didn't expect to see you here. You've become a property staff member here. You're really a worker chosen by God." Zheng Feifei heard it, and smiled and pinched her face, laughing at me for being a working dog. "Right. I'm different now. I have to support my family. Well, it's good to work in a property management company. It's close to home. I know many people, and I have a wide range of sources of information. After all, the property management company now is different from the past. Just participating in the government and neighborhood committees to buy limited purchase supplies for the people is better than sitting in an office as a clerk before." "Yeah, my mom said the same thing," Zheng Feifei said, and asked her which floor she lived on, and then told Xu Fu that she lived in building 4 next door, and there was a passage connecting the two sides, which would be more convenient in the future. "Number 4? Yeah, building 4, 10th floor. Number 05. Hearing this familiar house number, Shufu suddenly realized that the middle-aged woman who had just accompanied the single mother in 1211 was Zheng Feifei's mother. No wonder she looked so familiar. Zheng Feifei looked at her expression and understood. Have you seen my mother? Yes. She knew her mother too well. Just by looking at Shufu's expression when she heard the house number, she could almost guess why she noticed her mother. She immediately had a lot of complaints to tell the other party. But she still had things to do. And now she just ran away for a while, under the pretext of renting a parking space permit for Shufu. The two walked towards the safety staircase together. And when they returned to the corridor on the second floor, they found that the people who were originally gathered around the elevator waiting to get supplies had dispersed. And on the other side, the corridor facing west was filled with people exclaiming loudly and softly. Shufu and Zheng Feifei looked at each other and hurried over. The corridor facing west was a long corridor, which was originally half open, just like the building where Shufu originally lived in Suicheng. After the disaster began, glass windows were installed above the fence. The glass windows were not tempered, but ordinary glass, which could only block wind and rain, but not hail. Therefore, a stainless steel net with fine mesh was installed outside. To be honest, this stainless steel net is quite ugly. Just like the net installed outside the car window when you drive into a zoo. People staying inside feel like they are in an iron cage. This net cannot be opened. And it also affects the field of vision. But the defensive effect is indeed very good. After that, no matter whether Liyun City was hit by strong winds, heavy rains or hail, the glass inside never broke. This corridor is about 2 meters wide and quite long. There is a wall on the other side, and the elevator room is behind it. During the day, people usually move tables and chairs to sit in this corridor to play cards and chat. They have never complained about the poor view. But now, everyone is standing behind the glass window. In order to see the outside clearly, they just want to stick their faces to the glass. Wow! Wow! Look there! There are so many! Still moving! Wow! Here they come again! They really fell from the sky. Shufu and Zheng Feifei found a gap, hurried over, and like everyone else, they got close to the glass window and tried to look out. At this time, it was almost completely dark outside. Fortunately, there were several street lights near Building 3. The street lights had broken down several times, but now they were protected by stainless steel guardrails, which allowed everyone to see the situation outside clearly in such weather. The rain was still heavy, hitting the glass through the guardrails. The wind was stronger than before. They saw that several trees not far away had been deformed by the wind, and the branches were bent and could break at any time. The thinner trees were even uprooted. There were dead branches and rotten leaves all over the ground. The branches and leaves were spinning and were blown up and down by the howling wind. Among these branches and leaves, Shufu saw that something seemed to be bouncing up and down. Those things seemed to be alive. As the other people around him screamed again, Shufu saw another pile of things suddenly falling from the air, and they fell to the ground with a crackling sound, making a slippery bouncing sound. That was fish. Outside, it's raining fish. Oh my god! I didn't expect that I would be able to see such a wonder in my lifetime. Zheng Feifei's voice came from the side. She felt that she was simply stunned. Shufu also opened her eyes wide in surprise, but soon she realized something. She remembered that a long time ago, when she was still in the original world, she seemed to have seen such a news somewhere, saying that it was raining heavily in a certain place on a certain day, and suddenly it rained fish rain. Of course, fish would not really fall from the sky, and fish were in the water. Now there was water outside Liyun City. So how did these fish that were originally in the water run to the sky? Could it be that? When she realized the answer, she suddenly took a step back, and while she retreated, she grabbed Zheng Feifei and shouted to others, "Danger! Get out of the way!" Chapter 36 Lu Yunqing. Ah? What? The people who were enjoying the wonders looked at Shufu with some displeasure. It was too noisy outside, all the sound of wind and rain, and inside there were all kinds of chattering, and the people who were standing far away didn't hear Shufu's words. Although Zheng Feifei didn't know what the danger was, at this moment, Shufu's solemn expression suddenly reminded her of that afternoon in the company a few months ago, when she almost rushed out of the building and was hit by falling objects. She immediately picked up the work badge hanging around her neck, which had a fluorescent whistle on it. This was a piece of equipment that every property management and neighborhood committee member who distributed supplies had. whenever they asked everyone to line up in a disciplined manner, or when something unexpected happened and they needed to focus the attention of others, they would blow this whistle. Zheng Feifei blew the whistle hard, and it was a very harsh sound. Now everyone heard it, and everyone stopped sighing and chatting, and turned to look at Zheng Feifei. Danger! Don't get close to the window, get out of the way! Zheng Feifei shouted loudly. While she shouted, she subconsciously looked for her mother in the crowd. Xu Fu pulled her, planning to take everyone to the back corridor away from the window. At this time, everyone's attention was on Zheng Feifei, and they didn't notice Xu Fu beside her, nor did they notice the sudden violent whirlwind outside. But Xu Fu noticed it. She paused, stopped her steps to run to the entrance of the corridor, quickly dragged Zheng Feifei back, until they were against the wall on the other side of the corridor, then pulled up the hood of her jacket, and squatted with her head facing inward, saying, "Hurry up and squat. Protect your head and face." Zheng Feifei only had time to repeat Xu Fu's words loudly, and everyone heard a loud bang from the open space outside, like some heavy object fell from a high altitude, and then scattered because of the force of the fall. This rain of fish is the work of a waterspout. The air pressure has been unstable these 2 days due to the fluctuating temperatures. When the wind speed is strong enough in an open area, a special tornado will form. A waterspout. In addition to the large area of water outside the high wall on the east, the Huaidian River is not far to the west of the hills, where the Jishan community is located. It can be said that the area around here is completely surrounded by a large area of water. A large number of fish are sucked into the waterspout, and then taken to a distant place and thrown away. So a rain of fish is formed. Since fish can be sucked in, building debris floating in the water, and even small boats may also be sucked in. Fish falling to the ground will not cause great harm, but the building wreckage and ships are different. Xu Fu did not expect to be so unlucky. From the sound, the number of heavy objects falling to the ground is no less than the fish rain just now. The scattered objects hit the stainless steel guardrail, making a crisp collision sound. There are also several heavy objects, as if thrown from a distance by some force, and they did not fall vertically to the ground, but directly hit the guardrail. Accompanied by the creaking sound of metal at the moment of impact, the building seemed to make a dull shaking sound, and everyone only felt that the glass in front of them suddenly shattered with a bang, and the next second it exploded due to the force of the foreign objects hitting the guardrail. Countless broken glass flew towards the people in the corridor, and many people felt the pain before they could even react. At that moment, the glass windows in the corridor were almost shattered in half. Almost all the people standing near the windows were pierced by the broken glass, especially their exposed faces, necks and hands. Those who stood a little further away were scratched by the sharp cuts of the glass. Only those who were affected by Zheng Feifei's whistle and anxious shouts before, and subconsciously retreated to the crowd near the wall, were lucky enough to escape this disaster. Zheng Feifei closed her eyes and hugged her head, feeling that her whole body was tightly embraced by Xu Fu's outstretched hands. After the wailing sounded all around, she trembled and opened her eyes, realizing that she was lucky to escape again. Feifei. A middle-aged woman's voice came from the side. She was Zheng Feifei's mother. Although she didn't know why her daughter suddenly shouted, she also subconsciously chose to retreat at that moment. At this moment, only the back of her hand was scratched by the broken glass, suffering a slight injury. She ran over with her hands covered, and Zheng Feifei's heart slowly calmed down. Around, the people who were stabbed by the broken glass reacted belatedly, and the severe pain made them wail, and even the air was filled with the smell of blood. At Xu Fu's reminder, Zheng Feifei shouted again, asking everyone to leave the corridor as soon as possible and hide in the corridor of the elevator room behind. There was a distance from the glass window, to prevent accidents from happening again, and to add insult to injury. After she shouted, she immediately took the lead with Xu Fu and her mother to step over the broken glass on the ground and leave the corridor. Although Zheng Feifei's mother was only scratched on the back of her hand, the cut made by the sharp edge of the glass was very large, and blood was dripping down. She was anxious, and thought of the medical kit at home, so she prepared to go back to building number 4 to treat her mother's wound first. Before leaving, Zheng Feifei turned back and hugged Xu Fu again. "I knew you were my lucky star. I'll take my mother back first, and chat with you on WeChat later." "Yes." Xu Fu was calling the rescue team, and nodded at her, while touching the bracelet on her left hand calmly. She and Zheng Feifei were not lucky. At the moment when the glass exploded, she also activated the drift bottle portable protective shield. Others could not see the shield, and she could not see it either, but she could feel that a very thin protective shield opened instantly, wrapping her, and Zhang Feifei, who was wrapped in her arms. This protective shield was just like the icon on the bracelet, from head to toe, completely wrapped her in 360 degrees without dead angles. She could sense that this portable protective shield did not reduce the presence of the people inside infinitely like the raft protective shield, but the presence of this protective shield itself was close to zero, making people unaware. She could also sense the impact on the shield. The broken glass that hit the shield fell silently to the ground. The physical defense effect was first-rate. Long press the icon to open the shield. Long press the icon again to close the shield. The rescue team's phone was always busy. The hospital was the same. She called for 10 minutes, and finally got through to the rescue team. The people in the corridor, except for a few who were seriously injured, did not dare to move. The rest, whether injured or not, were helped to move to the safe elevator area. When they came over, Xu Fu hid in the stairwell. She had no injuries on her body now. She had just given a warning. Although not many people heard her shouting, she still followed the principle of being cautious and low-key. After calling the rescue number, she explained the request for help and the situation on the scene, and left directly from the stairwell. 10 minutes later, Xu Fu, who was panting like a dog after climbing 19 floors, felt that she didn't need to exercise anymore. She would soon become a god by going up and down the stairs 2 or 3 times a day. Outside the window of the rental house, the wind was howling. Fortunately, the double-layered tempered glass on the upper floor was intact. She went into the house, locked the door, changed her shoes, and ran to the balcony of the living room to check the situation outside. It was too dark, and the heavy rain reduced visibility. The dam was far away, so she couldn't see the situation in the waters outside the dam clearly. And she didn't know if there were still waterspouts raging in the waters. The disaster information on the mobile phone updated the waterspout-related notifications in real time, indicating that this extreme weather was coming to an end. But the strong winds and rainstorms were still continuing. Now the glass windows of the high-rise buildings have been reinforced, so it is not yet time to take emergency shelter. People were only notified not to go out and block and stay away from unstable doors and windows. She sighed softly, drew the curtains, and released her drifting island house. She anxiously checked the countdown of the drifting bottle portable protective shield on the function screen. She had only used the protective shield for more than 10 seconds before it was turned off. She hoped it wouldn't be so disappointing. It would be completely exhausted if it was turned on and off. Fortunately, the screen clearly showed, drifting bottle portable protective shield has been equipped, 59 minutes and 41 seconds. This is a limited time experience function. During the limited time, you can turn on the portable protective shield by long pressing the shield icon. The usage time can be paused and restarted. Seeing the pause time bar and the defensive ability of the protective shield just now, she finally understood why this golden second prize had only a short 1-hour usage time. In the situation just now, it only took more than 10 seconds to block all external damage for her. At this critical moment, the function of providing her with a protective shield can be turned on silently at any time. It is simply against the will of heaven. Her small raft and small drifting island house are indeed her only true love. Xu Fu is very curious about this portable protective shield at this moment, because what happened just now only showed its side of resisting pure physical damage. She wants to explore this function more, and many wild ideas pop up in her mind. For example, when she fell from a height, when she fell into deep water, when she encountered a fire, when she was struck by lightning, when the building collapsed due to an earthquake. For a moment, Xu Fu imagined the scenes of various disasters. However, she had to be very unlucky to experience all these disasters. And most of these disasters cannot be easily tried. If the protective shield doesn't work, she will die. Xu Fu rubbed his forehead, activated the bracelet, and took out the black mini notebook. Complete the task of checking in and renting a house in Jishin community, obtained a 10% progress bar for level 3 raft, obtained an additional 10% progress bar bonus, obtained a wheel lottery 2 times. Current progress of level 3 raft, 45%. She didn't expect that the extra progress bar bonus would be 10% this time. After all, the bracelet vibrated to remind her that the task was completed before the accident happened just now. According to the inertial logic, it seems that she should receive the prompt of completing the task after the disaster just now, so that the extra 10% progress bar bonus would be a natural result. Is it because she is sure that she will save Zhang Feifei in a critical moment, Or the accident just now would not endanger Zhang Feifei's life? The idea of exploration lingered in her mind for a moment and then disappeared. Many things, after all, are not something she can understand now. Xu Fu put away her notebook and took out the turntable. Before clicking the lottery, she prayed in secret. In the last 4 draws, she drew 2 good things. She hoped that the god of fate would still favor her this time. Green 4th prize, 1 week electricity card. Blue 5th prize, raft fence X1 after receiving the raft fence. It also automatically took effect on the raft. It took effect at the end of the raft. Standing on the edge, more than 1 meter high, slightly higher than the fences on the left and right sides of the eaves of the front and back doors. It was also made of original wood and looked very solid and strong. But the problem is, because only 1 fence was drawn, so the end of the raft is only half blocked at this moment. The raft is not actually wide, only 2 meters, but this fence is not even 2 meters wide, only 1 meter wide, and now it stands there like a half-finished project. Xu Fu, you don't need to explain when you are not an A-lister. She sighed, and put the green 1-week electricity card into the space, comforting herself that at least she got an electricity card, which is valid for 1 week, but her mood is still average. Sure enough, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Since she won the 2nd prize of blue, the 3rd prize of green, and the 2nd prize of gold, her originally simple and low-key heart began to become impetuous. She patted her face and decided to take a shower to wake herself up. As for dinner, she planned to eat the stir-fried dishes she just bought today. Most of the stir-fried dishes are spicy, which can continue to stimulate her mind and taste buds, and keep her awake. She thought about it, and finally made a difficult decision. Then let's have golden needles and fat beef, chopped pepper fish head, mapo tofu and dry pot cauliflower. She wanted to wake herself up with the spiciness. At 8 o'clock the next day, Xu Fu turned on the faucet in the bathroom of the rental house, and used the water pipe she connected to start pouring water into the folding bathtub. In addition to storing domestic water, she will use this folding bathtub to do an experiment later. She was tired yesterday and went to bed early, but she didn't sleep well. At first, the wind outside was scary. Even if she was inside the house on the drifting island, she could hear the banging of the window frames blown by the strong wind, and the occasional collision of heavy objects coming from somewhere outside. This building is located on a hill, and it is the tallest building nearby. The branches broken by the strong wind, the shop signs blown down, and the metal fragments of the building debris scattered everywhere, hit the building again and again because of the strong wind. Xu Fu could even clearly feel several times that the building was shaking in the howling wind, and it felt like the branches that were bent by the wind and could break at any time. She even wondered if the building really couldn't hold up. Should she immediately open the raft's drift bottle shield, or quickly put away the raft and open the portable shield on the bracelet? Fortunately, the building was just shaking, and it finally survived the strong wind safely. When the wind was a little weaker, it was already past midnight, and the sound of rain outside was high and low. And there was also the sound of ambulances. And these movements continued until dawn. When Xu Fu was half asleep, she felt her phone vibrating again and again. She waved her hand subconsciously, and the phone fell from the bed to the floor next to her. The vibration sound suddenly became several times louder. She fumbled and reached out to turn off the phone. But not long after, the phone vibrated again, buzzing many times, like a fly. After she got up, she found that the call was from Chengyu, and the messages were from Chengyu and Zhang Feifei. Both of them sent messages very early, before 7 o'clock. Zhang Feifei first sent her some compliments, saying that she was smart and handsome last night, especially when she stretched out her arms to protect her. She didn't react yesterday, but when she recalled it today, she felt her heart pounding. The subsequent news was related to the residents of the 2 buildings, because the people in building number 3 and building number 4 thought that they should thank Zhang Feifei for this incident, because she blew the whistle in time and warned everyone loudly that some people were lucky enough to be slightly injured or even not injured. The one who was most seriously injured was sent to the hospital in time and is now fine. Many people who were lying in front of the window last night recalled today that if it weren't for Zhang Feifei, given the distance between their positions and the glass at that time, they would have been disfigured or had their throats cut, and they would never have been as lucky as they are now. In addition, Zhang Feifei was originally a property management person, and everyone knew her. They also felt that she was really responsible and conscientious last night. So they all suggested to the property management and the neighborhood committee that they should get her some rewards. The property management then found her and asked her to ask for anything she needed. After all, these days, nothing is as useful as real supplies. Zhang Feifei felt that the credit should not belong to her, but to Xu Fu. So before replying to the other party, she first found Xu Fu and asked her what kind of reward she wanted. She would explain it to the property management and the neighborhood committee. Xu Fu replied immediately after seeing the message, saying that she did not want to stand out. After all, she lived alone and was afraid of trouble and did not want to socialize. Moreover, Zhang Feifei did make a great contribution last night. If she hadn't blown the whistle, it would be useless no matter how loud Xu Fu shouted. So she let her take the award with peace of mind. Zhang Feifei was probably holding her phone. Almost as soon as she finished sending the message, she called directly. She still started with a bunch of flattery, and then said that it was okay if she didn't want to show up. She could tell her what she needed, and she would go get it and send it to her. Xu Fu spent more than an hour organizing the space before going to bed last night, and finally freed up 3 or 4 cubic meters of space. She didn't lack supplies at all. So why would she ask Zhang Feifei for a reward? You really don't have to give it to me. Actually, I'm a native of Liyun City. I have relatives here. They are all very nice to me and take good care of me. I just don't want to trouble them to live in their homes. This was half true and half false. Xu Fu did have relatives in Suicheng, but those relatives were not very useful. Otherwise, Xu Fu would not have sold her parents' house and taken all her assets to Suicheng where the university was. So you are from Liyun City. I never heard you say that before. Zhang Feifei only knew that her parents were gone. So she moved to the city where she studied. Now, after hearing this, she realized something. Then your coming to Liyun City this time is not an accident, but a deliberate return to your hometown. In the future, do you plan to live here forever? This question is difficult to answer. After all, Xu Fu knows that she has no say, and her little cutie has the final say. I can't say for sure. It depends on the situation. Just like at that time at first, none of us expected that the entire Suicheng would be evacuated. And this evacuation is a farewell forever. Now Suicheng should have almost disappeared under the attack of hurricanes and huge waves. Suicheng is where Zhang Feifei grew up. There are too many beautiful memories of her childhood. Although she had a hard time before leaving and wanted to escape, it is still her hometown. Now when she heard Xu Fu mention Suicheng, she felt mixed emotions, but in the end, only determination remained. She had missed many opportunities because of her hesitation. But she would not do that this time. This time, she would not hesitate. No matter how her parents objected, she would go to Shacheng. Shacheng? Xu Fu was a little surprised. As early as when she was in Suicheng, she had mentioned Shacheng to Zhang Feifei, just like she and Zhang Tian, the three of them, and the brothers Yao Ruoyun and Lu Zheng. And they had mentioned it as many times as they could within their scope. But at that time, Zhang Feifei's reaction was no different from Zhang Tian and Yao Ruoyun. Even during the mass evacuation, everyone thought that they were just going out for shelter temporarily. They would wait for a few days, wait for the rain to stop, wait for the water to recede, and then they could go home. So, why go to Shacheng? Giving up the city where you have lived for many years, giving up your job and friends here, and moving your family to a distant plateau city is a fantasy. But now, it is different. Well, I think Liyun City is still not safe enough. Did you watch the Doomsday video on the internet at that time? It should be no longer available on the internet now. Zhang Feifei had settled down in Liyun City at that time. Not only did she watch the video, but she also saved it on her phone. When she got to this point, she opened WeChat and sent the video to Xu Fu, and told her to save it quickly. The person who edited and posted this post is right. Whether it is Muzhou Province where Liyunqing is located, Shiren Province, or Xiangzhou Province, it is not safe enough. Sooner or later, the water level will overflow the dam and swallow up all the cities here. Only by going to a plateau city with an altitude of more than 3,000 meters can you be truly safe. Once and for all. There are not many people there now, and you will have more survival advantages if you go there earlier. That happened more than a month ago, and the video disappeared from the internet afterwards. Xu Fu knew about this, and also knew that because of this, the people were divided into two positions. moving west and staying in the city, which gave rise to traffic bans and city entry passes. Zhang Feifei obviously believed in the end of the world. But now it is not so easy to go to Sand City. Xu Fu, I don't want to hesitate anymore and be pushed by fate passively. I want to take my parents to Sand City. What about you? Your parents are gone. Do you want to go with me? Chapter 37 Liyun City. Zhang Feifei said the two sentences before hanging up the phone with great determination. She must have encountered something, suffered a little, and then she changed now. Going to Shacheng is the right choice, and the sooner the better. But Xu Fu had just arrived in Liyun City and knew nothing about the pass to enter the city. She opened Cheng Yu's message while thinking. His message was very simple. There was only one sentence. Mainly because of the heavy rain and hurricane last night, there were waterspouts over several waters. Liyun City was hit by a large area. He asked her about the situation here. The other party was kind-hearted. Xu Fu immediately typed a reply. Sorry. I was a bit busy this morning, and I couldn't answer the phone. I'm fine, I was safe, thank you. Captain Cheng. After a while, Cheng Yu replied, just like last time. He only had one word. Yeah. Xu Fu. But soon, a voice call came from the other end. Xu Fu complained in her heart that older people really don't like to send messages, and answered, Captain Cheng. Are you okay? The other end of the phone was not as quiet as hers. There were voices, and machine sounds. It sounded very noisy. It's okay. I'm fine. Cheng Yu hummed again, and seemed to walk towards a quiet place for a while. And then he spoke again. Is there enough food and drink at home? Don't go out if you have nothing to do these 2 days. Especially don't go to the east of the city. Xu Fu, who happened to live in the east of the city, made a sound. Cheng Yu quickly explained. The wind was too strong last night, and a large supermarket in the east of the city was severely damaged. This morning, when it was almost dawn, several groups of people took advantage of the chaos to rob things. A serious group fight occurred, and people died. There is no news online yet, and you should be able to see relevant news online later. In fact, Cheng Yu was still conservative. In this group fight, or a melee, a total of 8 people died, and dozens of people were admitted to the hospital, because the dead and injured were all refugees from other places who shared the house. This incident became a trigger, triggering the long-accumulated conflicts hidden under the calm appearance. In several communities in the east of the city where refugees shared the house, more outsiders were gathering. Some had already started to cause trouble nearby, going to local people's homes to beat, smash, and rob, while some quietly squatted in the same house, seeming to be brewing greater chaos. The people in the rescue team have begun to equip themselves with guns, electric batons, tear gas, explosion-proof equipment, and other items. The troops were also alerted and were transferring people from the north. Cheng Yu made this call mainly to ask her to stay at home and pay attention to online news and external dynamics. He guessed that she might be staying at a relative's house. It was not convenient to live under someone else's roof. So at the end, he added one more sentence. If you are short of water, don't worry too much. Just call me directly, and I will find someone to send it to you. Xu Fu could naturally tell whether the other party was being polite or telling the truth from the bottom of his heart. She was not a person who could not tell the difference. Even if she did not need the other party to send her supplies, she would return the other party's gratitude for this sincere concern. Just after thanking her, she remembered that there was something she really wanted to buy but couldn't, which was a boat engine. Before the raft was upgraded to be usable 24 hours a day, she needed this thing, so that she wouldn't have to row the boat with her own hands next time something happened. But she could ask Zhang Feifei about this thing first. After all, the property management and neighborhood committee could buy supplies for her. So Xu Fu asked Cheng Yu another thing. About the city pass. Do you want to go to Shacheng? It's my friend. I'm still considering it. After all, I just returned to Liyun City. Cheng Yu hummed when he heard it, and then told her that it was not just Shacheng. Now several plateau cities need city passes, but Shacheng is the largest plateau city, and the city development is similar to that of the plains. So more people want to go there. The entry permit is very tight. Currently, it is only open to relevant scientific research and technical personnel, and the immediate family members of local residents who own property in the local area. Secondly, people who need to be transferred to the city for official business, or people who are on duty, or people who have made contributions can apply on their own. Finally, some people with good economic conditions, willing to donate materials to refugees in their personal name, and whose donations reach a certain level, or support some scientific research in plateau cities, can also apply. In summary, ability, relationships, materials, the certificate is issued based on merit. It is difficult for ordinary people without any connections to obtain this certificate. But it is not completely impossible. Can citizens who are commended by the city where they live apply for it? Zheng Feifei on the other end of the phone couldn't help it. Not long after receiving Xu Fu's message, another voice call came in. Yeah. Xu Fu actually thought this was reasonable. The Fengshang Plateau where Shacheng is located is not only the highest plateau area in Huagua, but also the largest plateau area on the planet. The highest peak in the world is here, with an average altitude of more than 4,000 meters, and is also known as the roof of the world. Even in the dark age of the end of the world set by Xu Fu, when the entire planet has experienced rising sea levels, Fengshang Plateau will be the last piece of land to survive. People living there, even if they cannot avoid heavy rain, strong winds, hail and thunderstorms in the future, as long as they are not hit by floods, they can survive. If there are other reborn people in this world, if the authorities of Huagua believe in something, they have extracted useful information from the previous end of the world video and made various preventive measures. Then for areas like Fengshang Plateau that can withstand the pressure of rising sea levels and survive safely when the end of the world comes, it is a smart and rational strategy to select the best future residents. Xu Fu can fully understand. And if you analyze it carefully, the requirements for ordinary people in this type of application are not very high. It is said to be a good citizen, not an honorary citizen. A good citizen means that the background is clean and there is no criminal record. As for the commendation of the city where you live, it is indeed a little difficult, but it is not impossible. For example, a model worker who has worked hard for more than 10 years, or a brave rescuer who fought against criminals, or a hero who saved people regardless of his own safety when a disaster broke out. On this basis, with the recommendation of community workers, they should be able to receive commendations. Zheng Feifei wanted to cry, I am none of them. As for the incident last night, it was obvious that she was not qualified. After all, she only blew the whistle and shouted a few times. And it was because Xu Fu reminded her first. And even the rescue call was made by Xu Fu. She was worried about her mother's injury at the time, and she went home before the rescue team came to take over. It's too late to regret now. Despite this, Zheng Feifei did not completely lose confidence. At least she now has a direction and knows where to work hard, instead of being like before, when she had no idea where to put her strength. After thanking Xu Fu, she said that she would definitely work hard. After all, she is a property person, and she is also a community person. To put it in a bigger way, she is also helping the government. Compared with other ordinary citizens, she at least has a channel for upward mobility. After that, the topic fell on the material rewards given to her by the neighborhood committee. She knew that Xu Fu was determined not to take these materials, so she took them herself. But she could not repay this favor, so she invited her to her house for dinner tomorrow. Tomorrow is her day off, and she can help her mother cook. Besides, the material rewards will arrive tomorrow. She wants some vegetables, fruits, fresh fish and meat, which are the most scarce things nowadays, since she is unwilling to take them. Let's go over and eat them together. No, the situation is special these days, and if you have any supplies, keep them first. The news may not come out online yet, but something happened in a supermarket in the east of the city, and this area is not peaceful these days. Your work of purchasing for residents may not be carried out smoothly these 2 days, and we can talk about eating later, after these few days. Xu Fu's tone was very solemn. Although Cheng Yu was vague, she could imagine the seriousness of the matter, otherwise why would he call her to talk about it, and even mention sending supplies? Although Zheng Feifei is still unclear, the neighborhood committee is well informed. If the situation is really serious, the purchasing work should be suspended. When she heard Xu Fu's tone, she immediately responded seriously. Then remember to lock the door at home these days. If there is any situation, come to me. There is a walkway between our 2 buildings. You can come directly from the passage on the 15th floor without getting wet. She didn't know why. It seemed that since the accident of falling objects in Suicheng, she always subconsciously trusted Xu Fu a little more. After Xu Fu agreed, she asked about the purchase of boat hanging machine on behalf of others. Zheng Feifei said that the property management company was in charge of Jixing community and another nearby community. There were actually quite a lot of people there, but they had never received such a purchase request. The most expensive thing now is water equipment. Except for life jackets and life buoys, which are commonly used for water survival, which can still be purchased because of the country's vigorous production, others are simply out of stock. I guess we can still think of a way to deal with rubber boats, but more advanced boat hanging machines really seem to have disappeared from the market. Shu Fu roughly guessed it. After all, the rescue team is now in and out of the water, and what they need most is the boat-mounted machine. Luyun City is an inland city. There are not many places that need such things. There will not be too many circulating on the market. In the future, it will definitely be completely inclined to the needs of the army and the rescue team. After all, ordinary people only need survival tools such as rubber boats and inflatable boats, which is completely enough. It seems that she still needs to ask Chung Yu about this matter. But there is no rush. He is busy there. She plans to wait until the matter in the east of the city is over before looking for him. After hanging up the phone, Shu Fu started surfing the internet, looking for news related to keywords such as East City, supermarket, group fight, chaos, etc. She hadn't seen the news about the supermarket incident yet, but she saw someone taking a video and photos of the rescue team. The video showed a military jeep passing by. The back half of the jeep was half open, and a thick rain curtain was pulled above the car. But there was a hole left for people in the car to get on and off. The man's video was aimed at this hole, and the lens passed through the slanting raindrops, clearly capturing the rescue team members inside. The man who filmed the video was exclaiming excitedly, "So handsome. So damn handsome." And then he continued to analyze the equipment that the rescue team members were wearing in an excited tone. What kind of explosion-proof three-piece suit? Tear gas? And some type of electric batons. There were even guns. The man said that the fully armed rescue team members were so handsome, and he also wanted to apply to join the rescue team. Some people saw the equipment, but Shu Fu saw the tense atmosphere outside through the equipment. She knew the street that the jeep had driven through. It was not far from the supermarket where she went shopping yesterday. She probably thought that the supermarket was where the incident happened. It seemed that the incident in the supermarket was far more than a simple fight. Another level of adjective above the chaos of the fight was riot. The east of the city was the area with the most refugees in Luyun City. Someone on the internet had calculated that the total number of refugees in this area was 4 to 5 times that of the local residents. Even if some ordinary refugees, like Zheng Feifei's family, were excluded, the remaining people were still more than twice the number of local residents. The rescue team members can be fully armed. The situation outside does not look good. The windows of the rental house are very strong to prevent wind and rain, but the door has only a thin door panel. And this residential building is old. There is no door with access control on the ground floor. Anyone can go up to the second floor corridor via the stairs. After that, whether taking the elevator or taking the safety stairs, there is no obstruction. Shu Fu thought of her portable protective shield. She is not clear about its specific defense capabilities yet. She has to start the experiment as soon as possible. In order to conduct the experiment with peace of mind, she had to reinforce the door first. Shu Fu entered the room and moved a heavy wardrobe against the wall behind the locked door through the space. The door here opened inwards, and the wardrobe blocked it, which was equivalent to manually adding a layer of defense to the door. After that, she took out a candle and a thick cushion from the space and conducted some experiments first. The candle tested the fire, and the cushion tested the fall from a high place. The candle was scented and very large. She placed it on the table and lit it, then retreated to the other end of the room, activated the portable protective shield, and quickly ran towards the table. The first test was the portability of the protective shield. Whether she was standing or running, the protective shield would follow her closely, like an air cocoon. She reached out to the candle flame, and the flame was deformed by the invisible protective shield. But it did not go out, and at the same time she did not feel the heat. Shu Fu's eyes lit up, and she immediately turned off the protective shield. The first experiment was successful, and the protective shield was fireproof. There was a bed and a mattress in the room. Although she did not sleep, she took a set of her old bedding and spread it out casually after moving in. She added a thick mat to the bed, and stacked tables and chairs next to the bed. After climbing up, she turned on the protective shield and fell backwards onto the bed. She fell heavily on the mat, because the elasticity of the mat shook up and down a few times. The protective shield was still there, but there was a collision on her back. because it didn't hurt much to hit the mat. She couldn't tell whether the protective shield helped her to relieve some of the impact. After that, she used objects to experiment with the wrapping function of the protective shield. When she turned on the protective shield without touching any objects with her hands, the objects outside the protective shield would be isolated. When she touched something such as a backpack or a chair and turned on the protective shield again, the object in her hand was considered as a part of her and wrapped together. However, the coverage range is limited. Probably only enough space for one more person. When her hand touches a larger object such as a bed or a table, the protective shield will only cover her. Finally, Shufu came to the folding bathtub in the bathroom, which was already filled with half a bucket of water. She opened the portable protective shield and reached into the water first. The water surface was separated by the protective shield. Her hand entered the water, but did not touch the water. This was the experiment she wanted to do the most. She no longer hesitated and climbed into the bathtub and squatted down. Perhaps because this world is the end of the water disaster. The waterproof function of the portable protective cover is the best. The water in the folding bathtub overflowed because of her entry, and flowed along the outer wall of the bathtub onto the tiles. She was like in an invisible bubble, surrounded by water. Her clothes and body were dry. The bubble was still like an air cocoon, sticking to the outer layer of her body. When she raised her hand, she could still feel the buoyancy of the water. Shufu stayed for a while, and soon noticed something wrong. To verify, she stayed for more than 10 seconds, then quickly got out of the bathtub, stood aside, and turned off the portable protective cover. This protective cover perfectly isolates water in water and does not affect her activities. Unfortunately, probably because she is in water for a certain period of time, the air in the protective cover will be exhausted, and there is no way to replenish it. In other words, if she uses the protective cover function in water, she must bring an oxygen tank with her own. Otherwise she will be short of oxygen. To verify this, she stood in the bathroom and turned on the protective cover directly, waiting for about the same time as she had just been in the bathtub. This time, she did not feel the suffocation of being unable to breathe. This means that, when on land, the protective shield will filter the outside air and continuously replenish the breathable oxygen inside. But it cannot filter the oxygen in the water like fish gills to provide her with it. But it is waterproof, fireproof, and physically damage-proof. This portable protective shield has greatly exceeded her expectations. Shufu finished the experiment and released the drifting island house to check the time she had consumed, 57 minutes and 13 seconds. She tried her best, but the experiment still took more than 2 minutes. Shufu felt a little distressed. After all, this is a function that will only be unlocked when the raft reaches level 4. The raft is only level 2 now, and it is still early to reach level 4. The second prize of gold is not so easy to draw, so the remaining time must be cherished, and not used casually. After finishing the experiment, she did not move the large wardrobe blocking the door, but moved the folding large bathtub filled with water in the bathroom behind the wardrobe, adding another obstacle. This is the 21st floor, and there are anti-theft fences on both windows, so it is impossible for people outside to break through the window and enter the door. As long as the only door is blocked, the house is absolutely safe. Shufu actually likes the days when she can't go out, because she can lie down openly. The hot pot that she ate halfway that day didn't have a chance to eat yesterday, so she decided to bring it out for lunch. Thinking of this, she took out the folding sofa from the space, and the small round table, and placed it in front of the window of the living room balcony. Then she placed a tablet on the round table, hot cocoa milk, a package of cut cantaloupe, a box of duck tongues, and started to watch TV series, surf the internet, play with her phone, and lie down. When it was almost time for lunch, several websites finally showed news about Chungdong Supermarket, several videos, several photos, which seemed to be news released by Luyun city officials, not taken by the public. Yes, the incident happened at dawn, and there were no tall residential buildings near the supermarket. It is estimated that apart from the participants in the incident, almost no one knew about it. It is announced now, probably to remind the people in the east of the city to be careful at home in the next 2 days. If you find suspicious people or non-residents on the street or in the community, call the police or the rescue team immediately. The rescue team number announced in the news is a new number, with simple numbers and easy to dial. In addition, there are some photos posted by the public, indicating that the chances of seeing police cars and rescue team military jeeps on the street have increased. Some people have also seen fully armed team members. Finally, some people feel some unusual atmosphere. By the afternoon, some unusual news appeared on the internet. One video was taken by someone in the building through the window. Someone suddenly broke the window and jumped from the building opposite. After the person jumped, two figures appeared in the broken window, but they just stuck their heads out and looked down, without showing any expression. After a while, the people in the house moved the wardrobe to the window, blocking the rain and sight outside. The person who fell from the building lay motionless in the greenery downstairs, and the people upstairs did not come down to deal with it. Another video captured a supermarket across the street. A large group of people turned from the corner, each holding an iron rod or a knife, without a raincoat or an umbrella, and rushed into the supermarket aggressively. Soon after, there was a messy noise in the supermarket, which seemed to be the sound of shelves falling to the ground, mixed with screams. And finally someone smashed something out of it, which scared the person who was filming the video across the street and made him scream. And the camera also shook. Then, someone rushed out of the supermarket, bleeding from his head, stumbling as if trying to escape, but was soon dragged back in by the people chasing him out. Another person stood at the door holding a stick and looked up. The person filming the video was startled again and quickly squatted down, interrupting the video. The news spread quickly, and into several groups that Shu Fu joined after moving into Jishin community. Various discussions appeared. Some people, like her, who were well informed, mentioned the news of the supermarket incident that came from nowhere. But so far, the discussion related to this incident is just pure news. No photos. No videos. It was not until the evening that someone in the group forwarded a photo from another group. The photo was taken in the hospital, and it seemed to be taken secretly at the door of the emergency room. Even the lens was crooked. There were people lying on several beds in the emergency room, covered in blood. Some of them were slashed with sharp weapons on their thighs, arms and stomachs. They were bloody, and their intestines were turned outward. It looks terrible. There are words next to the photo: before dawn. Huimin supermarket riot. Now that supplies are tight, supermarkets usually leave many more employees than before to guard 24 hours a day, and these injured people seem to be the people left on duty at Huimin supermarket. Although there is only one photo, because it is too bloody and terrible, it quickly spread among various groups. Combined with the news at noon and the videos in the afternoon, most people guessed what was happening in the east of the city. Everyone was indignant, angry, panicked, helpless, and did not expect that in a period of continuous natural disasters, such a man-made disaster would occur. Someone immediately sighed and said, "Natural disasters and man-made disasters are always linked together." Shu Fu sent a message to Zheng Feifei, reminding again, "Pay attention to the news on the east side of the city on the internet. Don't go out. Block the door with heavy objects. It is best to lock the door tightly. Don't give the other party a chance to pry the lock. Put more heavy objects inside the door. You can first put an empty large bucket or bathtub against the house, and then use utensils such as wash basins and pots to collect rainwater outside. Fill the bucket. A large bucket filled with water weighs at least several hundred kilograms. Can block the door. Call the police or rescue phone at any time if there is any situation." Zheng Feifei should also be checking the messages in the group. She replied directly, "Well, the neighborhood committee issued a notice before noon to suspend work for the next 2 days. My parents and I are at home. As for you, be careful when you are alone at home." At 8 o'clock in the evening, Shu Fu checked the obstacles behind the gate again, and then released the raft. The situation outside was not good today. She planned to go to bed early, and try to rest well when the wind and sea were calm nearby. Although she was a little nervous, she was not afraid. If the gate could not block her, she could open the raft shield immediately to reduce the presence of the entire raft to zero. Even if someone broke into the house, they would not notice her. In comparison, she was more worried about Zheng Feifei's family. She was one of the people involved in the progress bar task, and she didn't know what irreversible consequences would be caused if the other party had an accident. Besides, apart from the progress bar task, Zheng Feifei was also her friend. Shu Fu turned over in bed and fell asleep after a while. In a daze, she heard the sound of her cell phone vibrating again. This time, because she didn't turn off the sound, the ringtone also rang. She subconsciously felt something was wrong, woke up instantly, and answered the phone. The call was indeed from Zheng Feifei, and her low voice was trembling and panicked. "Shu Fu, I just saw. A lot of people quietly entered our community, and now some of them went to Building 1 and Building 2, and the other part came to us." Chapter 38 Liu Yunqing. Although Building 3 and Building 4 of Jishin Community are connected, their orientations are different. In the house where Zheng Feifei rents, there is a window facing north, facing the open space inside the community, and just can see the direction of Building 1 and Building 2 of the community. Zheng Feifei was reminded several times by Xu Fu, and after consideration, she decided not to sleep and keep watch, and even used a telescope to see more clearly. She didn't expect that. She actually saw someone. Have you called the police? Busy. Where is the rescue team's phone number? Can't get through. Xu Fu was silent. It seems that the situation is very bad. Most of these people should be refugees who escaped from the flooded cities. Compared with Zheng Feifei and others, their current situation should be more embarrassing. After all, the situation in each city is different. Not all cities can organize large-scale evacuations in an orderly manner, like Suicheng, when disaster strikes. Especially in the coastal cities that were hit by the tsunami. Many people woke up with their homes destroyed and nothing left. They were displaced in the devastation after the tsunami. These people experienced life and death, lost their loved ones, experienced great joy and sorrow, and came all the way from the disaster area to Luyun City, as if they had entered another peaceful world from a world full of war. They are all human beings, but their experiences are very different. It is hard not to feel disappointed. They are not born evil. It is just that over time, it is very likely that just a little thing, a little intense emotion, a little inflammatory language, will cause a huge wave. And now, this wave has arrived in Jishin Community. They should have done an investigation, and knew that most of the people living in this community are local residents. They came to rob these people. The photo taken in the emergency room told Xu Fu that these people have now become desperate criminals. They may have seen blood. They will not be soft-hearted, and will not hesitate to act. Xu Fu knew these people. She had participated in the creation of a similar script. In order to write several scenes, she collected a lot of information and videos in this regard. Most of the residents in the building probably experienced the most thrilling event of the waterspout and falling objects the day before. The experiences of both sides were not equal, and the residents could not be their opponents. Those who could not fight could only hide and wait for rescue. Zheng Feifei's house was on the 10th floor, which was also a safe height. As long as the door could be guarded, they would be safe. Xu Fu held the phone and said to her slowly and clearly, "Don't be afraid. Help will come. But it may take until dawn, or tomorrow noon, or even longer. Don't think that you can take the elevator to the garage on the first floor to pick up the car before they come up, and then drive away. Don't be stupid. There will definitely be someone waiting to catch you at the garage elevator door. Listen carefully. Don't turn on the lights. Don't open the window. Don't respond. Don't make any noise. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, when normal people are the most sleepy and tired. They come at night just to catch you off guard. They may lie to you at first. For example, if you hand over some food or water, they will leave and promise not to hurt anyone in the house. They will say that they are also poor people. Their children have been hungry for a long time, and someone in the family is seriously ill and can't even afford medicine. After that, they may start to threaten you. For example, if you don't open the door within a certain time limit, they will break it down. They will say that they have a lot of experience in breaking doors, and even weapons. Once they break the door, they will kill the people in the house who are unwilling to open the door, and even torture them. They will also drag a few residents who may have broken into your house before, maybe women or children, torture them outside your house, make them scream, make them beg for mercy, make them cry and beg you to open the door. But don't be soft-hearted, don't pay attention, this is a psychological and defensive war. Remember, you are safe only if they can't enter your house. There are so many residents in the community, they can't just focus on one family, and time efficiency won't allow it. Guard the door. First block the entire door panel from top to bottom, then block all the movable things in the house. If they break open your neighbor's door and are about to climb over through your neighbor's window, then before they pry open your security window, use a long stick or a clothesline with a sharp knife tied to it to poke them down. On the 10th floor, it's raining outside, and the windowsill is slippery. If they don't die, they will be crippled. Remember, if you don't want to die, don't be overly sympathetic. Don't be soft-hearted, and don't be soft-handed. Finally, if they get angry, they may set a fire. But don't panic. It's raining hard outside today, and they can only set the fire in the corridor. Once the fire starts, they have to evacuate first. If your front door is on fire, use water to put out the fire from the inside, or overturn the bucket and let the water flow out through the crack of the door. Now it rains every day, the humidity in the air is very high, and the ground in the corridor is also very wet, even if the fire starts. It will not burn for long. This time, Zheng Feifei not only listened to it herself, but also played it on the radio for her parents to listen to together. Last time, they did not choose to believe her words. The family had a hard time before the evacuation, and she even encountered something very bad. This time, she would guard this house no matter what. Zheng Feifei hung up the phone and said word by word to her parents, who were looking at her in panic. Dad! Mom! Did you hear me? Don't be too sympathetic. Don't be soft-hearted. Don't be soft-handed. Otherwise, you will send me to death with your own hands. But, there are so many people in the community, and many people are probably still asleep now. And they don't know someone has broken in. Mother Zheng couldn't help but say something, but quickly said, Don't worry. At this critical moment, I can't run away. I'm just thinking, is there any way to notify others? Zheng Feifei didn't say anything, then reopened WeChat, changed her avatar and name, and deleted the building number and house number that she had marked in several groups according to the requirements. Then she quickly wrote down what Xu Fu had just said, including placing buckets if there were not enough furniture, collecting rainwater in buckets if there was not enough water, and adding warning words such as the mob had quietly entered the community, and sent them to several resident groups. I'm just an ordinary person. I can only do this at best. She looked at the front door of her house again, and said to her parents, There are not enough things yet. You keep moving. I'll go make weapons for the windows. It was past 3 in the morning, when normal people are most tired and exhausted. Unit 0806 in Building 1 is a small one-bedroom apartment. The resident is a man who lives alone. He came to Luyin City 10 years ago, and worked and lived here. But he is still a single dog at the age of 30. A mother and son live in Unit 0809. The young mother is divorced and moved to Jixing community with her 3-year-old son more than a year ago. The mother was pretty and spoke softly. When the man went out to work in the morning, he would always run into the mother, who was sending her son to kindergarten in the elevator. As time went by, the two became familiar with each other. They would chat when they met. The man would bring some snacks and gifts to the other's children, and the young mother would give him some home-cooked dishes. The man had a good impression of the young mother, but he was not sure what she thought, so he did not dare to express his feelings. That night, when he was sleeping in a daze, he suddenly heard a cry for help from outside the door. The voice was very familiar, and it woke him up all of a sudden. He sat there, listening carefully again. This time, he not only heard the young mother's cry for help, but also her child's cry. Something happened. The man got out of bed immediately, without even having time to put on his coat, and only put on his slippers, and rushed out. He was a physical worker, strong and healthy, and could usually beat 2 people by himself. In addition, he woke up in the middle of the night, and his mind was not fully awake yet. It was just because he heard the cry for help from the person he loved, and his blood was boiling. Before he calmed down and thought, his body had already taken action. The door of 0806 opened, and the tall and strong man rushed out aggressively, shouting, Stop! Who is it? The rest of his words were broken by the iron rods in the hands of 2 men, one tall and one thin, who were ambushing on both sides of the door. The metal rods, as thick as wrists, hit the back of the man's head twice. Even if he could fight 5 people alone, he couldn't stand up after being attacked by the vulnerable back of his head. He almost fell to the ground, lying on the cold ground unconscious, and blood flowed from his head to the ground. On the side, other people who were hiding on the other side of the corridor came out one after another. A man holding an axe stepped forward and grabbed the woman, who was crying and trying to hug her child in the corridor. He smiled proudly on his dark and thin face. Not bad. You have some skills. You led the person out in no time. The woman didn't say a word. She struggled and finally reached her child's hand. He was pressed to the ground by another man. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't get up and cried until he was hoarse. The man seemed to find it funny. He patted the boy on the head twice and let go. The young mother immediately hugged her child tightly, protecting her in her arms, and closed her eyes, not daring to look at the man, who was hit on the back of the head and fell to the ground. Brother Xiao. The 2 men holding iron bars also surrounded them. saying that women and children are indeed useful, and they have to continue to take them to other floors. The woman immediately showed despair. You said you would let me and my child go. You can't do this. The men were too lazy to answer, laughing. One of them used a cloth taken out from nowhere to cover her and the child's mouths, and the other tied their hands. The other few people went into the man's house and began to search privately. They packed up all the food, water, money and supplies, and took them away. They were like locusts passing through the border. Their movements were very familiar. When the two people dragged the woman and the child towards the elevator, they passed by other residents on this floor who had closed their doors tightly and refused to open them. What should we do with these families? One person asked. Try to climb from the window of 0806. It's closer there. If it doesn't work, leave a mark. Keep it first. After the whole building is cleaned, we will come to remove these thorns one by one. Damn it! Someone cursed. Why do I feel that the people in this community are more difficult to deal with than the previous one? Many households are like turtles, curled up inside and motionless, without even a sound. Are these guys loaches? They have already slipped into the garage before we came up. Don't be long-winded. Get to work first. People have been arranged in the garage for a long time. They can't escape if they go down. Building 20302. The house was completely dark. The door was blocked by all kinds of heavy furniture, and the door panel was no longer visible. But there were still two girls sitting on the edge of the furniture, trying to use their body weight to add another obstacle to the door panel. Outside the door panel, the sound of an axe chopping could be heard. Bang! 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 One after another heavy muffled sound, and in between, there was also the wanton and excited laughter of the door chopper. That laughter carried the extreme malice they had never heard before, and came through the door panel, making the two girls tremble even more. At the south-facing window, a boy was standing by the window nervously, holding a guitar with a knife tied to it. He was studying at a university in Luyun City. The two girls at the door were his sister and his girlfriend. Their parents were in other cities, and the situation was not as good as in Luyun City. So the two families discussed and decided to move to Luyun City to live together. They rented this two-bedroom, one living room apartment in Jishin community in advance. They were busy decorating the house and cleaning the house these days. So they stayed here all night. They didn't expect that 2 nights would be in turmoil. Yesterday, there was a heavy rainstorm, hurricane and waterspout, and today there was a refugee riot. They were only on the 3rd floor. One of the locks on the glass window in front of him was broken. It couldn't be locked from the inside, but could be opened directly from the outside. Because there was a sliding anti-theft window inside the glass window, and the glass was not broken, he didn't find anyone to repair it for the time being. Who knew that this would happen tonight? The house was not yet furnished, and there were not enough things. Even a clothes-drying pole could not be found, and the knife was a folding fruit knife, which was tied to the handle of the guitar with tape, looking pitiful and small. But he didn't dare to relax, because he heard the sound of the house on the left being broken into. The man must have been sleeping soundly. Not only did he not see the message in the group, but he was also not awakened by the noise downstairs. He was deceived into answering the door in a daze. Now the group of people were looting next door, hacking at their door, and opening the window next door, saying they were going to crawl over. It was raining heavily outside, and the night was dark. He could only hear the noisy rain in his ears, and he couldn't see the movement outside clearly. Suddenly, a thunder flashed, and he saw a strange figure squatting outside the balcony window. He didn't know when he had climbed over, and found the glass window on the right that couldn't be locked. The blade of the long knife in his hand had been stuck in the gap of the window frame, and he was slowly pushing the glass window open bit by bit. The lighting illuminated the people outside, and also the people inside. The man looked up at the boy, saw the guitar he was holding tightly, and the small fruit knife on it, and laughed out loud. It was an unbridled mockery. Although he was blocked by the security window and couldn't get in, the boy subconsciously took a step back, because he saw that there was still blood on the blade of the other party's long knife that had not been washed away by the rain. The man's fingers got stuck in the window frame, and he pushed the window open. Heavy rain poured in from outside. The man stood on the windowsill, holding the metal rod of the security window tightly with one hand and shaking it desperately. The hand holding the long knife had already reached straight into the window, and the tip of the knife almost pierced the tip of the boy's nose. His face was pale as he took another step back, feeling his body instantly stiff and unable to move. Suddenly, the laughter of the man on the windowsill stopped. He looked down at his chest. there was a little cold light there. A few seconds later, the cold light disappeared, and his body fell backwards. The man fell off the windowsill and thought in the last second before dying, the knife should be cold. Why was the knife that just stabbed into his chest as hot as fire? The boy in the room put down his guitar and rushed to the windowsill where the window was open. At a window on the right side of his balcony, a woman in her 30s was taking back the clothesline with a bad look on her face. At one end of the clothesline, a sharp sushi knife was firmly fixed. It was this sushi knife that just killed a man. No! It killed a gangster. Seeing him in a daze, the other party wiped the rain off his face and frowned. Why are you in a daze? A grown man. How come you can't even stab someone through an iron cage? This female neighbor usually has a bad temper and a loud voice, because they moved in and piled things at the door. She had quarreled with them several times. In the minds of the three of them, they had already unanimously classified her as a shrew with no quality. He didn't expect that the other party would come to the rescue at such a critical moment. But my knife is too small. It can't hurt anyone. The boy finally uttered this sentence. The other party pulled the corner of his mouth impatiently. As long as it is a knife, it can hurt people. Put the knife on the fire. Burn it red. And if anyone wants to break into our home, stab them one by one, and let them never come back. The man was frightened by the fierceness in her words, and kept nodding his head. He asked her what to do with the door, as someone was about to break it. Move all the furniture over to block it. Pile up buckets outside, and use the weight to hold it down. What are you afraid of? They can't chop at your door until dawn. As the woman spoke, the voices of two children calling for their mother came from the room. She immediately turned around and closed the window. The boy knew that the other party was alone with two children, and had an old mother who was not in good health to take care of at home. Now think about it, the family is old, weak, sick and disabled. If the other party is not a little angry and loud, he will not be able to take care of his family at all. A woman can protect her family by herself. How can he be so weak and incompetent? Someone stuck his head out from the windowsill of the house on the left, and found his companion dead, and immediately shouted to crawl over again. The boy immediately closed the window, and looked around for something to block the glass window, and called his sister and girlfriend, and asked them to turn on the gas stove, and put the knife on it to burn. The two girls just watched the whole process, and they had stopped shaking a long time ago. They moved a heavy and large recliner from the room, and stacked it behind the door. When they heard the boy speak, they immediately responded and continued to work hard to protect their house. Building 4. 1005. Zheng Feifei checked the group message, and after seeing some new defense knowledge, she immediately got up and went to the kitchen, turned on the gas stove, and put the knife tied to one end of the metal pole on it to burn. The mob outside had come once before, but they couldn't break the door open. After a few slashes, they gave up because there was no movement inside, and turned to other houses. Zheng Feifei gestured to her parents to guard the two windows, and call her if they saw any movement. She stood on the wall on the side of the aisle, listening carefully to the movement outside. 1006, break-in failed. 1007, break-in failed. 1008, deception failed. Break-in also failed. Zheng Feifei listened to the swearing voices of the mob outside, and her originally nervous mood gradually calmed down. Those people were just ordinary people. As Xu Fu said, this was a psychological and defensive war. And they were at home, which meant they had a natural advantage. As long as they guarded the doors and windows of the house, they could protect themselves and their families. She continued to listen to the noise outside while thinking. 1009 break-in. Huh? How come she heard the lock sound when the door opened? She suddenly became nervous. Could it be that the family had been sleeping all the time, and didn't see the message in the group? Zheng Feifei held her breath, thinking that she would hear a man or a woman screaming in the next second, but there was no sound. The corridor was very quiet. Even the footsteps of the mob were gone. Did they leave? Or did she hear it wrong just now? That was not the sound of the door opening? Building 3, 2106. Xu Fu heard the exclamation coming from the balcony. She quickly walked to the right side of the balcony, and looked out through the security window and glass window. Outside the bedroom window of the neighboring house, there was actually a person clinging. He seemed to have a rope tied around his waist, and was hanging from the upper floor. The hammer in his hand was hitting the corner of the tempered glass in front of him. He had already broken 3 corners, and was now hitting the last one. The people in the bedroom were separated by the glass, and they had no way to attack with their weapons, because they had to open the window first, But wouldn't that be exactly what the other party wanted? If they didn't open the window, the glass would be broken. Who knew that after the glass was broken, what other methods would he have to break the security window inside? Just when the people inside were hesitating, the tempered glass was finally broken, and it turned into small pieces and fell downstairs. The window was broken. What should they do? Should they stab someone with a knife? One person gritted his teeth and stabbed forward, but the man grabbed his wrist and pulled him out of the security window. Amid his exclamation, another person in the room heard a female voice coming from the left. The voice was loud and calm. The resident of 2105 squats down. They were stunned for a moment, and saw a beam of strong light projected from the open window of the balcony next door. She was holding something in both hands, and the strong light came from the thing in her hand. The people in the room were stunned. That was grab. The next second, they squatted down subconsciously. The person whose wrist was grabbed also took advantage of the other party's distraction and pulled his hand back. There was a sound of breaking air. Very subtle. Puff. Puff. And it continued for who knows how many times. They only heard the person outside the windowsill screaming, twisting hard outside, as if hiding from something. But he couldn't avoid the dense sound of breaking air. The man finally couldn't hold on and fell from the windowsill. But the rope around his waist was still tied. He didn't fall off the building, but fell between the 19th and 18th floors. He was still struggling, screaming and cursing, and shouting to climb up again. "What are you standing there for? Cut the rope." A female voice sounded from the balcony next to her. The two people in the room reacted immediately. One of them reached out to grab the rope outside and fixed it, while the other tried to sharpen it with a knife. Fortunately, these riders were not fully equipped. They did not use professional ropes, but ordinary ropes. As the two people cut and sharpened it like crazy, the rope broke before the man climbed up. A scream came from the air outside the window, and finally there was a dull thud. The man fell directly to the ground, dead. The two people in the room were so tired that their hands and feet were weak. They wanted to express their gratitude to the neighbor next door. But when they turned around, the window on the left balcony had been closed. Shu Fu locked the window again, turned off the protective shield, pulled down the black mask on her face, turned off the powerful flashlight that was taped to the top of the nail gun, took out a row of new nails from the space, half crouched there, and silently reinstalled the nail gun. A row of 30 nails can be fired continuously, and can hit the target within 10 meters. The distance between her balcony and the window of the bedroom next door is only 3 meters, which is completely within the range. Chapter 39 Li Yunqing. Shu Fu assembled the nail gun, checked it, put it aside, and finally sat down on the single sofa next to her. Fortunately, she went to bed early tonight. Even if she was woken up at 3 o'clock, she slept for 6 hours. She could stay here soberly and continue to call for help. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the rescue team finally arrived. It was a night of horror and chaos. For some people in Jishin community, this night was a nightmare filled with blood. But for most people, this night was a night of gritting their teeth and holding on, trembling with fear while mustering up the courage to hold their weapons to defend their own homes. Thanks to the message Zheng Feifei sent in the Jishin community group. In fact, when she discovered this situation that night, other individual residents also discovered it. And they also couldn't get through to the rescue phone and the police phone. They were originally extremely panicked, wondering if they should escape before those people came. They always felt that as long as they could take the elevator to the garage on the first floor and get in their own car, they could leave here safely. However, all the chaotic moods, after seeing these defense warnings, slowly calmed down. People in the community always know a few neighbors. They call their familiar people, wake them up one by one, and exchange information. In this way, when the mob started to use the same trick again, trying to sweep the entire community before the rescue team arrived, the residents who woke up quietly defended against the invaders, delayed time, and gave the rescue team a chance to arrive. Cheng Yu and Lu Shuang were a little surprised, because this was the first time they saw many bodies of mobs on the ground outside the building in this community, instead of the bodies of ordinary residents. They all looked ordinary, but they were easy to recognize, because they all had a white cloth tied on their left arms. Among the refugees who participated in the riot, there should be people who were familiar with combat operations. They set up a plan and quietly divided into many teams. Some of them went to farther places to attack several important buildings, gas stations, hospitals, and banks. They made their own Molotov cocktails, created chaos, and took hostages to pretend to ask for negotiations. They were extremely high profile. Wherever they went, nearby residents would call the rescue team and the police. In this way, they attracted the troops, rescue teams, and police officers in this way. However, the large force was quietly dispersed and acted separately. They first set up roadblocks with cars, trees, and buildings at several key intersections, and finally gathered quietly in several residential areas and supermarkets that had already explored the road in the rainy night to implement the real looting plan. They succeeded, so much so that in the first few hours of the incident, no one knew that in the other side of the East City, under the cover of darkness and heavy rain, the real looting and killing was going on. Jishin community is the farthest from the other communities, and the most remote. When the police cars and military jeeps drove into the community, almost everyone's heart sank. In other communities and supermarkets they had visited before, they could hear all kinds of crying and cries for help as soon as they drove closer. But until they drove into Jishin community, they still didn't hear any movement. A captain couldn't help but say, "No way. Is it so tragic here? No one is alive." Another team member glanced at the captain's face in the co-pilot seat and gave him a look to shut up, although only one person made the guess. This guess was silently repeated in everyone's mind. From last night to now, in less than 12 hours, they have seen too much blood and tragic scenes. Some members of the army and rescue team have had experience in carrying out missions in border areas, but they still had a very difficult night. The car stopped, and the team members in the car got off quickly and silently one after another. They were fully armed, and their clothes, gloves and helmets were stained with blood. It was still raining heavily outside the car, but they didn't seem to notice it. After getting off the car, they quickly and skillfully arranged themselves in formation, holding their guns, and crouched down to move forward. However, until they crossed the open space in the middle of the community and came to the bottom of the building, the surroundings were still quiet. Then, they found twisted bodies around. "We are really late," a team member murmured silently. "No, but soon," another team member spoke up. "These are not the bodies of residents, but the bodies of the riders. Hold on. Be careful of fraud." Chung Yu turned around and made a few gestures to his team members. Those people understood and dispersed with their own team members, searching around vigilantly. Lu Shuang and the captains of several other teams also began patrolling in different areas. When the team members outside the building dispersed, the residents who had stayed in the building since midnight carefully looked out through the glass windows. The terrible noise in the building had disappeared for a long time, but they did not dare to come out, fearing that this was just another deception trap of those people. They still blocked the door, defended by the window with weapons, and took the time to cheer each other up in the residents' group. Some people said that they had already called the rescue phone, and the rescue should come soon. So at this moment, the people who had been guarding the window heard the slight movement outside, and they all looked out, and discussed heatedly in the group. "Is that someone from the army? They are holding guns, right? Could it be those thugs pretending? No way. Those thugs are very poor. They have been smashing the door for a long time, and they don't even have a gun. Look at the people downstairs. Their cues are obviously very regular, and their equipment is exactly the same. They must be from the army. Don't worry. Let's take a look. It won't take a while." Some people hesitated, but some people had already opened the window, holding a loudspeaker, and shouted to the outside, "Hey! Downstairs! Are you from the army?" With the first person shouting, then there was the second one. "Hey, do you have any ID to show?" "Yes. Yes. Yes. You need to show your ID. I'm telling you, I'm really good at detecting lies now. Young man, why are you running around in the bushes outside with your eyes on your waist? Hurry up and get into the building. The family next to me was tricked into opening the door before dawn. Hurry up and see if the people are still alive." Outside the building, the team members were holding guns and moving around alertly. Compared with several other communities and supermarkets in the east of the city that were robbed, Jishin community became the luckiest community in this disaster with an extremely low death toll. But this luck was not a gift from heaven, but a man-made one. The saying, "God helps those who help themselves," is the most appropriate here. The chaos ended overnight, but the subsequent cleaning up of the mess took several days. In addition to treating the wounded, cleaning up the bodies, reinforcing the entrance and exit gates of the community, and repairing the damaged doors and windows of the buildings. Anti-theft doors and password locks were installed at the bottom of the building. The most important thing was to check the people from house to confirm whether there were any rioters who took advantage of the chaos to occupy the magpie's nest and disguise themselves as ordinary residents. None of this work can be accomplished overnight. Several small leaders among the rioters were captured, and they revealed their planned escape routes. One route was to the west, heading to the large mountainous area with a higher altitude. Another route was to the southeast, bypassing the location of Dam Number 1, and escaping from the gaps between the two dams to the high hilly areas with a higher altitude. However, although the small leaders of the mob designed their escape routes, they also knew that there was no way out of this action. Doing these things in a city where social order has not yet collapsed, once caught, it would be a death sentence. Therefore, when they incited more people to join the action, they brainwashed people with various speeches, packaging this criminal behavior as the inevitable process of history, the rise and development of a new era. Of course, among those who joined, there were also many marginalized people in society, who were originally afraid of chaos in the world. After all, if the world was not in chaos, they would not be able to live as they wished. In the end, everyone was incited to the point of boiling blood, and when they committed crimes, no one even covered their faces. Even if these people escaped before the troops arrived, they could not escape the cameras in the streets and alleys and inside and outside the buildings. Every face and feature of those people was recorded, and they became wanted criminals. Ironically, the small leaders who planned all this, each of them kept a low profile and protected their faces. But now Liu Yunqing has put all its efforts into arresting them, and it is not so easy to escape. In addition, several reporting hotlines have been opened for this chaos. Whenever suspicious people gather, everyone can report it. If the report is correct, a certain amount of material rewards will be obtained. Although there are only 4 buildings in Jixing community, each building has a lot of residents, so the task of inspecting people door to door is complicated and heavy. The personnel doing this inspection cannot be single. First, there must be people from the property management and neighborhood committee who have the information of the residents and are familiar with the faces of the residents. Second, several troops or rescue teams will be randomly assigned to assist every day before the inspection can begin. This move is mainly to prevent thugs pretending to be residents in the house. In short, half of it is civilian work, and half of it is armed work, with division of labor and cooperation. Although Zheng Feifei changed her WeChat name, avatar, and group notes before sending the defense warning that day, people from the property management and neighborhood committee have added her as a friend. You can know who she is by clicking on her avatar and looking at the chat history. She did this just to prevent the emergence of villains in the group that night, fearing that someone would tell the intruders about her warning to Jixing community out of fear, causing the intruders to locate her home directly and come to her house to cause trouble. Now that the matter is passed, it doesn't matter if the property management and the neighborhood committee know about it. And in the end, most people in Jixing community were able to defend their homes and survive this time, thanks to the defense warning issued by Zheng Feifei. This is the second time she has saved someone recently. The people in the neighborhood committee said frankly that they would combine the previous matters, report her to the higher authorities, and apply for a better reward. But she was smart this time, and asked Xu Fu in advance. As expected, Xu Fu didn't think about it, and said that she didn't want to show up, and asked her not to mention her. She also said it in a similar way, saying that she only reminded her, and it was Zheng Feifei who thought of reminding the whole community. This is her own credit. This time, you may ask about the Sand City Pass. If Zheng Feifei's credit was not enough in the last waterspout incident, then maybe you can try it with this time. Zheng Feifei hummed, and thanked Xu Fu again. She felt that this was the main reason why Xu Fu didn't want to take credit. The other party knew that she wanted to go to Sand City, but only immediate family members could use a pass together, so she gave her the opportunity. Xu Fu laughed. Why thank me? It's not certain that I can really get a pass now. I just said I would try? Yeah. Zheng Feifei also agreed with this point. 1 credit is not enough. 2 credits can be tried, although it's not right to say this. But if something happens somewhere now, and we happen to take credit, 3 times together may really be enough. But Zheng Feifei just said this casually. Whether it is a natural disaster or a man-made disaster, it is better not to happen if it can be avoided. At the end of the call, Zheng Feifei asked Xu Fu to come over for dinner tonight, saying that this time, not only she, but also her parents wanted to thank her for saving their lives. We haven't finished the inspection yet. We are only on the 13th floor now. You know, before the inspection is completed, the residents can only enter but not leave. She was not being polite on purpose this time. But she really didn't know when the inspection of Building 3 would be completed. I heard that the inspection of Building 2 lasted until after 10 o'clock in the evening yesterday. This matter can't be rushed. Everyone is very cooperative and even hopes that the inspection can be more thorough and not leave any hidden dangers. What's more, the two passages connecting Building 4 and Building 3 were temporarily blocked, and the inspection of Building 4 would not begin until tomorrow. If she went to Zheng Feifei's place tonight, she would have to go outside the building. She could get in, but she couldn't get out. She had to stay overnight at her house. Just treat it as a midnight snack. And stay overnight. You and I can sleep. And we can chat. How nice. Zheng Feifei invited Xu Fu to stay overnight. But Xu Fu declined in the end. The residents could not go out these days. And the water were delivered by people outside. Because of the large demand, most of the food delivered was a single dish or fast food. At this time, she went to eat and stay overnight. Wasn't it a waste of trouble? At this time, Xu Fu didn't know that the slap in the face would come so quickly. Half an hour later, Xu Fu, who was trying to decorate the rental house to make it look more like someone lived in it, felt the trembling of her cute at home. It came alive. Xu Fu was shocked, unlocked the bracelet, and took out the black notebook. Before 2400 hours tonight, check in at Zheng Feifei's house and accept her invitation to have dinner and spend the night. And you will get a 10% progress bar for level 3 of the raft. Current progress of level 3 of the raft, 45%. Note, if you fail to complete this task, 10% of the progress bar will be deducted. Xu Fu. If she calls now and tells Zheng Feifei that she will go over to have dinner no matter how late it is tonight, and stay overnight at her house, will she look like a psychopath? Chapter 40 Lu Yunqing. Xu Fu felt that her little cutie had become a little less cute recently. This was the second time recently that a task had completely disrupted her plan. However, she still had to work hard to complete it. After all, if the task was not completed, the progress bar would be deducted. She had no choice. It was after 6 o'clock in the evening when the property management and neighborhood committee staff went up to the 21st floor. After checking the 21st floor where she was, there were still 4 floors above that needed to be checked, which would take at least 1 to 2 hours. At this time, Xu Fu had already called Zheng Feifei, but she felt that she would not be able to have dinner in time. So she directly said that she would stay overnight. Zheng Feifei let out a cry on the other end of the phone, and was obviously surprised, but soon became happy again, saying that she could wait for her to come over and have dinner together. I don't know what time I have to wait. I will come after dinner. And you should eat on time too. Xu Fu gritted her teeth and finished the call. The task time was before 2400 hours tonight, and she would definitely not let others wait for her without eating. Anyway, she could just eat a piece of bread or instant noodles at Zheng Feifei's house after she went there, and complete the task of eating. Moreover, such tasks that would reverse the progress bar usually come with some unexpected problems, and eating should not be the main point. She had already prepared nail guns and electric batons, and had put them in her backpack, and would take them directly when the time came. Outside the door, in addition to the property management and neighborhood committee personnel, there were 3 fully armed team members, one of whom was an acquaintance. When Lu Shuang saw the people inside the door, she was also stunned for a moment. She pushed up her helmet, and her eyes clearly showed 3 words. What a coincidence. Xu Fu had expected it long before. When the rescue team arrived that day, the residents in the community were still in shock all night. At first, they were not sure whether the rescue outside was real or fake. So many residents who were on the lower floors and close to the rescue team took photos of the rescue team members outside and sent them to the residents group, asking others if they knew their faces, and whether they were pretending to be those thugs. In one of the photos, Cheng Yu's face was captured. Xu Fu was already a little used to it, and she was not disturbed by such coincidences. On that day, the troops and the rescue team only cleaned up the scene roughly, although they swept the interior of the building from house to house. They did so to make sure that every house was safe. As long as the doors and windows were intact and there were no signs of fighting or blood at the scene. It was considered safe, and they would quickly go to the next house. At that time, Xu Fu had not met Chengyu and Lu Shuang. Now, they are conducting a detailed inspection. After passing the inspection, the residents will be photographed on the spot, and then they will receive an electromagnetic card with a photo on it. One card corresponds to one person. After scanning at the entrance and exit of the community, the cardholder's house number will appear on the computer in the security room. This is the certificate for entering and leaving the community in the future. Captain Lu. Xu Fu took the initiative to greet him. Why do you live here? Chengyu said, you and your relatives. Lu Shuang was interrupted by herself in the middle of her words. Obviously, living under someone else's roof is not a very pleasant thing, especially in the current environment. A relative who has not been seen for a long time is obviously not very welcome. And she is a smart girl who doesn't like to trouble others. She will leave on her own initiative when she realizes it. The east of the city is the worst and most chaotic area in the whole Liyun city. But the rent in this area is also the cheapest in the whole Liyun city. Lu Shuang only said half a sentence, but it seems that he imagined the whole picture of the whole incident. She looked at the girl in front of her and changed her expression and spoke again. So you are the resident of 2106. They said that. You saved them. They had just finished checking the house next door before they came here. During the inspection, they heard the couple mention that they were saved by 2106 that night. So she was very curious about the owner of this house before she knocked on the door. The couple came to thank them the next day after they were rescued, and brought a thank you gift, but Xu Fu did not accept it, and had no intention of making friends, so the two of them could only say thank you a few more times. Yeah. Xu Fu looked calm, picked up the backpack beside her, and took out a nail gun. Will it be confiscated if I use this to save people? This is a construction tool. Do we look so boring? Lu Shuang was amused by her, took the nail gun and looked at the flashlight tied to it, and handed it back to her with admiration. You are smart, but you are a girl alone, so you have to be smarter and more capable. After several team members entered the house, they moved quickly. After all, the house was small, and Xu Fu was the only living person. Xu Fu showed her rental contract, ID, and her name in the residence group to the property management and neighborhood committee. After confirming that everything was correct, the other party took a photo of her, made an electromagnetic card on the spot with a machine they carried, and told her to be careful not to lose it. Then, they sent her the password for the newly installed anti-theft door of Building 3 through a separate chat box in the residence group. Then after all the inspections are done in Building 3 today, can I go out? Yes. The property manager nodded, but couldn't help wondering. You're still going out so late? I'm going to visit my friend in Building 4 next door. Yes. You can, but you can't go out after that. You can't leave until all the people in Building 4 are inspected, and you get the electromagnetic card tomorrow. I know, I'll stay at her house tonight. When the group left, Lu Shuang stayed behind on purpose, reminding her to be careful recently, and to call for help immediately if she saw any suspicious people, and told her not to be stubborn, because she was able to successfully save people before because of the conditions, and not every time she acted bravely. She could guarantee her safety. The east of the city is in chaos now, so she told him to protect himself first. Finally, she asked Xu Fu to write down her phone number for her, saying that she was still on a mission and could not use her phone. She took the phone number back and added it to the address book. Xu Fu immediately went to the table and tore off a note, wrote down the phone number and WeChat name to the other party, and then opened the refrigerator and took out 6 sandwiches and a bag of oranges. She made this after she called Zheng Feifei. There were ham, eggs and cheese slices in it, and there were no vegetables. It was the most ordinary sandwich. It was mainly for visiting other people's homes, and you couldn't go empty-handed, because she had a lot of time. She made a lot of them, wrapped them one by one with plastic wrap, and put most of them on the space shelf. She left 6 in the refrigerator, and there were exactly 6 in a bag of oranges. She put the 6 sandwiches and the bag of oranges into a plastic bag, tied it tightly, and handed it to her along with the note. Lu Shuang put the note into the inner pocket of the jacket, but did not take the bag. You can't accept gifts when performing tasks. It's not an expensive thank you gift. It's oranges, and ham and egg sandwiches. There are exactly 6 of them. You can eat them after you finish inspecting this building. Lu Shuang stood sideways at the door, and when he looked up, he could just see the eyes of his 2 teammates looking at him. They are members of the rescue team, not the army. These small things are actually fine. When the teammates from other teams inspected Building 1 and Building 2 before, they accepted some food and drinks sent by the residents to thank them. As long as they didn't eat them during the mission, it would be fine. However, Lu Xuang was transferred from the army to the rescue team with Chengyu a few months ago. They are more strict in this regard. All the things given by the residents at the end of the day are rejected. In order to finish the inspection as soon as possible, everyone has been hungry for a day. It's rare to see a friend who knows the captain give things. So naturally they are a little bit looking forward to it. Ham and egg sandwiches, etc. sound delicious. Better than eating compressed biscuits after getting on the bus. Lu Xuan could not guess what they were thinking, and finally smiled. Taking the bag from Xu Fu, then I will thank you on their behalf. You're welcome, Captain Lu. Xu Fu also smiled. Lu Xuan was a little dazzled by this smile, thinking of her appearance when she was rescued from the water just now, and seeing her clean and white face at this moment. Her heart softened inexplicably. Don't call me Captain Lu. Call me sister from now on. Sister Lu Xuan. Xu Fu followed suit. Be good. I'll talk to you later. She patted the place where she collected the notes on her clothes, and led the others to the next house. At 8:30 in the evening, Xu Fu, who had already eaten dinner, put on her backpack and raincoat and went to Building 4. There were several rescue team members guarding the gate of Building 4. The anti-theft door had been installed, but the password of the anti-theft door of each building was different, and only the residents of this building knew it. At present, Building 4 has not been inspected, so even the residents of this building don't know. Xu Fu wanted to go in, and the rescue team had to open the door for her. The two rescue team members assigned to guard the gate of Building number 4 saw that she showed the electromagnetic card of this community, and they opened it quickly. From room 2106. Building 3. Come to see your friend. It's room 1005. Xu Fu pulled down her mask and quickly reported the door number for the other party to register. One of the other party took the electromagnetic card to swipe, and the other party registered, and told her that Building 4 could only be entered, not left. I know. Thank you. The electromagnetic card was fine, and the registration was completed. Xu Fu was quickly released. While waiting for the elevator, she heard the gatekeeper muttering, "It's so late. The girl is still visiting. It's good to be young." Xu Fu. She didn't want to either. She also wanted to lie down in her drifting island house and ignore the world. It rained, but there was no thunder today. Xu Fu took the elevator directly to the 10th floor. The apartment here is different from Building number 3. The elevator is in the middle, and there are 3 corridors after coming out, and the house numbers are not arranged in order. She walked around twice. The sensor lights on the corridor flickered all the way, and she didn't know if she disturbed the residents next door. When she passed a house, the door of the house was opened, and a woman in home clothes half leaned out, and her eyes met hers. Although Xu Fu was wearing a raincoat and a mask, she could still tell that she was a girl at such a close distance. She looked at her twice before looking away, and reached out to put a bag of garbage against the wall at the door. Her movements were very smooth, as if she had come out to throw away the garbage. The door closed again. When Xu Fu looked away, she caught a glimpse of the house number next to the gate, 1009. Fortunately, she found it right this time. The next turn in this corridor is 1005. Not far from 1005 is the elevator. She realized that she had gone in a big circle. Zheng Feifei hurriedly opened the door. Xu Fu stood outside the door and took off her raincoat. Zheng Feifei helped to take it. Seeing that she was still standing outside the door, she pulled her. Come in. Come in first and change your shoes. Before Xu Fu entered the house, she looked back in the direction of 1009. Just now, the familiar feeling of having seen the other person somewhere appeared again. She must have seen the resident of 1009, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him. Xu Fu knew that sometimes the more anxious you were to remember, the less your memory would help you. So after entering the house, she didn't continue to dwell on this matter, but began to concentrate on being a guest. She politely greeted Zheng Feifei's parents, and at the same time took out gifts from her backpack, 6 packaged sandwiches and a bag of apples. Xu Fu didn't know that a few days ago, in the middle of the night, her calm, slow and orderly warnings were heard by the other party's parents because Zheng Feifei played them publicly. After all the things that happened before, Zheng Feifei had already understood that in her parents' hearts, she would always be their child. And no matter how reasonable her words were, they would not be as effective as those spoken directly by others. Maybe she was not decisive enough, not calm enough when encountering things, and her ability to take charge of emergencies was too weak. So she failed to give her parents enough trust and let them believe in her. But she knew that Shu Fu could do it. She was younger than her, but most of the time she felt that he had a mature mind far beyond his age. Every time she encountered something, when she was at a loss, she could always give her useful advice, which made her feel overwhelmed and calmed down quickly. Sure enough, after her parents heard what Shu Fu said that night, they completely gave up their original idea and only remembered one sentence: if you don't want her daughter to die, don't be too sympathetic, don't be soft-hearted, and don't be soft-handed. The crisis was finally overcome safely. In addition to the waterspout incident, Shu Fu is now a shining figure in the eyes of Jing Feifei's parents. They not only prepared a sumptuous dinner, but also left a portion of each dish for her, and even a small pot of pork bone soup. So Shu Fu, who had just entered the door less than 5 minutes ago, sat down at the table under the enthusiasm of the three people. Xiao Fu is here. What else do you bring? Come over to eat next time. Mother Zheng was very enthusiastic. Fei Fei said that you live alone, you have to cook for yourself. Our Fei Fei still burns the dishes when she stir-fries. The voice of Mother Zheng filled the table. Dad Zheng, wearing an apron, put down the soup pot, said eat, and turned back to the kitchen. Uncle, don't worry about it, actually I've eaten. Shu Fu struggled to say something. When she turned around, Mother Zheng had already served her a big bowl of bone soup. It's okay, you young people go to bed late. Save it for midnight snack later. Just let Fei Fei heat it up for you. Come, drink some soup first. Shu Fu turned to look at Zheng Fei Fei. She was trying to hold back her laughter. Well, drink some soup. We'll eat the rest together when we get hungry in the middle of the night. Your father, he's making pancakes for you. The scallion pancakes he fried are delicious, but these pancakes have to be fried fresh to be delicious. Just take a bite later. Shu Fu began to drink the soup under the gaze of the two. Zheng Feifei's parents' cooking skills are very good. Probably because of the lack of ingredients, there were no side dishes in the bone soup, only a handful of chopped green onions they grew, and white pepper powder, but it was delicious enough. Pepper removes moisture. The weather is cold and wet now. After drinking a bowl of hot pork bone soup sprinkled with pepper, she felt warm all over. In the kitchen, the aroma of scallion pancakes soon wafted out. This aroma was so tempting that, even though she had already eaten dinner, she felt like she could have another bite. She remembered that in the building where she used to live in Suicheng, several neighbors also loved to fry scallion pancakes like this. The aroma could fill the entire corridor, even on rainy days. Shu Fu's memory suddenly revived at this moment. She remembered it. She remembered who that person was just now. On a rainy day, the aroma of fried pancakes, in the dimly lit corridor in the evening, the other person's name was, by the way, her name was Zhongli. After a while, Shu Fu was eating scallion pancakes, while getting a lot of information from the know-it-all Zheng's mother. Yes, one of the residents of that house is Zhongli, who is also from Suicheng, but came a few days later than us. In fact, Zhongli first chose 1018. It is a large apartment with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms and 2 bathrooms. There are 4 of them, so they'd probably want to live in a more spacious place. But the other woman disagreed. I don't know why, but she seems to be the one who makes the decision on renting a house. Zhongli was not happy. We had a quarrel over this matter at that time. Later, we had no choice but to move into 1009, but it was not peaceful even after living there. We quarreled every other day. About 10 days ago, maybe because the quarrel was too fierce, the other couple moved out overnight. After that, only Zhongli and her husband lived in that household. Zheng Feifei was usually busy and never paid attention to these things. Now, when she heard her mother not only remember the other person's name, but also explain it clearly from beginning to end, she was a little impressed. But she also said some news. That is, the night when the community was attacked by outsiders. She heard the noise through the door. It was not an important matter. The sound of the door lock was probably because she was too nervous at the time. But when she saw her mother talking excitedly, she also joined in. Sure enough, even Zheng's mother thought that she must have heard it wrong. Every household guarded the door and windows that night. So how could anyone take the initiative to open the door? Isn't this nonsense? Shu Fu recalled the expression on Zhongli's face when she saw her just now, and felt that the other party did not recognize her, because she was wearing a mask. But even if she didn't wear a mask, she estimated that the other party wouldn't recognize her, because the only time they met, she only opened the door a crack, not even showing her eyes. She guessed that the couple who moved out overnight were probably Fang Shiwen and her husband. She didn't expect that after going around in circles, she would still hear about Fang Shiwen. It's a pity that she moved out a week ago. Otherwise she could go over and say hello now. As for Zhongli, is she the person related to this mission? Xu Fu thought of a very small mission she had done in Suicheng. At that time, she acted cautiously and did not go out to participate. After completing the mission, she not only did not get the progress bar bonus, but also did not even get a lottery. At that time, she guessed that the key point might be between the first and second floors where the conflict occurred, and Zhongli was the resident on the second floor in that incident. Xu Fu drank a bowl of bone soup and ate a scallion pancake under the expectant eyes of Jing's father. Seeing that they wanted to get more soup, she immediately stood up from the table, saying that she really couldn't eat anymore. Okay, let Feifei play with you first. I'll take care of this dish. You can eat it when you are hungry later. Xu Fu wanted to help clean up the dishes, but she was pushed out by Jing's mother as soon as she brought the bowl into the kitchen, and Zheng Feifei directly pulled her into the room. The house they rented has 2 bedrooms and a living room. The dining room and the living room are connected, but the convenience is that there are 2 bathrooms. Jing's mother thinks that girls should have their own bathrooms when they grow up, so she lets her live in the room with an ensuite. Zheng Feifei pulled her in now so that she can wash up. The bucket and basin are new, because it stops at 9 o'clock, so the water has been prepared for you before. If the water temperature is not enough, heat it yourself. The thermos is next to it, and there are towels and toothbrushes. I brought towels and toothbrushes. Xu Fu also brought her backpack in, so staying overnight at someone else's house on such a day is completely a bother for others. If the backpack is not too small to be turned into a wash basin, she can bring everything. Besides, if you come to spend the night, you have to sleep in someone else's bed. You can't just say I've washed up at home and then go to someone else's bed. Zheng Feifei nodded. Put away the new towel and toothbrush. I've washed up. I'll wait for you outside. Xu Fu put down her backpack and looked at her phone. There was an unread text message on it, and there was also a friend request on WeChat. Both the text message and the request were sent by Lu Shuang. She had obviously finished her task for today. Xu Fu accepted the other party's request, and then saved the number of the text message into her phone. Note, cool sister Lu Shuang. After she finished washing up, she found that Lu Shuang had transferred 2 red envelopes to her, saying that she was a little girl living alone outside, and that it was unreasonable for her to take her food for free. He also told her to accept it, otherwise she would be angry. Xu Fu thought about it, and only accepted 1 red envelope, indicating that the money was enough. Then she asked the other party about the ship-mounted motor. Lu Shuang was also the captain of the rescue team, and she might have a way. The other party was probably busy again, and did not reply after sending the red envelope. This night was just as Xu Fu expected. She basically did not sleep much. Zheng Feifei had a lot to say to her, talking about the thrilling night before, and revealing a little bit of her experience in the last few days in Suicheng. Zheng Feifei always felt that the last period of time after leaving Suicheng was the biggest setback in her life. She couldn't easily talk about it to anyone. But after experiencing the previous night attack on Jixing community by thugs, the things in Suicheng were nothing more than that. It was just that when she was staying at someone else's house, she was grabbed by another person who was also staying at the house when she got up at night. She pulled him into the room and tried to do something bad to her. In the end, she hit her head with her mobile phone. However, he still shamelessly asked her why she smiled at him if she was not interested in him. He asked her for WeChat, and she was willing to add him. She was obviously playing hard to get. And the boyfriend who always swore that he loved her and would take good care of her, fought with others for his childhood sweetheart in the shelter. And the way the two of them hugged each other in the end made Zheng Feifei feel that she was redundant. But she talked more about the plain and comfortable life in Suicheng in the past. She yearned for the days of slacking off at work and punching in and out. Even the curry shop opposite the company that she didn't go to with Xu Fu became a beautiful memory of regret. Xu Fu doesn't have to go to work now, and she lies down every day. She doesn't feel anything when she doesn't sleep late. Zheng Feifei was forced to rest these days, and didn't want to sleep. When the two of them fell asleep, It was almost dawn. The next day was the inspection day for Building 4. Building 4 was 1/3 larger than Building 3 and had the most residents. So in order to ensure that all inspections could be completed today, 2 teams came this time and acted separately, with the 12th floor as the center line. One team went up to inspect, and the other team went down to inspect. It was very close from the 12th floor to the 10th floor. According to Zheng Feifei's previous estimate, the 2 of them could have slept until noon. But in fact, it was less than 8 o'clock in the morning, and they were woken up by Zheng's mother, who was in a hurry, saying that the inspectors had already arrived on the 10th floor, were in 1002, and would be here soon. As a result, the 2 people who had just slept for a short time tied their hair in a mess, brushed their teeth casually, and didn't even have time to wash their faces before going to the door. The time control was just right. As soon as they stood still, the inspection team came over. It was also a team of 6 people, 3 fully armed team members, one of whom was eye-catching in height and face, and it was Chengyu. When Chengyu saw her, his face did not show the same surprise as Lu Shuang's yesterday. He had obviously learned from Lu Shuang that she lived in Jixing community, and he might even know that she said she was going to visit a friend's house last night. Chengyu, who was wearing a full set of combat uniforms, had a more fierce aura. The gun on his waist smelled of cold gunpowder, and the other 2 team members standing behind him were also serious. The 3 people standing there could freeze the air in half of the corridor. The few families who had not yet been checked and curiously opened their doors to look around were very quiet when they saw the scene. Zheng Feifei's family had to follow the procedures that Xu Fu had checked yesterday, and she only had to show the electromagnetic card with her photo. Chengyu took the card from her, and she saw the hesitation in her eyes when she looked at her. But now he was on a mission, so he would not say anything more. After he returned the electromagnetic card to her, he took a tablet from a team member beside him, opened it, and showed the photos on it to Xu Fu and Zheng Feifei's family. The photo on the tablet was a little blurry, but it should have been enlarged and restored. It was a half-side profile of a bald man with a gloomy expression. He didn't look like a good guy. As expected, Chengyu told him that the person in the photo was an important leader in the riot. According to various news, he should still be in the east of the city, and it is very likely that he was hiding in several communities in the night attack. So he asked them to recognize his face, and asked if they had seen him before. Xu Fu guessed that this should be the news that was just updated. Otherwise, there should have been a wanted photo on the internet. However, most people in Jixing community guarded the gates too well, so they didn't see the faces of those people clearly, and naturally they had never seen this person. The residents who hadn't been checked yet showed panicked expressions when they heard that there might be a small leader of the thugs hiding in the community. 2 elderly people even hurried back to the house to find their reading glasses. Xu Fu saw that the door of 1009 was also open. Zhongli was still wearing her home cotton coat. She swept her eyes around the inspection team. Her face was not very good, and she was a little doubtful. This kind of suspicion was different from the panic of other residents. Other residents were simply scared because of what they heard about the gang leader, but she seemed to be more scared. I don't know if it was because of the incident in Suicheng that Xu Fu had a prejudice. When she remembered that the other person was Zhongli, she always felt that the other person was a little strange. Last night, she passed by the corridor. Zhongli seemed to open the door to throw away the garbage, but in fact, her first reaction after opening the door was to look at her, and she also looked at her carefully. It felt more like she heard someone walking around outside, and came out to check. Is she on guard? Not only on guard against her who passed by last night, but also on guard against the inspection team today. It makes sense to be on guard against her, but why should she be on guard against the inspection team? The inspection of Jing's family has been completed. The property management, the neighborhood committee, and 2 team members have gone to the next door. Chengyu fell behind a few steps, stopped in front of Xu Fu. Before he could speak, Xu Fu grabbed his arm and dragged him directly into the house. Under normal circumstances, with Chengyu's skills, it is impossible for him to give someone a chance to get close to him suddenly. But he was completely defenseless against the person in front of him, even when he was dragged into the house. His body's alert instinct made him want to break free and capture the other person. But he immediately resisted. Zheng Feifei's family of 3 in the house were all shocked when they saw this. But Xu Fu had turned around and made a hushing gesture to them before they could say anything. Xu Fu's face was particularly solemn, which made Chengyu react. He frowned and lowered his voice. What did you find? Xu Fu said. 1009 is a bit strange. In addition to briefly and quickly stating her suspicions, she also told Zhang Feifei about the noise she heard through the door that night. Zhang Feifei and her mother suspected that they had misheard and thought that room 1009 did not open the door that night. But what if it was not? If room 1009 really opened the door that night, and was not attacked and killed by thugs after opening the door? What does this mean? Understood. You close the door and don't come out. Chung Yu nodded, untied the gag and put his hand on the gun, and turned and walked out. Chapter 41 Li Yunqing. The waiting time was long. There were 3 households between 1005 and 1009 where Zhang Feifei lived. She didn't know how Chung Yu would notify his teammates, and how to get other residents into the house without alerting them. Zhang Feifei was also very nervous. She stood behind the door with Xu Fu, holding her hand tightly, and leaned there to listen to the movement outside. I don't know how long it took. A panicked woman's voice suddenly came from the direction of 1009. It's really just me and my husband. Wait, what are you doing now? Ah, that's not okay. You can't open it. Don't. The panicked female voice suddenly became sharp and frightened, accompanied by the sound of objects colliding, and another panicked male voice. After that, there were footsteps. Someone shouted, "Be careful of the knife." Someone else shouted, "Stop him." Then, there was the sound of fighting. Soon, the sound of gunfire rang out, and Xu Fu heard the man's screams. He was caught so quickly. When Xu Fu was hesitating whether to go out, there was a knock on the door in front of him. Open the door. It's me. Chung Yu was standing outside the door. He had put his gun back into the holster. Perhaps because of the fight, the smell of gunpowder on his body was heavier, and his breath was also a little heavy. Not the wanted one. He looked at her. His face was very bad. You just said. You know 2 people living in 1009. They originally lived in the same community as you and Sui Cheng? Yes. Then do you know the other 2 people who originally lived with them? Chung Yu paused, and continued. 2. A man and a woman of about their age. She thought of Fang Shiwen and her husband at the first time. But according to Zhang's mother, they should have left after quarreling with Zhongli and others more than 10 days ago. Chung Yu turned his head and asked Zhang Feifei's mother, "Did you see the 2 people leave?" "No." Mother Zhang shook her head in confusion. "I remember. It was very late when the quarrel happened that day. It wasn't the first time they quarreled. No one wanted to care. We heard about it from Zhongli and others the next day." Chung Yu nodded. "That's right." Xu Fu looked at his expression, as if she suddenly understood something. Her hands and feet felt a little cold. They never left at all. Chung Yu turned sideways, letting the door position. "Xu Fu, you have to be mentally prepared." Downstairs of Building 4, the team members who stayed outside to meet quickly opened the back door of the van, took out the medical kit and a simple stretcher from it, and quickly rushed into the corridor. On the 10th floor of Building 4, a man and a woman were struggling with their hair and clothes in disarray. They were handcuffed and thrown at the gate of 1009. The man was shot in the shoulder, and was crawling on the ground and screaming in pain. The woman was struggling to death, saying that it was not them who did it, but the mob that entered the community that night. They were innocent. On the side, a team member helped another team member to urgently deal with his injured arm, and turned back to kick the man. "If it wasn't you, why are you chopping people with a kitchen knife?" "Shut up." Among the team members who came, there was a woman. She already knew the situation, so she rushed into the room first and carried out the woman who was crawling in the suitcase. Her clothes were thin and soaked with feces, and she was almost dying. She used a knife to carefully and quickly remove the dirty clothes, then opened the closet, found a large clean blanket, covered her completely, and called her companions in. The team carefully lifted the woman and placed her on the open stretcher. The female team member checked the blanket again, confirmed that she was wrapped tightly, and took out some clean clothes from the closet and placed them on the stretcher, then signaled her companions to continue. The other residents in the corridor didn't know what was going on. At this moment, they were stopped by the other team members, who came and tried to look around, but only saw a few team members carrying stretchers and passing by in a hurry. Then, several team members came out of the room carrying several large black garbage bags. They all looked unhappy. Those large black bags were still cold after being frozen. They looked heavy, and no one knew what was in them. Xu Fu had actually guessed it. Chung Yu's expression just now said it all. Chung Yu's voice was still coming slowly beside her ear. Gagged, tied hands and feet, and hidden in a suitcase. So good at hiding. If we hadn't had other suspicions first, we wouldn't have searched so thoroughly. After all, a normal man's body size couldn't hide in there at all. Ordinary residents wouldn't hide strangers. Extra non-residents would be carefully checked. But not missing people. As long as they can avoid this inspection. Building 4 will be unsealed. And they can escape tonight. Or maybe they won't escape. If they really wanted to escape, they would have escaped long ago. She stood there, watching several team members carrying a stretcher and leaving quickly. When she felt the bracelet vibrate, she realized that her whole body was cold. Chung Yu looked at Shu Fu's pale face and felt a little bit sorry for her. He reached out and patted her shoulder gently and comforted her. Thanks to you, we finally saved one person. If it was a few days later, no one would be saved. Seeing that she didn't speak, he asked again, do you want to go with me? Shu Fu met Chung Yu's gaze. Now? Chung Yu nodded. There are other team members who will temporarily replace my job. I can take you with me to go with the car. Okay. Shu Fu turned around, went to the room to get her backpack, and simply said a few words to Zheng Feifei and the other two, and then followed Chung Yu into the elevator. The mission was over. But obviously, Zhongli was not a person related to this mission. While sitting in the military jeep, some scenes kept flashing through her mind. The first power outage in Ping'an community, the first time the young couple next door knocked on her door, with anxiety and worry on their faces, that night when she received the mission and woke up, heard the noise downstairs and the conversation next door, but she did not go out, the expression on Fang Xiwen's face when she introduced herself for the first time, and the gentle sorry outside her door when she left Ping'an community. Also, on a rainy evening with dim light, Zhongli hid behind Fang Xiwen and took a sneak shot of her. She had lived in Ping'an community in Suicheng for so long, and that was the only time she saw Zhongli's face clearly up close. At that time, she didn't know that this glance would become so important later. It was because of that glance that she remembered and mentioned the name Zhongli yesterday, and then she got some information from Zhang's mother and Zheng Feifei, and finally because of this information, she had doubts about 1009. All the details are fragmentary, seemingly messy, and meaningless. But when they are pieced together, they are inextricably linked. Zhongli is not a person related to this mission. But Fang Erwen is. She followed the car to a hospital in the east of the city. The medical conditions of this hospital are relatively good. But outside the gate and the emergency room, you can see scorch marks like fire. The gate and the wall are obviously just repaired, and the color does not match the previous one. However, in this climate, as long as it can shelter from the wind and rain, no one will care about the color and style. Shu Fu instinctively felt that this should be one of the buildings that the refugee thugs used to divert their attention that night. Fang Xiwen slowly woke up after hanging half a bottle of water. She had no serious injuries, and was hidden in the suitcase this morning. But she was trapped in the room for more than 10 days, had not eaten 3 meals a day, urinated and defecated on herself, and was stabbed by the little sister she had taken care of all the way. She suffered a great blow, and was a little dazed. After she woke up in the emergency room, she kept asking about her husband Wang Qian's condition. She only remembered that night, she had another quarrel with Zhongli and Huang Jun. Wang Qian, who had been patient for a long time, exploded, and wanted to drive Zhongli and Huang Jun away. After all, he was paying for the house, and the current food and living expenses, and he had the right to drive them away. In a state of panic, Zhongli revealed that she had slept with Wang Qian. She pretended to be drunk to seduce Wang Qian, but she pretended to be nothing afterwards. She also told Wang Qian that it was just an accident, and not to tell Fang Xiwen and Huang Jun, as it would hurt them. But in fact, everything was designed by her. Wang Qian had a good job before, and saved a lot of money before the natural disaster. But her man was useless. So she had to buy insurance for herself. Wang Qian regretted doing something wrong to Fang Xiwen. But everyone was still in the process of relocation at that time. He didn't want to lose Fang Xiwen. So he listened to Zhongli's words and pretended that nothing happened. Zhongli exposed the matter at this moment, and even produced evidence. A photo of herself and Wang Qian that she secretly took. At this moment, not only was Fang Xiwen shocked, but Huang Jun also went crazy. Fang Xiwen packed her things and wanted to leave, but Wang Qian chased her to stop her. Huang Jun pulled Wang Qian and fought with him. In the chaos, Huang Jun smashed Wang Qian's head. Fang Xiwen's memory of that night only ended here. Later, She was knocked unconscious by Zhongli behind her. When she woke up, she was trapped in the room with her hands and feet tied and her mouth blocked. So, she didn't know Wang Qian was dead. Not only was he dead, he was also cut into many pieces by Huang Jun and Zhongli, put into black garbage bags, and hidden in the big freezer at home. Fang Erwin, who received the news of Wang Qian's death, lay motionless on the bed in the emergency room, as if she was completely drained of energy. On the other hand, the team members who handled the scene called Cheng Yu, saying that the two people from 1009 were indeed related to the group of thugs. They knew one of them, and knew many days in advance that the other party had a big plan. Huang Jun wanted to join, but didn't have the courage, so he ended up being an insider. They provided the other party with a lot of information about Jishin community, including which households were well off and well equipped, which households had no adult men, and which households had weaknesses that were easy to break through. This was also the reason why Zhongli and Huang Jun hid in Tibet for more than 10 days, and did not leave. They knew that they had committed a crime this time, and they would definitely not be able to stay in Liyun City for long. But they were not desperate criminals, and still wanted to live a normal life. So they thought about being an insider in this matter, asking for some benefits, and then escaping to live in other cities. But they didn't expect that the group of people were turned away everywhere in Jishin community. And the thug they knew even began to suspect that they had tipped off the people in the community. In the end, they didn't get any benefits, but were beaten up, and they were let go after extorting money and supplies. The two of them were beaten up and didn't recover. When they wanted to escape, the rescue team came. The community was temporarily sealed, and they couldn't get out. They were very anxious these days, just wanting to wait until the inspection was over, and then escape from Liyun City. Seeing that they had made it to the last moment, the rescue team suspected that they were hiding thugs. And then the truth was revealed. Xu Fu did not enter the emergency room. She stood outside the door for a long time, and finally left. Before leaving, she transferred a sum of money to Cheng Yu through WeChat, and then calmly told him in the astonished eyes of the other party that she had borrowed this from Fang Erwin a few months ago. But she did not have her contact information, and had never had the chance to pay it back. Now is the right time. Thank you, Captain Chung. You can transfer it directly to her, or give her cash. There are also some hospital expenses that you have to trouble. Don't mention my name. After all, it is not a good thing to borrow so much money from her and never pay it back. Chung Yu looked at the 6-digit number transferred on the phone. Helplessly, so much money. Do you trust me so much? Yes. Xu Fu looked at him and nodded very straightforwardly. Chung Yu's heart softened. He looked at her messy hair that was wet by the rain and had not dried yet. After a while, he was able to hold back some words. He could see that she was trying to help others on purpose. However, she transferred so much money to others. He was worried about her future life. What will you do? Me? Xu Fu smiled. Captain Chung, do you know the profession of online writer? He didn't understand why her thoughts jumped so much. In fact, I have another profession that no one else knows. I sell electronic texts and I am a great writer. As long as the city where the website server is located is not flooded. As long as everyone's mobile phone still has network, I will not be unemployed. On the contrary, because it is inconvenient to go out now and entertainment activities are reduced, I will earn more than before. Xu Fu knows many online writers in her own world, and these words come out of her mouth. Whether Cheng Yu believes it or not, she just said it anyway. Xu Fu did not stay in the hospital any longer. Now that the mission has been completed, she is of no use here. Cheng Yu did have something else to do in the hospital, and originally wanted a team member to send her back, but Xu Fu declined. I can protect myself. She believed that Li Xuan not only told her about her living alone in Jishin community, but also that she used a nail gun as a weapon to save people. Sure enough, Cheng Yu did not force her, but only told her to send him a message after returning home. Xu Fu did not take the bus, but used a reliable taxi app to call a taxi at a high price. When she walked out of the hospital, the heavy rain had stopped, and the sun's light was faintly visible behind the dark clouds. People on the street were very happy, and they took off their raincoats and looked up to feel the rare sky without rain. On the way back, various thoughts kept pouring out of her mind. Such incidents, she had written about them in her scripts before, and she had also read many other scripts. Since the natural disasters began, such man-made tragedies have been happening all the time, not to mention now, even in peacetime, such news is happening every day. A teenage girl was bullied by a male relative for years. A seemingly honest and loyal man killed his wife and dismembered her body and hid it at home for several days. A father married a stepmother and kicked his 5-year-old daughter to death. An obedient and sensible junior high school boy was bullied and beaten to death by a classmate. A woman was betrayed by her husband and threw her 3-year-old son from the 23rd floor. There are demons everywhere in this world. That night, refugees rioted, and many people died in the east of the city. Even in the luckiest Jishan community, innocent people suffered from the disaster and lost their loved ones and their lives. Moreover, Fang Xiwen's incident happened more than 10 days ago, and she should not have arrived in Liyun City at that time. She tried to calm herself down and accept it as soon as possible. But at this moment, she still felt suffocated. There was an emotion that had nowhere to vent, and her heart seemed to be pressed and blocked by an invisible behemoth, which almost made her unable to breathe. But at the same moment, it seemed that another voice was telling her, "Don't panic." She couldn't panic, because the mission would not end here, and it was far from over. Once she panicked, biased, the subsequent missions might be affected and failed, and something worse might happen. So, calm down and don't panic. It was noon when she returned to the rental house. Just after 12 o'clock, and the rest of the day was within the use time of the drifting island house, including tomorrow's. She had a total of 24 hours. She locked the door, checked the doors and windows, closed the curtains in the living room, released the raft, and returned to her safe house. This was a secluded paradise. No matter how strong the wind and rain were outside, no matter how damp and cold it was warm inside. Xu Fu took a simple shower, changed into clean pajamas, went to the water bar to get a large glass of water and drank it all in one breath. Then closed the front and back doors of the cabin, closed the bed by the French window, turned her phone to silent mode, fell on her bed, and fell asleep. She didn't eat breakfast or lunch, but she wasn't hungry at all, just very tired and wanted to sleep. As her consciousness drifted away, she remembered that she seemed to have forgotten something. But soon she became tired and fell asleep. This was the first time that she completely emptied herself in the drifting island house, without turning on the alarm clock or setting her phone to vibrate mode. She didn't want to pay attention to anything, just wanted to have a good sleep. During this time, she got up to go to the bathroom, with her eyes closed the whole time, and then quickly fell back into bed. She didn't know how long she slept. When she woke up, she just felt very hungry. The wooden house was quiet and warm. The curtains of the 2 French windows were drawn, and she couldn't tell whether it was day or night outside. But she knew that she should not have slept for more than 24 hours. Otherwise she would not be in the wooden house, but in the living room of the rental house. The whole world was quiet and peaceful, and it was not destroyed immediately because of her wanton rest. This time, Xu Fu woke up completely from her body to her heart. She stretched on the soft bed, stretched her body, and rolled over, and then took the phone that was upside down on the low cabinet beside her. As expected, there were several missed calls and many unread messages on the phone. The time on the phone was less than 6 o'clock. It was not 6 o'clock in the afternoon, but 6 o'clock in the morning. She slept for nearly 18 hours. No wonder she was so hungry. She hadn't eaten for a day and a night. It turned out that no matter how heavy the burden on a person's heart was, as long as it exceeded a certain period of time, the body would naturally express hunger and want to eat. This is a person's instinct to survive. The messages were sent by Zheng Feifei and Lu Shuang. When she saw Cheng Yu's message, she remembered what she had forgotten before going to bed. There were also messages from Yao Ruoyun, and even messages from Chen Fa, Wu Xiaoshan, and Zhang Tian in the group. It felt like she had just slept, and people from all over the world were looking for her. Yao Ruoyun created a group, and added people who had played poker in the library and volunteered there, and were still in contact with her. There were not many people in the group, except her and Lu Zheng. There were also Lu Suoli Tong and Sun Huiming. Zheng Feifei sent her a lot of follow-up information about 1009, and some good news, which said that the gang leader whose photo they saw yesterday had been caught. Xu Fu then learned from Cheng Yu that the whereabouts of the small leader were found based on the clues provided by Huang Jun. He was beaten by the other party, and was blackmailed for supplies and money. Now he is dead. He can't get out anyway, so he naturally wants to bite that person out as well. The small leader is currently being interrogated, and it is estimated that a few more fish that have slipped through the net can be found from him. Cheng Yu said that the breakthrough point of the whole thing was the warning tips given by Xu Fu and the Zheng family of 1005. The Liyun City government attaches great importance to this incident, and the punishment is severe, and the rewards are also high. So after that, Xu Fu and the Zheng family will be commended and rewarded. The word reward gave Xu Fu a boost. This was the third time Zheng Feifei had made a contribution recently. The thing she had been hoping for might have a little bit of progress. But it was not even 6 o'clock yet. Xu Fu did not have the habit of disturbing people's sleep, and she had not eaten for a day and a night. Now she was a little anxious with hunger. She turned on the small light beside her, tied up her messy hair, went into the bathroom to wash with cold water, and then chose a bowl of braised beef noodle soup from the shelf in the wristband space. She was really hungry. She sat at the small dining table and ate the large bowl of beef noodles clean, leaving no soup. She bought the beef noodle soup in Suicheng. The noodle shop was not big, but it was very famous. The noodles were chewy. The red soup was delicious, and the beef had a little bit of tendon. Each piece was cooked soft and tender, and melted in her mouth. After eating the beef noodles, she packed up the takeaway box and prepared to take it outside the raft to throw it away. She placed a large trash can against the wall in the living room of the rental house, which was just offset from the position of the raft. Now that the raft was not on the water, there was no purified water, and it was not convenient to discharge wastewater. So she tried to save energy as much as possible and threw the garbage outside the raft. The trash can and the raft were very close. She didn't even need to leave the eaves. She could throw away all the trash with just a wave of her hand. It seemed to be raining again outside, and it was a heavy rain with thunder. Xu Fu took a thick fleece coat that was longer than her knees from the hanger, wrapped it directly over her thin home clothes, got off the raft, and took 2 steps to the balcony to open the curtains. The sky outside was gloomy, and the heavy rain poured down, hitting the glass from time to time. The little bit of sunlight that appeared at noon yesterday disappeared completely again. The heavy rain reduced visibility outside. The dam in the distance was vaguely visible in the rain. The waves outside the dam seemed to have merged with the gloomy sky. Xu Fu, who had originally planned to return to the drifting island house to check the mission rewards, turned back again. Some experiences not long ago were giving her a warning. She found a high-power telescope and adjusted it for a long time. Finally, she could see the situation outside the dam clearly. It was not her illusion. It was a wave. It was a huge wave as high as tens of meters that she had seen before. This time, the storm brought huge waves to Liyun City again. Soon, from the direction of the dam in the distance, a familiar tsunami alarm sounded. A moment later, as if in response, the alarm in Liyun City also resounded through the sky. Chapter 42 Liyun City. In the early morning, the people of Liyun City woke up to the long-drawn, piercing sound of air raid sirens. Everyone was used to the sound of heavy rain hitting the windows, except for being awakened briefly by the loud noise when thunder struck. The whistling wind, the sound of rain, and the vibration of window frames would not make them too emotional. At most, they would get up to check if the windows were closed tightly when thunder exploded, then turn off the main power, and then go back to sleep. But air defense alarms are not often heard. The last time was when a huge wave of more than 40 meters high hit Liyun City. At that time, many people who were staying in high-rise buildings were very panicked. They had no experience and could not hear what the repeated air defense alarms were warning about, and what countermeasures they should take. Logically speaking, Liyun City had experienced thunderstorms and hail before, but the air defense alarm had never been sounded due to these weather conditions. So that time, the air defense alarm that sounded for more than 3 minutes really scared the people of Liyun City. Later, huge waves hit the high wall, and the roar was earth-shaking, coupled with some videos shot by people in high-rise buildings in the east and suburbs of the city and uploaded to the internet. Everyone knew the truth about the air raid alarm. At that time, everyone thought that such a hurricane and huge waves were just an accident. Until this morning, they were once again awakened by the familiar air raid alarm. In just a few minutes, the term huge waves reappeared rushed to the top of Lu Yunqing's hot search. Today, what was hot searches are no longer the same as in the past. You can't see all kinds of gossip in the entertainment industry. People no longer pay attention to which star is fat, thin, or cheating, and discuss it enthusiastically. The current hot search list, half of which is about sudden major disasters and various coping knowledge, and the other half is for the unknown heroes who continue to rescue in the post-disaster areas. The last huge wave occurred more than a week ago. That huge wave caused the flood level outside the water-blocking dam to surge. The entire plain area of Huaghua turned into an ocean, and Liyun City became a complete seaside city. Amid the sound of air defense alarms, the people in the high-rise buildings in the east and suburbs of Liyun City stood in front of the windows, looking at the surging waves outside the dam in a daze. In fact, from their position, they could not really feel how high the waves were, but they could feel the roar and boiling of the waters outside the dam. It was like another planet, where there was no land, only the boundless vast sea. A rainstorm or a hurricane would set off a huge tsunami, which would overwhelm everything. At the moment of impact, the heavy and tall dam blocked the huge waves again. People could not see the scene of the huge waves hitting the dam, but they could imagine the scene and hear the tremor of the roar of the dam. Did it block it? Half an hour later, when the roaring gradually stopped, the nervous people confirmed that their dam had once again blocked the huge waves as high as buildings. Xu Fu heard the cheers from the next door and the corridor outside. Compared to the complete situation during the first huge wave, this time the people of Liyun City had already learned about the horror of this kind of water wave from various huge wave videos and disaster pictures on the internet. The ignorant are fearless. It is precisely because they understand and know its horror that they feel extremely happy after being nervous and afraid. Just like last time, the areas that encountered huge waves at about the same time were still Muzhou Province, where Liyun City was located, and Shiren Province to the north of Muzhou Province. Both provinces were in hilly areas. To the east and southeast were large plains and low-lying areas. The water depth in this area has now reached 100 meters. And some areas are even deeper. The climate on the planet is now extremely unstable. During a short period of no rain, the daytime temperature can soar by nearly 20 degrees. And the huge temperature difference between day and night leads to unstable airflow. In the evening and night when the rain stops, the temperature drops rapidly, and the heavy rain will come in double intensity. And it can turn into a torrential rain with hurricane force at any time. Experts speculate that this torrential rain with hurricane force is the reason why the hilly area encountered two huge waves. However, it has been 3 months since the rain started in October. At the beginning, there were experts who confidently predicted how long it would take for the rain to stop. After being slapped in the face countless times, the public no longer listens to their analysis. Anyway, those experts have analyzed a lot of climate knowledge, but have not come up with anything. It is better to hope that the 6 water-blocking dams in Liyun City can be completed as soon as possible than to listen to their nonsense. Dam number 1 outside the eastern suburbs of the city is visibly higher than when it first arrived. The current height is 81 meters, which is 10 meters higher than the day when Xu Fu arrived in Liyun City. The progress of the construction seems to be faster than before. At this speed, it is estimated that in 1 month, the dam will be completed with an estimated construction height of 120 meters. And the width will also be increased from the current 20 meters to 30 meters. Every time the people of Liyun City look at the dam, they feel a strange sense of security. With such a dam protecting Liyun City, they don't have to worry about the huge waves. Even those who are temporarily forced to stay in Liyun City and want to move to the cities in the west and north have to admit that Liyun City is a city with great foresight and strong execution. It is this foresight and execution that are protecting the people in the city. Xu Fu hid back in the drifting island house, planning to check the mission rewards before putting away the raft. Check in at Zheng Feifei's house, accept the invitation to dinner and stay overnight, get 10% progress bar of raft level 3, get 15% extra progress bar bonus, get 2 wheel draws. Current progress of raft level 3, 70%. Xu Fu didn't expect that for a 10% task. The extra progress bar bonus is 15%. The number of draws is a little less, but with the difference from last time, Xu Fu feels that she can accept whatever she draws this time. However, blue 5th prize, raft fence X1. Blue 5th prize, floor-to-ceiling window. Xu Fu. When she thought she was already very good, it turned out that she could be even more good. Now the 2 windows in the living room of the drifting island house have been upgraded to floor-to-ceiling windows. What does it mean to have another floor-to-ceiling window? After receiving the prize, Xu Fu found that the floor-to-ceiling window that was effective was the one in the bathroom shower room. That window was located next to the wooden barrel. Originally, when sitting in the wooden barrel and taking a bath, it was quite nice to have a small lattice window next to it, so that you could take a bath and look at the scenery outside. But now the lattice window has become a floor-to-ceiling window. Although I know that people outside can't see inside, I still feel like taking an open-air bath. The raft fence is naturally effective next to the last fence. The unfinished project at the end of the raft is at least a little neater. After Xu Fu finished the inspection, she changed into clothes that were convenient for going out with an expressionless face and put away the raft. It is better to rely on yourself than to expect to win supplies from the lottery. She has just finished a mission and plans to continue going out during the rest period. She should buy and stock up. Although she salvaged a large amount of supplies in Suicheng, due to the limited water conditions, she did not harvest fresh vegetables and fruits. Although these varieties are limited in Luyun City, a little bit adds up to a lot. Now there is still a chance to buy them, so she will continue to buy. However, before going out, she has to reorganize her bracelet space. Move those daily necessities with a long shelf life to the drifting island house. And move a small amount of food that can be consumed within the shelf life. And try to free up a few cubic meters of space. This is a meticulous job. She wanted to do it the last time she came back from the supermarket. But she was not in the mood to do one thing after another. Now is the right time to do such trivial work. Xu Fu still drew the curtains of the living room, turned on the wristband space to take things, and began to move the supplies in and out, and reorganize them. It took her nearly 2 hours, and she finally freed up another 5 to 6 cubic meters. Then she took out the raft, entered the house, took out a small amount of sealed food that could be placed in the kitchen, and stacked several large cartons filled with daily necessities that would not expire in the supply area outside the kitchen. In this way, her space was freed up by about 8 cubic meters, plus the 17 cubic meters that were previously empty. A total of 25 cubic meters. Of these 25 cubic meters, she planned to keep 15 cubic meters as spare, and the other 10 cubic meters were filled with vegetables, fruits and ready-to-eat food. Before leaving, she took out her mobile phone and replied to the previous messages one by one. Zheng Feifei replied the fastest, mainly because she was a little worried about her condition yesterday. After that, she told her that she had received a commendation and reward notice from the neighborhood committee, and said that she had replied to the reward she wanted this time. She wanted to be recognized as a good citizen, and apply for a pass to Shacheng at the same time. She sent a voice message, and her tone was very excited. The neighborhood committee said that the recognition of good citizens should be possible. As for the pass, you can try to apply for it after the recognition comes out. Not only me, but you too, Xu Fu. We can apply for a pass together. We can go to Shacheng together. Xu Fu knew that even if she got the pass, she couldn't go to Shacheng. But it was definitely not cost-effective to get materials for this kind of reward. So if the recognition of good citizens came out, she would still apply for a pass. But she would not use the quota. She had already decided who to give it to. Lu Shuang was probably busy and hadn't replied. Not long after she replied to Cheng Yu's message, the other party called her directly. She answered the phone and apologized, saying that she was very tired yesterday and fell asleep as soon as she got home. Cheng Yu originally just wanted to know if she got home safely, and understood that she was in a bad mood these 2 days, so he naturally wouldn't argue with her about it. He called her because of the marine hanging machine. He learned from Lu Shuang. When do you want it? Xu Fu knew there was a chance when she heard the way he asked, and her tone suddenly became lighter. Of course. The sooner the better. Price is not a problem. If possible, it would be best to get 3 or 2. If not, just 1. When she said this, she heard the other party's suppressed laughter from the other end of the phone. I understand. I'll try to help you solve it. Lu Shuang had no way to get a boat-mounted machine, but she was obviously very concerned about it, and told him to get it done. Cheng Yu actually wanted to say that even if she didn't tell him to do so, he would help Xu Fu get it done. After all, he was the first person to take care of Xu Fu. Thank you, Captain Cheng. Xu Fu thanked him and mentioned the pass again. This time, probably because the pass was more promising than before. Cheng Yu also gave a new suggestion. Even if you get the Good Citizen Award, it will be difficult to apply for a Shacheng pass. My suggestion is to choose other second and third tier cities in Shizhou Province. Shizhou Province is the area where Shacheng is located, the largest and only province on the Fengshan Plateau. Yes, in such a disaster period, places like Shizhou Province, which have lagged behind due to geographical restrictions, may have tighter supplies in small cities, and various inconveniences may occur in life. But sometimes you have to see what the main demand is. Your friend's demand is a safe area at high altitudes, so go there first if you have the chance, and you can think of ways to deal with things after you get there. What's more, everyone still has to believe in the country's construction. Chung Yu only said half of the last sentence, but Xu Fu could hear that he was revealing some news that was not convenient to say at the moment. According to her previous speculation, if there is more than one reborn person in Huagua, and the authorities are already taking preventive measures, then focusing on the rapid development and construction of the entire Fengshan Plateau should also be one of the measures. Thinking of this, Xu Fu understood, and thanked Chung Yu again. After hanging up the phone, she sent a message to Zheng Feifei to suggest a way to increase the probability of obtaining a pass. Zheng Feifei was actually a little blinded before, mainly because of some experiences in Suicheng, which made her obsessed. Go to Shacheng, a large plateau city with an altitude of more than 3,500 meters. It is the safest place in the future of the entire Hua country. Only when she arrives there with her parents can she be truly safe and no longer fall into an uncontrollable state due to sudden disasters. There is the peaceful and stable life she has always dreamed of. The method mentioned by Xu Fu was not completely beyond her imagination. But it was this obsession that infinitely magnified the presence of Shacheng. Even Xu Fu herself was obsessed with Shacheng. Since the first day she woke up in Suicheng, Shacheng was the city she always wanted to go to but could never go to. She recommended this city to every friend she knew. In fact, this was the projection of her inner hope. Now think about it. As long as it is not a barren area in the corners of the fashion plateau, it is okay to go to a first-tier city, or a third-tier small city. When she went out, her mood had improved a lot because of this incident. Zheng Feifei was also in a very good mood and asked her to have dinner in the evening, saying that the entire Jixing community had been lifted and the dinner would be very sumptuous. Xu Fu declined. This time, she really declined. She hadn't been out for many days, and drove directly out of the East City area, heading for the shopping mall in the city center. There were big supermarkets and many small cooked food stores there. She planned to go to the supermarket first and buy all the fruits and vegetables she could. From the East City to the city center, she encountered several roadblocks along the way. Not only did they check the cars, but they also checked people. However, she had a car rental certificate and a local ID card, so she quickly passed several roadblocks. After that, she went to a gold shop first, exchanged enough cash into her mobile phone account again, and then went directly to the supermarket. This supermarket is relatively large, and there are more varieties of fruits. Because she went early, there were several daily and new fruits on the supermarket shelves. She took each kind, a bag of apples, a bag of pears, a bag of grapes, a bag of longans, a cantaloupe, and a bag of cherry tomatoes. The vegetables were also packed in bags with different quantities, depending on the category. One bag is about 500 grams to 1,000 grams. There are more varieties than fruits. 9 kinds, and you can buy them all, but you are limited to 1 bag of each kind per day. After buying the restricted vegetables and fruits on the same day, you need to swipe your ID card. Even if you go to another supermarket to buy them, the words restricted purchase will pop up on the internet. However, unless 3 generations of a family live together, it will take an ordinary family of 2 or 3 days to consume all the vegetables. In addition to fruits and vegetables, she went to the daily necessity shelves. Most of the things here are not restricted. She only bought the things she didn't stock up enough. Sanitary napkins, underwear, towels, insecticide, toilet water, mosquito repellent, mosquito coil liquid, mosquito coil tray, garbage bags, craft paper packaging boxes, especially sanitary napkins. She didn't salvage a bag in the 2 months of living on the water in Suicheng. But think about it, the outer packaging of this thing is thin, and there are holes for easy tearing. It will definitely get waterlogged and damaged if it is soaked in water for a long time. Automatic water fishing rods never come up empty-handed, so naturally they won't catch these. Now that she sees it, she has to keep buying. After leaving the supermarket, she put the shopping bag in the car, and went to the mall again. First bought 2 new mobile phones and tablets with large memory at a brand mobile phone store. In case there is no place to repair the current mobile phone and tablet when there is a problem, it is better to be prepared. In addition, she also bought a keyboard, charger, and 4 pairs of Bluetooth headphones, 2 in-ear, 1 ear clip, and 1 neck hanging. When she passed a large bookstore in the mall, she hesitated for a moment, but still went in and bought a large cart of books, including stories, literature, history, science fiction, fashion. She bought a lot of books in each category according to her preferences. Although a large number of books were downloaded to the memory of the mobile phone and tablet. They were different from paper books after all. These books were all brand new, with beautiful covers and the fragrance of ink. She thought that when she got tired of reading e-books occasionally, she could also read a physical book like this. Because she bought too much. She couldn't carry 7 or 8 large bags. In the end, she had to pay a deposit to the bookstore clerk to rent a cart. First transport the pile of books back to the cart, and then return to the bookstore to return the cart. Finally, she went to the cooked food street in the mall, focusing on buying cooked meat products. It happened to be lunchtime, and it was a relatively safe area in the city center, so there were quite a lot of customers here. Fried chicken, grilled chicken, lamb skewers, octopus balls, grilled squid, hand-torn chicken, peppercorns, chicken, husband and wife lung slices, spicy skewers, dandan noodles, spiced and spicy duck tongues, duck wings, duck feet, duck necks, duck clavicles, roasted pork trotters, crispy pork, hamburgers, pizza, hot dogs, sandwiches. If you haven't bought them before, you should buy them. You can also buy them if you have bought them before. She didn't buy much from each store, keeping it at about 20 portions. After running through more than a dozen stores on the left wing of the mall, she went to more than a dozen stores on the right wing. During the period, she also had lunch by herself, drank a bowl of pig flour soup, and ate a portion of octopus balls. Originally, I thought that the boiled pig's trotter soup was not as crispy and chewy as the roasted pig's trotter. But after eating it, I felt that it had a different flavor. The soup was fresh and delicious, and the pig's trotter was soft and tasty. It replenished collagen. After eating, I felt that my face was a little more beautiful, so I also packed 20 portions when I left. It was close to dusk, and she drove slowly towards the east of the city. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, she released the drifting island house on time, and after taking a shower, she rolled on the soft and large sofa to celebrate that she had spent another peaceful day. In the following days, Shu Fu lived a peaceful and regular life. As long as there were no hurricanes, waterspouts or heavy rains, she would go out every day, buy vegetables and fruits at different supermarkets, and then go to nearby food stores to find and pack food. Occasionally, if she saw a bookstore nearby, she would go in and buy some new things. When she was at home, she would use the super large pot she bought to cook soup. Usually, a pot of soup would take a whole day to cook. After cooking, she would cover it with a lid and store it directly. The next time she wanted to eat, she could use a small pot to make a pot, add vegetables or noodles, or drink it directly. At night, she stayed in the warm and comfortable house on the drifting island, surfing the internet to read the news, listening to music, watching movies or variety shows, chatting with Zheng Feifei on the phone, and then going to bed at about the same time. Such a big thing just happened in the east of the city. The number of patrol cars and people on the streets is several times that of the past. Although the rescue team and the troops are no longer fully armed, electric batons and guns have become standard. The patrol officers equipped with guns give people a sense of security. Ordinary people in the east of the city still live and work as usual, while those who like to stir up trouble and steal are silent. During this period, rescue teams occasionally came to various communities in the east of the city to check on personnel and other safety issues. The inspections were completely random. Jixing community was also inspected twice, and the residents were very cooperative. There were people Shu Fu knew in both inspections. Lu Shuang led the team once, and Cheng Yu led the team the other time. This time, there was no need to check every household. The main inspections were surveillance, gates, and computer data on people entering and leaving. Once, because Jixing community was the last mission point before the team was withdrawn, Lu Shuang took Shu Fu with him when he left, saying that the team had a dinner party, and the place where they had dinner was not far from the community. So he took her with him. Shu Fu did not refuse. After knowing that everyone was going to eat barbecue, she ordered a lot of milk tea from the milk tea shop on the same street, and gave everyone a cup. Lu Shuang knew that she didn't want to eat her meal for free, but she felt that it was awkward to split the bill, so she just bought milk tea. She liked the other party's way of doing things. She took a photo of the milk tea and posted it on WeChat Moments, barbecue party, and received milk tea from the beautiful girl. In addition to the milk tea, The photo also showed Xu Fu's blurry half-face. Unless you know her, you can't see her appearance clearly. Xu Fu liked this post. After a moment, Lu Shuang explained, which indicated that Captain Chung had also liked her post. Was he liking the barbecue or the milk tea? After this battle, the slightly chaotic order in Lu Yunqing had recovered. The reason for this change was ultimately due to the deterrence of hot weapons. It is estimated that the upper echelons of Lu Yunqing had long wanted to equip the rescue team with guns, but they just hadn't found a suitable entry point before. Lu Yunqing welcomed the new year in such a tense, bleak and safe atmosphere. January 21st is the last day before the Chinese New Year. People are saying online that the Chinese New Year is very early this year, as if God wants the old year to pass quickly and the new year to come soon. This year, there were many disasters. Countless people were displaced, and many people experienced the separation of life and death that they had never experienced in their lives. But there are still many people looking forward to the arrival of the new year. People try their best to have a good new year based on the conditions around them, hoping that after this year, all the bad things will be taken away. I hope that in the new year, the disaster will be completely over. Xu Fu was very busy on New Year's Eve. She had dinner appointments at noon and at night. Lu Shuang invited her to dinner at noon and Zheng Feifei at night. Lu Shuang invited her to dinner at noon. And Cheng Yu also came this time. Lu Shuang repeatedly stated on the phone that Xu Fu didn't need to bring anything for dinner this time, and could just go there to eat. The dinner location was chosen to be a stir-fry restaurant in the east of the city. Lu Shuang was going to pick her up, but Xu Fu said that she had rented a car and could drive there directly. But in the end, she didn't drive. In the morning, Cheng Yu drove directly to Jixing Community. There were 2 marine motors he got for her in the car, and 3 30L barrels of fuel. He was obviously afraid that she couldn't drive without the motors. These things were quite heavy and a bit eye-catching. So after driving to the destination, he personally sent them upstairs to her. Xu Fu pushed a folding cart downstairs to pick him up, feeling very happy. She didn't expect Cheng Yu to be so thorough, even thinking about fuel. Nowadays, fuel is also a limited purchase commodity. The rules for refueling are naturally different from the past. Ordinary people can only refuel directly in the car, and cannot use portable oil barrels to refuel. At the same time, there is a real name purchase limit every week. Fuel is more precious than vegetables and fruits. Xu Fu's persona in front of Cheng Yu was a hidden internet celebrity who had no shortage of money, so when she asked him to help her buy it, she said she would pay no matter how expensive it was. The price of such a marine hanging machine in peacetime was between 1,000 and 1,500. She expected a 10-fold increase in price, but when she paid, she found that the price was only 1/5 of what she expected. So cheap? She was a little skeptical. Cheng Yu stood in the living room of her rental house, taking things out of the cart, and nodded, indicating that it was the internal price. Xu Fu couldn't see any clues from his face, so she transferred the money first, planning to ask Lu Shuang privately at lunch later. After Cheng Yu put the things against the wall, he folded the cart for her and put it away again. Before leaving, he glanced at her empty living room. There were all the things that should be here: dining table and chairs, sofa, coffee table, trash can. But that was all. There was not even a book or a cushion. It looked cold and a bit miserable. Even his dormitory seemed more popular than hers. But this place didn't look like a home. It was just a house. What's wrong? Xu Fu also looked back at the living room of the rental house. Since Lu Shuang and the neighborhood committee came to check that time, she had not touched the decoration of her rental house for public viewing. Although there were not many things, it did look like someone lived there. She didn't understand what Cheng Yu was looking at. It's okay. Let's go. He picked up his raincoat at the door. You don't have to drive. A car will go over there and take you back after dinner. Okay. Xu Fu never entangled in trivial matters. She picked up the raincoat hanging behind the door, closed the door, locked it and left. At lunch, Xu Fu didn't find a chance to ask Lu Shuang about the price of the boat hanging machine in private, because in addition to the 3 of them, there were many team members who came. She had seen some of these people before, and they looked familiar, but she had never seen some of them before. It was only when she arrived at the dinner table that she realized that today's meal was Lu Shuang's farewell banquet. She had been transferred back to the army, and was going back to Xiangzhou province, leaving tomorrow. Chapter 43. Lu Yunqing. Lu Shuang was actually happy. Her family was in Xiangzhou province. Her parents and sister were also there. Even though she would be very busy after being transferred back to the army this time, and the place where she was to perform, the mission was not in her hometown, she could still find a chance to go back. But at the same time, she was reluctant to leave the members of the rescue team who were fighting with her. They had been running on the front line of rescue, and they had long been as close as brothers and sisters. She was also reluctant to leave Shu Fu, always felt that it was not easy for her to live alone. In such a disaster period, she was so young but lived alone. She always looked quiet, but even when sitting in the crowd, she still felt lonely. This feeling of loneliness is very subtle, not confused, just a little bit of alienation. Every time she turned around and met her eyes, she would always smile at her gently. If possible, she really wanted to take her back to Xiangzhou province this time, to her hometown Ziqing, where the altitude is more than 500 meters, there are mountains outside, the rainstorms are not as frequent as here, and it is very safe at present. But no, Shu Fu and her are not directly related, and she has no right to take her away as a team member for the time being. Moreover, she had previously sounded out Shu Fu, and she had no plans to leave Liyun City for the time being. She also knew that Shu Fu had given up her entry pass to Shizhou province. She and her friends were commended as good citizens this time. They chose a small town called Jiqing in Shizhou province and submitted an application. On Shu Fu's application, her name was not written. Such a rare opportunity that everyone wanted. She gave it to someone else, in order to avoid forcing the other party. Before writing the application, she asked Chengyu to send a member of the rescue team to the hospital, hiding herself, and conveyed to Fang Shiwen that there was an opportunity to apply to Shizhou province, which might be a small town of the second or third tier, and asked her if she was willing. After receiving a positive response, she submitted the application. Lu Shuang didn't quite understand why she didn't want to leave Liyun City. Was it because this was her birthplace? But she had no important relatives here, and even her friends would soon leave. The team members were on vacation today, and they didn't have to drive. They all drank. Lu Shuang originally wanted to drive when she went back, but couldn't resist the toasts and drank a few glasses. The team members knew that her rank would be promoted after she was transferred back to the army this time, so they would never let her go easily. They all smiled and said, "Now she has been promoted to lieutenant so quickly. When we have a chance to meet next time, will she be a major? By then, they will have to stand at attention and salute when they see her from a distance." Lu Shuang had never been to a military academy, and she joined the army late. Only 4 or 5 years in total. Now she was promoted to lieutenant so quickly, which made people very envious. "You should salute me now when you see me." Lu Shuang smiled and quietly poured the wine they had added to her cups back into their glasses. Besides, it's not so easy to be promoted from lieutenant to major. A team member was not convinced and pointed at Chengyu. Captain Cheng has only been a captain for more than 2 years. He will be promoted to major this time. A 30-year-old major was almost impossible in the past peacetime. He's a captain. I'm only a lieutenant. Besides, he's older than me. He's already 30. Chengyu, who was accidentally injured. Lu Shuang coughed softly and immediately saved the situation. I mean, Chengyu is more mature than me. He went to the military academy and went to the border for a few years and made several great contributions. She looked at the other team members, pretending to be angry and changing the subject. Are you comparing me with Chengyu now? You're deliberately trying to sow discord between us. She said so, but in fact, Lu Shuang was very confident in herself. If Chengyu was given the same time and conditions, she was confident that she would not be worse than him. But she wouldn't take it so seriously, after all. Everyone was joking. The team member who said this before was pushed to the front by the other people with a smile. Someone poured him a large glass of wine, and asked him to drink it quickly to make amends. The man cried out for injustice while being forced by the others to finish the wine, and was forced by them to make amends to Chengyu with a glass. He complained, "You guys just want to force me to drink." A group of people laughed and teased him, and 2 teammates, who didn't know much about the situation, ran over from the other side of the table, asking Chengyu why he wanted to go back. Wouldn't he stay in Liyun City? Hadn't he just arrived not long ago? "I'm not leaving so fast. I'll stay for a while," Chengyu said, seeing Shu Fu looking at him intently. He couldn't help but move closer. "What's wrong? What do you want to ask?" "So you're already 30. She thought he was only 25 or 26. Chengyu. The farewell dinner lasted for several hours, because only Chengyu and Shu Fu didn't drink. They finally drove a car to send the others, who drank back first. Shu Fu drove the jeep that Chengyu had driven before. and Lu Shuang naturally took the car she drove, while the others took the other car driven by Chengyu. In order to facilitate the rescue work of the rescue team in the water area, Lu Yunqing arranged the dormitories in the eastern suburbs of Lu Yunqing, on a hill near the number 1 dam, which is safe and can immediately check the situation outside the dam. The car drove eastward, and Xu Fu could see the dam standing in the heavy rain at the end of the road as long as she looked up. It was still shocking when viewed from close up, and it was a very reassuring height. Vehicles were prohibited from driving outside the rescue team dormitory area. When they were about to arrive, Chengyu called Xu Fu and told her not to drive the car in, but to let Lu Shuang get off the car directly. He would send the people in and come out, and then drive her car to take him back. No need, Captain Cheng. I can take the bus back now, let alone Chengyu. Lu Shuang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, disagreed. It's raining too hard, there's no bus stop nearby, be obedient, let Captain Cheng take you. Xu Fu looked at Lu Shuang, nodded at her, and at the same time hummed at Chengyu on the other end of the phone. Good boy, Lu Shuang praised. Chengyu could hear Lu Shuang's voice, and knew that it was her persuasion. He wanted to say something, but after a pause, he didn't say it. He just said, wait for me, and hung up the phone. 10 minutes later, Xu Fu parked the car, and then turned off the engine. On the passenger seat, Lu Shuang reached out and stroked her black and smooth hair. She still remembered the first time she saw Xu Fu. Her hair was greasy and dirty, and it was obvious that she hadn't washed it for a long time. She looked dirty and squatted alone in a building that was about to be flooded. She looked so pitiful. Whether you decide to go to Xiangzhou Province, Shizhou Province, or stay in Luyun City, you must take good care of yourself. The most important thing is, remember to contact me or Chengyu if you encounter difficulties. Don't be afraid to trouble us. After all, we have experienced the huge waves and lived and died together. Lu Shuang drank some wine, and the angular parts of her body became softer. She looked at her like a sister looking at her sister. I was relieved that she was living well now. I felt distressed that she was alone, and had to rely on herself for everything, and I also sighed and was reluctant for the upcoming separation. Xu Fu looked back at her, first nodded in response, and then asked, why are you so nice to me? It was obviously a chance meeting, but he was very gentle to her from the beginning. Hearing her ask this, Lu Shuang was stunned for a moment, then smiled. I don't think I did anything particularly good to you. You cared about me since the first time we met, and took the initiative to give me water, and were very friendly to me. Even if you wanted to take me back to the dormitory to take a shower and change clothes, you would consider my feelings and ask for my opinion first. You will remember what I said. And you have thought about taking me to Xiangzhou Province. These, aren't they enough? Lu Shuang stared at her in a daze. She really didn't expect that she would remember these trivial things so clearly. When a person is good to another person, most of the time, it is actually done willingly without thinking about the return. But if the other person remembers everything the person does silently, and gives affirmation, for her, there will be a sense of satisfaction that everything she says and does has an impact. She didn't know what to say. Between people, it's about fate. Some people have known each other for a long time, but their relationship is still average. Some people just meet for the first time, but they will feel good about each other, and can't help wanting to get close. How should she say it? Say she has a sister who is about the same age as her? Say she thought she was very well behaved and sensible when she saw her for the first time, and it reminded her of her sister? Say as she met her more and more times, I always felt that she looked familiar, as if I had seen her not only in Suicheng, but at some earlier time, and it seemed that I had seen her somewhere. Lu Shuang reached out his hand, held Xu Fu in his arms, and patted her gently. I just want to be good to you, for no reason. Just like when you went to help your former neighbor in Suicheng. Was there a necessary reason? In the final analysis, you just wanted to do it. You were willing to do it. You were also able to do it. And then you did it. This was your choice. Your true heart. Xu Fu leaned on Lu Shuang's shoulder and patted him as well. Lu Shuang's simple true heart was like a powerful voice, dispelling all the residual sounds that had been lingering in her heart for the past few days. Yes, true heart. She would not forget her true heart. No matter what the circumstances, she would just be herself. Discard all the noise. And just be Xu Fu. The passenger window was knocked from outside. Through the car window and the heavy rain, Chengyu looked at them with a complicated expression. Okay, I'm leaving. See you next time. Lu Shuang touched her hair again, pulled the raincoat from the back seat, put it on, and pushed the door to get out of the car. Cheng Yu signaled Xu Fu to move to the front passenger seat, but she shook her head, saying that she would drive and let him get on the front passenger seat. Cheng Yu took off his raincoat and got in the car. Before the door was closed, Xu Fu shouted to Lu Shuang, who had not taken 2 steps, "Sister Lu Shuang, I will definitely move to Shacheng in the future. I hope your family can move to Fengshang Plateau as soon as possible. See you there next time. Goodbye. Happy New Year." In the rain, Lu Shuang smiled and waved to her. The car door was closed, and the car was restarted. Xu Fu turned the car around and reminded Cheng Yu, "Captain Cheng, fasten your seatbelt." Cheng Yu didn't say anything, but silently pulled the seatbelt and fastened it. After a long while, he finally couldn't help but ask, "Why is she Sister Lu Shuang? And I am Captain Cheng?" Just because he is 30 years old. Xu Fu looked back at him, and then asked, "So, you want me to call you Uncle Cheng Yu?" Cheng Yu. Zheng Feifei's parents prepared more sumptuous dishes for the New Year's Eve dinner, and Xu Fu also brought more abundant gifts. Zheng Feifei knew before that Xu Fu changed the applicant to Jiqing to Fang Erwen. She was unhappy for several days when she first found out. It was not until the other party promised that if there was another chance next time, she would apply for a pass to Xizhou province that she slowly accepted the fact. After dinner, she asked Xu Fu to stay. Xu Fu thought that if the application was approved, there would not be much time to get together. So she stayed. The two chatted again until the middle of the night. But it was New Year's Eve, and most people in Liyun City went to bed late. At midnight, Liyun City officials arranged electronic fireworks shows in several places in the city. There was also a place in the east of the city, but it was far from Jiqing community, and it was raining heavily at midnight. Xu Fu and Zheng Feifei looked at the window for a long time, but they only saw some vague color changes. Zheng Feifei lay on the windowsill, looking disappointed. Next year, we'll set off fireworks in Xizhou province, where the rain is not as frequent as here, so we can just set off traditional fireworks on New Year's Eve. Xu Fu comforted her. There's still a year left. Zheng Feifei turned her head to look at her, and asked, "Will you set off fireworks with me next year?" Xu Fu couldn't guarantee this, but Zheng Feifei looked at her expectantly, so she naturally wouldn't spoil her fun, and nodded, "Yes. Let's set off fireworks together next year. Then it's a deal. We'll set off fireworks in Xizhou province next year. We don't need to buy big ones, just small ones that can be held in the hand. It must be fun," Zheng Feifei said, with both expectation and some sighs on her face. Jiqing is more than 3,000 meters above sea level. I don't know if we will be unable to adapt after we get there. Especially my parents. It would be terrible if they have altitude sickness. I heard that if the application is approved, the drugs to prevent altitude sickness will be sent in advance. Because then, the migration will be arranged by the government, and all medical aspects will be coordinated well. Yeah. Zheng Feifei leaned toward Xu Fu, still reluctant to let her go. I really hope you can go with me. Don't worry. Xizhou province is also my dream place. I will go. Just later than you. Then what's the appointment? Yeah. It's an appointment. 2 weeks after the start of the new year, Zheng Feifei received a notice that the application had been approved. And as Xu Fu said, the drugs to prevent altitude sickness were sent out on the same day. 2 days later, the Jiqing pass was delivered to the family. She was so excited that she didn't sleep all night, holding the pass all the time to make sure she was not dreaming. The trip to Jiqing was arranged quickly. Just 3 days later, Fang Erwen also got the pass. She had been discharged from the hospital a long time ago, but she didn't want to live in 1009. She simply took care of Wang Qian's funeral and went to the prison to see Zhongli. She knew that her behavior was stupid, but she still wanted to ask why in person. Why a sister, a friend, who had known her for so long and had been taken care of and protected by her for so long, could hurt her without blinking an eye? Why a stranger, who had never even met her, could give her such a large sum of money after knowing her experience, and give her the precious Plateau City pass quota? She was stupid, but she was not dumb. Although the rescue team members, who came to take over these things, always said that this was a subsidy from above, she was just an ordinary person, who had not made any contribution to the city at all. How could she possibly receive such a huge subsidy? In Liyun City, there are too many people like her who have moved here from other cities for refuge. Even if the government wants to provide subsidies for her experience, At most, they can only give some food and water supplies. Behind the whole thing, there must be someone she doesn't know. But she tried many times, but couldn't figure out who that person was. Across the iron fence, Zhongli's sneer turned into crazy jealousy when she knew she was about to go to the Plateau City. Why do you have the right? Why can you get a pass? Why is your life always so good? Why can you always get what others can't get no matter how hard they try? Beautiful appearance, satisfactory job, handsome and profitable husband, rich savings. But she is still not satisfied. Every time they meet, she complains about her husband in front of her. But in Zhongli's ears, these complaints are just showing off in disguise. Ask her why you want to hurt her? Why? She just wants this. What I hate most in my life is people like you who pretend to be calm, but actually like to show off to other women with your man. If you like to compare so much, why don't you find other men to compare with? Why do you always find me? You only dare to catch women. Right? Do you know what you are saying? Is this all you can see? Who is comparing now? Who caught whom? Do you have to distort the facts? Of course it's you. You forced me to do it. Fang Shiwen looked at the malice and jealousy in the other's eyes, and finally laughed at herself. It turned out that from the beginning to the end, Zhongli did not regard her as a friend. In the final analysis, it was just a hypocritical plastic sisterhood. It was just that in the past, in the peaceful times, the other party concealed it perfectly, and she did not see the truth clearly. Fang Shiwen let out a long breath, and felt that the heavy feeling that had finally pressed on her heart had also disappeared. Before leaving, she smiled at Zhongli again. I am leaving, and I am going to a safe Plateau City to start my life again. And you? You can only lie to yourself and put the blame on others. But even so, you can't hide the fact that you are a murderer. You will rot in prison for the rest of your life, and don't even think about going anywhere. Now is not the peaceful times of the past. All kinds of punishments have been increased. Even if Zhongli did not kill Wang Qian personally, she would not be able to get out of prison again. After Fang Shiwen finished speaking, she turned around and left. Even though Zhongli cursed and insulted her with vicious words behind her, she did not feel any more ripples in her heart. The people who applied to move to the Plateau City had been looking forward to it for a long time. Many people had already packed their luggage and were just waiting for a notice to leave immediately. Zhang Feifei's family was the same. Their family did not have a car, so they were arranged to take the same bus to Jiqing. The people who had cars could choose to drive and follow. It was naturally convenient to drive by yourself, because you could carry more water and supplies. Those who took the bus were the same as the previous evacuation. Everyone had a luggage limit. Now the roads between cities are strictly controlled. It is impossible to go as you wish according to the navigation route as before. Trains are faster and safer than highways, so they will be arranged for people who are more in need, such as important scientific researchers, patients, the elderly and the infirm, etc. The highway migration team will be led and followed by troops and rescue teams. If there are problems such as weather changes, they will immediately arrange a hiding place. And the safety along the way is still very guaranteed. From Liyun City to Jiqing, the total length is more than 1,500 kilometers. If you are lucky along the way and do not encounter particularly serious weather problems, you can arrive in about a day. Give me a message when you get there. This was another farewell that Xu Fu had experienced in a short period of time. Because she had been prepared, she accepted it calmly. Compared to Zhang Feifei, who hugged her and began to cry silently before leaving, she seemed too calm. We'll see each other again, I promise. Xu Fu stretched out her hand and hugged Zhang Feifei tightly. See you next time, Feifei. The news that Zhang Feifei reported that she was safe came late at night the next day after their family set out. It took more than 30 hours to walk this way. There were some minor setbacks, but they finally arrived safely. A few days after Zhang Feifei arrived at Jiqing, Liyun City was clear for 2 days. The daytime temperature rose to 28 degrees. 2 days later, the temperature dropped sharply and heavy rain fell. The waters outside the dam were once again hit by huge waves. This time, in addition to the huge waves, waterspouts appeared again. 2 tornadoes also formed on the Yun River in Liyun City. The river water was swept into the wind vortex. There were lightning and thunder near the waterspouts, and the wind was roaring. The whole sky was as dark as ink, as if someone was going through a catastrophe in the clouds. The air raid alarms inside and outside the Liyunqing Dam sounded again. Everyone could no longer remember whether this was the 6th or 7th time recently. Most people were no longer so panicked. They stopped going out in time, hid indoors, closed doors and windows, turned off the power, and waited for the disaster to pass. Shu Fu spent this day in her drifting island house as usual. After the hurricane and huge waves passed, she checked the internet for relevant news. The official report said that the huge waves had a wider impact, from the northeastern region of Huaghua, along the border between plains and hills, from the northeast to the southwest, the three major plains that have now become vast oceans, all set off huge waves of varying degrees. The hilly cities on this border zone were directly hit by these huge waves. The city that experienced the highest waves this time was still a city in Shiran province, north of Muzhou province. The highest wave peak reached 61 meters, breaking the previous record. Fortunately, the construction progress of the dam in that city has been accelerated recently. When the huge waves hit, the effective height of the dam was higher than this peak, and it did not turn into a dam waterfall incident in another city before. Because of the recent frequent achievements of dams, people in the hilly cities now begin to yearn for cities with dams. Even if their cities are farther away from the flooded plains and are not currently troubled by hurricanes and huge waves, they still actively propose to the authorities of their city through various means the long-cherished wish of building a dam as soon as possible. Among them, some cities actually considered and promoted the dam plan. After all, the rain kept falling, and the water level on the planet kept rising, and it had already exceeded the global sea level rise limit of 70 meters in the expert report. After these cities announced the news of the construction of the bypass dam, the people were extremely happy. But the public did not know that not long after the officials of these cities officially started this plan, they all received the suspension order from above. The suspension order was conveyed in secret, and at the same time, another unpublished order was conveyed. The day after the huge waves subsided, Shu Fu's progress bar, which had been quiet for a long time, finally had a new task. Between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. today, complete the check-in task at Jiaofeng Supermarket, and you will get a 5% progress bar for level 3 of the raft. Current progress of level 3 of the raft, 70%. Note, if you fail to complete this task, 30% of the progress bar will be deducted. Shu Fu? ? Is she dazzled, or is the laptop cramped? This is the first time she has seen such an outrageous deduction multiple. Chapter 44 Luyun City. Because of the 30% discount, at 2 p.m. that day, Shu Fu was already in the Jiaofeng Supermarket. There was only one Jiaofeng Supermarket in the whole Luyun City. Coincidentally, she had a memory of this supermarket in her brain. This supermarket was located in the area where Shu Fu had lived before. The original owner, Shu Fu, had the same life as every ordinary girl before going to college. She was born in Luyun City and went to elementary school, middle school, and high school in Luyun City. From childhood to adulthood, she moved twice with her parents. The second move was when she was in junior high school. The new home was close to several relatives' homes. Her parents often took her to the Jiaofeng Supermarket. Occasionally, she would meet relatives who happened to go shopping there. She lived there until she graduated from high school. Her parents died unexpectedly. Her parents were not the only child. There were brothers and sisters in the family. The older generation always favored one. In addition, she was a girl and did not have the conditions for carrying on the family line in the old-fashioned concept. Therefore, her parents were not the one favored by the older generation. Even later, when several relatives wanted to bypass her and handle the house and money issues for her in the name of taking care of her, they even took advantage of her refusal and pretended to teach her a lesson. Shu Fu was already 18 years old at that time. Although she had little experience, she was not someone that everyone could step on. She pretended to cater to and send away the relatives who wanted to suck her blood. And then she found someone to handle the house herself, took her money and luggage, changed her mobile phone number, and ran to Suicheng where the university was. When Shu Fu came back this time, she actually thought that she might run into Shu Fu's former relatives in Luyuncheng. She didn't care much about it. It didn't matter whether she ran into them or not. It had little to do with her anyway. But obviously, the direction of this progress bar task was Shu Fu's past life and the people in her life. Otherwise, why would she have to stick to this time and place task? Today is Saturday afternoon. When Shu Fu accompanied her parents to the supermarket on Saturday afternoons, she would occasionally run into relatives who came to the supermarket with her. Jiaofeng Supermarket is also a large supermarket with a complete range of goods. Shu Fu wore a baseball cap and a mask. After entering the supermarket, she took a card with the mentality of being here. She went to the fresh food shelf first, probably because it was already afternoon. There were only common apples and oranges on the shelf. She was not picky and took a bag of each. She also took a box of eggs and some vegetables. After that, she pushed the cart around the supermarket casually, while being alert to the surroundings to prevent any sudden incidents. But Jiaofeng Supermarket has always been harmonious. It is far from the east of the city. Many refugees from other places cannot come to this area at all. The probability of noisy troublemakers is very small. Moreover, Lu Yunqing had just experienced a hurricane and huge waves, and the probability of catastrophic weather occurring again in a short period of time was even lower. It was not until 3:27 that Xu Fu pushed the shopping cart past the snack shelf, and suddenly saw a few familiar faces. It had been more than 4 years since they last met. After 4 years, the hairstyle, temperament, and appearance of a normal person would change slightly. And the same was true for the 3 people in front of him. But Xu Fu recognized them the moment he saw them. The younger woman was in her 40s, the wife of Xu Fu's uncle, her aunt, and a pair of siblings who were 2 or 3 years apart in age. Her cousins. Xu Fu felt a little strange. Her memories from her original world told her that, before today, she had never seen them. But she had very clear memories of these 3 people, especially the cousins. The boy and girl had changed the most in appearance. They had not seen each other for more than 4 years, and they were separated by a distance. Logically, she should not have recognized them so quickly. But in fact, the first second her eyes scanned their faces, her brain told her the answer. It felt like she did not recognize them, but her memory told her directly. It was like a machine with extremely high resolution extracted information and conveyed it to her. This feeling made her feel a little uncomfortable. But Xu Fu still pushed the shopping cart and walked over slowly. After that, she kept a certain distance from the other party, waiting for the unexpected events that might happen. There were quite a few people in the supermarket on Saturday. Everyone's attention was focused on the shelves. It was normal even if someone was pushing a cart behind them. Xu Fu followed them, and after shopping in the supermarket, she followed them to the checkout counter to line up to pay. But until the 3 of them paid and left, nothing happened around them. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. She thought about it, and was considering whether to give up paying the bill and leave directly to follow them. But her left wrist suddenly shook. The vibration made her a little confused. What happened? Mission completed? 20 minutes later, in the cubicle of the supermarket bathroom, Xu Fu looked at the black notebook in her hand, and her face was a little inexplicable. Complete the task of punching in at Jiaofeng Supermarket between 3 and 4 this afternoon, and obtain the 5% progress bar of level 3 raft. Current progress of raft level 3, 75%. There is no additional progress bar bonus, and no lottery reward, but this task has indeed been completed. At the same time, below this line of text that has turned light gray, another new line of black text appears. Between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. today, complete the Dongfu Noodles dinner check-in task, and you will get 5% progress bar of raft level 3. Current progress of raft level 3, 75%. Note, 30% progress bar will be deducted if this task is not completed. Xu Fu. She felt like she was playing a very new task. 20 minutes later, Xu Fu, who had put the fresh food bought from the supermarket into the trunk of the Jeep, returned to the shopping mall where the Jiaofeng Supermarket was located. She was also familiar with the Dongfu Noodles, which was located on the first floor of the shopping mall. After exiting another passage of the Jiaofeng Supermarket, you will pass the passage where the noodle shop is located. There are many shops on both sides of the passage. Snack bars, mobile phone stores, clothing stores, beverage stores. It is like a street of shops built in the building. This Dongfu Noodles, Xu Fu had eaten there several times with her parents before, and the taste was ordinary. Not as good as the noodles she had specially stocked up before. But the task clearly stated that it was a dinner check-in task, and she would naturally complete it according to the requirements. The store was not big, with only 7 or 8 tables. She ordered a small beef noodle and chose a table in the corner. But she deliberately chose a seat facing outward. Sitting in this position, people passing by outside would not see her at a glance. But as long as she turned her head, she could take in the movement inside and outside the store. It was not yet dinner time, and there were not many customers in the store. The small noodles came up quickly. The bowl was very large, and red chili oil floated on the red soup. Shu Fu took off his hat and mask, took out a pair of in-ear Bluetooth headphones and put them on, and took a pair of disposable chopsticks and started eating noodles. She pretended to eat while browsing her phone, and ate every mouthful of noodles very slowly. After all, the task would take an hour, and she had to stay here at least until after 6 o'clock. Other customers came to the store one after another, and soon a familiar face appeared again among the new customers. Shu Fu's aunt and her 2 children. The woman went to the front to order food, and the cousins took the shopping bags from the woman and turned around to find a seat. There were many empty seats in the noodle shop, but the problem was that it was too empty. When they turned around to check, their eyes just happened to sweep across Shu Fu's face. She frowned slightly, ready for a bloody drama. But strangely, their eyes swept over her, but did not stay on her, but locked onto the empty table next to her, and then walked over. Shu Fu subconsciously touched her face, because she was eating noodles. She was not wearing a mask or a hat. At such a close distance, they clearly saw her. But why was there no change on her face? Didn't they both recognize her? For years have passed. But the Shu Fu 4 years ago has not changed much from now. They often met her at that time, so it doesn't make sense that they have no impression of her at all. Shu Fu frowned, and cast her eyes on the Aunt Shu Fu, who had already ordered and turned to the next table, because she didn't know where her children had chosen seats. Her first action after turning around was to glance around the store. Shu Fu felt the gaze passing over her again. But like the cousins, the other party's gaze passed over her, but did not stop. She saw the pair of children sitting at the next table, and quickly walked over, put the receipt in her hand on the table, and began to take out tissues and hand sanitizer from her bag. While wiping the table, she told the 2 people to disinfect their hands with hand sanitizer, and then scolded them for being a waste to come to eat noodles, when there was clearly food for lunch at home. Shu Fu looked at her sideways. The other person was the same as the person in her memory. She was a little obsessed with cleanliness and liked to nag. But she was very good to the children. She was so good that she didn't care about her aunt's face, and wanted to take away Shu Fu's house. Although the house was small, it was a school district house. Shu Fu's parents bought the house and moved there for this reason. At that time, Shu Fu's aunt's youngest son was about to go to middle school, so the house naturally became her target. However, at the same time, Shu Fu's mother's relatives and her uncle also had their eyes on the house. His reason was different. He wanted to get married and use the house as his wedding house. The reason for the dispute was also very simple. When Shu Fu's mother bought the house, she took money from her family. Since that was the case, the house was theirs. However, all these words were empty words. The parties were gone, and there was no IOU. Shu Fu's aunt was not willing to give in. A group of people were fighting in front of Shu Fu. They did not treat her as a living person. She was just a decoration. The memories in her mind were clear and distinct. Some scenes could still make people feel unhappy when they recalled them. She was as familiar with the other person's face as the other person should be with her face. So Shu Fu didn't understand why the other party had clearly seen her, but had no reaction to her. It was as if they didn't know her at all. She thought about it, stood up and went directly to the next table, bowed her head and smiled at the 3 people at the table. What a coincidence. Long time no see. Her greeting was a little abrupt and eye-catching, even if they really didn't see her clearly before. This time, she stood so close, and took the initiative to speak. Unless the other party had Alzheimer's disease, it would be impossible for them to ignore her again. However, Shu Fu's aunt looked up at her for a moment, but showed a somewhat bewildered expression. You? Who are you? Shu Fu, who was once again ready to face a bloody recognition drama. Don't you remember me? Sorry, I don't know you. You must have recognized the wrong person. Shu Fu's aunt gave her a somewhat apologetic and distant expression. Shu Fu's memory was familiar with every expression on this face. She remembered that the other party used this face to talk about the ownership of the house, and the long speeches of those who cared for her and felt sorry for her. She also remembered how much Shu Fu hated this hypocritical face. She remembered the feeling of wanting to slap him every time she saw him. However, the intense emotional collision in her memory seemed like a one-man show. The other party looked at her with only unfamiliarity and vigilance. Shu Fu turned to look at the brother and sister, and lowered her face while leaning on the table. Don't you remember me? The moment she asked this question, Shu Fu knew the answer from their eyes. As expected, The brother and sister looked at her blankly. Their eyes not only filled with alienation, but also with defensiveness and fear. The elder sister even pulled her mother's hand, called out Mom, and asked her what was going on. What do you want? The woman's face suddenly turned bad. She was about to chase them away, but Xu Fu took a step back and said to them with an apologetic look, I'm so sorry. I recognized the wrong person. Sorry for disturbing you. She didn't stay any longer, nor did she go back to her table, but turned around and walked out of the noodle shop. It was enough. She had completely confirmed that the other party did not fail to recognize her, nor did they pretend not to know her. They really did not know her. To the three of them, she was a stranger they had never seen before. When she realized this, a slight strange chill climbed up Xu Fu's spine, making her scalp numb, and a slight vibration came from her left wrist again. After a moment, Xu Fu returned to the jeep and opened the black notebook. Complete the Dongfu Noodles dinner check-in task between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. today. Obtain 5% progress bar for level 3 raft. Obtain an additional 5% progress bar bonus. Obtain 3 wheel draws. Current progress of level 3 raft, 85%. That night, Xu Fu made herself a cup of black coffee, sat cross-legged in front of the coffee table, opened the notebook she used to make plans, and began to review today's events. First of all, today's tasks are different from the past. There are 2 tasks in one day, but it feels that the content of these 2 tasks is similar. And for some unknown reason, the way to complete the task was also different from the previous tasks. The first time, she did not get any bonus or lottery reward. The second time, she did not have the feeling that she had completed the task as before. But judging from the bonus of the prize, she had indeed completed the task very well. What puzzled her was, what was the focus of the 2 tasks? What did she do to make the bracelet determine that she had completed the task? Also, why did a person who might be the object of the task not know her at all? After analysis, there were only 2 guesses. First, there is something wrong with her face. The real Xu Fu is someone else, and she is just a time traveler who borrowed and recorded the memories and identity background of Xu Fu. Second, the existence of Xu Fu is false. Lu Yunqing has never had a Xu Fu, and there has never been an original Xu Fu who looks exactly like her. Those bloody pasts in her memory are also false. No matter which of the above situations, it confirms one point. Just as she guessed on the day of awakening, all her memories before Suichang are just a memory. She is a complete outsider, which eliminates the possibility that she is a unique type of reborn person with confused memories. Suichang is her birthplace. Before the waterway from Suichang to Lianqing was opened, whether it was the 4 years when she thought of herself as an aboriginal because of this memory, or the sober her who remembered the native world after awakening, since she came to this world, she has only stayed in Suichang. She has always been trapped there, which is in line with the logic of lighting up the map with the task. However, new questions have emerged, since she was already in Suichang at that time, and had no relationship with Lu Yunqing's people. Why should she be given such an identity? Wouldn't it be simpler and more reasonable to just keep her as a graduate of Suichang University? If there were no such fake memories of Lu Yunqing at the beginning, she might not have to spend 4 years to awaken, and might have awakened earlier, since she was required to complete the task. Why should she delay the possibility of awakening? From another perspective, the 2 tasks today were obviously related to the relatives of Xu Fu in the past. If memories can really be implanted, why not implant the same memories into these relatives? Why leave such a loophole? After all, as soon as the 2 parties meet, it is easy to find out that the other party does not know her. It's like a bug appeared during a mission. It's a bug that is easy to find. Why keep it? Continue to speculate. Since a bug has appeared, even if the mission is completed, she shouldn't get an extra progress bar bonus. It's like a person, although he worked overtime, but went to the wrong company for overtime, there was a problem of principle. How could he get an overtime bonus? Unless Xu Fu had a flash of inspiration, a sudden idea gave her goosebumps. Going to the wrong company does not count as overtime, unless the act of going to the wrong company itself is the real content of overtime. In other words, the real purpose of today's 2 tasks is likely to let her discover the existence of this BUG. Xu Fu instantly supported herself on the coffee table and knelt up. If so, everything makes sense. Why did the first task pass quickly? Because she completed it according to the task. But none of the 3 people on the other side saw her face. She was wearing a mask and a hat at the time, so they didn't recognize her. And she wouldn't feel strange, so she didn't discover the existence of the bug. But the second time, she was surprised by the change in the task format. And out of a test of the task, she not only showed her face, but also took the initiative to speak, so that the other party could see her face clearly. And she realized that in the eyes of the other party, she was just a stranger. She thought back, and the task completion prompt vibrated, which was indeed after she realized that she was just a stranger in the eyes of the other party. That is, after she discovered the bug. So, the object of today's mission is not Shu Fu's aunt, but herself. This feeling, when you think about it carefully, is terrifying. It's as if the bracelet wants to send her some messages through this mission. What messages? Overthrow the identity background set by this world. Let her once again deeply realize the abnormality of her existence. Tell her that there is no original owner at all, and all the tasks she has done before have nothing to do with the original owner. Remind her that this is not a real world. Tell her that she is in a huge controllable virtual world. Or, just want to express the opposition between the bracelet itself and this world. If you think about it more deeply, her awakening day, the day when she recalled her native world, would it not be a coincidence? Is everything arranged? What is the purpose? Outside the world, who is watching her? Shu Fu's head began to hurt again. Not really hurting, but the confusion caused by too many thoughts. She closed the notebook, leaned back, relaxed herself on the sofa, and gently closed her eyes. The last time she was so confused about the mission was during the second and third missions. However, perhaps because of her experience, she was not as persistent this time, and her thoughts were pulled away faster than last time. She had analyzed what needed to be analyzed, and recorded the key points and guesses. She decided to let herself go for the time being. Anyway, today the mission progress bar has been pulled from 70% to 85%, which is another big step towards the level 3 raft. It is really gratifying. So in order to relax, she decided to draw the lottery first. Shu Fu was happy when she thought that there were 3 chances to draw a lottery for such a simple task. It didn't matter. 3 draws. She could win by quantity. Shu Fu opened her eyes again, climbed back onto the sofa, sat cross-legged in a comfortable position, and took out the lottery wheel. First turn. Green 4th prize. 1 weak power card. Shu Fu said, "Good luck. Keep up the good work." Second turn. Blue 5th prize. Raft Fence X1. Shu Fu was confused. Last chance. Blue 3rd prize. Split level space. Shu Fu, what is this? Chapter 45. Lu Yunqing. This time, because she was in the drifting island house when she received the reward, so she clearly felt the light and shadow in the wooden house change for a moment. This moment was very short, probably less than a second. When she looked up again, she was surprised to find that there was an extra floor in the house, or half a floor. It turned out that the staggered space here meant this, which was different from what she understood. After the raft was upgraded to level 2, the floor height inside the drifting island house jumped to about 3.8 meters. She once sighed that this height was a bit like the loft apartment she bought in the original world, but it was a pity that the space here was not partitioned, and the upper space was a waste. But now, the partition is really there. Starting from the position above the back door, the newly appeared wooden board cuts off part of the space on the upper floor of the wooden house, covering the entire bathroom, and then to the sofa where she is now, there is an extra half-layer partition. This area is rectangular, with 2 sides against the wall, and 2 sides hanging in the air. With a wooden fence more than 1 meter high, it is a fully open upper space. The wooden staircase leading up is located in the aisle between the bathroom and the kitchen. The angle is just right. It will not affect daily walking. It is like an extra layer of wooden hollow decoration. It looks pretty good. Shu Fu quickly went up the stairs. This small, half floor above is about 10 square meters in size. It is empty except for the fence, because the covered area includes the French window next to the bookshelf cushion, so at this moment, about 1/3 of the French window more than 3 meters high is just stuck on the upper floor, giving the upper half floor good light. Shu Fu almost immediately thought of how to arrange this new space. Just like her loft, she wants to move the mattress, bedside table, clothing storage box up. This split-level space will be her bedroom in the future. She did it right away. Shu Fu had the wristband space to assist. It only takes 1 second to move the bedroom. She put away the bed in the living room, bedside table, storage cabinet for changing clothes at the foot of the bed, then returned to the upper floor, put out the bed first. The bed was still placed against the French window, The head of the bed was against the wall. On the left was a half French window more than 1 meter high, and beyond that was a wooden fence. When sleeping here, you can see the whole living room below by turning sideways. The upper space is only about 1.8 meters, the low soft bed, the original wood floor, and the small French window. There is a feeling of a warm and comfortable little world. There were originally 2 bedside tables. Before, because the bed was placed sideways against the wall, she only took out one. Now that the head of the bed is against the wall, she took out both bedside tables, one on the left and one on the right. On one bedside table, she placed a sage and sea salt scented candle, and on the other bedside table, she placed a rechargeable table lamp as usual. On the upper floor, near the stairs, there are walls on both sides. She searched in the space and took out a set of assembled wardrobes and a single soft sofa that she had used in the living room before. The wardrobe was newly bought after renting a house in Suicheng. It was made of composite wood. There were 3 of them. They were quite large when lined up. They could hold her clothes for all 4 seasons, and the bedding she changed. After taking them out, she saved several cubic meters of space for her bracelet. The wardrobe combination was placed against the rightmost wall. It was just the right size. The single soft sofa was placed between the bedside table and the wardrobe. She also laid a soft round carpet in front of the sofa and placed a glass coffee table. The coffee table had 2 layers. The lower storage layer was used to hold power banks, room temperature beverages, another Bluetooth speaker, several books, etc. After a simple arrangement, the originally empty upper space has changed greatly. The place where the bed was originally placed on the first floor of the wooden house is now empty. There are also floor-to-ceiling windows there, which provides good lighting. She moved the manual rowing machine, the small dining table and chairs over there, and took out another matching chair. In this way, the living room on the first floor is divided into 2 functional areas on the left and right. One side is the dining room and fitness, and the other side is the living room. This small drifting island house has begun to feel a bit like a split-level villa. Finished decorating the cabin, it was just past 8 o'clock. 8 to 9 o'clock is the water supply period. Xu Fu stretched, took the change of clothes, and went out of the cabin to take a shower in the rental house. She had taken showers in the rental house recently first. It was to save water, after all. The raft had been out of the water for more than a month. 50 L of purified water was lost every day. She was somewhat concerned about water use. Now the 500 L of water in the cabin water tank is still the water saved and stored from the daily purified water in Suicheng for 2 months. She would use the cabin purified water for washing, bathing, washing dishes, and washing clothes, and the Luyunqing filtered water stored in the folding bathtub for flushing the toilet. But she couldn't continue to shower in the cabin in recent days, because the capacity of the wastewater tank was only 1000 L, and it was almost full. After leaving the water, she couldn't manually drain the wastewater even if the tank was full. She had to leave some space for washing and going to the toilet. So she couldn't take a shower in the cabin. After all, showers waste the most water. Washing machines also waste water. But she didn't want to move the washing machine outside every time she washed clothes. And she didn't want every piece of clothing to be stained with the chemical smell of filtered water. So she finally decided to sacrifice herself. Anyway, after taking a shower, spray some floral water, and the chemical smell on the skin will soon dissipate. Half an hour later, Xu Fu, who smelled of floral water and chemical smells, walked into the wooden house, a little melancholy. As soon as she entered the house, she lit the scented candle on the bar table at the entrance. She chose a strong rose scent to dilute the combined smell on her body. However, the collision of the 3 smells made her look even more melancholy. Xu Fu lay flat on the sofa and reconsidered the idea of letting the raft drain the wastewater tank next time. She moved to Jixing community to complete the mission. And she did not move because Zheng Feifei was here. And the subsequent mission was also here. But now, Zheng Feifei's family went to Jixing. Fang Erwen also left. And Lu Shuang was transferred back to Xiangzhou province. It was like a story of meeting and walking together that had reached a fork in the road. Everyone in the story had dispersed. And it seemed that there was no need for her to continue living here. Could she find an old house near the water by the Yun River? She remembered that some old houses with a long history would be submerged in water, as long as the water level of the Yun River rose. Or just go to the suburbs to find a farmhouse with a small river pond to live in. Because there are several shelters in the eastern suburbs of the city. There are too many refugees. So the farmhouses that were originally open there have been closed. If she wants to rent there, She can probably find an agent to find a way. But the biggest problem with these two places is that the terrain is too low. Although Liyun City has a water-blocking dam, when there is a heavy rain in the city, the Yun River will rise, and water will accumulate in the low-lying areas. Her raft has 15% of the progress bar to level 3. And it can only be used for 12 hours. Even if she upgrades it to level 3 now, she cannot guarantee that the raft can be used for 24 hours after the upgrade. Once the situation in Liyun City changes, she will face the problem of survival again if she lives in such low-rise buildings. After all, she has no idea how long she will stay in Liyun City this time. The flood outside the safety wall is rising every day. The water-blocking dam can be raised, but the hills between the dams cannot be raised. Some people on the internet have proposed that the government connect all 6 dams together to build a real high wall around the city. However, the complexity of the project is unimaginable when starting construction on the hills. Moreover, these 6 dams have already exhausted half of the city's strength, and it is basically impossible to add more construction sites. Even if all the refugees in the suburbs were requisitioned, there would not be enough machines and building materials. This means that no matter how much the dam is reinforced and raised, there is a limit. Beyond this limit, even if the rising flood cannot overflow the dam, it will bypass the dam and pass through the hilly area next to it. By then, Liyun City will also face the same flood problem as Suicheng. However, this has not yet caused panic among the people of Liyun City, because the water level outside the dam is not rising that fast. The plains of Huag are vast. The flood outside the dam will bypass the hills and flood into Liyun City only when the water level in all plains reaches a critical point again. To reach this critical point, the water level in the plains must rise by at least 150 to 200 meters again. Even if it is really the end of the world, it will not happen overnight to reach such a rise in water. And this not overnight time issue is the key to Shu Fu's current struggle over whether to move. According to the experience from the last time, the remaining 15% progress bar may be triggered only after the flood enters Liyun City. And based on the rising speed of the water level in Suicheng, it will take at least 5 to 6 months for the flood to enter Liyun City. This is still under the condition of heavy rain every day for 5 to 6 months. In fact, this period may be extended to 7 to 8 months. She can't keep the raft from entering the water for such a long time. It's too wasteful. But moving to a place near the water is indeed a bit risky. Shu Fu thought about it. And after selecting from several online rental centers, she found a new agent she didn't know, added his WeChat account, and left a message to him saying that she wanted to rent a small house by the Yun River or near a fish pond in the suburbs. The request was a bit strange, so she would try it first and see if it worked. The agent quickly passed it to her friend, and politely said that due to the weather, there were few customers with such conditions before, and he didn't have much information on hand. So he asked him to sort it out first and reply to her tomorrow. Not sure if the agency didn't want to do business with her, or for some other reason. Shu Fu waited for 2 days, but the agency didn't send any new messages. When Shu Fu was about to go online to find another rental agency, Cheng Yu called her. He seemed to be in a hurry. After she answered the phone, he didn't say much. He asked her directly if she had plans to settle in Shacheng. Yes. Shu Fu had never concealed her desire to move to Shacheng from anyone. But she didn't expect that after giving her answer this time, she would get a very practical reply from the other party. About 3 days later, I will leave for Shacheng. I cannot tell you the specific reason, but I can bring a team with me, and I can add one more person to the team. I know it may be a little abrupt to ask this, but time is tight. So Cheng Yu paused, and then continued. Shu Fu, do you want to go to Shacheng with me? Ah? Shu Fu's surprise was genuine. Before the other party said the last sentence, she thought he called to say goodbye. After all, he and Lu Shuang were her friends now, and it was reasonable for him to say goodbye to her before leaving Lu Yunqing. But she really didn't expect that he could arrange people to go to Shacheng on his own, and gave her this quota. Shu Fu was very touched. Lu Shuang and Cheng Yu were just people who met by chance in this disaster. But both Lu Shuang and Cheng Yu were very gentle people. If possible, she really wanted to tell him that she was grateful for his arrangement. She wanted to go. She didn't feel abrupt. Nor did she feel that time was tight. She had always wanted to go to Shacheng. However, Shu Fu sighed slowly. I can't leave for the time being. I still have unfinished things here. But I really thank you for thinking of me at this time. Captain Cheng. I thank you sincerely. On the other end of the phone, Chung Yu was silent for a long time before he spoke again. Is it the same thing as last time? Shu Fu didn't say anything. In fact, she didn't deliberately mislead. The unfinished things she said were naturally the progress bar tasks. But it was around the time in Sui Chung that she left the evacuation team and resolutely jumped off the ship for love. This feat left a deep impression on people. So when she was vague again, it was easy for the other party to bring up the previous incident again. Shu Fu was a little conflicted. On the one hand, she didn't want to deceive Chung Yu. But on the other hand, she really felt that there was no more convenient and easier reason than this. She didn't even need to explain more, because it involved personal feelings. If she didn't want to say it, others wouldn't ask. So she didn't say anything in the end. But to her surprise, Chung Yu's voice rang out again. Why can't you think more about yourself? I really want to know. What kind of person is it that makes you do this again and again? Without hesitation, Captain Chung. Before Shu Fu could finish the rest of the sentence, Chung Yu suddenly changed the subject. Sorry. You can hear some chaotic breathing in his voice. He was a little embarrassed, but also restrained himself. Perhaps he knew that he said something he shouldn't have said. Now he regretted it a little, and was afraid that his words would hurt her, so he apologized again. Sorry, I shouldn't ask these questions, don't mind. I don't mind. Shu Fu naturally wouldn't mind. It was just an unfounded excuse anyway. I know you care about me. If I were you, I might ask my friend the same question. Captain Chung, thank you. You and Sister Lu Shuang, both are very nice and gentle people. I hope you can arrive in Shacheng safely this time. Before Chung Yu left Liyun City, he took the time to meet her. That was really a rare opportunity. They stayed for only 20 minutes. He didn't even go upstairs. After parking the car, he asked her to take the folding cart to the next floor. Shu Fu took the elevator to the parking lot on the first floor, opened the door for him from the inside, and asked him to drive the car in. He parked the car in an empty space in the corner, got out of the car, and opened the trunk. He brought her 2 cartons of things, which contained neatly arranged bags of vacuum instant rice and noodles, as well as bottled mineral water, some canned fruits, chocolate-flavored energy bars, and vacuum-compressed biscuits. The 2 boxes were filled to the brim. No wonder she was asked to bring the folding cart downstairs. Shu Fu looked at the 2 boxes of supplies, and suddenly didn't know what to say to him. Don't rush to refuse. These are some of the supplies that were sent before. I left in a hurry this time, and couldn't take too much. I left some for other team members. These 2 boxes are for you. Lu Shuang and I will not be in Liyun City in the future. You can only rely on yourself when you encounter problems, Chung Yu said, closing the trunk, letting her get in the car first. And he chatted with her. Shu Fu put the cart aside, and got on the passenger seat. Chung Yu did not mention the things he asked on the phone before. He had to go to Xiangzhou province first this time, take over another team from there, and escort a group of people to Shacheng together with the other party. The mission came very urgently, and most of the information was still confidential. Even he was not clear about the details. But compared with his previous missions, this time it was just a simple escort mission. So he thought of taking this opportunity to take Shu Fu to Shacheng. It is early February now. In March, he originally planned to finish the rescue mission in Liyun City and report back to the army. But this mission was added in the middle. He is not sure how long he will be away. Maybe after the mission in Shacheng is over, he will have to report back to Xiangzhou province directly. So before leaving this time, he must arrange everything he wants to arrange. However, he cannot talk about any part related to the mission. He guessed in his heart that there is little hope of returning directly after leaving Liyun City this time. The next time they meet, I am afraid he will have to wait until he returns to the team and applies for leave again, which will take at least 2 months. So, he came here today mainly to remind her about some safety issues. These supplies are also to leave her with a bottom line, because they are durable and easy to carry. If the situation of being trapped in the house happens again, or the bad weather continues for a long time, these are her confidence to survive, and can solve the urgent problem. In addition, many people were transferred from Liyun City this time, and the order in the east of the city cannot be maintained so well all the time. So the last thing he came here today is to ask her if she plans to move to another place. Shu Fu looked at Chung Yu. There was no need to hide this. I do have this plan. Where do you want to move to? I haven't decided yet. The main reason is that she hasn't found a place yet. She thought about it these 2 days. Maybe she can choose a place that is both high and close to water, such as a mid-air mansion with a swimming pool, or a homestay originally built in the southwestern mountainous area near a lake or a pond. However, these places are also popular with other people in Luyun City. The rent is ridiculously expensive. But that is another matter. They are afraid that they can't even find an empty house. And they are overcrowded. She has already entrusted another rental company's agent to find one. But there is no news yet. Now that Chung Yu asked, she simply explained her requirements. After all, he has been in Luyun City longer than her, and is more familiar with it. A taller building, and a pond nearby? This request did sound a bit strange. But it was not the first time she was weird in front of Chung Yu. So she nodded without changing her expression. I am not a good swimmer. I have suffered losses before. You also know that there are floods everywhere now. I want to take more time to practice swimming. Chung Yu believed this reason. And at the same time, he also understood that what she needed was not a pond, but a place to practice swimming. He thought about it, found a number from his phone, and sent it to her via WeChat, saying that this was a good friend of his rescue team, who would be transferred back to Xiangzhou province with him in March. The man was in Luyun City until early March. If she really wanted to move, she could contact him directly, and he would make it clear with the other party in the next 2 days. It was actually easy to find a place to move to as she had been there last time. Last time? The time when you sent us back to the dormitory. You mean, let me move to that hill? Chung Yu hummed, and told her that the hill was originally a scenic resort, and the dormitory where the rescue team was currently staying was also converted from a hotel, and there were other hotels and homestays nearby, and 2 of the more solid ones were arranged for the families of the rescue team to live in after being reinforced. The place he proposed for her to move to was these 2 family buildings. There is a homestay behind one of the buildings. The homestay was not built very solidly, and was half destroyed. But there is an indoor swimming pool inside, which is well preserved. Indoor swimming pools are much safer than ponds. At least, they can block wind and rain. And it is close to the rescue team. Refugees dare not cause trouble there. If something really happens, the rescue team will arrive quickly to save people. In addition, because the rescue team was placed here in order to deal with extreme weather such as hurricanes, tornadoes, waterspouts, thunderstorms, and hail. The underground wine cellar of a hotel was converted into an underground shelter. Xu Fu was a little tempted, but she was afraid that there would be too many people, and she would not be able to implement her plan. In the end, she decided to go over and take a look. She had to see the situation with her own eyes. However, if she moved there, what identity would she have? It was a family building after all. This time, Chung Yu avoided her sight and coughed softly. Then slowly said, as a family member, "Ah?" Chung Yu said again, "Just tell that person that you are my sister." Xu Fu joked, "Are you sure it's your sister? At this generation, shouldn't you be a niece? Otherwise, the next time I meet Yao Ruoyun, Sun Huiming and others, wouldn't I be their aunt?" Chung Yu. "Just kidding." Xu Fu waved her hand, showing a smile and beautiful dimples. "I was just joking. Don't be angry. Captain Chung, thank you so much for arranging all this." Chung Yu's eyes fell on her face, and didn't move away for a long time. After a moment, he showed a slightly emotional expression. "I'm about to leave. And you still call me so unfamiliarly?" Xu Fu suddenly remembered that he seemed to have mentioned this topic last time. And suddenly he had an idea. "Thank you, Brother Chung Yu." Chung Yu. Brother? Chung Yu didn't expect that she would change her address so directly this time. He was not ready at all. He reached out and touched his ear, and felt itchy there for some reason. He hummed softly, said to pack her box, and then pushed the door and got out of the car. He moved the 2 cartons to her folding cart. Chung Yu was leaving. Xu Fu pulled the cart back 2 steps to make way, and stood aside to wave goodbye to him. Chung Yu had already opened the door of the driver's seat. When he turned back, he didn't know why, but he suddenly felt reluctant to leave. Even though he had arranged everything, he still couldn't rest assured. It was as if after he left like this, she would disappear suddenly like last time. He looked at her, and suddenly took big steps towards her, then leaned down, and slowly and gently reached out to hug her. It was such a slow hug. If she wanted to refuse, she would have had time. But Xu Fu didn't refuse. She reached out her hand, and hugged him like she did when she said goodbye to Lu Shuang and Zheng Feifei, and patted him on the back gently. "Take care, Brother Chung Yu, see you next time." Chapter 46. Lu Yunqing. At night, Xu Fu, wearing a raincoat, came out of a 4-story building, walked around the wall, and walked along the path behind the building towards the woods. She turned on a small flashlight, walked through the dimly lit woods, and arrived at the B&B at the other end of the woods. This is a half-destroyed B&B, probably because it was built to create a feeling of being close to nature. Most of the B&B's buildings are made of wood. After several heavy rains, hail and strong winds, most of the wooden buildings were damaged. The reason why the indoor swimming pool of the B&B has been preserved is that the building here uses traditional reinforced concrete structure and tempered glass. This indoor swimming pool is on the first floor. The door facing outward has been damaged. You can enter directly from here, under the attack of heavy rain and several hurricanes. The base of the wall is full of various broken branches and leaves. There are also branches and leaves blown in by the wind on the ground inside the wall. But the situation looks much better than outside the wall, because the size and depth of this swimming pool are just right. When the people in the family building first moved in, some people also thought of practicing swimming, because some people are going to use this pool. Before each practice, people who come here will bring a scoop net and a broom to clean the pool water and the surrounding ground. The pool has its own filter, and the B&B also has a backup generator. But you need to turn on the power before each use to turn on the filter. But now it rains every day, and everything is wet. Sometimes when it rains heavily, the rain outside splashes in, and the rain will also flood into the pool. Those who come here to practice jokingly call it changing the water in the pool. So they just need to pick up the dead branches and leaves floating on the water, and then they will go swimming directly. It's just swimming practice, not bathing. In the winter, everyone wears thick one-piece long-sleeve swimsuits, goggles, nose clips, swimming caps and earplugs. The protective measures are well taken, and the water quality is not so demanding. Anyway, they swim on time, and when they finish, they just need to take a quick shower in the family building. Now the domestic water comes with disinfectant, so there is no need to worry about not washing it clean. However, this is also the case when the rescue team and the family members just came here. As time goes by, everyone has practiced what they should practice, and now there are basically no people who come to this swimming pool. All these situations were told to her by Chung Yu's friend. The man was 27 or 28 years old, named Han Lan, who was also tall and strong, with a good-looking face and wheat-colored skin. He was very handsome, but he was different from Chung Yu. He was a chatterbox. Before she even asked, he had already finished talking. Shu Fu knew that the other party was so patient to explain to her in detail because she was Chung Yu's friend. After all, the rescue team was very busy and had little rest time. He was willing to spend time with her. He was also a warm-hearted and kind person. The family building where she stayed was originally a homestay. There were many rooms, but none of them were big. The interior was about 30 square meters. There was a bathroom and a simple bar induction cooker. The power supply system was good, so washing and making some simple meals were no problem. The water supply here was the same as other places in the city. It was also 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the evening. It was always supplied from 8 to 9 o'clock. In addition to hoarding some water for daily washing and flushing, everyone would choose to take a shower at these 2 times. There were not many family members staying here, and not all rescue team members would bring their family members. Like before, Lu Shuang and Chung Yu did not have any, and Han Lan was the same. So when Chung Yu told him about this, he was very surprised and was very curious about Shu Fu. As for his sister's words, Han Lan just listened to them. It was just a name used during check-in procedures. Whether it was true or not had nothing to do with him. He originally asked Chung Yu if he needed him to drive over to pick her up. After all, it was a move, and in this weather, it was not convenient. Chung Yu told him that the other party was very independent and would drive over by herself if she decided to live in the family building. So Han Lan became even more curious about Shu Fu. After helping her complete the check-in procedures, he did not leave. He wanted to continue to help her move the luggage from the jeep into the building. But she took a folding cart from the car, and then moved in a few large cardboard boxes, a large backpack, and that was it. You have so few things to move. He sighed as he looked at her. Shu Fu smiled but said nothing. If it weren't for the boat engine, portable oil drum, and 2 boxes of supplies that Chung Yu bought for her before he left, she would have to have these things. She could have even fewer things. Shu Fu also felt that there were not many people living in the family building. Han Lan told her that in the past half-month, as the rescue work in the east gradually came to an end, Many of the rescue team members who had been transferred here before were transferred back. Many team members also went to other cities to perform tasks. Most of them now go to plateau cities, such as Qingyu. He is the same. He can stay in Liyun City for about half a month. As soon as March comes, he has to leave. The main reason is that the land outside the Liyun City Dam is now covered by the water line. Under the repeated attacks of huge waves, the underwater buildings that may have had survivors have almost collapsed. In fact, since the first huge wave hit Muzhou province, there have been fewer and fewer survivors in the water, and the rescue team's rescue operations to transfer and evacuate the victims have gradually returned to zero, and they have turned to more missions in the city. Afterwards, due to the lifting of the ban on hot weapons, the order in the city improved slightly, and Liu Yunqing's demand for the rescue team was not so high. So it was reasonable that a large number of team members were transferred away. It was precisely because the team members were transferred away one by one, and many of their family members also left, that this place seemed so deserted. But for Xu Fu, fewer people was a good thing. She did not rush to release the raft in the swimming pool, but observed it 3 or 4 times first, considering all aspects of the problem, and then chose the time between 8 and 9 o'clock in the evening, because this is the unified water supply time in Liyun City. Basically everyone will stay indoors during this time, taking a shower or doing cleaning work that requires a lot of water. Inside the building, the original cameras have long been broken, and there is no backup power without turning off the power switch, and those backup generators. As time goes by, the fuel is consumed, and even if the power switch is turned off, there may not be electricity. At night, there is no one, and in the dimly lit building, this swimming pool exists simply for her raft. The function of the raft's wastewater tank is called wastewater collection and filtration. Because she knows how clean the purified water of the drifting island house is, she has no psychological burden to discharge the filtered wastewater in the swimming pool. She even considered whether to store the 50L purified water of the day while discharging the wastewater. But then she thought about it and gave up. Knowing that it is clean is one thing, but getting her to accept self-production and self-sale is another thing. After all, the swimming pool is only this big. Besides, she can't come here every day, because it's too risky, so the 50L of water this time is not much help to her. The first drainage was 3 weeks ago. She was more vigilant than now. After releasing the raft, she even opened the drift bottle shield. Although it was only a short time to enter the raft to drain the water, she was also afraid that something unexpected would happen while she was in the cabin, such as someone coming over. The whole drainage process was very fast. Just a few minutes, and it didn't waste much time on the shield, because the preliminary observation work was done well. The process of releasing the raft to drain the water was also very smooth. After that, when using the raft in the room, although there is no daily purified water, the shower is still done in the bathroom of the guest house. But it does not take much water to wash, go to the toilet, and wash dishes in the drifting island house without worrying about the wastewater tank overflowing. Lu Shuang was also very happy to know that she moved to the rescue team dormitory. She is now back in the army, busier than before, and the requirements are stricter during mini missions. Even mobile phones cannot be used. Cheng Yu is probably the same. So since leaving Li Yunqing, he has never replied to Han Lan's message. Han Lan actually didn't know the specific content of his escort mission this time, but he had revealed it in front of Xu Fu. It was estimated that there were several important people in the team. Otherwise, according to his attitude of seriously telling Xu Fu to move in, he would have asked him a few questions after learning that she had officially moved in. Now there is no news at all, which must be caused by the mission. You often lost contact during the mission. Do you worry about each other? Xu Fu asked curiously. No. Han Lan still smiled. But there was a bit of helplessness in this smile. There is no point in worrying. This world has never been truly peaceful. The peaceful times in the past were just performances. Not to mention now. For people like us, once we join the army, we are naturally prepared for some things. Things like suicide notes are written long ago. That's not all. We have to write one every once in a while. After all, no one knows which mission we will be in, or why we will die. Han Lan said this, turned around and saw Xu Fu looking at him quietly. He smiled brightly again. Are you scared? Xu Fu shook her head. Don't worry. We have all received strict training and have the ability to protect ourselves. As for you, I have time today. You can practice with me for a while. I will leave in a week at most. I want you to practice the most practical self-defense skills before I leave. The rescue team dormitory is close to the family building. Han Lan will come here whenever he has a holiday. He knew that she came to live here to practice swimming. She didn't need him to teach her how to swim, which made him feel unsuccessful. So he proposed to teach her self-defense. This self-defense technique focuses on defeating the enemy with weakness. It is easy to learn and very practical. As long as you practice more, your body will remember these moves. And when you encounter a situation, you will instinctively use these moves to escape. Although Shu Fu now has a portable protective shield, it never hurts to learn more. So when Han Lan proposed to teach her, she immediately accepted and studied seriously. When Han Lan came to practice with her for the last time before leaving Lu Yunqing, she was finally able to escape from his hold with her own strength. Of course, Han Lan must have let her off a little. It was impossible for him to really use 100% of his strength like he did against an enemy. Han Lan also took a photo to record a move when Shu Fu counterattacked him this time, and sent it to Lu Shuang and Cheng Yi with great pride, saying, "It has to be him." 2 days after Han Lan left Lu Yunqing, another huge wave rose outside the dam. This time, her BNB was closer to the dam, and the hills where the BNB was located were much higher than the dam. So when the air raid alarm sounded, she stood in front of the window of the BNB, and had a panoramic view of the situation in the waters outside the dam. Dark clouds were approaching, hurricanes were roaring, and towering waves were crashing into the dam accompanied by the piercing air raid alarm. She could even hear the shock and roar of the dam being hit. Feeling the huge waves up close again, her fear did not decrease in the slightest. After the huge waves subsided, heavy rain continued in Liyun City for several days. It was so heavy that it seemed as if people were pouring water on the windows from outside for 24 hours. According to online news, several low-lying areas in the suburbs of Liyun City were flooded. A farm was flooded and had to be evacuated urgently. The filtration system of the water purification plant also had problems, and Liyun City was partially cut off from water for a day. However, most of the news and information focused on the livelihood of the people in Liyun City. In addition, the news that attracted more attention from the public was that several cities in Muzhou Province and Shiren Province that originally planned to promote the dam plan had shelved the plan for some reason. The authorities did not give an explanation in response to the public's request. Instead, they announced another piece of news at the height of the storm. Currently, in 4 plateau provinces, including Shizhou Province, nearly 30 cities have opened up relocation quotas to all Hua people. From now on, as long as you enter the identity information of the migrants through the designated website, select the city you want to relocate to, and wait for the review to pass. You can get an electronic transportation permit and a city entry pass. People who have obtained the electronic transportation permit and the city entry pass can bring their documents and go to the relocation city to settle down. Those who do not have transportation at home can purchase long-distance bus or train electronic tickets through the same designated website. The price will vary depending on the transportation, but the overall price is only 1/10 of that in peacetime, which is completely affordable even for refugees. There are many bus and train schedules, and all of them will be postponed in the event of a storm, and will not be cancelled. In addition, the relocated cities will also have a series of preferential policies for the relocated residents in terms of buying and renting houses. Some special types of workers, such as construction workers, engineers, plumbers, boatmen, can even buy houses with 0 down payment and 0 interest. As soon as the news came out, the whole country of Hua was shocked. Chapter 47 Liyun City. For a time, the news of collective relocation overwhelmed all the disaster news in Muzhou Province and Shiren Province. Some people who decided to move to the western plateau cities because of the Doomsday Prophecy video, but were stranded in the hilly cities for various reasons, were furious. The authorities had blocked their way to the plateau cities for so long, and it was difficult to get a pass to enter the city. They had almost emptied their savings by spending time in these cities, but now such news was suddenly announced. Many people's first reaction was not to be happy that the relocation policy was finally opened, but to be angry that this time the relocation policy was treated equally by the people of the entire Hua country, and even had so many preferential policies. Those who wanted to relocate in the early days encountered many obstacles and suffered a lot. Now that the policy has been opened, there will definitely be many people who did not plan to relocate who will think about relocating. After all, Muzhou Province and Shiren Province are frequently hit by hurricanes and huge waves. Instead of staying in a place that has become a seaside city and is facing natural disasters at any moment, it is better to take advantage of this relocation boom and catch up with the new preferential policies. These people, who have always lived in their own cities and have never had to travel for migration, now only need to go online and upload some information to get a pass like them. This is not fair to those who are stranded due to migration. For a while, there were all kinds of voices on the internet. Some people complained, while others said that luck is also a part of strength. Many posts started to curse each other. The situation in Liyun City was the same. However, among the people stranded in the city, some were indignant and busy complaining and arguing, while others reacted quickly. They immediately logged onto the designated website and entered the information to declare. Many people only spent half a day waiting for their electronic transportation permits and city entry passes. Those who got the permits were ecstatic. Most of them had decent economic conditions and cars. While waiting for the review, they quickly packed all their luggage, went out to refuel, went to the supermarket to buy a large number of supplies, and then loaded the car and set off immediately after receiving the permits. While some people were still cursing the world online, these people set off early and became the first group of people in this relocation operation. After the announcement of the opening of the relocation quota, Shu Fu's WeChat began to ring non-stop. Zheng Feifei was the first to send her a message. She had been waiting for a new opportunity and looking forward to Shu Fu's coming. She didn't expect that this opportunity would come so soon. Although the Fengshan Plateau where Shizhou Province is located has the largest area, there are too few well-developed cities. Therefore, there are only 7 cities open this time. Xiqing is not among them, and Shacheng is not among them. But it doesn't matter. Another small city about 200 kilometers away from Xiqing is also one of the open cities. Zheng Feifei sent a message, hoping that Shu Fu could move to that city first. Anyway, we should get to a safe city first, and then we can slowly figure out how to reunite. Zhang Tian's family has connections, ways and money, and they went to Shacheng early in the morning. They had thought about how to get Chen Fa and Wu Xiaoshan there before. But Chen Fa and Wu Xiaoshan each had their own parents and families. Although they went together during the evacuation, their hometowns and families were not in the same place, so they had to separate in the end. Wu Xiaoshan is currently in Xiangzhou Province, and Chen Fa went to Lanka Province. These places are safer than Muzhou Province where Shu Fu is. Therefore, she became their #1 target of attack, asking her to leave quickly and stop dragging her feet. Even Lu Su secretly sent her a message after Lu Zheng and Yao Ruoyun contacted her, asking her to go to Pincheng quickly, and said that if she went to Pincheng, he had a big secret about Lan Lan that even her brother didn't know. Shu Fu replied helplessly, Pincheng is no longer on the list of relocation cities. Lu Su said he didn't want to listen. He didn't want to listen. He didn't want to listen. If he couldn't go to Pincheng, he would go to Luqing first. Luqing was the closest relocation city to Pincheng. And after going to Luqing, he could find a way to go to Pincheng. Shu Fu, doesn't she want to go now? She can't go now. Don't even mention Pincheng, Luqing, and Shizhou Province. She can't even step out of the suburbs of Liyun City. In the end, even Lu Shuang called her. This is the 4th day since the official announcement of the opening of relocation. Lu Shuang just finished a mission and learned about it. She said that Cheng Yu is still out of contact during the mission. But if he is also online at this moment, he will also suggest that she immediately go to any plateau city to settle down. Compared to the unreasonable attacks of others, Lu Shuang's reasons were much more reasonable. She said that the authorities would not issue such news and policies for no reason. Water blocking dams can effectively resist huge waves. If there were no other reasons, the dam plans of those cities would not have been stopped before they started. Even though Lu Shuang was very reluctant to admit it, she still told Shu Fu that the Doomsday Prophecy video that had been circulated on the internet was very likely to be true. The rainstorm would not stop, and the water level of the planet would continue to rise, no matter how strong and high the dam of Liyun City was built. As long as the flood outside reached the limit, even if the dam could block the flood, the hills next to it could not. Once the flood begins, Liyun City will also become a vast ocean. Lu Shuang's analysis is correct. This is what Shu Fu had thought about before moving to the family building of the BNB. The current situation in Liyun City is like a small house placed on the side of the glass partition wall in the swimming pool. When there is no water in the swimming pool, the small house is safe regardless of whether there is a glass wall or not. when someone starts to release water to the other side of the glass wall. The water blocking effect of the glass wall is revealed. But this glass wall can withstand 1 day, 2 days, a few months, but it cannot withstand it forever. Once the water level on the other side of the glass wall rises to a critical point 1 day, the water on the other side will rush over the wall and rush into the other side, and the small house will be swallowed up in an instant. In Shu Fu's opinion, the authorities probably really believe the doomsday prophecy video. Or they really found several humans with time travel experience. Or they might have made a backup action based on various data analysis. In short, when even the officials shouted to run, it was time to run. And the doomsday theory, no matter when, will never be put on the table. Because human hearts are too complicated and difficult to grasp. The authorities want to solve the problem. Not just drop a bomb and let all the people fall into a disorderly and crazy state. Shu Fu estimated that Lu Shuang had guessed the reason behind this, which was why he called her so carefully. Under the current circumstances, Shu Fu really had no way to fool Lu Shuang, and could only say that she was choosing a city, and would take action once she made her choice, so that she could rest assured. However, this excuse could not last too long, as the procedures for declaring relocation were very quick, taking as little as half a day and as long as 24 hours. Shu Fu sent a series of short messages saying choosing a city, buying supplies, considering whether to drive or take a bus, thinking about taking a bus or a train. After 3 or 4 days, she received another call from Lu Shuang. The other party said that he was going to go on a mission again. This time he might be out of contact for about 10 days. Or even longer. She was worried about her. So she called again to urge her to move quickly. Now most people are moving. And the order and security in Liyun City will gradually decline as the people move. I understand. Sister Lu Shuang. You must be careful when you carry out your mission. And don't be distracted by my affairs. There is no danger here. And I will also move forward with the relocation as soon as possible. After she responded seriously, Lu Shuang hung up the phone. Now in Liyun City, except for some people who are unwilling to leave, most of the others have fallen into the wave of relocation. Some of those who are unwilling to leave have a fanatical and blind trust in the dam, and think that as long as the dam is there, Liyun City will never be in trouble. Some are because they are old, afraid of long-distance travel, and reluctant to leave the city and home where they have lived for most of their lives. While choosing to stay, they are also mentally prepared to face disasters in the near future. Some are purely rebellious. These people do not believe the official statement and want to go against the official and sing the opposite tune. Of course, there are also some people who want to stay and fish in troubled waters after others leave Liyun City. After most people gradually start to move. In addition to hospitals and banks, many supermarkets and shopping malls that were originally under official supervision will also be closed. However, it is impossible to evacuate the materials from those closed places immediately. It will definitely take some time to arrange and transfer. Those people who stay are also planning to pick up bargains, and want to try whether it is possible to make a fortune before moving. Even though she had never experienced this situation, she could imagine that as the number of people in Liyun City decreased, what kind of future the order in the city would face. That night, Shu Fu lay on the cushion beside the floor-to-ceiling window of the wooden house, looking at her mobile phone and falling into deep thought. She definitely couldn't leave. But she couldn't give a reason not to leave. Shu Fu looked at the names on WeChat one by one, lingering back and forth several times, and finally reached out to turn off the phone, and then took out the phone card. The last time she'd lost contact, she was calm, even though she knew that she would have to spend the future alone in Suicheng. She still felt happy and relaxed for the upcoming leisurely life alone. But this time, she did the same thing again. But she felt a lot more heavy in her heart. People are indeed emotional animals. Once they are bound by friendship, they will feel guilty when they have to make some choices. I don't know how long this loss of contact will last. According to her previous calculations, Lu Yunqing will have at least 5 months before the flood event. I don't know when the remaining progress bar tasks will arrive in these long 5 months. At this time, Shu Fu did not expect that the new progress bar task would come so quickly. 4 days later, at noon on another rainy day, the rain had stopped for 2 days. The temperature outside rose again because of the heavy rain, and exceeded 25 degrees again, approaching 30 degrees. The air was very humid, and it was hot and stuffy outside. When the bracelet vibrated, She was lying on the cushion next to the bookshelf in the drifting island house, choosing a TV series for lunch on the tablet. The sudden task caught people off guard. Within 2 hours, choose one of the 3 locations. Choose Xiufeng, Luyun City, longitude XX East, latitude XX North, Mufeng Farm, longitude XX East, latitude XX North, Sun Garden, longitude XX East, latitude XX North. To arrive, place the raft and check in, and you will get a 15% progress bar for level 3 raft. Current progress of level 3 raft, 85%. Note, 100% progress bar will be deducted if this task is not completed. Xu Fu? When she received this extreme task, it was just after 12 noon, and she had released the raft for less than 10 minutes. Because the arrival of the rain-free period is always accompanied by heavy rain, hurricanes, and huge waves, so Xu Fu now leaves the 12 hours of daily use time behind during the rain-free period, so she stayed in the B&B room last night. After the announcement of the relocation, the already deserted B&B became less and less crowded, and some rescue team members, who were not dispatched to other cities, also began to move their dormitories, because their work focus shifted to the urban area, mainly from the low-altitude eastern suburbs to the high-altitude western suburbs. Xu Fu had moved in for nearly a month, and she had not interacted with anyone except Hanlan. After Hanlan left, she stayed indoors most of the time. No one on the same floor knew her anyway. After the move began, other people were too busy with their own affairs to pay attention to her. As the move progressed, Luyun City inevitably entered a state of disorder. Supermarkets, restaurants, where she used to be able to hang out and stock up on supplies, have now become places with a high rate of accidents. So during this period, Xu Fu completely stayed at home and lived a home life again, lying down every day, surfing the internet to read the news, making herself some delicious food, and being happy every day. In this case, the impact of the new progress bar task on her was not small. Just like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, she glanced at it, and what surprised her most was not that she would get 15% of the progress bar after completing the task, but that 100% of the progress bar would be deducted for unfinished tasks. In other words, completing the task will immediately upgrade the raft to level 3, and if the task is not completed, it will not even be able to keep the level 2. After the deduction, it may regress to the level 1 raft. Forget about the TV series at the moment. She didn't even have the heart to eat. She immediately got up, first used her mobile phone to start a countdown of 1 hour and 50 minutes, which took into account the slight error from the vibration of the bracelet to now, and then checked the 3 locations given by the task on the tablet. Obviously, she not only had to choose one of the 3 locations to arrive within the time limit, but also had to place the raft at the specified longitude and latitude to complete the task. Time was too tight, and she didn't even have the energy to study why this task appeared, and she just focused on searching and comparing locations. Chapter 48, Luyun City. All 3 locations are in Luyun City. Chu Xiufeng is in the western suburbs, Sun Garden is in the southern suburbs, Mufeng Farm is in the eastern suburbs. From the map, Mufeng Farm is the closest to where she is now. Xu Fu immediately input the longitude and latitude displayed by Mufeng Farm into the mobile phone navigation system. The system shows that the distance is 20 kilometers from the map. The distance between the two is not far, mainly because she is now on the hill. Driving down the mountain requires a detour. The speed cannot be increased. It takes a certain amount of time. She put on her clothes as quickly as possible, put her phone and tablet in her backpack, got off the raft and put them away, then turned on the storage mode of her wristband, and put away the few daily necessities in the room of the B&B. After that, she put her backpack in front of her, put on waterproof boots, put on a baseball cap and a mask, held the car keys, and went out fully armed. The B&B is on a high ground in the hills. There is a parking lot at the door, but it is open air. After the catastrophic weather began, the rescue team reinforced the original large restaurant here and turned it into a temporary indoor parking lot. Xu Fu's car was parked inside. It took her only 1 or 2 minutes from going downstairs to getting in the car. She jogged all the way, and was shocked by the progress bar that was 100% down. She wished she could grow wings and fly directly to Mufeng Farm. She got in the car, started it smoothly, and placed the phone on the phone holder. She tried her best not to make mistakes because of panic. So as not to waste more time, she fastened her seat belt, and the car slowly backed out of the indoor parking lot. The navigation started working. When she drove out of the door of the B&B, she glanced at the sky in the east. The sky there was gloomy. The sun that was hanging there not long ago was covered by clouds again. She actually had all kinds of guesses in her mind. But she had been patient and didn't go into it. Everything would have to wait until she completed the task. The car drove out of the B&B and headed down the hill along the 2 lanes. The hills in Liyun City were well developed, although it was a 2-lane road. The road was flat and spacious. There were some trees on both sides, but they were always broken by wind and rain and scattered on the road. So they had been artificially trimmed into bare trunks. 2 iron gates were also installed at the 2 turns up and down the mountain. Only the license plate numbers entered into the system could be released. When Shufu moved in more than a month ago, Han Lan helped her with this job. This is why the hills were still safe and quiet after the chaos in the city, and why she stayed there after turning off her phone and taking out her card. If it weren't for the sudden mission today, she could have stayed in the B&B on the hills for a long time. Normally, it only takes 30 minutes to drive 20 kilometers, but that is the driving time on the flat roads in the city. Moreover, if you drive 20 kilometers in the city, and you don't happen to encounter a red light during peak hours, it may take 40 minutes or even an hour to drive 20 kilometers. Although there is no traffic jam in the suburbs, the speed of the car cannot be increased on the hilly road section, and she dare not drive too fast. The only thing to be thankful for is that, because it has stopped raining for 2 consecutive days, the mountain road is not so slippery, and there is no heavy rain and strong wind to increase the difficulty of driving. However, after driving for more than 10 minutes, as if responding to her thoughts, a thunderclap exploded in the air behind the car. She glanced at the rearview mirror. Behind the car was the east. The gloomy sky more than 10 minutes ago became even darker at this moment. The gloomy and thick clouds piled up in the sky, and the lightning flashed in the clouds from time to time. When she finally finished the mountain trail and officially left the hills, the crackling rainstorm fell with the movement of the dark clouds. There were still 12 kilometers left, and the 1 hour and 50 minutes countdown on the phone was 1 hour and 20 minutes. As long as the rest of the journey was smooth, it would be in time. The sky around gradually darkened with the arrival of the rainstorm. Shufu turned on the headlights and wipers, and turned on the double flashing lights. While staring at the navigation, she also paid attention to the road conditions in front and behind. When driving in such weather, in addition to paying attention to the road conditions and vehicles in front of the road, be careful not to collide or rear-end, and also pay attention to other vehicles behind, so as not to be rear-ended by some road killers. On the way from the hills to Mufeng Farm, you have to pass through several shelters, and there are still many refugees in these shelters. The relocation news in early March is actually the most friendly to this part of the people. After all, the transportation tickets are cheap, and there are a lot of discounts for renting and buying houses in the 30 relocation cities, and the living conditions are much better than here in Liyun City. The rescue team also went to the shelters to do various ideological work since the beginning of March, and mobilized them to relocate, but so far, there are still many refugees who are unwilling to leave. Shufu probably knew that these people stayed to take advantage of the situation, because as the rescue team was transferred away in batches, the eastern part of the city closest to here became chaotic again. The original residents of Liyun City moved away, leaving some houses empty, and some refugees took the opportunity to occupy these ownerless houses. There were fewer people in the shelter, and those who stayed had more living space, and they didn't want to leave. When Shufu drove past the road near the shelter, he saw some figures wandering on the road in the rain. She had seen some news on the internet 2 days ago, uploaded by the public, saying that the area around the suburban shelter was in chaos, and people were stopping cars to beg in broad daylight. Some unlucky car owners were even beaten by beggars who smashed their car windows and pulled them out of the car window because of their bad attitude after being stopped. This person lamented that he felt like he had traveled from a civilized society to a chaotic era. In the end, the car owner's car was robbed, and he limped and ran away in the rain to save his life. After he returned to the city, he called the police, but found that the police station was full of people like him who had suffered losses and came to report crimes. The relocation operation obviously also affected the management of public security. Some people accepted their reports, but no one knew whether anyone would follow up and solve the problem. Shufu withdrew her thoughts. Her face slightly stiffened, and she looked at the direction, but did not slow down. Instead, she stepped on the accelerator hard. The jeep was driving very fast, and it sped past those figures before they walked onto the road. There were two people who walked fast and were close to each other. As the car passed by, she could even see the angry expressions on their faces through the heavy rain. At the same time, a clanging sound came from the rear of the Jeep, which sounded like someone had hit it with an iron rod or something. Xu Fu had been prepared for this, and was not startled. As long as the car was not stopped, all problems would be fine. The weather was getting worse. In addition to the heavy rain and thunder, the wind outside was getting stronger. Xu Fu drove with full concentration and successfully found the fork in the road indicated by the navigation. There was still an hour left in the countdown, and she felt a little relieved. The road conditions of the fork were not so good. She slowed down a little and drove about 1 kilometer along the fork. At the end of the road, she saw the broken gate and fence. The sign above the fence was almost damaged, but she could vaguely make out the word phone, because she entered the longitude and latitude in the navigation. The location showed that the destination was less than 2 kilometers away. She was not reckless. She opened the portable protective shield, rushed out of the car, and pushed open the damaged iron gate of the farm. She moved quickly during the whole process, but it took about 40 seconds. The portable protective shield can only be opened when the raft is level 4. Now she has to use it a little less, but she has to use it no matter how painful it is, because she must ensure that nothing goes wrong before completing this mission. This is the first time she used the portable protective shield in natural disaster weather. She found that it not only protects against rain, but also wind. Even the tree trunks around her were bent by the wind, but she did not feel any wind resistance when she ran. The car drove into the farm and continued to move forward according to the navigation. This was a farm that had been destroyed by a rainstorm, hail, or strong wind. Near the entrance, you can still see the remnants of tent houses, glass plantations, and damaged RVs. Xu Fu quickly drove through the farming and pastoral camping area, bypassed a forest, and appeared in front of her was a huge lake. It was very empty here. There were no buildings or traces of artificial carvings around. It was a large natural scenic area. Xu Fu gradually understood the reason for the several check-in locations given in the task. Because there was no surveillance around. There were no living conditions at all. It was a completely uninhabited area. She felt relieved, and drove along the navigation route to the end, and found that the place marked by the longitude and latitude was exactly the location of the lake. She stopped the car, put away her backpack and mobile phone, and scanned the car, and put the only supplies in the car, spare tissues and biscuits, into the wristband space, and then reopened the portable protective shield. She pushed the door and got out of the car, and walked quickly to the lake. At the moment of looking around, her fingers quickly and skillfully operated, and released the raft on the lake. She did not hesitate, stepped over the wetland by the lake, and stepped onto the raft with a big step. After rushing into the eaves of the front door, she turned off the portable protective shield, then bent down and quickly took off her waterproof boots, and ran barefoot into the drifting island house, and used the raft drift bottle protective shield on the function screen behind the door, reducing the presence of the raft to 0. She has not used this experience card since arriving at the Lianqing shelter. Currently, there are 2 cards, one with 5.5 hours left and the other with 13 hours left, which is enough to meet the current usage needs. Xu Fu took a breath after opening the protective shield, but did not rest first. Instead, she took out her mobile phone and recalibrated the latitude and longitude of her current location. After confirming that there were no mistakes, she completely relaxed. She had completed the raft check-in at the designated location within the specified time of the task. After an hour, if the task can be successfully judged as completed, the raft will be officially upgraded to level 3. The level 3 raft will officially open the raft bottle protection function, and the daily use time of the raft will increase again. She doesn't ask for much, as long as it can be increased by 7 hours again. As when the raft is upgraded to level 2, she will be satisfied. If it doesn't work, even if it is increased by 5 hours, it will be good. The main reason is that her recent draws have been too bad, and she has been hit so hard that she has no requirements. Xu Fu took off her clothes for going out, and after she relaxed on the sofa, she found that she was sore and tired all over. Even though she drove all the way, she was subconsciously tense because she was highly focused. Now in the completely safe house on the drifting island, when the whole person relaxes, then naturally feel tired. She has not turned off the countdown on her phone. After a short rest, the countdown shows that there are 30 minutes left. Shu Fu originally planned to have barbecue for lunch. Now the mission is not completed, and the raft is in a place where it cannot stay for 24 hours. Of course, she can't continue to eat such complicated things. After thinking about it, she finally took a spicy hand-shredded chicken from the space shelf, a cold vegetable dish, and then took a can of Coke from the kitchen refrigerator. She needed the happy fat house water to relieve her stress. The refrigerator was out of power, and the Coke was at room temperature. Fortunately, she had used an ice maker to stock up on a few ice buckets of ice cubes. Putting ice cubes in a cup and pouring out the Coke would have the same effect. Shu Fu sat at the dining table, picking up food with chopsticks in one hand, and continued to check the 3 locations of the previous mission on her phone with the other hand, reviewing all the guesses in her mind. When reviewing some key points, she would put down her chopsticks and record them in her notebook in time. First, these 3 locations are located in 3 different directions of Liyun City. If they are connected by a line, they are roughly in a triangle, which covers most of the area of Liyun City. That is to say, when this task appears, no matter where she is in Liyun City, she can reach one of the locations within the specified time. If she had not moved to the dormitory building on the hill, and still lived in the original Jishin community, it might be faster to drive to the current Mufeng farm. In summary, this task itself is not particularly difficult, as long as you don't deliberately delay time and don't have any accidents on the road. You can reach the destination and place the raft within the specified time. But why? For the first time in history, the bracelet showed the words unfinished tasks will be deducted 100% of the progress bar, but it gave a seemingly urgent, but not difficult task, and the placement was in an uninhabited area. Even the details of avoiding being photographed and seen when placing the raft were taken into consideration, as if she was simply asked to stay in this place within the specified time. What's so special about this place? Shu Fu turned her head to look out the French window. The lake is very large. There is grass all around. There are no buildings. The hills are far away. The surroundings are empty and flat. If we must find a difference, it would be the emptiness. Is something going to happen? After finishing the hand-shredded chicken and the vegetarian salad, and drinking the Coke, the countdown returned to 0. There was no movement on the bracelet, and there was nothing new happening outside the wooden house, except the heavy rain and thunder and lightning. Shu Fu cleaned up the garbage, opened the door, stood under the eaves for a while, and after confirming that there were no human figures and movements around, he went into the house and temporarily closed the drift bottle protection cover. Just now, she was afraid of complications. But now the stipulated 2 hours have passed. Even if someone came here and saw the raft later, it would be fine. She had already moved the raft to the center of the lake, and no one else could get on it. What's more, in a farm like this, it was not out of place to have such a small raft on the lake. The protective shield had less than 18 hours left. She didn't know when the mission would be completed, when the raft could be upgraded to level 3, and the protective shield time should be used when it was most needed. After removing the protective cover, the wind and rain outside became much louder. Shu Fu felt a little uneasy. She first curled up on the sofa and browsed the internet, checked the situation in Liyun City, and the latest disaster notification. After finding nothing, she turned on the music on the Bluetooth speaker, got up and went to the rowing machine, and started to consume the hand-shredded chicken she had eaten for lunch. Not long after exercising, several thunders flashed in the sky outside the French window in front of her. This time, in addition to the thunder that followed, Shu Fu felt something unusual. She stopped, reached out to take the phone on the floor beside her, turned off the music, then stood up and stood in front of the French window. On the hills on the other side of the lake, under the gloomy sky, in the heavy rain, it seemed that countless dark shadows flew out from the woods on the hills. Is that a flock of birds? Birds of all sizes, there are all kinds of them. Originally, in such a stormy weather, animals' instinct to seek good fortune and avoid danger would make them hide in the depths of the forest or even in caves. But at this moment, it was still raining heavily outside, but the flocks of birds rushed out of the forest quickly, passing all the way across the sky above the lake and heading to the other side of the lake. Shu Fu's heart was beating like a drum. She didn't know if it was because of the exercise just now, or because of the abnormal scene in front of her. The direction of the flock of birds was from east to west. Was there something in the east? Coming? Yes. Animals in nature suddenly showed abnormal behavior, which was usually accompanied by a disaster. Her thoughts were interrupted by the wooden house shaking slightly. The raft drifted on the lake. because of the protection function of the drifting island house itself. The storm outside and the thunderstorm would not have any effect on the wooden house. But now, the whole lake where the raft was parked was vibrating. This was an earthquake. The next second after reacting, Shu Fu rushed behind the door and immediately turned on the drift bottle protection cover on the function screen. Sure enough, when the drift bottle protection cover was turned on, the entire raft's protection was upgraded, and the shaking caused by the shaking of the lake surface disappeared instantly. Shu Fu lay on the French glass window and found that the lake surface outside was shaking more violently than before, as if the water in the pot was shaking because the pot was held in the hand. The water inside was also shaking up and down, and the waves were surging towards the shore. So, the task just now was to let her leave the B&B building first, and come to a safer open space? Shu Fu frowned. It was still not right. Although the lake outside was shaking, it was still far from an earthquake that could collapse a house. What's more, if it was an earthquake, there was no need for her to take shelter here. She only needed to leave the building before the earthquake and reach a nearby open space. What else? She looked down at her beeping phone again. At this moment, all the messages pushed to her were earthquake warnings and notifications. Luyuan City was not the epicenter, but was affected by the earthquake. The epicenter detected by the instrument was Shanyang City, Guanyu County, Fuyang City, Chaoshan County, Maishan City, Suyu County. All cities in the flood zone east of Luyuan City. Wait! Shu Fu soon discovered that none of the cities shown on the earthquake warning notices were the same, and the geographical range covered was extremely wide. This means that earthquakes have occurred in many places at the same time. Under the current flood disaster in Huague, such an earthquake will trigger unprecedented super waves. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the tsunami air defense alarm sounded again throughout Luyuan City. Shu Fu stood in front of the French window, her eyes fixed on the east side of the lake. There was a hill there. Although it was not high, it completely blocked her view. She could not see the dam, nor the situation outside the dam at the moment. She could only hear the piercing air raid sirens that continued to sound. It had been more than 10 minutes and still hadn't stopped. The sound made her eardrums ache, and she felt very uneasy. The lake surface, which had calmed down because the earthquake had stopped, began to shake again. Indistinctly, it seemed as if thousands of horses were roaring and galloping in the distance. It was a huge sound, accompanied by the sound of rapid collision and friction of water. Shu Fu opened the door, stood under the eaves, and looked at the sky in the east. She had never known that the sound of water could be so loud, even though it was separated by the protective cover of the drifting bottle, and it was obviously far away. It overwhelmed all the movements around it. Soon, she saw surging water vapor above the hills opposite the lakeshore. The water vapor overwhelmed the sloping rainstorm, like clouds and mist, spreading and covering the entire hill, and like waves on the sea, teleported into the air by a capable person. Shu Fu once used the phrase blocking out the sun and covering the sky to describe the first huge wave that hit the Lianqing Dam. At that time, the wave was more than 40 meters high, which was nearly the height of a 14-story building. It was the most terrifying wave she had ever seen in her life. But at this moment, the waves coming from the other side of the hill were completely beyond description. It was a terrifying scene that made her completely speechless. The hill on the opposite side of the lake was at least 250 to 260 meters high, but the surging waves were higher than the hill. The water vapor covered the entire sky and earth, and the wind was howling sharply. She heard the loud roar of a building collapse in the distance, and couldn't tell whether it was the dam that had blocked the huge waves time and time again and made the people of Luyuan City proud, or the building protected by the dam. In the face of such a high wave, there was no difference between a solid dam and a fragile building, because they would all be smashed to pieces under the water pressure. If she was still in the guest house at this moment, she would be hit by the super tsunami at the first time. There were too many buildings and trees there, and the hills and mountains would form countless high-speed waterfalls and whirlpools under the waves. Also, it was too close to the dam. The broken dam wall would be crushed by the water flow immediately, even if the raft opened the protective cover, as long as it was blocked by the huge dam wall fragments. I am afraid that the raft would not be able to escape no matter how advanced it was. It turned out that this was the real reason for the extreme mission. Shu Fu stood in front of the eaves, watching the hundreds of meters high waves rolling over the hills, colliding with even bigger waves and water vapor, then engulfing the hills, covering the sky. and then crushing towards the lake where she was. She was confused for a moment, and couldn't tell whether she was in reality or in a nightmare, until the hills in the distance completely disappeared in the waves. She suddenly moved, turned back to the wooden house, closed the door, changed the mirroring state to drifting on the function screen, and then quickly activated the bracelet to collect items, and quickly collected the few glass products and fragile items placed outside the drifting island house. The mirroring state may increase the pressure of the raft against the waves, and in this case, it is easier to relieve pressure by drifting. She didn't know the limit of the pressure resistance of the raft's drifting bottle shield, but she believed in the task given by the bracelet. If the drifting bottle shield could not withstand such a disaster, she would not have been allowed to escape to this open space just now, but would have been asked to drive west immediately, as far away from the flood area as possible, to the southwestern mountainous area with higher altitudes. But even if the shield could withstand such water pressure, under such a world-destroying super tsunami, the raft would never be able to stay in place safely. Her heart was beating wildly, and she quickly cleared out the scattered items in the house, and finally looked around, and sat on the cushions by the floor-to-ceiling window. After all, the drifting island house is not an airplane or a car. There is no seat belt inside to fix her to the seat. The cushion is thick and soft, which can absorb the collision caused by the raft rolling. She stuck to the window, staring at the huge waves that covered the entire sky, and put her fingers on the bracelet, ready to open the portable protective shield at any time. If the raft was really overturned by the waves, even if the raft was protected by the protective shield and would not break, she would be in danger in the house. Shu Fu didn't even dare to blink, just staring at the water wall that was getting closer and closer. At the moment when the edge of the lake was swallowed, she opened the portable protective shield. In just a second, the surrounding scenery disappeared, and the waves replaced everything in sight. She only heard a buzzing sound, and the raft was completely swept into the water wall. Chapter 49. Li Yunqing. She seemed to have entered another dimension. In this world there was nothing but water. The raft in the protective cover was impacted, and began to shake and rotate, but fortunately, after this kind of shaking was transmitted to the wooden house through the double protection, it was within the range that the human body could bear. At this time, Shu Fu finally remembered that the shock absorption function of the drifting island house was very good. She had tried to shake the small raft inside together with the drifting bottle, but the things inside the drifting island house did not overturn after the raft was taken out. At this moment, she felt like she was sitting on a roller coaster with safety devices, spinning and bumping along with the drifting island house, and being hit by the waves. She knew that she should have left the lake area long ago, because huge buildings and trees would appear from time to time in the waves. Those buildings and trees seemed to be made of foam, and they immediately broke and collapsed wherever the water flowed, because of the raft's automatic avoidance function. The drifting island house could turn in time every time and pass by these solid building and tree fragments. The raft was protected in an oval protective cover, like a floating object in a safety cocoon. After an unknown amount of time, it finally floated to the surface. The sky and earth above the water were still filled with a lot of water vapor. The strong wind and heavy rain were still there. Looking through the glass, except for the rain and water, everything seemed to have disappeared. The surrounding water flow was still very fast. The raft seemed to have passed the crest of the tsunami, and was in a flat area after the peak. The situation inside the drifting island house was fine. The protective cover relieved most of the impact pressure. The raft was just bumping, rising up and down with the water flow, and it did not flip over. The furniture and items inside did not move much. Shu Fu calmed down a little, turned off the portable protective shield on the bracelet, and then checked the time on the function screen. The portable protective shield had 50 minutes and 23 seconds left. It had been such a long time just now, but only 6 minutes had passed. She took out her mobile phone. The network was completely gone. All the news and disaster notices stopped more than 10 minutes ago. It was as if the whole world had disappeared. Only the turbulent waters and her raft remained between heaven and earth. The sky was as dark as ink, and the heavy rain was still pouring down, splashing on the water. The raft floated aimlessly under the impact of the water. This was the first time she was in the house on the drifting island, but she had no clear direction and just let it drift. When she returned to the small house she rented in Suicheng alone, she had felt the doomsday feeling of loneliness, as if she was the only one left in the world. And at this moment, that feeling was magnified tenfold. Shu Fu sat motionless in front of the French window, looking at the world and the vast water outside. trying to find some traces of Lu Yunqing in the water she drifted through. But it was in vain. After more than 10 minutes, the turbulent water surface gradually calmed down. But it was not over. On the contrary, everything had just begun. In the next 5 or 6 hours, the tsunami would repeat itself at regular intervals. The height of the waves varied. It was not as terrible as the first tsunami. One wave was over 100 meters high, and the rest were all over 50 meters high. Xu Fu was terrified at first. But because the raft and the drifting island house were safe and sound every time the huge waves roared, she gradually calmed down. She first took out her mobile phone to take pictures of the tsunami several times, to compare the peak height. And then she thought of something and took out the map panel. Now the network is down, there is water all outside, and it is impossible to tell the current location of the raft. But in fact, it can be checked from the waterway map, because the location of the raft will be marked with a flashing red light spot. Then use the waterway map to compare with the Luyun City map she downloaded before, and you can roughly infer the location of the raft. She has been in Luyun City for so long, and she has checked the current map on the function screen and map panel before. But at that time, probably because Luyun City was still land, there was no map of Luyun City on the map, and there was still only Suicheng and the waterway map from Suicheng to Luyun City. The end of the waterway map ends outside dam number 1, like a smooth waterway reaching its end. But now, this end no longer exists. On the left side of the waterway, like a river flowing into a lake, a new light green figure with irregular edges has appeared. The whole figure is roughly trapezoidal, and it is indeed similar to the Luyun City map she downloaded before. This should be the water map of Luyun City. It finally appeared. But ironically, the premise of its appearance is the same as that of the Suicheng water map, both of which were swallowed up by the vast flood. What's even more terrifying is that, on this map of the Luyun City waters, there are only a few dark green dots and blocks in the west, northwest and southwest, and the red dot representing the raft is on the right side of the middle of the map, and there is no dark green pattern in the large area around it. She knew that some of these patterns were the remaining buildings in Luyun City, and the other part was the mountainous area with a higher altitude in the southwest. As for the rest, the large area of land, and the buildings on the land starting from dam number 1 to the west, without exception, all disappeared. The first wave of tsunami waves was conservatively estimated to have exceeded 350 meters. 350 meters is almost equal to the height of more than 100 buildings. Under such high waves, no matter how solid the building is, it will be easily crushed like a car hitting a cookie house. At this moment, looking out from the house on the drifting island, there is no trace of any victims on the water. She also knows in her heart what this world-destroying super tsunami means to Lu Yunqing. What's more, the tsunami may not only hit Luyun City at the same time. She still remembered the earthquake reports before the tsunami. It is very likely that the entire Muzhou province and Shiren province encountered the same world-destroying waves. Such speculation made her feel extremely heavy. Did those reborn people she speculated about really cooperate and participate in the preventive measures? If the construction of the water-blocking dam and the large-scale relocation of the people in the hilly city were all based on the official belief in the Doomsday video and some reborn people, so, did the authorities foresee this terrible tsunami of the world-destroying level in advance? She didn't know the process of the collapse of the entire world and the specific disasters, because she had not experienced it personally. But the reborn were different. They were originally from this world. They experienced all the disasters personally and returned from the future. They knew the detailed steps of the disasters. If the reborn were willing to cooperate and tell the order of all the disasters, the authorities would take measures. They would not miss such a huge disaster. If the authorities knew about the tsunami in advance, why didn't they force all cities in the hilly areas to evacuate before the tsunami arrived? No matter how good the treatment provided by the mass relocation was, there were still many people who were unwilling to leave. If the flood rose and submerged the hilly cities at a normal speed, then there would be no problem with this policy. But now, she couldn't help but have some conspiracy theories. Was it to ensure that order did not collapse? Is it possible? But at first, wasn't the Suicheng evacuation also carried out in an orderly manner? What went wrong here? At 7 o'clock in the evening, the water surface that had been roaring for 5 or 6 hours finally calmed down. But even without the huge waves, the waters outside were still not peaceful. The rainstorm was still falling, and the dark clouds were very low. Lightning flashed and wandered, and spiderweb-like patterns appeared from time to time. It was a thunderstorm. and the entire waters were covered by the thunderstorm. At this moment, the planet seemed to have returned to its infancy, when dinosaurs had not yet been born. It rained heavily every day on the planet, and this rain lasted for 1,000,000 years, almost causing the extinction of animals and plants. The rain lasted for 1,000,000 years. When Shufu thought of this, she shuddered slightly. In the house on the drifting island with a constant temperature of 25 degrees Celsius, she actually felt a chill on her spine. Fortunately, the slight vibration on her wrist immediately brought her back to her senses and stabilized her emotions. Within 2 hours, choose one of the 3 locations: Lianqing Chu Xiufen, longitude XX, latitude XX, Mufeng Farm, longitude XX, latitude XX, and Sun Garden, longitude XX, latitude XX, to arrive at and place the raft to complete the check-in task. Obtain the 15% progress bar of the raft level 3. And obtain the turntable lottery, 10 times. Current progress of the raft level 3, 100%. Congratulations. The raft has been upgraded to level 3. You can check the raft level 3 function in the unsinkable drifting island house. Shufu looked at the 10 lottery draws, and was very happy. She had already expected that after giving out the 15% progress bar reward this time, it would be impossible for the bonus progress bar to appear again. After all, the progress of upgrading the raft to level 4 is behind it, and it is impossible to give it so early. But these 10 draws still surprised her. Shufu took out the turntable to draw, and hurried to the function screen behind the door to check the level 3 raft function, and couldn't help looking back to see if there were any changes inside the wooden house, doing 3 things at once, just like a greedy hamster trying to stuff food into its mouth. Finally, she was the first to open the function screen. Raft level, level 3. Drifting island house size, 40 square meters, starting house type, one-click dust removal, building mode, 1, one-click house change, unlocked blueprints, 0, 2, manual reconstruction. Level 3 protection, 1, host mode of wooden house area. The interior of the host area is disaster resistant, constant temperature, exclusive safe living space. 2, strength of raft area, intermediate. 3, drift bottle protection cover, automatic/manual. 1. Daily use time, 4 hours. 2. Stored time, 0 o'clock automatically saves the remaining time of the day, 12 hours 23 minutes and 18 seconds. 3. Bracelet remote control. Raft function, 1, mooring. 2, drifting. Driving mode, 1, directional drifting, flow rate adjustment range, 10, 60 km/h. 2, direction selection, automatic bypass of obstacles east, south, west, north. 3, water map. Daily usage limit, 20 hours, today's remaining, 13 hours and 52 minutes. Wastewater collection and filtration, 56/10,000 L. 1, automatic discharge when full. 2, manual discharge. Water source options, 1, purified water, 100 L per day. The remaining daily usage is automatically stored in the water tank, used today, 0 L. 2, water tank storage, for 34/5,000 L. Garbage crushing and purification, sink, activated, toilet, activated, house electricity source, no electric cart equipped. Raft placement maximum distance, within 50 meters. The first thing Shufu saw was that the daily usage limit was upgraded to 20 hours. And it was already past 7 in the evening. But the remaining usage time of the raft today was almost 14 hours. This was the first time she saw the usage time was greater than the remaining time of the day. This usage time once again exceeded her psychological expectations. The raft usage time increased by 8 hours every day, which means that she only needs to go outside to find buildings or land to spend 4 hours a day. Compared with the 12 hours that the level 2 raft needs to spend outside, she can completely accept these 4 hours even if she only stays on the inflatable boat and floats in the water, and treats them as working time. She can even float for 2 hours in the morning, and 2 hours in the afternoon, and spend the rest of the time in the safe wooden house. Shufu suddenly felt that her position was climbing up the ladder due to her hard work. At first, she had to work 19 hours a day outside to get a pitiful 5 hours of rest time. Later, she was promoted to the next level, working 12 hours and resting 12 hours a day, but she still had to go out early and come back late, which was very hard. Now she has finally made it, and she only needs to spend 4 hours a day working outside, and can lie down for the remaining 20 hours. Shufu felt that the upgrade of this function alone was worth her busyness for the past few months. What's more, Level 3 rafts have some other functions. She began to check them one by one. She first tried to click. One-click dust removal and the words, "Are you sure you want to remove dust with one click?" popped up on it. Shu Fu was a little curious. Will it even clean up the snack packaging bag she threw on the coffee table? She clicked to confirm. The light and shadow around her changed for a moment. She looked back. The snack packaging bags on the coffee table were still there, but the entire floor, the walls, and the doors and windows that drifted into the house felt like they had been cleaned, spotlessly clean, without a speck of dust. It's dust removal. Shu Fu touched everywhere. Although it only has the function of dust removal, this function is actually very practical. After all, she had to do the cleaning work in the drifting island house by herself. Now it's all right. It can be cleaned in 1 second, and it's as bright and clean as new. The emergence of the building mode seems reasonable. The safe house on the raft can be built according to one's own wishes. But here there is also a one-click house change mode. She tried to click it. It showed no unlocked blueprint was detected. It is impossible to change the house with one click. Shu Fu understood. This one-click house change should be able to quickly change the appearance and internal structure of the drifting island house. It looks extremely convenient and high-tech. But the prerequisite is that there must be an unlocked blueprint. She can roughly guess that this building blueprint must be obtained from the lottery wheel. After clicking manual renovation, a 3D stereoscopic image will appear, which is the current internal structure diagram of the drifting island house. The structural diagram can be rotated and changed freely, stretched and expanded, and the positions of separate doors and windows, walls, bathrooms, kitchen compartments and newly added half floors can be changed, as long as the structural proportions are reasonable. She tried to move the French window next to the dining table to another wall, and placed it together with the French window next to the cushioned bookshelf, and then pressed confirm. Suddenly, the light and shadow in the wooden house changed for a moment. When Shu Fu looked back, she found that there was no window next to the dining table, and next to the bookshelf, the original French window and the French window that had been moved over merged together, turning into a French window of twice the size. The wall on this side was almost all French glass at this moment, and the view became better. The dark sea outside the wooden house, the flashing thunderstorm, and the heavy rain falling on the undulating sea surface became clearer, as if they could be touched with their hands. It was scary, but also shocking. She once again clearly felt how insignificant humans were living in such a roaring nature. Humans should always be in awe of nature. After trying manual renovation, Shu Fu put the French window back to its original position. She did not move the other structures in the house because she was quite satisfied with the internal structure of the cabin, especially after adding the staggered space. Moreover, manual renovation was too brain-consuming. She planned to save up her luck and wait until she got the building blueprints later, and then use the one-click house change mode. The driving mode and other daily household functions have not changed much. The maximum flow rate has increased. The capacity of the water tank and the wastewater tank has increased tenfold, with 100 L of purified water per day and the daily surplus automatically stored in the water tank. It means that as long as the raft is on the water tank will automatically store purified water every day, so there will be no waste, which simplifies her work. These are all very detailed changes, but they are all functions she needs. Finally, in the protection function, the drift bottle protection cover is officially unlocked. The function is the same as the previous trial. It can be switched between the automatic and manual modes. She clicked on them respectively and figured out the function. If set to auto, the protective shield will automatically open in extreme weather conditions that the raft cannot withstand. For example, the weather outside was fine before she went to bed, but suddenly the weather changed in the middle of the night, and a tsunami or a super thunderstorm occurred. After she woke up, she turned on the protective shield on the function screen. During this period, the raft might be damaged, but after setting it to auto, as long as there is extreme weather that the raft and the drifting island house cannot withstand, the protective shield will automatically open, and when the extreme weather passes, the protective shield will automatically close again. Shu Fu did not hesitate and immediately set it to automatic. In addition to being more intelligent, this function can also help her distinguish which disasters will cause damage to the raft, and only open the protective shield when it is really needed, without wasting any time. She had expected that the protective shield would be used for a limited time every day, although it was only 4 hours. These 4 hours were different from the raft usage time, because it could be stored and it was automatically stored at midnight. As for the 12-hour countdown that is stored there, it should be the experience card she drew before. The experience card with 5 hours left has been used up. Now she is using another one. The remaining time is about 12 hours. Not long after she set the protective shield to automatic mode, the countdown behind the stored time stopped. This means that the drift bottle protective shield was automatically closed. It is estimated that the current disaster magnitude has been determined to have no impact on the raft and the drifting island house. The bracelet remote control function is even more surprising. After activating this function, an 8th icon appears under the 7th icon of the bracelet. The picture shows a bottle with a raft. She tried it and found that it was a quick function. After long pressing, the raft's drift bottle shield can be directly activated. This function, combined with the current maximum placement distance of the raft, will save her a lot of trouble in the future as long as it is used properly. After studying all the new functions of the level 3 raft, Shu Fu went to the bathroom to wash her hands and used cherry blossom scented hand soap. Then she took the lottery turntable and sat cross-legged in front of the wooden coffee table in the living room. She placed the turntable on the coffee table, prayed devoutly, and started to draw 10 times in a row. Chapter 50. There is no Lu Yunqing. First turn, green third prize. 1 month's electricity card. Shu Fu accepted it with great joy. Second turn, red third prize. Seafood sashimi gift pack x10. Shu Fu was so excited that her heart was beating wildly. It turned out that the red third prize was the fourth prize's material resources multiplied by 10. Unlike the previous gift packs, this time half of the seafood gift pack can be eaten directly, and the other half needs to be processed and cooked. Especially the part that is eaten directly. Boxes of sashimi and sushi are dazzling: salmon slices, snapper slices, arctic scallops, sea urchin sashimi, lobster sashimi, salmon nigiri, wasabi octopus sushi, sweet shrimp sushi, crab leg sushi, even sashimi-specific soy sauce, and wasabi are included. In addition, there are several boxes of oysters, scallops, and abalone, all neatly arranged in boxes. The last box is the largest, and it contains a processed king crab. The cut body and long legs fill up a large box. This king crab can be steamed with garlic, but the freshest and simplest way to eat it is actually steamed, which means no seasoning is needed, and it can be eaten directly after steaming. The crab meat itself has the salty taste of seawater. Peel off the crab leg shell, and pull out the crab leg meat, which is fresh and tender in the mouth. Or take some crab meat and cook porridge. Crab meat and seafood porridge is also a must. Although she had never made it, she had eaten it all. Shu Fu used to eat it often in her native world. After coming to this world, she had been a student for 4 years. Seafood sashimi was expensive and rarely eaten. After the disaster, it was even harder to eat such fresh and safe sashimi. She looked at the space and immediately stuffed all 10 gift packs into it. The third turn. The second prize of green, raft delay card, 1 week. She really didn't expect that such a precious delay card would have a 1-week validity period. This one plus the previous one can delay a total of 192 hours. Based on the current daily usage time of the raft, it is conservatively estimated that the raft can be used continuously for 49 to 50 days. Of course, provided that the time can be unpaused at any time. There is no rush for this. You can try again later when you really need it. Fourth turn, blue fourth prize, raft fence x5. Shu Fu. Fifth turn, red third prize, 20L bottled pure drinking water x100. Shu Fu didn't dare to claim this prize at all, because there were too many and the space was too big to store, so she could only click no when the words "Do you want to claim the prize" appeared, and temporarily store the prize in the turntable. But the good news is, she no longer has to worry about not having enough drinking water. The sixth turn, red third prize, fried food gift pack x10. A fried food gift pack is about the size of a cardboard box, which contains 2 boxes of spicy fried chicken wings, 2 boxes of crispy fried squid tentacles, 2 boxes of crispy pork, 2 boxes of salt and pepper fried spare ribs, 2 boxes of oyster mushrooms and king oyster mushrooms, 3 boxes of golden fried chicken feet, 3 boxes of cumin palm treasures, 3 boxes of cumin fried wings, 3 boxes of crispy fried duck tongues. The amount of a single gift pack is staggering. It feels like she will have the freedom to fry food in the future. Shu Fu silently took out some large and rarely used items from the space, and then stuffed these 10 fried food gift packs in. The seventh turn, blue third prize, drifting island house blueprint. Shu Fu's eyes lit up. She actually won a blueprint. But this blueprint is the blue third prize. The level is not as high as the automatic water fishing rod, she always feels. Sure enough, after receiving the blueprint card, it is marked congratulations on winning the third prize. Drifting Island House Blueprint, sea level, original style thatched house, comma, note, need to be used on a level 3 raft. Shu Fu. The name of this blueprint makes people feel that this house is not beautiful. The 8th turn, green third prize, 1 month electricity card. Except for a half-used weekly card, she currently has 2 new weekly cards and 2 new monthly cards, and it feels like she can use electricity freely. The 9th turn, blue second prize, underwater bedroom. Note, must be used on a level 3 raft. Shu Fu looked at these 4 words, thinking she had read them wrong. What bedroom? Underwater what? Was it what she thought it meant? She immediately received it. The light and shadow in the house on the drifting island changed in an instant. She stood up and looked around, finally. On the left side of the front door, the corner of the wall near the dining table found a change. On the original wooden floor that was originally tightly fitted, there appeared a clear square outline, and a smooth metal button on it. She reached out and pressed the metal button. The square wooden floor slowly sank a few centimeters and moved to the side, like an automatic door installed on the floor. After the floor door was moved away, the wooden spiral staircase below was revealed. Shu Fu looked down. It was pitch black below, and there seemed to be a dim and swaying light of water. Shu Fu took out her cell phone and turned on the flashlight, and shone it downwards. She saw the wooden staircase winding down, with handrails on both sides, very delicate and small, not too high, about 2.5 to 3 meters. The flashlight moved, and the floor below was reflected with a dazzling light. She then realized that the floor at the bottom of the stairs was actually transparent glass. Shu Fu immediately walked down the spiral wooden staircase. As she entered this space little by little, she soon discovered that not only the floor, but also the 4 walls and floor of the entire space, except for the ceiling, were all made of integrated transparent glass. She was standing in this space at the moment, as if she was sinking to the bottom of the water. Because it was night, the light under the water was very dim, but there was still a thunderstorm in the clouds. So this space would also be illuminated by the lightning projected from the water surface from time to time along with the thunderstorm. She saw the light just now. That's how it came about. The space of the entire underwater bedroom is different from that of the drifting island house above. It is only about 20 square meters, without partitions, and is a hole. Probably because it is called a bedroom, there is a bed inside. In the middle of the back side of the space, a low and soft round bed is fixed. The round bed has a matching round mattress, but no pillows and bedding. In addition, there is a chaise longue next to the glass wall, and there is nothing else. The whole room was empty, and I felt very insecure. People with thalassophobia couldn't stay there for too long. Shu Fu looked at the glass floor. At first, she didn't dare to take a step. It took her a while to get used to it. She walked around the room with a flashlight and returned to the upper cabin with a surprised sigh. She had lived in a pure glass underwater bedroom in the real world. Some famous islands would use this as a selling point. Underwater room, underwater restaurant, underwater bathroom. But those were basically fixed buildings. Some of the surrounding waters were oceans, and some were giant aquariums. A glass bedroom, like this fixed under a floating house on the water, is indeed somewhat amazing. She somewhat understood the real purpose of this underwater bedroom. It is actually a viewing bedroom. But the premise is that the surrounding waters cannot be in such a newly destroyed city ruins, but should be in the real sea. The kind of waters are clear blue or turquoise sea, and there are colorful coral reefs and beautiful fish swimming in them. Shu Fu gathered her mind and returned to the coffee table. There was one chance left for the lottery. Today's harvest was already very rich. Most of them were third prizes, and only one was a fourth prize. It feels like the probability of getting a high-level prize in this lottery will increase as the raft is upgraded. So in this last chance, will there be a gold prize? Shu Fu clicked the lottery wheel, and then stared at the pointer, watching it stop little by little, gradually approaching the gold, then passing the gold, reaching the red, but slowly leaving the red, then passing a grid of green and blue, and finally stopping on an extremely thin grid of gold. This grid of gold was so thin that she couldn't even tell with her naked eyes whether the pointer was stopped on it or not. But soon, the text told her, "Congratulations on winning the first prize. Raft towing position X1, note, must be used on a level 5 raft." Shu Fu was shocked. She seemed to have drawn something extraordinary. However, It also felt as if she had not drawn anything. An extremely dazzling golden card fell into her palm. It was indeed the first prize of gold. There was even a beautiful golden relief on the card. This exquisite relief immediately made the whole card much more impressive than the second prize of gold. There was also a line of small words on it. Raft towing position X1, to be used on a level 5 raft. Shu Fu, who had just upgraded to a level 3 raft, was a little speechless. She made a bold guess. Does the so-called towing position mean that after the raft is upgraded to level 5, it will have the function of towing other water vehicles? She imagined her little cutie towing 10 large ships behind her. I really don't know who will tow whom at that time. After so many draws, she gradually understood that some of the rewards for leapfrogging, such as the previous power card, the raft protective cover card, and the towing position at this moment, are all carrots hanging in front of the donkey. Only by giving her some sweetness and hope can she, the donkey, continue to work hard to upgrade the raft with happy positive energy. After all, when she saw the daily usage time of 20 hours just now, she had a momentary thought that even if she didn't upgrade, as long as she survived for 4 hours a day, she could survive well. After all the draws were over, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Probably because of the stimulation of the super tsunami today, she didn't feel hungry at all. At this time, Shu Fu didn't want to force herself to eat. She equipped the power card on the function screen, took out all the equipment that needed to be charged, and then reopened the sliding door of the underwater bedroom, and moved the household items that had been moved out of the bracelet space because of the 2 big gift package prizes to the underwater bedroom. She had already prepared to turn on the flashlight on her phone. But as soon as the door opened, she saw a faint blue light from below. She walked down the stairs, and found that the faint blue light came from around the round bed. There should be a hidden light strip there, which would automatically turn on when there was electricity in the drifting island house. This blue light was not glaring, nor was it abrupt. It was very dark, and it made the entire underwater bedroom look light blue. This blue made it feel like being in the real sea. Beautiful and a little dreamy. Shu Fu looked around, and did not stay long. She put the items in the corner and went up. Even if she was heartless, she could not use this underwater bedroom at night. She could come down here to check the situation under the water when the light was good during the day. After closing the sliding door, she entered the bathroom and began to put water into the wooden barrel, and added a lavender-scented bath salt ball. She had not taken a bath for several months. Even in the past month, when she moved to the family building of the B&B, in order to save water in the wooden house, she basically took a shower in the B&B. Such clean water without chemical smell, and filling a wooden barrel, actually made her feel a bit extravagant. As the water in the wooden barrel increased, the bath salt balls gradually melted, creating rich and fine bubbles, and the whole space was filled with a faint and elegant fragrance. She quickly turned on the 2 washing machines, divided the clothes that had been accumulated and not washed for a while into 2 parts, home underwear and going out clothes, and washed them at the same time, then took the Bluetooth speaker into the bathroom and placed it on the shelf, selected a playlist full of soothing pure music, and dimmed the lights in the bathroom, and started to take a bath. The lattice window next to the wooden tub in the shower room had long been upgraded to a large floor-to-ceiling glass window. When she first drew this reward, she complained about it, but now she realized that, when she had time to enjoy a quiet bath, a large floor-to-ceiling glass that could see the scenery outside would make the experience at this moment several times better. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window was still an endless expanse of undulating waters. The heavy rain was still falling, and purple-blue lightning lit up the night sky from time to time, exploding colorful cracks. Not long ago, the same natural scenery made her shiver and feel cold, but at this moment, I don't know if it was because of the piano version of Galaxy Realm coming from her ears, a healing music, or because of the faint scent of lavender that soothes the mind and relieves fatigue. She looked at the scene again, and her mood gradually calmed down. She sat back in the bathtub and let herself close her eyes. That night, Shu Fu felt tired after taking a bath and hanging clothes. She drank a glass of milk and climbed onto the bed on the small compartment, covered with a thin blanket, and went to sleep. The raft was in mooring mode, and would only stay in this uninhabited waters, with the automatic function of the protective shield. She did not have to worry about a sudden disaster in the middle of the night, so she slept peacefully. There was no signal on her cell phone, so she didn't need to set the alarm. She slept soundly until she woke up naturally. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning when she woke up the next day. She had slept for almost 12 hours. She turned over to the right side of the bed and opened the curtains of the French windows specially installed on the upper floor. It was still raining outside, but it was not the terrible lightning and thunder and heavy rain like yesterday. The visibility was higher than yesterday, but the sky was gloomy, and the surrounding waters were still empty and boundless. No buildings or ships could be seen. There were no landmarks where she was, so she couldn't tell whether the water level caused by the tsunami had dropped. Xu Fu lay on the bed for a while, and played a single-player game on her phone for a while, until she started to feel hungry. And then she lazily got up and washed up. For breakfast, she had potato salad and an egg, ham and cheese sandwich, a cup of matcha milk, and a bowl of washed crispy kumquats. While she was biting the sandwich, she opened the curtains of the French windows on both sides of the living room, and then checked the water map on the function screen. Neither the map panel nor the water map on the function screen could leave an image record in the electronic device, so she could only compare the water maps of the past 2 days with her memory from yesterday. It seemed that in the southwest of the water, the dark green, dotted graphics had increased a little. But it might just be that she remembered it wrong. There was still nothing around the raft. Lu Yunqing had completely disappeared. In the raft protective cover column, the storage time had become 16 hours 20 minutes and 5 seconds. Judging from the accumulated time, the protective cover had not opened automatically since she fell asleep last night, which meant that the extreme weather had not worsened. It was still windy and rainy outside today. So afternoon? Xu Fu swiped the 24-hour raft delay card on the function screen. The countdown of the raft's use time was paused, and a line of words popped up on the screen. Raft delay card equipped, 23 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds. She tried it, and this card, like the electric card, can be released at any time. She breathed a sigh of relief quietly, and in this way, the delay card would not be wasted at all. After all, under the current circumstances, from the initial location Suicheng, to the Suicheng to Lianqing waterway, and then to the Lianqing waters, there are too few dark green icons in these places, which means that there are very few land and buildings that can be landed. Several mountainous highlands in the southwest and northwest of Liyun City are now the land closest to the water. If the nearby residents are lucky, they will escape there before the tsunami arrives. Now those places should be overcrowded, and some rescue work will be carried out from there. Rescue stations and temporary resettlement points should also be set up around them. At this time, she certainly cannot go west to find a place to temporarily land during the day. Instead, she had better continue to drift east, go deep into the deep water, and completely avoid the waters where rescue ships may exist. Otherwise, if she was found and brought back by the rescue team, regardless of whether the raft had the protective shield on at the time, would others notice anything unusual? When the rescue team took her to transfer, she would probably be forced to perform barrier jamming and resurrection on land. But thinking in reverse, the delay card now has a total of 192 hours, which is equivalent to providing her with 48 delay opportunities. And these 48 also represent 48 days. The prizes given by the turntable often fit her current situation. This time, she was given so many delay opportunities to stay on the raft. Does it mean that she will be trapped in these waters for a longer time this time? Xu Fu set a 4-hour alarm on her mobile phone, preparing to take off the delay card as soon as the time came, and then manually open the protective shield. Finally, she left the wooden house, sat under the eaves, and began to set the drifting route using the map panel. The destination she set was near the original number 1 dam. From the water map, the waters east of the raft were all light green. She found the approximate location of the dam after comparing it with the electronic map of Lu Yunqing. When she drifted through Suicheng with a protective cover, the tall and short buildings were submerged in the flood. Although the city in the water during the heavy rain was desolate and lonely, at least the appearance of the city could be seen. And now, as the raft began to drift, the surrounding waters did not change at all. All the pain and despair of life and death, separation, and separation, were buried under this cold water. It seemed calm on the surface, but she knew that this was the real silence. A lively and hard-working city, just like this, completely withdrew from the stage of history and became an underwater ruin. Hundreds or even thousands of years later, this place might become another legendary Atlantis. The raft drifted on the water at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. Xu Fu sat under the eaves of the front door for a while, and then moved to the eaves of the back door, so that she could use a telescope to view the entire water area from multiple angles. The water surface was not empty. As the raft drifted, Some broken building fragments and tree fragments appeared on the nearby water surface. In fact, there were also some large debris. But these were meaningless floating objects, and they would not be marked with dark green icons on the water map. The raft automatically circled around these floating objects and continued eastward, and soon arrived at the destination. Xu Fu once again compared the electronic map of Luyunqing with the position of the raft on the water map, and confirmed that he had arrived at dam number 1. However, like other waters, there was nothing here, and the water surface was even cleaner than the places he had passed before. That tall, thick, rock-hard safety wall, which was once regarded as a savior by the people of Liyun City, was not only destroyed by the super tsunami, but also completely submerged under the water. Xu Fu stood on the raft and looked around. There were only dark clouds, heavy rain, wind and waves, and dark and undulating water. Apart from that, there was nothing. Chapter 51. There is no Luyunqing. Xu Fu sighed, slowly moved the raft closer to several floating buildings on the water, closed the protective cover, and then anchored the raft. With these floating objects as a foil, the Loki raft would not attract the attention of helicopters passing by even if the protective cover was not opened. Of course, the premise is that there is a helicopter passing by. For the next 2 days, this area of water was very quiet, probably because it was too far away from the land to the west, and the tsunami was too strong. It was assumed that there would be no survivors, and even the helicopter only appeared once. This was the only time that a helicopter passed by in the far horizon. She looked through the telescope for a while, before she realized it was a helicopter. The people on the helicopter paid even less attention to this area of water. These 2 days, there were sometimes heavy rains with thunder and lightning, and sometimes hurricanes with surging waves. But most of the time it was just ordinary strong winds and heavy rains. And there were 1 or 2 hours during which the wind and rain subsided, because these 1 or 2 hours happened to be in the daytime. Xu Fu released the inflatable boat that had been fully unfolded and propped up with a rainproof tent on the water. She even installed the boat motor in advance, just in case. The inflatable boat was originally bright orange. To make it less noticeable, she added a layer of smoky gray fabric on the outside of its tent, which was similar to the color of the water surface. She used the curtain fabric she had bought before. When she climbed onto the inflatable boat in such a vast water area for the first time, Xu Fu was a little nervous. After all, the safety index of the inflatable boat was much lower than that of the raft. She was worried that if the weather suddenly changed, she would not be able to release the raft and return to the drifting island house in time. But then she thought, she still had a portable protective shield. If the weather really deteriorated rapidly in a short period of time, she would open the portable protective shield, and the wind and rain would not affect her speed on the raft. Thinking this way, she felt relieved. After entering the inflatable boat, she took out 2 soft cushions and placed them, so that she could sit more comfortably inside. The feeling of being in the inflatable boat was more like being on the sea. The hull would sway up and down with the waves, and the rain would fall on the tent, making a crackling and noisy sound. Because there was no destination, and no need to control the direction, she zipped up the tent to ensure that rain would not seep in, and then opened the 2 zippered windows on the left and right of the tent. The small windows were plastic waterproof films, which allowed people inside to observe the situation outside at any time. When she used the smoky gray cloth to cover the color of the inflatable boat, she also deliberately cut out 2 small square holes to avoid blocking the windows of the inflatable boat. The first time, she stayed on the inflatable boat for more than 3 hours. The weather did not deteriorate, but it was getting dark, and it was dangerous on the water. So she returned to the raft. The second time, she only stayed for an hour, and then quickly fled back to the raft amid the thunder and lightning. In 2 days, she saved more than 4 hours for the raft delay card, which was better than nothing. For the rest of the time, she lay down completely in the drifting island house, sleeping until she woke up naturally every day, and she didn't have to rush to get up after waking up, because there were no tasks, and she didn't have to check the raft's usage time. Sometimes she would get up at almost 10 o'clock, open her tablet first to find the variety show she had watched halfway before, and then watch the artists in the variety show trying to be funny while washing up. And occasionally, she would laugh when she saw something funny. When she feels lazy, she will directly choose from the ready-made food. When she has difficulty choosing because there are too many foods to eat, she will prepare a few small pieces of paper, write down several breakfasts she wants to eat, and then crumple them into a ball and draw lots. She will eat whatever she draws, and never regret it. Sometimes when she feels like doing it herself, she will equip herself with an electric card and cook it herself in this small kitchen. Now there are a variety of ingredients in the wristband space, and she has downloaded a complete set of recipes. So she will try some dishes she has never made before. For example, the king crab seafood porridge. In addition to the crab legs, she also peeled a lot of shrimps by hand, both of which were first boiled with water, with scallions and ginger. Then the scallions and ginger were removed, and the vegetables that were desired were added. After they were cooked, the last step was to add the cooked porridge. This is a lazy way to cook. The porridge can be cooked in a rice cooker in advance, because it is easy for novices to cook the porridge directly by adding raw rice and water. And the seafood also needs to be soaked in advance to remove the fishy smell. So she chose another more convenient way. After the porridge and seafood and vegetables are fully stirred and boiled again, add salt, sprinkle with chopped green onions, black pepper or white pepper, and it's done. It turns out that as long as a person has a good brain, he can succeed in cooking even if he has never cooked before. Of course, it may also be because the ingredients are good, and they are delicious no matter how they are cooked. The seafood porridge is salty, fragrant and fresh. The shrimp meat is chewy, and the crab meat is extremely fresh. She drank 2 large bowls in one breath, and the remaining space was saved for next time. When she was bored, she turned on the manual reconstruction mode and rearranged the 8 raft fences she drew, intending to arrange them neatly without affecting her position on the raft as much as possible. Finally, she discovered that, in addition to the raft deck, these fences could also be placed on the roof of the drifting island house, because the roof is completely flat like the deck. When the fences are placed on the roof, the drifting island house is equivalent to having an external second-floor terrace. In this way, the prize that she once regarded as the most useless immediately increased its value and became more elegant. She placed all the fences on the wooden roof, because the roof is not a compressed space. The 8 fences almost surrounded half of it, and the prototype of the terrace was already formed. However, there is no external staircase now, so it is not very convenient to go up. She probably needs to rely on the subsequent lottery to get blue, because the fence gave her a surprise. She took out the blueprint of original style thatched house and swiped it on the screen to use it, wanting to see the effect. Just like manual renovation, after the blueprint is equipped, a 3D image of the drifting island house will appear. You can check whether you like it before deciding whether to change it. Obviously, surprises can't happen often. She was a little entangled when looking at the 3D picture of the wild and wild house above. The interior area is indeed much larger than it is now. After the equipment is installed, the existing split-level interior and the second-floor terrace on the roof will show the unique characteristics of the original thatched house. The internal structure has changed, especially the log split level, which is presented in the form of an indoor tree house, which is quite creative. However, the wheat floor and mud wall, are you serious? Has the psychological tolerance of the owner been considered for this style? Xu Fu felt that this style was really incompatible with her, and finally quietly exited the one-click house change function. She still likes a more modern and clean architectural style, and hopes to draw out other blueprints next time. Although the electricity card reserves are sufficient now, Xu Fu is still the same as before, strictly adhering to the key points of being frugal. Whenever the whole house is turned on, charging, cooking soup, grilling in the oven, making ice, washing clothes, drying, everything is done together. Every time at this time, the house on the drifting island is very lively, with the sounds of various electrical appliances, plus the sounds of TV dramas and variety shows, full of fireworks. 3 days of aimless lying down every day passed. It turns out that people who create will not be bored even if they are alone in the boundless waters, because of their strong and rich inner world. There will definitely be a sense of loneliness. But she also enjoys this loneliness, because loneliness also represents the ultimate freedom, especially in the evening every day, when it is almost dark. She will lie on the cushion in front of the French window, looking at the outside world, thinking about what she would do if she were still in the original world, working hard with the crew members, and then vowing to have a good supper at night. When a certain actor with connections had to NG for the nth time, she had to change a long line at the request of the director with a gloomy face, or when she hid her work badge and went outside to slack off. She was mistaken for a supporting role in the crew for the nth time by a young man who didn't know her, and then chatted up. For so many years, she seemed to be always busy with work, and she worked hard every day to make more money, gain higher status and recognition in the industry. But what was the result? When she had just become the chief screenwriter, when she had just paid off the mortgage for her new house, when she thought she could gradually start to enjoy life, she actually plunged into this completely unfamiliar apocalyptic world and spent 4 years in a daze. If the time of this world and her own world was the same, she had been missing for so many years, and she didn't know if her job, house, and car were still there. These things were unbearable to think about, and they hurt her heart, and would make her want to lie down even more, and make things worse. At noon on the 6th day, the rain began to subside, and then it gradually stopped. This was the first time the rain stopped after the super tsunami. Not only did the wind and rain stop, but the dark clouds in the sky also dispersed a lot. The gaps in the clouds revealed the light blue sky that had not been seen for a long time. Shufu walked out of the eaves, stood on the deck of the raft, and stretched his arms in the rainless air. Although the rain had just stopped, it was not too cold outside. The temperature was estimated to be around 15 degrees. It was already late March, and it was spring according to the season. It should be about this temperature. Shufu didn't want to miss this rare good weather. He launched the inflatable boat before he had time to eat lunch, and put away the raft after getting on the boat. It wasn't raining outside, nor was it too cold. So she opened the zipper of the tent, half leaned inside, looked through the half-open tent door, and leaned her head against the side close to the tent door. She could look at the water and sky outside by just tilting her head. When she was on the inflatable boat, Shufu always felt that she was infinitely close to the world. And occasionally, she would have an illusion that she had reached the end of the world where few people had gone. Probably because of the good weather. The surrounding waters were also much clearer. Shufu leaned there and read a novel for a while, and felt a little hungry. So she took out a cup of mochi and taro milk tea, and a box of golden fried chicken feet. Sweet and sticky taro mochi and salty and crispy chicken feet are simply a perfect match. Shufu leaned there while reading a novel, feeling the slight swaying of the water, enjoying the comfort and loneliness of being isolated from the world. She thought that this half-cloudy and half-sunny weather would not last too long, after all. The clouds in the sky had not completely dispersed, but in the end, she actually successfully spent 4 hours on the inflatable boat. A little after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, she had finished her milk tea, and had finished her chicken feet, and her 4-hour timer alarm rang. Shufu then realized that today's 4 hours had ended successfully, and she had earned another day to use the delay card for the raft. She put away her phone, turned over, and released the raft on the water. She leaned over and got out of the inflatable boat tent. As she was climbing onto the raft deck, her foot accidentally touched the chicken feed box placed at the entrance of the inflatable boat tent. The chicken feet in it had been basically eaten, and most of them were broken bones. She originally wanted to wait until she got on the raft, and then take the box and the empty milk tea cup into the house before putting the inflatable boat into the space, and dispose of them in the sink. Unexpectedly, the whole box fell into the water, and the chicken feet and broken bones inside were immediately scattered in the water. It was too late for her to fish them out, although she knew that there were all kinds of garbage under this area of water. She had the black technology of garbage crushing and purification, so she never thought of throwing garbage into the water. A box of broken bones was accidentally thrown into the water. She stared at the water for 2 seconds. During these 2 seconds, she suddenly saw a wave of waves stirring in the water, where the broken bones were scattered. It seemed that something quickly swallowed the broken bones, and then sank into the water and disappeared. The garbage that had originally troubled her was completely eliminated. Shufu looked at the swaying water surface, thinking about the shadow that just passed by. Is that a fish? How can it swim so fast? And it seems to be quite big. Is it a freshwater fish? The sea level is rising now. The seawater is pouring into the inland. The heavy rain has turned the land into water. The boundary between the two is unclear. In fact, she is a little confused. Is this area of water now considered seawater or freshwater? Are all the fish in the water freshwater fish? Or are there aquatic creatures from the original ocean area? Shufu stood on the deck of the raft for a while, trying to find out if there would be other fish. But after waiting for a while, there was no movement. Instead, she waited until the clouds dispersed. The sky was clear, and the blue sky that had been half covered by the clouds for a long time was completely revealed. It was a spring evening. The air was fresh after the rain. The sun was setting in the west, and fell on the entire water area, reflecting tiny light golden rays among the sparkling water waves. Nature is sometimes cruel, but sometimes it is amazingly beautiful. She had not seen such an evening at sea for a long time. The boundless waters had become a beautiful scenery that only existed in dreams. Shu Fu collected the inflatable boat, transferred it to the railing of the eaves of the front door through space, fixed it there with ropes, and let it dry automatically. She was reluctant to leave such a rare beauty, and decided to eat dinner outside the house. She didn't have a good lunch at noon in order to catch the inflatable boat, and she would make up for it in the evening. She decided to have barbecue, and sat under the eaves of the front door. There was the wooden house area, which belonged to the owner. Even if the barbecue smelled good, the smell would not spread out. But before that, she wanted to take advantage of this rare sunshine to do one thing first. Shu Fu turned around reluctantly, and after entering the house, she opened the sliding door leading to the underwater bedroom. Sure enough, when the light was good during the day, the visibility underwater became very high, and after these few days, the surrounding waters began to become clear. So when she stood in this underwater bedroom again, she found that she could vaguely see the dark gray stone wall in the deep water below through the glass floor under her feet. She took out the telescope and the strong flashlight, and lay on the glass floor, and checked again. There was only one section of the stone wall, and the cross-section at the break was huge, looking very much like the broken tiles and ruins left after the dam was collapsed by the tsunami. Judging from the current location of her raft, this was originally the edge of the dam on both sides, and these broken tiles and ruins should be the top of the dam. She remembered that before the number 1 dam collapsed due to the tsunami, it had been raised to 140 meters, making it the highest dam in the entire Muzhou province and Shiren province. Therefore, from the remaining broken wall of the dam, it can be roughly estimated that the water level in this area is now between 190 meters and 200 meters. Adding the original altitude of 70 meters in this area, it means that the overall water level is about 270 meters. She is not sure how high the water level in Liyun City was when the tsunami first occurred, but according to the water map at that time, there were no buildings above water in the central part of the entire city. The land elevation of Liyun City is between 120 and 350 meters above sea level. The buildings on it were not shown on the water map at that time. They might have been washed away or submerged. In any case, the water level of Liyun City at that time must have been higher than the basic elevation value. So there was no dark green mark at all. Shu Fu thought for a moment and concluded that the water level in Liyun City, which had surged due to the tsunami, was slowly decreasing. The waters were all connected. If the water level here dropped, the water levels in the 3 areas of Liyun City, the waterway between Liyun City and Suicheng, and the original site of Suicheng would also drop slightly. She might be able to find a landing place with good conditions in all aspects in the areas where she can move now. After all, the time of extreme weather is much longer than that of sunny weather. In the case of heavy rain, lightning and hurricane, she can't stay in the inflatable boat for 4 hours. The delay card will run out sooner or later. She can drift on the water for a month, 2 months, or even longer, but sooner or later, she will be forced to go ashore. So, instead of being passive, it is better to pay more attention to the water level and make plans early. As Shu Fu was thinking, she went back to the upper floor from the spiral staircase, planning to take advantage of this rare sunset to have a barbecue dinner on the water, and then continue to study the plan to go ashore. There was no large demand for electricity today, so she did not equip herself with an electric card. She placed a gas stove and a marble slab for barbecue on the camping table. There was a bracket under the stone slab, which could be placed on the gas stove. There was a circle of oil leakage grooves around the stone slab. When there was too much grease on it, the excess oil would automatically slide into the grooves, and finally drip into the oil cup below through the small holes on both sides of the grooves. These fats can be saved for cooking next time, or thrown away directly. It depends on what kind of meat she is grilling. If it is pork belly, these are all lard, which makes the cooking very fragrant. The camping table is not big. After putting the grill plate and the flat plate, there is only half of the space on the table. Shu Fu first took out a thick slice of pork belly, a platter of oysters and scallops, garlic slices, lettuce, barbecue sauce, sea salt, black pepper and other seasonings, and planned to change them as she ate. People with space are so willful, and can perform the performance of taking things out of thin air at any time. She had had milk tea and chicken feet in the afternoon, and was a little hungry, but not too hungry. This meal was purely to match the rare sunset at sea. So she turned down the fire of the gas stove, and only put a piece of pork belly and 2 pieces of scallop meat on it, and roasted them slowly. 10 minutes later, the scallop meat was cooked first, and she sprinkled it with sea salt and black pepper. After putting it in the bowl, she added a little garlic and chopped pepper sauce. The tender roasted scallops with garlic and chopped pepper were delicious. 20 minutes later, the thick pork belly slices finally turned golden on both sides, and the oil sizzled. Shu Fu propped up her chin, calmly, and lazily leaned back in the camping chair and watched the sunset, not in a hurry to prepare the meat. In the waters in front of the raft, the sun was slowly approaching the water surface. The surrounding clouds were dyed into a soft orange, the blue sky was boundless, the water surface seemed to be sprinkled with countless pieces of gold, and was flickering slightly with the wind blowing across the water surface. The tablet on the table still played the variety show that I hadn't finished watching before. This variety show has a total of 10 seasons. One season has 12 episodes, and each episode takes 2 hours. She had never watched it before, and now she has just started watching it from the first season. It is actually very funny and good with rice. It feels like it can kill a lot of time. She took the scissors, slowly cut the roasted meat into small pieces, and then sprinkled some sea salt and black pepper on it with a grinder, and then sprinkled cumin powder on it, and continued to bake it until both sides turned beautifully brown. And then she put them into the bowl one by one. She put 2 oysters on it, and then put the unroasted pork belly back into the space, took out a box of clean mushrooms, picked up 4 or 5 of them, and placed them upside down on the marble baking sheet, letting them slowly roast. The pork belly was lean and crispy, and paired with garlic slices and lettuce. It was a delicious dish that you would never get tired of. As she ate, she put away the box of mushrooms, took out a clean sticky board, a knife, and a clean eggplant, cut the eggplant slices on the spot, and placed them one by one, using the oil from the previous roasting of the pork belly to slowly roast the eggplant slices. In the past, in the original world, she had also eaten barbecue at the beach. In fact, islands and beaches have always been her first choice for vacation. However, in order to make time to go to the beautiful beach and ensure that there is enough money in the card to pay for the expensive island expenses, she usually has to work hard for a long time. Sometimes, even if you have money and time, you still have to spend time with like-minded travelers. After all, in the normal world, there are people everywhere, and she doesn't want to be alone and look out of place. But now, she is forced to be alone, and she doesn't think it's a problem. Thinking about it this way, this kind of life of lying down every day after completing the mission is what she has been looking for all her life. The unbeatable sea view, the unsinkable drifting island house, various black technologies to assist life, and various materials in the space. To be honest, at this moment, she suddenly felt that it was okay for her not to go back to the original world. 5 hours after this thought appeared in Shu Fu's mind, reality slapped her in the face. Chapter 52. There is no Liu Yunqing. At that time, she compared the water map with the electronic map, and made a plan for landing. She had just finished washing and preparing for bed, and climbed up to the upper bedroom. Before she lay down, a dazzling purple-blue lightning flashed from top to bottom outside the French window, splitting the night sky. A few seconds later, a deafening thunder exploded. In this empty and quiet water, such thunder was particularly shocking. The rain came down quickly. It was a torrential rain, without any transition. The entire water surface seemed to be boiling in an instant, and the calmness and tranquility in the evening no longer existed. Shu Fu sighed, went downstairs, checked the function screen to confirm that the raft shield had been turned on in automatic mode, and then released the raft's mooring status. Then she returned to the upper floor, closed the curtains, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. She thought that with the raft shield that would automatically open, she could sleep through the night. But in fact, she was awakened by the bumpy and rotating feeling not long after sleeping. She turned over the bed, laid down in front of the French window, and opened the curtains. As expected, the outside world once again became a world of hurricanes and huge waves. As far as the eye could see, the night sky had disappeared, and the view in front was replaced by the rising waves. The water surface not far away rose to a height like a hill, which was estimated to be more than 100 meters. The raft's protective cover had already been opened automatically, but even the protected drifting island house could not remain motionless under such huge waves. Shu Fu lay there, and felt that the whole raft had turned into a roller coaster again, spinning, bumping, coming and going. An endless roller coaster. Oh no! She was lying down now. It should be a roller coaster bed. Shu Fu soon couldn't fall asleep, because the current state of the drifting island house made her want to vomit even more when she lay down. Last time, it was because she was facing a tsunami hundreds of meters high and the impact was too great. She was so nervous that she didn't care about dizziness. This time, she was probably in a too peaceful mood, and the symptoms appeared. She had to get up, go down to the small split level, and sit on the cushions next to the floor-to-ceiling window to relieve the discomfort caused by the rotation of the raft. In fact, she was quite sleepy. After all, she had been on the small inflatable boat for an afternoon. She certainly couldn't relax completely outside the raft. However, the inflatable boat was small, and it was not easy to do big activities. So even if she sat there and did nothing for an afternoon, she was still a little tired. She sat for a while and found that the dizziness had not improved. So she moved to the French window and looked outside, intending to relieve it by looking outward. When you feel carsick, looking as far as possible outside the car can relieve the dizziness. But the raft is not a car after all, and there is no fixed direction in the current situation. She felt more dizzy when she looked at the ups and downs of the waves. When she was about to look away, she suddenly saw a huge black shadow jumping up from the churning waves not far away, and then falling down in an instant, disappearing into the waves. Shu Fu was startled, and immediately leaned over the glass to check again. But now there was only heavy rain and waves outside. The giant shadow, just now, was conservatively estimated to be more than 6 meters long. What kind of freshwater fish would have such a long body? Sturgeon? Catfish? Arapaima? But except for sturgeon, the habitats of the other two fish are not in Huagua. And thinking back to the outline of the black shadow that jumped out of the water just now, it seems that they are not very similar. Of course, it is also possible that after several tsunami waves, the aquatic creatures in the ocean finally enter the inland waters. Shu Fu thought of the disaster that was going to happen in her notebook, aquatic organisms mutating. She wrote the disaster outline, but she really didn't know anything about the details. If it weren't for the bracelet and the missions that pushed her along, she would have died countless times. So, she really had no idea about the disaster of aquatic organisms mutating, so that every time she saw a little movement in the aquatic organisms, she would be suspicious. But she couldn't be careless. If the aquatic organisms mutated, then her using an inflatable boat to spend 4 hours on the water would become unsafe. Therefore, she had to push forward the plan to go ashore as soon as possible. The hurricane waves lasted until dawn. But in a few hours before dawn, the waves were much smaller, and she finally felt less dizzy. She climbed back into bed at around 3 a.m. and successfully fell asleep this time. The next day, it rained heavily. Shu Fu adjusted the drifting speed and let the raft return to the place where the broken wall of the underwater dam was seen before. But because the weather was very bad, the water became turbid again. No matter how she adjusted the direction of the flashlight and telescope, she could not see the broken tiles of the dam from the water. Of course, it is also possible that after the extreme weather last night, the water level rose again, and the broken wall of the dam was sunk into deeper waters. So she could not see it. At present, the dark green icons that she listed as possible places to go ashore are 2 in the south of Lianqing waters, and the other 2 are in the north of the front end of the waterway from Lianqing to Suicheng, about 400 kilometers away from her location. That is where she passed when she came from Suicheng a few months ago. The waterway is winding and curved. That location, judging from the electronic map, is at the northernmost end of her range. The electronic map shows that there are many hills with high altitudes nearby. The water map also has many obvious dark green dots and blocks in that direction. But in these 2 directions, the former is a small land with high altitudes, which is connected to the southwest mountainous area, and there may be buildings. If you go ashore there, the possibility of finding a place to live is relatively high. And the latter, which should be a hilly scenic area, has been isolated from the world for a long time, and after the tsunami, the possibility of intact buildings on it is very low. However, she did not completely pin her hopes on the building. She compared various maps yesterday and made a good discovery. She needed to go there in person to verify whether it would work. The plan was already made, and Shu Fu did not hesitate. After getting up, she set the first destination first, and then adjusted the raft speed to the highest 60 kilometers per hour. On the map panel, black navigation and speed information soon appeared, 61/00:59:57. The distance was 61 kilometers. And it would take an hour. After that, she checked the storage time of the raft shield. After yesterday's automatic opening, there were still more than 30 hours left. The main reason was that she could save 4 hours every day in the past few days, which gave her more time to use it now. She opened the shield manually. There might be survivors in the place she was going to, so the shield could not be saved. The raft sailed on the undulating water. Shu Fu went to the bathroom while opening the variety show on the tablet, starting another leisurely day. More than an hour later, the raft was anchored in the waters not far from the land. Shu Fu stood under the eaves, looking through a high-powered telescope to check the situation on the land ahead. This is directly south of Luyuan City, which is the limit of what she can reach on the Luyuan City waters map. If she goes any further, the invisible barrier will block the raft. This small piece of land appears in a block shape on the water's map, and is connected to another dark green block icon to the west by a linear icon. However, if you compare it with the electronic map, you can see that the reason why they appear small and narrow on the water's map is because this is the end of the map. Going west or south from here, even if there is land, the water map will not show it. That is the limit of what she can reach on land. This is the southern suburb of Luyuan City, and it is also an extension of a hillside vein in the southwest mountainous area. During the previous extreme mission, one of the 3 locations, Sun Garden, was also nearby. The land is lowest near the water, and it gets higher as you go southwest. There are indeed intact buildings that were not affected by the tsunami, but there seem to be people in the buildings. It has been more than a week since the giant tsunami occurred. She thought that since this place is so close to the water, even if there are survivors, they should have been transferred with the help of the rescue team. But she didn't expect that there were not only people in the building, but also quite a few people. She adjusted the magnification of the telescope, and checked several other directions, and finally determined that the people who took refuge here were ordinary people, and there were no rescue team members. She guessed that the disaster area caused by the super tsunami was too large, and the disaster was too serious, and the rescue team had not been able to cover every place in time. Of course, it could also be that there was no signal nearby, and the rescue phone could not be dialed, so these survivors stayed where they were for the time being. She was very close to the land. She had tried it with her cell phone when she arrived. If there was a signal there, she should be in the signal area, but there was still no network on her cell phone. However, the altitude of the land where these people were located was rising all the way. Whether it was west or southwest, the farther inland they went, the farther they were from the water, and the safer they were. She didn't quite understand why they didn't leave on their own to seek refuge, but stayed where they were near the water. Were they waiting for their missing family members with the last glimmer of hope? Hoping for a miracle? Or was it simply because their home was here, and they couldn't accept that everything they had accumulated in their lifetime had sunk to the bottom of the water? So they didn't want to leave? Shu Fu sighed. If there were still people here, she wouldn't be able to get ashore, because she only needed to leave the raft for 4 hours a day, which meant that she would appear and disappear every day. Moreover, there were only survivors in this kind of place, and safety was not guaranteed without a rescue organization. It might be more dangerous than floating on the water. Shu Fu did not hesitate, and continued to travel westward for another kilometer or 2. After confirming that there were people in other buildings, she reset the destination of the raft. The next destination was the northernmost part of the front end of the waterway, from Luyuan City to Suicheng. The raft automatically turned around and headed northeast. Moving quickly, the map panel showed the distance, 479/7:58:54. Because they had to go back. Even at the current speed of 60 kilometers per hour, it would take 8 hours. She checked the time. It was past 11 in the morning. It was dark when she arrived at the destination. But it was okay. The delay card could last for many days. She could not log in tonight. Shu Fu soon realized that today would be another day of lying down. She stood under the eaves and looked at the vast waters, and the dark clouds and rainstorms outside. Then she returned to the wooden house, hugged the cushion and lay on the large and soft sofa, and began to catch up on her sleep. Shu Fu woke up at 1 in the afternoon. She was awakened by hunger. She did not sleep enough in the morning and had a normal appetite. She only ate a piece of toast with pork floss. I have slept enough now, and I can clearly feel my empty stomach rumbling. Shu Fu stretched on the sofa, first turned on the Bluetooth speaker on the bookshelf with the remote control, then connected the Bluetooth with her mobile phone. and continued to select a playlist of pure music. After that, she activated the bracelet, took out the map panel, and checked the current location of the raft. In 2 hours, the raft had left the Luyun City water map and re-entered the Lusui waterway. Heading east, the altitude was low and the terrain was flat. The waterway ahead was a large area of light green. She put away the map panel and slowly got up to the sound of music. She first poured a glass of water, then went to the kitchen to get a pack of coriander spicy beef instant noodles, and took out the gas stove from the cabinet below, and started to cook noodles for herself. This coriander instant noodles was a new flavor bought in Luyunqing. She had never eaten it before, but for some reason today, she suddenly wanted to eat instant noodles. The gas stove was very hot, and the pure water in the long-handled pot soon boiled. She took out the washed green vegetables from the space and put them in, then put in the noodles one by one, beat in 2 eggs, and finally added all the seasoning packets. When the eggs were cooked, she put the chopped luncheon meat in, and spread a full layer. Because there were a lot of side dishes, there was also a lot of pure water in the pot. She was afraid that the taste of the instant noodles would be diluted, so she added a little salt, sprinkled chopped green onions and black pepper, and then tasted the soup. It was fragrant, spicy and fresh, and super delicious. She walked out of the front door with this pot of super luxurious supreme instant noodles, put it on the camping table, and sat under the eaves of the front door where the view was better. After that, she took out a cup of brown sugar pearl milk from the space, and finally turned on the tablet to continue playing the previous variety show. Although the weather outside today is not as clear and pleasant as yesterday evening, the heavy rain and the vast waters are also another kind of natural scenery. Xu Fu overestimated her appetite. After adding many side dishes, the instant noodles were too much. She only ate half of it, and couldn't eat it anymore. She didn't bother and put it into the space directly, so as not to wait a little longer and the noodle soup would dry up and taste bad. Put it away in time, and it will still be the same when you take it out in the evening. And it can be used as dinner, without any waste. She replaced the camping chair with a single lazy sofa, and continued to lie flat while drinking milk tea and watching variety shows. 2 hours later, in the distance on both sides of the water, the shadows of hills gradually appeared. She took out the map panel to check, and found that the surrounding waterways were still large areas of light green, and there were no dark green signs. She thought that those hills were all outside the waterway. The water level was rising now. Although she had walked this waterway before, she could clearly feel that the terrain on both sides was different from when she came. For example, when she encountered a waterway in the past, it would meander through the middle of a valley. Now those valleys have disappeared. She knew that it was because the low hills that formed the valley were submerged by the waves and disappeared. So the entire Lusui waterway looked more empty than before. The hill she was planning to go to was also limited in height. Even if she could really get ashore there, she didn't know how long she could stay there. After all, the water level was rising, and sometimes it would be very fast. She didn't know how long she would have to stay alone this time before new waterways and level 4 progress bar tasks would appear. Although lying flat was comfortable, Xu Fu didn't want to lie too flat. She felt lazy enough. So she went into the cabin and started sweating on the manual rowing machine. This manual rowing machine has now been moved to her underwater bedroom, where there are fewer furniture, and she can exercise more freely. She was probably the first person in history to use a manual rowing machine to exercise in a pure glass underwater room. Although the light was not good today, she could occasionally see some fish passing by the glass wall as the raft drifted forward. However, these were very common freshwater fish: carp, crucian carp, and perch, just like those caught by the automatic water fishing rod. Since the super tsunami, she has never used the automatic water fishing rod. It's not that she forgot, but that she didn't want to. The reason for not wanting to use it is the same as the reason why she didn't want to sleep in this underwater bedroom for the time being. Perhaps when she is farther away from Luyunqing, or when more time passes, she will start using it again. But not now. After all, the situation in Liyun City is completely different from that in Suicheng at that time. And the space is now full of everything. There is no need to worry about supplies for a long time. After exercising for more than half an hour, Xu Fu equipped the electric card and took a hot shower. Anyway, she would not leave the raft. Now she would not have to take a shower at night. When she came out of the shower to blow dry her hair, she heard various notification sounds from her mobile phone outside. After realizing what the notification sound was, Shu Fu turned off the hair dryer and rushed out of the bathroom in a few steps. Sure enough, she hadn't heard it wrong. The phone had a signal. She looked out the window. There was indeed a hilly land nearby, but the raft couldn't get through, blocked by an invisible barrier. The hill looked quite large, and there might be an undamaged signal base station on it. Shu Fu immediately stopped the drifting of the raft and let it anchor nearby, so that the phone could continue to receive signals. This phone was not the one she used to keep in touch with her friends. She didn't even log into WeChat. Most of the messages she received now were various disaster notifications before the network was disconnected, and the rest were push messages from some platforms. Last time, she still had the courage to check her friend's WeChat. But this time, she felt a little afraid to check. How should she explain this time? Before the internet was disconnected, everyone knew that she was in Luyun City. And Luyun City was hit by a tsunami of annihilation level. If she had moved before the tsunami, then where was her destination? And where was she now? If she was still in Luyun City when the tsunami came, there would be even less explanation. Although she guessed that the tasks of the level 4 progress bar would still be related to her friends. She would have to think of a reason to explain it one day. But at least not now. She first checked the delayed disaster notifications, and indeed saw the news of the super tsunami. It turned out that the highest height of the tsunami in Luyun City that day was higher than she expected, reaching 375 meters. At the same time, the same super tsunami occurred in the water areas of all countries on the planet. Among them, the highest peak of the tsunami reached 511 meters, which appeared in the Eagle country across the coast, in the nearly 2,000 years of history of this planet. Such a terrifying super tsunami has never occurred. The last time such a catastrophic tsunami occurred was 70 years ago, when the volcanic eruption in the Little Turtle country caused a city-destroying tsunami. The highest peak of that tsunami was more than 100 meters, which was already the only terrifying super tsunami in history. It is said that tens of thousands of people died that time, and it took a long time to rebuild the city. But it was a disaster in only one region after all. This time, it is a global disaster. The specific cause of the tsunami has not yet been determined. Preliminary analysis shows that it is related to a large earthquake in the water area. It is said that it also caused volcanic eruptions in other countries. Various disasters have been superimposed, and the number of people affected worldwide has reached astronomical figures. The internet is more chaotic than before. All kinds of news can be seen. It seems that there are self-proclaimed reborn prophets in the doomsday videos. In fact, there are also some in foreign countries. Some people have posted videos, but the content is different. Someone showed off his safe room full of canned supplies and water, saying that he had hidden in the mountains at a high enough altitude, but unfortunately, this person was found after the water level rose sharply, the supplies and safe house were taken away, and he was also killed. Someone also regularly posted warning prophecies online, and announced a pilgrimage address on a steep mountain top at a very high altitude, and built a pilgrimage website, posting all kinds of weird things. Those who can't go to the pilgrimage address can make a pilgrimage online, but joining the website to obtain the holy words requires a large amount of money. In short, across the planet, there are more than one country where reborn people appear. Before this apocalyptic tsunami, no matter how these prophets existed, whether they were accused of fraud or brainless, they were all popular to some extent, mainly because the things they predicted were quite accurate. Even if there were occasional errors, they were within the acceptable range. But after this apocalyptic tsunami, the direction of public opinion completely changed, because no one mentioned such a super disaster in the prophecy. The same is true for Huagua. Whether it is the westward migration faction that was born out of the doomsday video, or the garrison faction that believed that the dam could protect them, they are all equally angry. Everyone is condemning this video. Because the video does not mention the tsunami disaster at all, the people are completely unprepared, facing the disaster head-on, and countless people are killed and injured. In Shu Fu's opinion, the people's behavior is purely venting their emotions. If there was no apocalyptic video, there would be more people dead now. But this disaster is too terrible, the frightened people need an outlet to vent, and the suicidal man in the apocalyptic video undoubtedly became this outlet. Whether or not people believed his words before our cursing, the westward migration faction and the garrison faction seem to share the same hatred for the enemy on the surface, but in fact, many westward migration factions are mocking the garrison faction, saying that they still have time to talk at this time. The government has provided such excellent relocation conditions. Who can they blame for not wanting to relocate? Some of the garrison faction also cursed the westward migration faction, saying that they should not think that they are safe in a high-altitude city at this moment, since there can be a tsunami that is not mentioned in the Doomsday video. There will definitely be other unpredicted disasters. Maybe they will be the next to die. The internet is in chaos, and there are more disaster-stricken posts, help posts and videos mixed in, making this world more and more in line with the word end of the world. Even if calm and rational people go online, they will not participate in the quarrel. They need to focus all their energy on their own lives, extract information from all aspects, and formulate survival plans and migration routes. Therefore, the internet has almost become a world for emotional people, and it is impossible to ban it. However, when everyone was angry and cursing, they did not expect that the protagonist of the video would appear. Not only did he appear, but he also responded to the abuse by the people across the country. The response was still a video, but this time it was not live broadcast. The video camera was shaking badly. The light was dim, and it could be seen that the shooting conditions were very bad. What appeared in the camera was indeed the face of the suicide man, who was once regarded by many people as a lunatic, a reborn person, a prophet, and a savior. Chapter 53. There is no Liu Yunqing. His hair was disheveled and his beard was untidy. Compared to the last time, he was in a very bad state. He didn't look very energetic. His hands kept shaking when he took the selfie. He was in a state of confusion and kept repeating the same words. Something is wrong. Everything is messed up. No, you have to believe me. There shouldn't be a tsunami this year. There hasn't been one in 10 years. It shouldn't be. We have made all the preparations. It's absolutely impossible. Why? You believe me, I am really reborn. I remember it very clearly. There is no tsunami. No. There is no such huge tsunami. There is something wrong with this world. Ah, they are coming. They are coming to find me. I have to upload it to the internet quickly. At the end of the video, the man suddenly looked back and looked panicked. The whole video is less than a minute long, but it gives everyone who has seen it a chilling chill. What does it mean? There shouldn't be this tsunami? Were all preparations made? Who made the preparations? What preparations were made? And who are they? People who originally believed in the Doomsday video were panicking, and they didn't understand why things had taken such an uncontrollable turn. Others who didn't believe in the Doomsday theory and the Reborn became more and more angry, condemning him for being mysterious, and for using all means to become famous, and even dared to show his face. Why can such a psychopath still surf the internet freely? Probably because the person involved is a key figure. The video disappeared not long after it appeared, but the public was prepared. As long as the speed of the hands that happened to see it was super fast, they would download the video and then continue to spread it crazily in various groups. If it was just like this, Shu Fu had not logged into WeChat and happened to pass by an area with signal. It should not have been so coincidental to see it. But not long after the video message was released, overnight, it suddenly appeared on the website again. And it was on all websites without omission. No one knew who was responsible for it. But this video was nailed to the website like a nail. Along with this video, there is also the previous apocalyptic video. The two videos, one above and one below, occupy the top position. It is difficult for anyone who is online to miss them. There are countless layers of replies and posts below. Many people are speculating. Is the person who posted the video this time the same person who made the apocalyptic video before? Why did that person do such a thing? It took the official 3 or 4 days to completely clean up the last video. How long will it take this time? Some people even reposted, counting the days of the two videos. There are a lot of people checking in every day to count together. The public has a new way to relieve stress and fear. Attention is diverted, and there are fewer people participating in the verbal battle. After watching this video, Shu Fu went to the timing post again. It has been suspended for 4 days, and it has reached the match point. Someone even opened a vote below, guessing whether it can last 4 days, and move towards 5 days. Someone also set up a lottery post, saying that as long as it can last longer than the last time, there will be a prize draw, and 200 people will be randomly selected by leaving a message to give money. Someone asked under this post if it was possible to give out supplies instead of money, because they were in the disaster area and were still waiting for rescue. Then someone actually opened a new post, saying that as long as it lasted a week, there would be a prize draw, and 300 people would be randomly selected by leaving a message. and they could choose money or airdrop supplies. Many people posted comments below, and many people also said that a week was too long. Even if those 2 videos could hold up, their stomachs couldn't hold up. Onlookers were watching the fun, asking the host what he was going to use for airdrops. The drones might not be good enough. Could it be that a rich man has a private jet? Shu Fu, you are worthy of being a citizen of Huagua. Even in the most difficult and dark disaster year, you can still entertain yourself and fly around. She rubbed her eyes, which were a little swollen from browsing too many pages, and continued to check. This time, she basically read the official rescue news, because the disaster area is too large. There are too many areas where the signal is interrupted, and the rescue forces cannot arrive in time. So it has been decided to implement airdrops of supplies throughout the disaster area. The entire territory also represents all land, as long as there is land above the water in any place that has suffered a disaster. No matter how small the land is, whether there are survivors on it, the supply packages will be airdropped indiscriminately. The supply packages are wrapped in double waterproof cloth and contain energy instant food, clean water, hand-pulled neck life buoys, disinfectants, cold-resistant clothing, rain gear, signal smoke sticks, etc., which will not expire within 5 years. These supplies are for the survival of the disaster survivors who are currently unable to be rescued, because the survivors in the signal-free area may not be very clear about the situation outside. Each supply package contains a note of encouragement, indicating that the authorities are working hard to keep them going in desperate situations, not to give up, and wait for rescue to arrive. Especially for the signal smoke stick. The supply package specifically carries an instruction manual, indicating that this smoke stick must be used when a rescue helicopter is seen flying nearby, which will greatly increase the chance of successful rescue. As soon as the news of the airdrop of the supply package across the country came out, some people were diverted and were opening various prayer posts and cheering posts. Shu Fu read these messages one by one and felt a faint warmth in her heart. She found an official donation platform, logged into a non-chat payment account on this mobile phone number, and donated the entire amount. Luckily, she had prepared for both situations before, and put money in this mobile phone. Otherwise, she really couldn't do anything now. Anyway, if she didn't go into the city, she wouldn't spend any money. Besides, these were all gold cash, which was taken from the people and used for the people, but for the plateau cities and non-disaster affected cities that made the supply packages. The amount she gave could make hundreds more supply packages that could be airdropped to the survivors. The news of the airdrop across the country was released yesterday. On this day, when Shu Fu reopened the raft and headed for the destination again, she heard the roar of the plane. She stood on the raft and looked up. The plane carrying supplies was flying low over the nearby hills. The cabin door was open, and a series of small parachute bags were dropped out. Even though this is a small piece of land in the deep water, even though there may have been no survivors here for several months, the supply packages still arrived as promised. Some landed on the hillside, some landed in the shallow water next to the land. These supply packages are attached with floating tools, and the colors are eye-catching, no matter where they fall. They can be seen from a long distance. Even if they fall into the water, they will not sink or take on water. Each supply package has the potential to save several lives. These are the hope of life. After the raft drifted for half an hour, the network signal became very poor. After more than 10 minutes, the network was completely gone. Shu Fu resumed single player again. However, this place was only about an hour and a half away from her destination today. If she was sure that she could go ashore there and spend 4 hours a day, she could come back anytime. She needed the network. You can't make marks on the map panel. Shu Fu took out the tablet and left a mark on the electronic map. The biggest gain today was actually the new video released by this reborn person. Others might not understand the message revealed by the other party in the video, but she understood it. This reborn person was saying that the planet-wide tsunami that occurred this time did not happen in the future he had experienced. Strictly speaking, there was indeed a tsunami, but the extent was within the normal range of tsunamis, such as the 15-meter-high tsunami that first hit the coastline of Huagua, and the 30-40-meter-high waves that hit the Luyun City Dam, and the super-large tsunami that was hundreds of meters high and at the level of world destruction, like the one a week ago, had never happened. At least, it should not happen in the timeline he knew at the moment. In other words, the past he knew had changed, and the future that was supposed to be set had deviated for some reason. All preparations have been made, which should refer to various official measures, which may include but are not limited to casting waterproof dams in advance, developing and building backwards small towns in the plateau area, initially implementing traffic bans and entry passes, and then opening up a number of cities for relocation and providing various preferential policies. But everything that was going according to plan was disrupted by this super tsunami. Because that reborn person, even other unknown reborn people in Hua country, did not predict this disaster. This disaster, so many people died, he went from being a prophet and savior to being the target of everyone's criticism. He may not be able to bear this blow, so he fell into confusion and self-doubt. And the video of the reborn person, but it matched Xu Fu's previous guess. The authorities really didn't know, otherwise they would have acted faster. For example, when Suicheng and other cities were flooded, the large-scale evacuation was completed in about 10 days. So now the question is, why would the predetermined future be changed? Other people may interpret the failure of the reborn person's prediction as not being a savior, just a madman who cheats others. And his crazy words just happened to coincide with the previous disaster. But Xu Fu doesn't think so. She herself is a non-scientific time traveler, so she believes the reborn person's prediction 100%. Since the reborn person did not lie, what went wrong? It's like some invisible existence is playing a very bad joke. The disaster has been predicted, and the country has taken preventive measures to avoid it. But the disaster has suddenly doubled. It seems that they want to tell humans in this malicious way that no matter how hard they try, what should be destroyed will eventually be destroyed. What's more terrifying is that such deviations may happen again in the future. In this way, the officials who originally had to take countermeasures because of the reborn will fall into a more passive situation. At 7:35 p.m., Xu Fu, who spent half an hour more in the signal area, finally arrived at the destination. The rain outside was a little lighter, and the hills in front of them stood in the dark rainy night, looking blurry, like a silent animal sitting in the water. These are two separate hills, surrounded by water. The parts that are now exposed above the water may have been the two highest peaks in the vicinity. Xu Fu did not get too close, because she was not sure whether there was really no one on them. There were still floating debris of buildings and hulls in the nearby waters. She moved the raft over, moored, and closed the raft shield. After today's use, the shield has 26 hours of storage time left. But in another 5 hours, it can be replenished for another 4 hours. Xu Fu was going to finish her lunch instant noodles for dinner. In addition, she found a box of salmon, sea bream, scallops, and sea urchin sashimi from the space. She poured special soy sauce into a small bowl, squeezed out mustard, and started her instant noodles with sashimi dinner. After the meal, she cleaned the pots and pans, washed up, and climbed into bed early. After all, she didn't sleep much yesterday. Even though she slept for 2 hours today, she was a little sleepy now. She was going to rest early, refresh her spirit, and have enough energy to work tomorrow. The next day, it was still rainy and cloudy. She stood in front of the French window, biting a beef and cheese croissant while using a telescope to check the situation on the opposite hill. This was the area hit hardest by the tsunami. Most of the trees and vegetation on the slope were broken, and now they were lying in all directions. It was a scene after a catastrophe. According to the electronic map, one of the hills was larger, with a flatter top and several homestays built on it. She was checking the direction of the top of the hill, but among the messy branches lying horizontally, she saw the collapsed wall of the building. Obviously, the super tsunami also raged in this area. The goose houses on the hill were all hit by huge waves and destroyed without exception. For Xu Fu, going ashore on this hill has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that the situation on the hill is miserable, and the possibility of survivors is very small. As long as she finds a suitable shelter, she can go ashore every day to spend the 4 hours when the raft cannot be used. But this is also a disadvantage, because the situation on the hill is too tragic. She just checked and found that the buildings near the hillside were all destroyed without exception. She didn't know whether she could find a shelter after going ashore. For hours, if she is unlucky, she can encounter any kind of extreme weather. She can release the raft at any time to avoid it, but if there is a solid and stable shelter that can shelter from the wind and rain, it will be better. After all, she herself does not know how long she will stay in these waters, and cannot always rely on the delay card. Xu Fu thought about it, and planned to go to another hill next to it to see the situation. When she compared the electronic map of that hill before, she made a good discovery. If she is lucky, it may solve all her problems. Shufu manually operated the raft, making it head towards the other hill. The two hills that were originally connected now looked more like two isolated islands facing each other in the vast ocean. If the water level receded by a few dozen meters, the slope connecting the two sides might be exposed. The raft easily passed through the waterlogged area in the middle of the hill. The situation here was similar. The original trees on the slope had fallen down, most of them were stacked up in a mess, and the rest fell into the nearby waters, becoming floating objects. Shufu adjusted the raft's drifting speed to 20, and then manually adjusted the direction all the way, so that the raft could drift around the hill. Since the map panel appeared on the bracelet, although the destination can be set, the raft can drift automatically. But it is still not very convenient to operate for short-distance drifting that needs to change direction at any time, because changing direction requires operation on the function screen behind the door. It would be great if there could be a rudder on the upper floor of the wooden house, like a boat. The terrain of this hill is different from the other side. The top of the hill is small, and it is not easy to build a homestay. The west side of the hill is a steep cliff. There is a natural cave on the top of the cliff, which has been developed into the cave's sunset restaurant. When she passed the signal area yesterday, she once again looked up the situation of this restaurant in detail and found a lot of photos, which gave her more confidence in this place. In the face of disasters, there is no building more solid than the cave itself. Shufu observed the entire hill and found a suitable place to dock. It was a call near the cave restaurant. Judging from the color of the water, it was not particularly shallow. The main thing is that the raft now has an underwater bedroom. She has not observed this underwater bedroom from the outside, and she does not know how much space it occupies under the raft. The original raft had a shallow draft and could be moored anywhere, but now she was afraid that the bedroom would be stuck in a shallow place and the raft would not be able to pass through. So she tried to find a place where the water was not so shallow to go ashore. If even this water level was not possible, then she could only take out the inflatable boat for a temporary ferry. Fortunately, the raft was not stuck, and the front end of the raft successfully reached the shore. She moored the raft to make it more stable, and then stepped off the raft with a big step and stepped onto the land. It was not too cold outside, and the rain was getting heavier. Shufu wore waterproof boots and waterproof jackets and pants. Because of the raincoat, she didn't even take a backpack, but only wore a mask and pulled down the brim of the rain hat. In the end, she chose the latter between rushing up the ramp with nails in hand and opening the portable protective shield. Today's trip was to explore the road, and this place was not like the previous one in Suicheng, a city she knew very well after all the people were evacuated. This is the wilderness. She has never been here before. She doesn't know if there are still people or other living things on this hill. The weather is also a bit bad, so this time, the protective shield cannot be saved. After Shufu put away the raft, she immediately started to use the protective shield. Sure enough, once the protective shield was opened, the wind and rain were blocked outside. She could even take out her mobile phone and navigate by comparing the downloaded electronic map. The mountain road ravaged by the tsunami was very difficult to walk. The map showed that it would only take 4 or 5 minutes, but she walked for more than 10 minutes. The protective shield could not be opened all the time. After the initial observation and vigilance, she only used it on the muddy slope and the broken woods with poor visibility until she arrived. The whole journey took 4 minutes and 21 seconds, and every second was used where it was needed. Chapter 54. There is no Luyunqing. Although the cave restaurant faces west, facing the direction of the tsunami, it should have been flooded more than a week ago. The restaurant's door faces east, and has long been washed away. The broken door is half blocked by broken wood, and is surrounded by half-rotten branches and mud. It looks like a place that has been abandoned for a long time. Shufu opened the protective cover again, took out the flashlight, strode in, quickly checked the entire restaurant, and then closed the protective cover. She mainly wanted to confirm whether there were any human or animal corpses inside. The temperature was getting higher day by day. If there were any corpses left unattended in the restaurant, whether human or animal, they would rot and become smelly after a long time, affecting her accommodation environment. It was very dirty inside, and the air was not very good. There was a lot of garbage, mud and branches piled up, and even some fish corpses, which should have been washed into the caves on the hills by the tsunami. Later, the water receded, but these fish were left behind, because the temperature had been very low before, and they were still smelling fishy and had not yet rotted. But fortunately, there are no human bodies inside. This place is quite solid. The whole hill should have been a scenic spot in the past, with many attractions. But the terrain is not suitable for building a homestay. In addition, a few months ago, huge waves began to invade Muzhou province. Although the height here will not be affected by the huge waves of dozens of meters high, the people who originally took refuge here temporarily will be panicked and prepare for the rainy day. They will definitely find a way to move. Limited by the natural cave, the restaurant is a low round shape with a wide horizontal surface. The top and the surrounding rock walls maintain the most original rock appearance. The whole restaurant is not big. In addition to the kitchen and warehouse, it is divided into a hall area and several private rooms. These are where guests eat. The cave and sunset are the selling points here. So these guest areas have open caves where you can see the scenery outside. There is even a cave platform facing the outside in the lobby area. And the outer circle is made of iron fence. There used to be a cliff outside the fence, but now it has become an ocean. But the water level is very low at present. Xu Fu looked down and felt that the distance from the water surface was conservatively estimated to be 120 to 150 meters. There are also stone steps that can go up and down straight on the rock wall. And iron protective handrails are installed. But this stone step does not go to the bottom. There is a small platform near the water surface. And then it turns and goes to the inside of the hill. She estimated that this was another way to get to the restaurant. The stone steps were a little narrow, not too steep, and anti-slip stone strips were installed on the steps. Xu Fu estimated the distance between the stone platform and the water surface, compared the length of the rope ladder in the survival equipment, and felt that she had found a shortcut to the cave restaurant. The private rooms were several small caves of strange shapes, all facing west. The small caves were installed with glass, and the large caves were half surrounded by iron fences like balconies. But now the glass has been broken by the water. The fence is still there, but it is also covered with all kinds of garbage and rotten leaves. Overall, Xu Fu is very satisfied with this place. It is a distance away from the water surface, so she can hide for a while before the water level rises completely. The hall is large, where rafts can be placed, and it is close to the water, so there is a shortcut to the water surface. There are definitely disadvantages. The most important one is that it takes a lot of time to clean up. She plans to focus on cleaning the hall and a private room. Of course, all the fish carcasses in the restaurant must be cleared out, but the branches and leaves in other areas are not a problem. The door couldn't be repaired, but the tall cabinets could be moved to block it, to prevent the wind from blowing in when it was windy. And then the branches and leaves outside would be blown in. Xu Fu took off her raincoat and put it away, took out a multi-purpose shovel and assembled it, put on rubber non-slip gloves, replaced the waterproof boots with old non-slip rain boots, and started working. She found an unwanted thick empty cardboard box from the space, shoveled the dead fish in every corner, and then dragged it to the fence of the cave platform, and poured all the dead fish inside into the water under the rock wall. Then she started to clean up the garbage and branches in the hall and the selected private room. There should have been survivors in the hall for a while, so the original tables and chairs were moved away and piled on one side. There was also household garbage. After the huge wave hit, the pile of tables and chairs became even more messy, and there was garbage in the corner that could not be completely cleaned up. Xu Fu picked and chose, leaving the cleanest table, dragging all the other unnecessary tables and chairs over, and completely clearing the side of the hall near the private room. The private room she chose was L-shaped, with the opening on the short side. Originally, there was no glass, but an iron fence, probably to prevent people from falling in. A low wall made of stone was added outside the fence. On rainy days like now, she only needs to hide on the long side of the L-shaped structure, and she won't get wet at all. Not only will she not get wet, she won't be afraid of hail and thunderstorms. Unless a tsunami hundreds of meters high occurs again, and floods this place again. Because this space is where she will stay for 4 hours every day in the future, she cleaned it up very carefully, clearing up all the garbage, mud and branches in every corner, and finally took out the disinfectant spray and sprayed it everywhere. Even the top of the rock wall was not spared. Finally, she began to search in the space, and found a small desk that had been put away in the Suicheng office building earlier, and a folding round recliner. She took them out and placed them in the right position to make sure they were just the right size. She changed her rain boots back to waterproof boots, and then took the boots and the multifunctional shovel to the hall. She found an iron bucket near the pile of tables and chairs, poured water into it, and began to wash the rain boots and the multifunctional shovel, because she had shoveled garbage and dead fish. She washed them very carefully and added disinfectant to the water. Finally, she rinsed and cleaned the rubber gloves and the table that she had left on purpose, and then placed the clean shovel and other things on the table to let them dry automatically. After finishing all her work, Shu Fu returned to the cave's small private room and sat on the recliner. Feeling exhausted, she checked the 4-hour countdown on her phone after she put away the raft, and found that there were only 30 minutes left. That is to say, 3.5 hours had passed since she came ashore, and she didn't even feel the time. It was really easy to work only 4 hours a day. Shu Fu was very happy, took out a folding water cup and filled it with water, planning to play a single-player game for a while, and then get off work and go back to the drifting island house for lunch. The raft was placed on one side of the hall. The front door was facing the cave platform on the west. The angle was just right. Standing at the front of the raft, you could check the weather outside. However, because the top wall of the cave was low, no matter whether it was a ship passing by or a helicopter in the sky, they would not find the raft in the cave. However, even if they saw it, it would not be a big deal. A wooden platform appeared in a place that used to be a restaurant. It was not strange. The underwater bedroom was indeed a compressed space. From the outside, it looked only about 30 centimeters high. The glass wall was different from the glass windows of the drifting island house. It had the texture of frosted glass. The glass wall of the underwater bedroom looked like tempered metal from the outside. No matter how close you got, you could not see whether there was light inside. You could not see anything from the outside looking in. The entire underwater bedroom looks like the bottom of a raft, which is the size of the drifting island house, with an additional flat metal box attached to it. The advantage of placing a raft indoors is obvious. You can safely store the 4 hours of shield time every day, and you don't have to go up and down the landing slope every day to stay for 4 hours. The disadvantage is that it lacks 100 L of purified water every day. And this is a raft after all. When it drifts on the water, it can come and go freely and see different scenery. Now she is restricted to land, which is a bit regrettable. She still has to work hard to upgrade and increase the usage time to 24 hours as soon as possible. She can float on the water every day, even if the range of water is limited, and it is much more comfortable and free than now. On that day, after Shu Fu returned to the drifting island house, she did not go out to study the shortcut to the water. Her exercise volume for the day had reached the standard. Anyway, there was plenty of time, so she could be lazy and take it slowly. The next day, it turned into a storm outside, mixed with hail. Shu Fu watched a variety show for 4 hours in the small box in the cave, and then went back to the wooden house to lie down. On the third day, it rained heavily and thundered all day, but the wind was weaker than yesterday, and the cave hall did not rain. Shu Fu found a large curtain cloth that she had used in the small apartment in Suicheng, and spread it on the floor of the cave hall. Then she took out the manual rowing machine and put it on top. She exercised for 30 minutes, and then lay on the folding sofa to watch a movie for 3 hours. Finally, she recalled the self-defense skills that Han Lan taught her, practiced on her own for 30 minutes, and then went back to the drifting island house after work. On the fourth day, the rain began to subside in the morning, and near noon, the rain finally stopped. Shu Fu seized the time, put on non-slip waterproof boots, put on non-slip hiking gloves, and slowly walked down the stone steps next to the cave platform. Although the rain stopped temporarily, it was wet everywhere. She held the railing and took every step carefully. When she reached the stone platform below, she found that the exit of the platform passage turning to the inside of the hill was also a cave. And there was an iron door here. The iron door was made to match the size of the cave, completely separating the platform area from the passage inside the cave. Shu Fu estimated that this passage should be open during the restaurant's business hours, belonging to another cliff scenic trail. After the disaster, the restaurant closed and stopped operating, and this iron door was also locked. Those who had come here to seek refuge would only pry open the main door, and would not study other paths. Shu Fu took out a flashlight and shone it inside, and found that the so-called cave was only about 5 or 6 meters deep. After 5 or 6 meters, there was another cave entrance. There was no iron door at that cave entrance. The light was good today, and the green branches and leaves on the other side could be vaguely seen. Is there a forest outside? according to this direction and altitude. Passing through here might be quite close to the path she took to climb the mountain yesterday. Xu Fu put away the flashlight, planning to study the iron door later. She took out the rope ladder from the space, fixed it on the iron railing, and then pulled it hard to test its bearing capacity. After confirming that there was no problem, she threw the other end of the rope ladder over the railing. The height did not reach the water surface, but it was enough for her. She controlled the bracelet and placed the raft on the water surface below. The raft was now placed 50 meters away. Within 50 meters, she could place it anywhere she wanted. She climbed over the railing, holding the rope ladder tightly. The physical advantage brought by long-term practice of manual rowing machine was reflected at this moment. Her arm strength and core strength were far better than before. It was difficult to climb a rope ladder like this with no support. But now she felt that her arms could easily bear her weight and firmly fix her on the rope ladder. The 20-meter distance soon reached the bottom, and her feet stepped on the top of the drifting island house. This small top was half surrounded by her raft fence, and it looked like a second-floor terrace. She took off her boots, stepped over the eaves of the back door, climbed down, and successfully entered the wooden house from there. Xu Fu manually drained the water in the wastewater tank, and then found that there was nothing to do. When the raft is on the water, the remaining purified water will be automatically stored in the water tank every day. But today has not passed yet, and this function has not yet taken effect. She is now on the water, and the 4 hours she needs to work today have also ended. She can let the raft drift to the waters, where there was a signal before, and stay there for one night. Go online to check the news outside, and come back tomorrow. However, Xu Fu walked out of the eaves and looked up at the rope ladder hanging on the top. Doesn't this clearly tell others that there are people living in the cave above? Although the possibility of ships passing by here is very low, she cannot be 100% sure that there are no ships. She had a protective shield and a nail gun, which could protect her and fight the enemy. But she really didn't want anyone to break into the temporary residence she had cleaned with great difficulty and mess it up again. Cleaning is very tiring. Xu Fu hesitated for a moment, climbed up the wooden house again, put on waterproof boots, and climbed up the rope ladder again. Climbing up was more difficult than climbing down. Xu Fu took twice as long to climb back to the platform and found that she was sweating. The temperature today was at least over 20 degrees, and she felt a little hot after a little movement. She took back the raft, untied the rope ladder and put it away, then found a pick rod. This was the harvest of the automatic water fishing rod in Sui Chung. She thought it would be good for hitting people, and it didn't take up space, so she put it away. She used the pick rod to pry open the lock of the iron door, took out the flashlight, stepped into the cave carefully, and soon arrived at the other end. The cave was very damp inside and outside. Outside the cave was a path in the woods. She looked at the fallen trees on the side and remembered where this was. Turning a corner from here and walking down a distance, it was the call where she had moored the raft before. She took out her phone to check the electronic map and found that she was right. After turning the corner, she walked down 2 or 3 minutes of stairs and arrived at the call. It seemed that this road was the real shortcut to the mountain. In the future, even when it rained, she could always take this road and go directly up and down the cave restaurant. Xu Fu returned to the iron gate, found a thick iron chain and a matching large lock from the space, and locked the iron gate with the stone steps again. These were also the gains in Sui Chung. After the automatic water fishing rod was disinfected with one key, it looked like a new one, so she put them away, and now it was just right to use. In this way, other people could not take the shortcut to the cave restaurant, and she had blocked the main door with a cupboard, which was equivalent to a relatively safe home that belonged to her alone. When she went out on the raft, she didn't have to worry about someone accidentally breaking in. Xu Fu returned to the call, released the raft, and happily jumped back into the arms of her little cutie. She set the destination, manually opened the protective shield, equipped the electric card, and then went into the bathroom to put a bucket of hot bath water, ready for a water-drifting scented bubble bath. She also found a bathtub shelf in the space. After sitting in the water, she placed the shelf on the bathtub, and then placed the flat board on it, a cup of snow-top oolong pearl milk tea, and a serving of octopus balls. The raft automatically bypassed various floating objects in the water and headed towards the destination. Behind the floor-to-ceiling window in the bathroom, Xu Fu took a bath, watching variety shows and eating lunch. Sure enough, the raft was most soulful when it was drifting in the water. Shu Fu ate the snow top with a spoon and took a sip of milk tea with pearls with a straw. It felt that the peak of life was just like this. Shu Fu stayed in the signal area for one night and returned to the cave restaurant in the afternoon of the next day. According to the weather forecast in the signal area, there will be a big thunderstorm tonight. She took advantage of the light rain in the afternoon to return the raft to the call, walked through the forest path to the shortcut to the cave, unlocked the platform and locked it again, and then returned to the cave restaurant along the stone steps. After a day and a night of surfing in the water outside, she felt that she could stay in the cave for a few days at ease. In the days that followed, she repeated this life. When the weather is bad, she stays in the cave for 4 hours every day. She reads books, watches variety shows, listens to music, or puts curtains on the cave hall, practices self-defense or uses a manual rowing machine to exercise. Sometimes she even sets up a traditional charcoal grill in the cave and prepares a barbecue for herself. When the weather is good, there are no strong winds or thunderstorms, and the rain is a little lighter, she will take the stone steps through the cave, reach the call, release the raft, and go to the signal area waters for a day or two. Fortunately, the aftermath of the super tsunami seemed to have completely passed. Afterwards, there were 2 more hurricanes and huge waves in the nearby waters. But the highest peak of the waves was only 30 or 40 meters. Not even half the distance between the water surface and the cave. In addition, the huge waves came from the east. Shu Fu stood in the cave facing west, and she didn't even need to hide in the drifting island house. She could still watch the surging waves below and feel the dull buzzing sound when the entire mountain was hit by the huge waves. But unfortunately, after the huge waves, the water level would increase significantly. When the weather improved and she went down to the col again, she found that the part of a rock wall near the col that was originally exposed above the water had disappeared below the waterline. She felt that after a while, she would not have to take the shortcut of the platform cave to reach the col and then release the raft. She could release it directly on the stone platform and just climb over the fence to land on the raft. In early April, 3 weeks had passed since Lu Yunqing disappeared. Shu Fu learned about the rescue of the victims one by one from the internet. She felt that the hurdle in her heart had finally been overcome. So when the raft was drifting on the water, she restarted the automatic water fishing rod 3 times a day. This is a suburb, and the most harvested fish are all kinds of aquatic products, all of which are normal freshwater fish, and occasionally shrimp and crabs. The number of fish harvested at a time is not as much as before, but the size of all fish is the same as before, and they are all species she knows, jumping around, and there seems to be nothing wrong with them. In fact, she has also seen some fish species she doesn't recognize underwater. But the automatic water fishing rod has been put into the water so many times, and twice she even cast the rod in the water where unfamiliar fish appeared out of curiosity. But the fishing rod has never harvested such fish, as if it automatically excludes some species, and there is a feeling of better less than less in it. In addition, she also speculated that the decrease in the number of freshwater fish harvested might be related to the fact that some fish in the waters have become larger, now that she has an underwater bedroom. Sometimes after using the rowing machine to exercise, she would take some time to check the situation under the waters. The frequency of freshwater fish over half a meter has increased, and the metal basket of the automatic water fishing rod is limited in size, and fish that are too large cannot be caught at all. However, she has never seen the super large fish that appeared on the night of extreme weather again. I don't know if it's because she has been hiding in the cave most of the time recently, and has less time to drift on the water. She even thought that the super fish that she saw at that time, which was over 6 meters in size, was most likely a marine fish that came from the ocean area with the tsunami. Such giant fish either died now because they were not adapted to fresh water, or found a way to return to the ocean area. The automatic water fishing rod was so picky, and she felt strangely relieved. In addition, the seafood she harvested sometimes looked really fresh, and the obstacles in her heart gradually faded. Of course, part of the reason was that there were more and more fresh seafood, and she was afraid that the space would not be enough to store them. So, sometimes she would cook some fresh seafood on the spot. For example, shrimp and crab are the most convenient to cook. River shrimp and prawns are boiled with scallion and ginger. They can be eaten directly with soy sauce, or fried with hot pot seasoning. Celery and potatoes to make dry pot spicy shrimp. River crabs can also be steamed. Prepare a bowl of ginger and sweet and sour sauce. Steam them together, and you can eat the freshest delicacy directly in half an hour. In addition to fish, fishing rods occasionally harvest some shiny things, including various gold jewelry, diamond jewelry, crystal decorations, although the number is rare, but each one is intact. After one-click disinfection, they are all clean, new and exquisite, shining with a sparkling luster. In addition, there were also a few useful tools, such as strong ropes, new knives with outer packaging. I don't know if they were left behind in the B&B area. As time passed, the internet speed in the area with signal gradually became worse. The video was completely unwatchable, and the pictures often failed to load. Fortunately, she just wanted to learn about the situation outside through online news, and guessed the next city she might go to through the flood situation in various provinces, regions and cities. 2 weeks later, after a particularly severe hailstorm, the only signal was gone. She tried to stay in various places in the nearby waters, but she could not connect to the network. Shu Fu lost the network again and had to start a single-player career. Soon after, the stone platform was also submerged by water. It was more convenient for her to release the raft now. She only needed to walk to a certain part of the stone fence, release the raft directly and flip it out. So now, in addition to the 4 hours a day, she would spend the rest of her time on the water releasing the raft. In early May, spring had not yet been felt, but the temperature continued to rise. The daytime temperature was fixed at more than 30 degrees Celsius, as if summer had completely arrived. She noticed that there seemed to be more mosquitoes around her. In the corners of the cave floor, various crawling insects appeared. Flies, mosquitoes, centipedes, cockroaches, caterpillars, and other small flying insects, whose names she could not remember, were increasing day by day. In some places, they were clustered together and could not be driven away at all. The hills and woods were originally the world of insects. Now it rained every day, and the temperature was high. There was wet mud and rotten branches and trunks everywhere, which provided a large and luxurious breeding ground for insects. Shu Fu always felt that as the temperature continued to rise, there would be more mosquitoes and reptiles nearby. This cave, when the outside temperature exceeded 30 degrees Celsius, still maintained a cool and refreshing temperature of more than 20 degrees. Coupled with the damp and dark corners, it would soon become a paradise for not only insects but also snakes, insects, rats and ants. Although she only had to stay outside for 4 hours a day, she was afraid of all these creatures. She felt that she would not be able to survive here any longer, because there were more mosquitoes. She could not spend the 4 hours in the cave as leisurely as before, no matter how hot it was. She insisted on wearing long-sleeve sun protection clothes, and she also used eye sleeves inside for double protection, and then sprayed mosquito repellent and wind oil essence, and wore a mask and transparent goggles on her face to prevent mosquito bites. She had been bitten once before, and the place where she was bitten by the mosquito swelled up a huge lump, which took several days to subside. Sometimes, when she stepped into the cave from the stone platform, she found that a bunch of insects had gathered on the ground that she had just cleaned the day before. She could only take out the insecticide and spray it to kill them, and then clean up a clean ground again. When it was getting dark that day, the raft was quietly moored in the water, outside the stone railing as usual. In the house on the drifting island, Shu Fu began to study the water map and electronic map again, preparing to find several backup landing places for herself. As she was repeatedly checking what kind of land the dark green icon on the water map was on the electronic map, she suddenly felt the churning of the surrounding waters. It was raining outside, but it was not a heavy rainstorm. There was no hurricane today, nor was there hail or thunderstorm. How could the surrounding waters make such a noise? Shu Fu reacted, opened the floor sliding door, and went down the spiral staircase to the underwater bedroom. She went downstairs with her eyes closed, so that her eyes could better adapt to the dark. It was not completely dark yet. After opening her eyes, she saw countless fish swaying in the water outside the glass wall and glass floor in the dim light of the evening. It was a school of fish, and there was more than one school. They were basically gray and brown freshwater fish, but the sizes and appearances of each school were different. She had never seen some species before. They had big heads and small tails and looked particularly strange. She didn't know which school of fish had stirred up the water at first. In short, it seemed that all kinds of fish were being moved together. They accurately avoided the underwater bedroom, passed around the raft, and headed to the other end of the water area. The fish were so dense that people with intensive phobia could not bear to see such a scene. The number of fish was so large, and the noise was so loud that the whole water area was shaking. The whole underwater world seemed to be boiling. This was the first time Xu Fu had seen such a spectacle in her lifetime. She stood there in shock, watching the fish come and go, passing through her whole world. Suddenly, the bracelet that had been silent for nearly 2 months vibrated slightly. Chapter 55. There is no Liyun City. On the bracelet, the flashing icon is not a notebook, but a map panel. She remembered that, before receiving the new progress bar task in Suicheng, she also received the prompt of the map panel first. She called out the map panel, and a line of words appeared on it. Liyun City detected. Yunqing Waterway is unblocked. Please click to activate. Xu Fu clicked on the map panel, and a light green figure shaped like a trapezoid appeared on it first. This is the water map of Liyun City, and then in the upper right corner of the map, at the 1 o'clock direction, a new waterway appeared. The waterway went northward, passing through Muzhou Province, passing the border area of Shiren Province in the north, and then turned northeast, and finally arrived near Yunqing on the electronic map. During this period, she had guessed many times when she had nothing to do, where the next city to start the mission would be. If the waterway was opened based on the height after the water level rose, then based on the standard that the overall water level of the land rose to about 270 meters when Liyun City was submerged by the tsunami. The next city might be a city in the Xiangzhou Province area, west of Muzhou Province. The lowest altitude there is about 400 to 500 meters. From another perspective, from the perspective of possible related people, Lu Shuang is in Xiangzhou Province, and Wu Xiaoshan is also there. So, there is a high possibility that it will become the next mission city. But now, the end of the open waterway is Yunqing, which is completely different from Xiangzhou Province. It is not even in the several provinces that Xu Fu has imagined, because the province where Yunqing is located is also dominated by hills and plains, and the lowest altitude is similar to that of Muzhou Province, where Liyun City is located. In simple terms, the situation in Yunqing is similar to that in Lianqing. Perhaps the average value is higher because of the higher peaks in the suburbs. But most of the land within is still only between 200 and 400 meters above sea level. Based on the current water level, is Yunqing still definitely in existence? Xu Fu studied the new waterway map and soon realized something else. On the bracelet, the notebook icon representing the task prompt did not flash. What about the new task? The new waterway has appeared. Why is there no progress bar task for the raft level 4? In the morning, Xu Fu walked out of the front door, stood under the eaves, and stretched his hands and feet towards the endless water outside. There were some waves on the water today, and the heavy rain fell on the water, making a crackling noise. She had been waiting for a whole night. But until now, the task of the raft level 4 progress bar had not appeared. Xu Fu had a headache. The new waterway had clearly appeared. So why didn't the task appear? What she was hesitating about now was whether to go to the new waterway. The waterway she was in now was not connected to the new waterway. If she wanted to go to the new waterway, she had to return to Liyun City first and change her route from the waters of Liyun City. Logically speaking, she didn't need to move before a new mission came. No mission meant freedom. She could stay anywhere she wanted. It was okay if she didn't go to the new waterway. Perhaps the prompt on the map panel yesterday was just a routine notification because a new waterway appeared. The most important thing was that there were not many dark green dot and block icons in the new waterway. And before arriving in Yunqing, she had no way to accurately judge the situation there and whether she could go ashore. If not, and no new mission appeared, she could only stay in the water and use the time on the delay card. Xu Fu thought about it again and decided to postpone it for a few days. Since the new mission has not appeared yet, there is no need to be too anxious. After all, it is too difficult to find a shelter like a cave that can protect against wind and rain, thunderstorms, hail and hurricanes. There are stone steps that can go up and down on the rock wall. Apart from the nausea caused by insects and the concerns about other creatures, this is indeed a rare place to go ashore. She wants to stay here until she can't survive anymore, and at the same time accumulate more time for the protective shield. She only used the protective shield on the way to the signal area before. She accumulated more and used less. Adding and subtracting, she has accumulated more than 180 hours. It sounds like a lot, but if used continuously for 24 hours, It can only last less than 8 days. Whether going to a new waterway or going to other land cities on a mission, the protective shield needs to be turned on along the way. She wants to save as much as possible in case of emergency. After making the decision, Shu Fu continued to wash and eat breakfast, put on the anti-insect equipment on the shore, and prepared to collect the raft and go to work. When she left yesterday, she left a plate of lit mosquito coils. But it didn't work much. Now the insects are getting bigger and bigger. Many twisting millipedes and unknown black reptiles, twisting and gathering together, which makes her headache. As for the small room in the cave, she no longer wanted to go in. There were too many small corners in it. There were huge mosquitoes lying on the rock walls. There were spider webs in the corners. If she wasn't careful, spiders would fall on her head and body. Wearing a hat was useless. Spiders fell on her silently and would drill into her clothes. Fortunately, the drifting island house had a complete owner mode, disaster resistance, constant temperature, and exclusion. She used to think that exclusion only excluded humans other than her from entering. But now she understood that exclusion also excluded other living creatures from entering. No matter how many mosquitoes are bred on the water due to the rising temperature, even if these mosquitoes will stay at the front of the raft, starting from the eaves area, these annoying mosquitoes, like rainwater, cannot enter. Several times, when she stepped into the eaves and looked back, she found that several spiders fell from the raft outside the eaves. Once, a black insect fell, and it was unknown what kind it was. It was quite big, with long whiskers and thorns, and it looked very creepy. At that time, when she thought that this insect actually fell from her body, she felt sick. Since then, she no longer went to the cave room, and never wore loose clothes with pockets. She always tied her hair tightly, put on a hat, goggles, a mask, and thin gloves, making herself look like a mummy. In this way, she relied on insecticide, mosquito repellent, mosquito coils, and mummy equipment to stay in the cave for another 5 days. Until noon that day, when it was almost time to get off work, she found 2 entangled, slender, and cold tails in the pile of branches and leaves in the corner of the cave. The dense gray scales on them gave her goosebumps. She almost subconsciously stepped back and left the cave, running back to the raft as fast as she could. Well, the snake appeared, and her relationship with this cave was over. It would take about 7 hours for the raft to return to Luyun City from the waters near the cave, and then it would travel from the east side of the Luyun City waters map to the northeast corner, which would take about 50 minutes to an hour, and then leave from the new waterway entrance there to Yunqing. At the current drifting speed, it would probably take more than 10 hours. The raft still had 30 minutes of rest time today, so she decided to use the delay card first to fill up the missing time and set off immediately, so that she could reach Yunqing within the raft's used time tomorrow. After arriving there might be a chance to go ashore. She set the destination on the map panel, and a black route appeared, winding through the Lusui waterway, passing through the Lianqing water map, and finally arriving in Yunqing. The whole journey is 1,418 kilometers, and it takes 23 hours and 38 minutes. She did not intend to drift directly to Yunqing, but to check the total length of the waterway and the time it would take. After the raft began to drift, she manually opened the protective cover of the raft bottle, then took out the electronic map and began to compare and study. Finally, she selected 3 dark green icons in the new waterway, intending to stop one by one along the way. These 3 dark green icons are relatively large and blocky. She was not just looking for a place to go ashore. Even if she really wanted to go ashore, she planned to go to Yunqing first. She stopped along the way, in addition to checking the situation of the land exposed above the water, and also to find a signal area. She had been offline for a long time, and she really wanted to know the current situation outside. The larger block icon was probably a higher hill, and there might be more communication-based stations on it. After selecting 3 pause points, Shu Fu changed the destination to the first pause point in the new waterway. The black route was refreshed, and the navigation data was also refreshed. 770/12:49:54. It was less than 11 o'clock in the morning, which meant that the first pause point would be reached at midnight tonight. After completing all the plans, Shu Fu went outside to cast the first shot of the day. She looked at the second floor above the cabin, which was half surrounded by the raft fence. She wanted to know whether the protective cover mode would be the same as the raft area, and whether it would be included in the master mode. Anti-disaster, constant temperature, and exclusion. She found an A-shaped folding ladder in the space, placed it on the edge of the eaves of the front door, and then climbed up carefully. As soon as she stepped on the eaves, she found it. After climbing over the fence and stepping on the upper floor of the cabin, she was more certain that although the top of the cabin was the outer space, it did not carry any protection at ordinary times. But when the wrap protective cover was opened, it would be wrapped together to form a safe and enclosed space, which was not affected by wind and rain. The height was about 2 meters, which was enough for her to walk upright. She held the raft fence at the front, feeling the raft drifting at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, and suddenly thought, in the shield mode, she could put tables, chairs, and even sofas on the roof. As long as there was no huge tsunami of more than 100 meters, the raft would drift steadily, and people outside would not notice her sitting on the roof. Sitting here, she would have the best view of the surrounding situation. Now she only hoped to draw the blue prize next time. She needed home decorations such as raft fences and ladders. Especially fences. If there were enough fences. She could also include the area of the 2 eaves in front and behind, so that the area of the entire upper platform would be larger, and she would be safer when climbing and walking. Shu Fu did not expect that the raft fence that she had complained about would now become a heartwarming item for her. It's hard to predict the world. Shu Fu looked at the endless heavy rain and waves outside the protective cover, and sighed a little. Now the fence is incomplete, and it is not convenient to go up and down. After she finished her inspection, she carefully climbed down along the folding ladder. It's lunchtime. What should I eat today? How about using a small pot to serve soup, using a gas stove, and eating fresh bone soup hot pot under the eaves of the front door? The side dishes can be simpler: a small Chinese cabbage, a golden needle mushroom, and fresh beef, and then a box of golden fried chicken feet and crispy squid tentacles to eat together slowly. Shu Fu nodded. It's not necessary to eat a shuanxiang pot with many dishes every time. It's also good to eat a small clear soup hot pot like this occasionally. The main point is to drink soup for health. After lunch, she leaned on the cushions next to the French window, listening to music and reading. This time she took a real paper book. A book about the mass extinction of life on this planet hundreds of millions of years ago. It was half popular science and half compilation. The popular science part was inferred from the various geological magma codes and ancient fossils left on the planet today, and the rest was naturally all compiled. This book detailed the event before the dinosaur era, when the planet was almost extinct due to a rain that lasted millions of years. Many historical details on this planet are very similar to her native world. The disaster described here easily reminds her of the Carnian flood event in her native world. The cause of this event was a large-scale eruption of volcanoes on the planet, which caused the planet's temperature to rise rapidly. In addition, the entire continent was still connected hundreds of millions of years ago, and there was a continuous pattern of continental immersion. It didn't rain every day, but the entire humid period lasted for 100, 200 million years, and some said it lasted longer. In short, it led to a mass extinction event. But soon after the biological extinction event, countless new species appeared on the planet, replacing the original species on the planet. Destruction and rebirth are the inevitable process of history. She actually wanted to increase her knowledge, but there were many academic terms in the book. She tried to hold on at first, but as she read, she felt her eyelids fighting each other. In the end, she couldn't hold on and fell asleep with her head tilted. Today, in order to go to work, she got up very early, stayed in a cave that was stuffy, hot, humid and full of insects for several hours. And now she was drifting into the house in a clean and safe manner. And she was full again. She was completely relaxed and slept until the evening. Shu Fu stretched and rolled on the cushion. This time was different from the last time she was trapped in Suicheng. She knew that she would go to a new city to do a mission sooner or later, and would not spend her life in these waters. So she was not anxious. But she was probably too confident and too leisurely. Except for those 4 hours. She ate and slept every day, and felt even lazier. She looked at the time and estimated that she would soon reach the old site of Liyun City. So she got up and drank a glass of water, and went to the underwater bedroom. The light conditions today were average, and the water level had risen a lot. She just wanted to try and see if she could still see the flooded Liyun City dam through the glass of the underwater bedroom. The result was of course in vain. Occasionally, fish could be seen passing by the raft in the water, But the buildings that represented human civilization could no longer be seen. The boundless waters buried all civilizations. At midnight, the raft stopped at the first stop. Shu Fu sat on the sofa and fiddled with her mobile phone and tablet. But no matter how she tried, she could not connect to the internet. Shu Fu stood in front of the eaves and used a night vision telescope to check. The hills in front of her were not high. Compared with the peaks, they were more like an undulating highland. Although the area was large, it was only a few meters above the water. She guessed that this hilly highland was probably completely submerged when the super tsunami hit. So neither the buildings nor the communication base stations were preserved. Although she was a little disappointed, she was not particularly frustrated because she was mentally prepared. She took out the map panel and set the second pause point. The distance displayed was 445/07:24:58. That means they will arrive at around 7:30 in the morning. She didn't plan to set the alarm clock, as she would stay there after arriving anyway. However, she adjusted the ringing tone of her mobile phone a lot. In this way, if she passes by land near a body of water in the middle of the night, there will be a signal suddenly, and the accumulated messages will come in all at once, and the sound of these short messages will be enough to wake her up, so she can stop the raft and stay in the signal area. The raft started drifting again. It was late at night. Shu Fu opened the sliding door on the floor and planned to try the underwater bedroom today. The room was not equipped with a power card, but she had rearranged the underwater bedroom, except for the non-expiring sundries box piled up in the corner of the spiral staircase and the manual rowing machine near the glass wall. She placed a small iron round table with glass next to the big round bed and a rechargeable dimming desk lamp on it. This desk lamp is almost the most beautiful one in her desk lamp collection, and the battery capacity is super large. After charging once, it can be used continuously for several days at the dimmest light. After all, this is underwater. It is pitch black at night, and there are many water lights and shadows. She is afraid that she will not be used to sleeping here, so she plans to keep the light on. On the big round bed, there are also 2 pillows and 2 cushions, and a thin summer quilt. She picked the most beautiful styles in her inventory to match this dream bedroom that is like an underwater dragon palace. She laid the softest long-haired carpet on the glass floor around the round bed, not only because it was comfortable to step on, but also because she didn't want to feel like she was stepping into a bottomless abyss every time she got out of bed. The warm milk tea-colored long-haired carpet would dilute the insecurity brought by the pure glass floor. Although this kind of carpet is comfortable, it is long-haired and light-colored, easy to get dirty, and difficult to take care of, so she had never used it before. Now, the drifting island house has the one-click dust removal function. Basically, she uses this function once a day. So now, except for the kitchen and bathroom, she goes barefoot without slippers in other areas, because the floor is clean enough for rolling around at any time. She also covered the floor on the other side of the round bed to the chaise longue with the same carpet. In this area, you can sit, lie down, or roll around. Shu Fu took off her thin home coat, threw herself on the big round bed, and rolled around. She had lived in 2 different worlds since she was a child, but this was the first time she slept on a bed of this shape. She felt like she had instantly become a queen. After rolling twice, she reached out to turn the light to the lowest setting, put her phone on the round table, and then crawled into the summer quilt, hugged the fragrant soft cushion, looked at the dark water light flowing outside the glass wall on one side, and slowly closed her eyes. It was her first time sleeping underwater, and it was more novel than comfortable, because the walls and the floor were all transparent glass. She always felt that there were creatures staring at her in her half-awake state. After her consciousness was slightly awakened by this feeling, she half-opened her eyes and glanced around, and only saw the gray fishtail swaying in the dark waters. It was just a fish. She remembered that the underwater bedroom could not be seen from the outside, and the protective cover was still open. Even if there were people in the water, they would not notice the raft. With such self-comfort, her consciousness slowly drifted away again. After an unknown period of time, she felt uncomfortable, as if she was being spied on. She seemed to hear a strange clicking sound while half asleep and half awake. Then she regained consciousness and repeated the previous steps. She slept like this, half asleep and half awake, and she was fully awake before the raft reached the second stop. In the waters outside the glass bedroom, the water light shone through. The weather outside seemed good today. Shu Fu did not sleep well and felt a headache. She pulled the thin blanket over her head trying to fall asleep again, but she could not do it after trying for a while. She wailed, and finally got out of bed. Because she did not sleep well at night, she felt sluggish all morning. After breakfast, she placed a folding chair under the eaves of the front door, drank coffee, and lay down all the way through the second and third pause points, and finally arrived at the end of this new waterway. Along the way, there was no boat, no one, and no signal area. The border between the plains and hills of Huag was seen to have become a completely uninhabited area, and not far in front of the raft was Yunqing. Or rather, it was the submerged Yunqing. Sure enough, even though the overall altitude of Yunqing was slightly higher than that of Lianqing, at the current water level, it still could not escape the fate of being submerged. From her direction, she could see the tall buildings of Yunqing still standing in the water, and the looming mountains in the distance. Most of the land in Yunqing has disappeared. In this case, the raft should be able to enter the city smoothly, but now, the raft is forced to stop in front of the invisible barrier. On the map panel, the waterway only ends here, and the area where she can move is all water, and Yunqing, which is less than a few hundred meters away from her, is obviously outside her map. What's going on? The newly opened waterway ends like this? What about the task? Why hasn't the progress bar for the level 4 raft task appeared? Xu Fu took out the folding ladder and climbed onto the roof of the drifting island house again, using a telescope to check the surrounding environment. The last section of the waterway runs from southwest to northeast on the map. Yunqing is right in front of the waterway, which is northeast. At this moment, starting from the northeast of the raft, the direction of most of the clockwise circle is all vast water. Even if there is land above the water, it is just a few small hills. In the field of vision, the only land is northwest of the raft. There is a higher hill there, which stretches to the left and right. She can't see what is behind the hill, and she can't land on this hill because it is outside the waterway map. Xu Fu was a little hesitant. Her original plan was to come and check. If no new mission appeared, she would return along the same route and find a suitable hill to land temporarily, saving the shield and delay card. But after arriving here, she seemed a little unwilling to return immediately. She thought about it and decided to stay here for a day or two. If no mission appeared, she would return to the third stop point in the waterway and land to see if there were any buildings on it that could shelter her from the wind and rain. Because this area of water is close to Yunqing, there are many floating objects such as building debris on the water surface. Xu Fu moved the raft closer, turned off the raft shield, and turned on the automatic mode. When the raft is not drifting, it still looks like a floating object from the sky and from a distance. She just needs to be careful not to walk out of the house without turning on the shield. She stayed in this area of water until the next day. The weather has been good from yesterday to today. There was no rain or wind. The sun came out for a while yesterday afternoon. In the evening, she also saw the long-lost beautiful sunset. The sun, half hidden behind the clouds, gradually fell from the rolling hills in the west. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the sky a gorgeous purple-red color, and the endless sparkling water below the hills was beautiful. Xu Fu sat in front of the French window, listening to music and eating dinner, watching the entire sunset. It was very beautiful. A very peaceful and harmonious scene. But she knew that every time the rain stopped, it meant that there would be bigger winds and waves coming later. Sure enough, the sunlight faded from noon today, and by the afternoon, the sky was covered by heavy clouds, with a thunder across the clouds. The weather in this area of water completely changed. The storm came suddenly. When Xu Fu was sweating profusely on the manual rowing machine in the underwater bedroom, she heard the noisy sound of rain coming from the water outside the bedroom. The rainstorm was coming fast and hard. The waters that were quiet and beautiful yesterday were once again stormy. The wind and waves today were particularly strong. After a while, Xu Fu found that the icon representing the raft protection on the bracelet was lit up, which meant that the raft's protective cover was automatically opened. She got up and went to the upper floor, and walked to the French window to check, and found that there was indeed a roaring wall of huge waves on the east side of the waters, about 70 to 80 meters high, and it was surging towards the Yunqing area where the raft was located. Xu Fu didn't even frown, after witnessing a tsunami of nearly 400 meters in height. Waves of this height were nothing to her. Even in Luyun City in the past, waves of this magnitude would appear from time to time. I don't know if it was because of the huge waves, but the waters around the raft became restless again, as if boiling. Even if she didn't go to the underwater bedroom this time, she could see the schools of fish passing by in the waters on both sides of the raft. The schools of fish were still densely packed. I don't know if it was because there were too many of them, squeezing each other, but from time to time, fish would jump out of the water, fall down quickly, and continue to head northwest. Could they be fleeing? But the northwest side is land. If they continue to swim, they will run aground sooner or later. She unmoored the raft and went to the bathroom to change her sweaty clothes. The waves hit the raft, driving it westward, and soon, the raft hit the transparent barrier of the waterway. The roaring waves rushed over the water surface, heading towards the rolling hills on the northwest side, and the raft was hit by the invisible barrier again and again, and was forced to stop again and again. Shu Fu in the drifting island house felt like she was riding a bumper car in an amusement park. The ping-pong noise was quite loud, but there was no real damage except for the shaking. She could even hold onto the wall and continue to shower calmly. However, before she finished showering, her bracelet vibrated. The flashing icon was still the map panel. She summoned the transparent panel with some confusion, and a line of words appeared on it. Yunqing detected. Qinghe Waterway has been temporarily opened. Click to activate. Temporary waterway? Shu Fu turned off the faucet and clicked on the transparent panel. As she moved, a new waterway suddenly appeared slowly on the left side of the originally closed waterway. The waterway ran from southeast to northwest, as if the waterway she was in now had a small branch road to the upper left, heading towards the hills in the northwest. This temporary waterway was different from other waterways. It was a lighter green and more than half narrower than the normal waterway. Shu Fu watched it appear on the map and spread to the northwest, gradually lighting up the map, and finally passing through the middle of the large dark green icon, like a tunnel through the mountains. Yunqing has been activated. Qinghe Temporary Waterway. The retention time of this temporary waterway, 1 hour 59 minutes and 53 seconds. So, Yunqing is not the end point of this waterway. The real destination is Qinghe. The limited time waterway appears for a limited time. It is only open for 2 hours. Shu Fu did not have time to think too much. Directly set Qinghe on the other side of the hill as the destination on the map panel. A new route appeared. The whole journey is 88 kilometers. It takes 1 hour and 28 minutes. The raft began to move, resisting the wind and waves all the way to the entrance of the limited time waterway. Then with the new wave of huge waves, it was instantly rushed into the waterway, just like a small boat in a whitewater rafting game, being hit by the waves all the way. It went towards the direction of the hill at high speed. More than an hour later, the raft, forced to speed up, rushed down the hill and merged into the broad Qing River along with the waves. After being blocked by a large stretch of hills, the surging waves became much calmer. The rainstorm was still falling, and the flowing Qing River was surging due to the continuous influx of floods. This stretch of hills should have been a highland, one of the 4 plateaus of Hua State, on the edge of the Beatty Plateau. The entire Beatty Plateau has an altitude of between 400 and 2,000 meters. The hill that the raft just crossed with the huge waves, or the highland, should have been hundreds of meters above sea level. The reason why Shu Fu judged this place as a highland is because the altitudes on both sides of the mountain are very different. The direction of Yunqing has become a vast ocean with a depth of hundreds of meters. But on this side, except for Qinghe River, other areas are still normal land. Qinghe River is the largest river in Hua State. If you come from Liyun City, even if the previous land route has become a water route, you can't reach it at all, because it will be blocked by the hills and highlands in the northwest. Therefore, if you want to reach Qinghe from Yunqing through the hills in front, you must wait until extreme weather occurs, because only the giant waves formed by extreme weather can open a new waterway within a limited time. This is like the principle of high tide. The tide rises and falls, and the waves rush to the shore with the tide. Many amphibians are easily washed up on the beach with higher altitudes during high tide. And now, the raft is a creature in the tide. But Shu Fu forgot that. Some creatures washed up on the beach during high tide will also be completely trapped on the beach due to geographical conditions. This is called stranding. The map panel in her hand changed as the raft entered the Qinghe River. Suicheng Water Map. Suicheng to Lianqing Waterway. Lianqing Water Map. Lianqing to Yunqing Waterway all disappeared. On the translucent panel, a new winding waterway appeared at this moment. This was part of the Qing River. Her range of activities began from the river area where the raft was now located, and went upstream to the middle and upper reaches of the Qing River. This section of the Qing River was steep, and the altitudes of the 2 banks along the way ranged from 500 meters to 1,000 meters. As far as the current disaster situation in Huaguo was concerned, it was almost all relatively safe land. It was impossible that all the cities along the river were within her range of activities. Right? Although I knew it was a fantasy, I still had to have the courage to dream. Shu Fu took a quick shower while dreaming. But she was wiping her hair and comparing the Qinghe River on the map panel with the electronic map when she realized with some sadness that the waters and waterways where she could move freely before could not be found on the map panel. Shu Fu. It's not like I can't go back after coming here. Right? It's too far-fetched. Half an hour later, Shu Fu leaned on the sofa after carefully searching the function screen and map panel. She really couldn't go back. She couldn't set a destination outside the Qinghe River, even if she manually operated the raft and let it return along the original route. It would be blocked by the invisible barrier on the river bank. On the map panel, the countdown of the temporary waterway had already ended and disappeared. She seemed trapped on this high ground. Chapter 56 Northland Plateau. 2 days later, Shu Fu was lying on the chaise longue in the underwater bedroom. The raft's protective cover had long been closed, and the drifting island house was currently anchored in an uninhabited river area with mountains on both sides. In the past 2 days, she tried to land, but the small town that seemed very close to Qinghe on the electronic map, the nearest one was also 70, 80 kilometers away. And she couldn't even climb up to the land on both sides of the river. Obviously, the river was the transparent barrier that limited her range of activities. She couldn't leave the city before, and now she can't enter the city. The only thing she was thankful for was that she finally connected to the internet. Perhaps because it was far from the city, or because there were fewer signal-based stations in small cities, and they were damaged by storms. The signal on the river was not very good, and the network was sometimes unavailable. When she was able to connect to the internet, the speed was so slow that it took her a long time to read the news. She spent several hours piecing together information, but there was still a large lack of information from the outside world. She only knew that after the world-destroying tsunami, except for the Fengshan Plateau and other individual provinces where a large army was stationed early, other cities that had not been submerged began to become chaotic one by one, including the small cities on both sides of the river where she was currently. Before the super tsunami, there were cities here that were officially designated as safe cities for relocation. But after the tsunami, almost everyone fled further west. People stopped working and going to school. In some places, a large number of people rushed into supermarkets to buy things indiscriminately. Many people no longer paid attention to the purchase restrictions and simply snatched the supplies and ran away. When only a small number of people in a city did illegal things, others would stand on the side of justice, accusing and stopping them. But when everyone in a city was doing the same thing, it no longer mattered whether it was illegal or not. For them at this time, not becoming a minority who did not get the supplies was the most important thing at the moment. The internet was full of various videos and pictures uploaded by the public. She couldn't open the videos, and the pictures took a long time to buffer. But when the pictures were buffered, every one of them was a scene of chaotic looting and fighting without exception. Social order is collapsing and disappearing in more than half of the cities on this planet. Sadly, at this point, the authorities are no longer able to save the situation as they did before, reducing the scope of cities that can maintain safety and order. Retreat is the only way out at the moment. In the past 2 days, the map panel has twice prompted the opening of the temporary waterway from Yunqing to Qinghe. One time the countdown was 1 hour and 40 minutes, and she was too far away to catch up. The other time the countdown was 3 hours, and she happened to be nearby. So she rushed to the entrance of the temporary waterway during the countdown time. However, this temporary waterway seemed to be only one way. She could come from Yunqing, but could not go from Qinghe. She felt like a fish stranded on the beach. She could not flutter except lying flat and being dried like a salted fish. The Qinghe River within her range had a turbulent flow. Although the river was wide, there was no small land in the middle. In addition to the time delay card she used in the Yunqing waters that day, she had used it for 3 consecutive days, consuming 12 hours. She felt a little pain, and she didn't know how long she would be trapped here. Fortunately, in the evening of that day, the black notebook that had been silent for a long time finally began to flash. Shu Fu sighed, and finally the task came. Within half a month, log in and check in at any store in Ishi Town, and you will get a 20% progress bar for level 4 of the raft. Current progress of level 4 of the raft, 0%. Note, 15% of the progress bar will be deducted if this task is not completed. At this time, she went to a strange town to check in at a store. No wonder the basic progress bar bonus for the first task was 20%. It turned out that it also knew that this was a difficult task. She checked the electronic map and quickly figured out the location of Heshi Town. It was in the middle and upper reaches of the Qinghe River. There was a gentle area there, with river beaches and deltas. There was a Luqing there. Heshi Town was near Luqing and built along the river. The mission time limit this time was half a month. She estimated that it was roughly the time she had to travel from the original several water areas. The main time-limited waterway from Yunqing to Qinghe needed time to wait for opening, and it was difficult to fully control the time. In this way, she arrived at Qinghe several days earlier, and she had completed half of the mission in advance. With the mission, there was a direction. Xu Fu was shocked, and she sat cross-legged on the carpet, using the chaise longue as a table, and began to compare the river map with the electronic map. Although there is land on both sides of the Qinghe River, due to continuous rain for 8 months, the river water has risen sharply, and the appearance of the land nearby is slightly different from that on the electronic map. She compared again, and finally confirmed that a dark green icon in the upper reaches of the river map was the destination. There was no such mark on the river map, and it should have been outside the barrier range before. This icon is surrounded by water, if she is not wrong. And this is really Heshi Town. Then this town has been separated from other land by the rising river water level, forming a town similar to that built on a delta or an island. Now this landmark appears on the map panel, probably because of the mission, which also means that she can finally land. The raft slowly started along the black route and entered the drifting state. Route information, 923/15:22:58. Set off now, and arrive tomorrow morning. The next day, when Xu Fu woke up in the underwater bedroom, she was startled by the dense gray fish in the water outside the glass wall. The raft had stopped and was swaying slightly with the surrounding waves. The water flow in this area is very slow, and the water is very clear, even though it is still raining outside. The view of the underwater bedroom is still very clear. The raft has not completely reached the shore. She opened the protective cover before going to bed last night, and planned to circle around the area after arriving, check the environment of the town, and decide how to land after getting a little understanding of the situation here. When Xu Fu stretched her body on the big round bed and prepared to get up, she suddenly saw a large gray-green net falling from the river, covering the fish in the water. The fish were frightened and began to flee in all directions with their inorganic eyes. Many fish quickly escaped from the sides and bottom of the underwater bedroom, but many fish were caught in the big net. Xu Fu heard the noise coming from above the river. She immediately got up, ran barefoot to the upper floor, and went to the floor-to-ceiling glass to check the situation outside. An old wooden boat was parked not far from the raft. Several people on the boat were wearing gloves and were struggling to pull the fishing net towards the boat in the heavy rain. Probably because the fishing net was dropped accurately this time and caught many fish, they had a hard time pulling it. But because of the big harvest this time, they all had happy expressions on their faces. This wooden boat was not supposed to be a fishing boat, but rather a sightseeing boat in a scenic spot. The boat was not big, about 13 or 14 meters long, with 2 ends raised and a low cabin in the middle. The people standing on the deck worked together and finally pulled the fishing net up. A large pile of fish caught in the big net kept bouncing on the deck. Everyone looked at the harvest and cheered. But after the cheers, several people on the boat seemed to have a conflict. They stood at the bow and argued fiercely, and the sound came through the heavy rain, under the eaves of the back door of the raft. Xu Fu was wearing slippers, holding a toothbrush with toothpaste squeezed on it, brushing her teeth, and listening to the content of the quarrel. It seemed that it was caused by this harvest. Some people felt that the harvest of this net was enough, and they wanted to return to the town and quickly exchange the fish for the necessary supplies. After all, there was only a limited amount of things released every day, and if they went too late, they would be gone. Others felt that it was rare to encounter a school of fish, and they should not go back after casting the net once. At least cast it 2 or 3 more times to fill the boat. After all, it costs a lot to rent a boat from the team, and there are so many of them. If they don't catch more fish, each person will only get a little bit of supplies when they go back. It's a waste. Don't be greedy. We agreed before we came out not to be greedy. Before, Azhong and his team were greedy and encountered a strange fish. The boat was almost overturned. The fishing net was broken, and even the fish that were originally salvaged fell back into the water. You really believe it? You see, He has said it so many times. Can he explain it? He can't even describe what the strange fish looks like. That's right. Don't compare Azhong with us. He has less brains than us. It's just an accident. He was scared. And he blames the fish all day long. Do you think anyone believes him? No one on the same boat saw it. But he saw it. Is there such a thing? Coincidence? Others have said that it was windy and rough that day. Ah Jong didn't pull the net properly. He was afraid of taking responsibility. Stop arguing. It's only a short while before the second net is up. That's right. Why are you arguing on the boat? You scared the fish away. Isn't it uncomfortable to be caught in such a heavy rain? Who wouldn't feel uncomfortable? I feel uncomfortable too. Shut up. It's rare to have so many fish. I'll just cast another net and go back. Don't be the only one who has the final say. Raise your hands and vote. The minority obeys the majority. Okay. Come on. Shu Fu brushed her teeth while listening to the gossip, and learned a little about the current situation in the town from the gossip. First, money is not very useful in Heshi town at present. Daily shopping is completely replaced by barter. And the daily supply is limited. I just don't know who else can have supplies, and provide them for trading under the current situation. Official? Shu Fu thinks it is unlikely. A town like this close to the river is not at a completely safe altitude. And it is not worth garrisoning. Second, fishing is not difficult. But boats and fishing nets are important materials. Especially boats. Even wooden boats, like this one that look easy to break, are very expensive to rent. Third, these people all have complete rain gear. When it comes to renting a boat or exchanging goods, they will vote to decide when there is a dispute, which shows that the town still has a certain order. Fourth, there may be strange fish in the Qinghe River. Of course, this fourth point is currently in doubt, after all. Only one person with a not very good brain has seen it with his own eyes, and the others are still in a state of disbelief. So, any store check-in task she needs to complete is likely to be the place where these people go to exchange goods after returning to the town. Such a place should be an important place in the town nowadays, and it is estimated that it will not be too difficult to find. And the task said anyone, which also means that there is more than one such store. After collecting preliminary information, Shu Fu decided to inspect the river terrain around the town again, and then find a place to land. The protective shield cannot be saved at present. It has to be kept on, but after landing, it can automatically store 4 hours every day, as long as it can be replenished. She doesn't feel bad. Unlike the delay card, it will be less if it is used a little bit that will make her feel bad. Because of the mission, she had a simple breakfast. Beef and cheese croissant with a small cup of coffee. And tried to drink as little water as possible. She was not idle during breakfast. Manually controlling the raft. Making it circle the island where the Heshi town is located. Strictly speaking, this is not an island. Because the river rose after continuous heavy rains and submerged part of the land around the town, separating it from the suburbs of Luqing. So the depth of the flood waters in the northwest of the town and the Qinghe waters in the southeast are very different. The town is quite large. The raft drifted at full speed, and it took more than an hour to go around. As she inspected the town, she compared it with the town information she had found on the internet. The town is located on the northwest side of the Qinghe River, and the name of Heshi town comes from this. The town was originally supposed to border the suburbs of Luqing, but now the river has flooded the low-lying area to the southwest of the town, and the mountain valley to the northeast, wrapping it up and isolating it, forming an independent small land similar to an island. The original low-lying areas and valleys were easy to identify. There were still tall treetops and some electric poles in this area that were not completely submerged. Especially when she looked out from the underwater bedroom, she could even identify from these submerged areas, which were originally forest areas, which were originally slopes, and which were originally mountain roads through the valley. The town's terrain has a low altitude in the southwest and a high altitude in the northeast. There are several peaks there, and the town's population is concentrated in the southwest. However, the population here was not large originally, and it is estimated to be even smaller after this battle. After a round trip, she was sure that she could not continue to go deeper into the land. That is, in the direction of Luqing, even if there was a large area of water ahead. So, the entire 4-level raft progress bar task was only carried out in this small town in Heshi. This place is quite big, but compared with Suicheng and Liyun City, it is too small. Finally, she also found a problem. There seems to be no network here. An hour later, Shu Fu, wrapped in a raincoat, stopped in front of a shop on a small street in the southwest of the town. The raincoat was an old army green, which she had chosen specially, and it was similar in color and style to those people on the wooden boats. It had a large hood, which could be pulled very low, and with the mask, it could cover most of her face. Although it was not as hot as near the cave restaurant, the temperature was still around 25 degrees, so she wore a light sports waterproof suit under her raincoat, and high waterproof boots on her feet, which were also old, and covered with mud and water. The backpack she chose was also waterproof, dirt-resistant dark gray, old-fashioned design, and some food and daily necessities were placed inside for symbolic purposes. She deliberately chose a deserted place with dense shade to dock. After she observed the surrounding environment, quickly landed, walked into the forest for a while, and turned a corner, she put away the raft on the bracelet, and then removed the raft protection cover. This sequence can ensure that the raft has zero presence from beginning to end, and will not be noticed by anyone. Luckily, for some reason, perhaps because of the terrain of the Northland Plateau, the geographical location is very different from the cave area. She has not seen any insects here since she landed. Whether it was mosquitoes or reptiles, there were very few of them. Even in the woods, she relied on the downloaded map and walked directly into the town. Perhaps it was because she was wearing a raincoat similar to the others in the town, or because she walked so confidently and normally. No one paid much attention to her along the way. Of course, it could also be because there were too few pedestrians in the town. In addition to the backpack in front of her, she was holding a black plastic bag under her raincoat, which contained 2 freshwater fish that she had harvested from the Qinghe River in the past few days, which were ordinary, not too big or small. The fish had been dead because they had entered the space, but they were still fresh, so it was not strange to trade them now. The town's buildings were mainly low-rise bungalows, mostly residential houses, and few shops. The shop in front of her was the only open shop she had seen along the way. The shop's facade was very old, and probably because it had experienced a storm. The words on the sign were missing, and it was impossible to piece together the original name of the shop. There was only a very dim light inside, and on such a dim rainy day, it looked even more dilapidated. When she was stockpiling supplies in the past, she would never have walked into such a shabby shop. But it was obvious that such shops were quite popular in the town. At this moment, besides her, there were many people wearing raincoats walking in, each of them holding a bag in their hands, as if they were carrying something to exchange. Shu Fu observed for a moment, then walked in with her. Chapter 57 Northland Plateau. After entering, she found that the so-called store was actually a very small supermarket, which was divided into 2 rooms. The inner and outer rooms. There were 3 or 4 rows of shelves in the inner room, half of which were empty. The counter was placed horizontally at the partition between the inner and outer rooms, matched with another empty shelf, blocking the customers from walking in. A sturdy man, who was only wearing a vest on his upper body, was leaning on a recliner next to the shelf inside the counter. Since no one was going to the counter to exchange items, he looked quite leisurely, with his eyes drooping, as if he was resting, but his sight quietly swept over every customer who came in to trade. After this simple arrangement, the shelves in the inner room have become a store-like business in the early years. No matter what the customer wants to buy on the shelves, he must ask the store staff and pay the money before the other party will take out the items and put them on the counter. The money in circulation now is various materials. The outer room is slightly larger, and there are windows against the wall, but they are all closed at the moment, and the air is not circulating. As soon as she entered the door, she smelled a strong fishy smell. She turned her head and looked. There were many people in the outer room. They had just entered the store before her, and they were scrambling to exchange the things in their hands. There were 2 men busy there, one collecting and checking the supplies, the other wearing rubber gloves. After his companion checked the supplies and reported the approximate amount that could be exchanged, he bent down to pick up the fish from the pile of fish at his feet. There were a lot of fish, all piled up on the thick plastic sheet against the wall. Those fish should have been caught from the Qinghe River not long ago. She only recognized Christian carp, catfish and perch. After passing through, most of them were dead. There were also a few still bouncing on the pile of fish, with cold fish eyes open, mouths opening and closing, as if making their last struggle. The fishy smell she smelled when she entered the door came from the pile of fish. Shu Fu was standing far away, wearing a mask, and she felt that the fishy smell was a bit unbearable. But the people who came to buy fish seemed to be able to feel nothing, and were not even picky. They handed over the things, took the fish and put them in their pockets, and turned around and left impatiently. She found that the materials these people brought to exchange for fish were varied, including tools and knives that were still usable, watches and small electrical appliances, and even expensive and valuable things like gold rings and bracelets. The gold ring was quite big. When the woman handed it over, she looked reluctant. But after checking and counting, the other party found that she had only exchanged for 2 fish. The woman who brought the gold ring to exchange for fish also brought a boy in his teens. It was obvious that she brought him here to help her carry fish. The fish in Chingha River looked quite big. Carp ranged from 4 or 5 catties to 8 or 9 catties. The boy was very happy to hear that he could exchange for 2 fish. He unfolded the nylon bag in his hand that was ready to hold the fish. He kept calling the man who took the fish uncle in a flattering way. He said that there were other people at home and his sister also liked to eat fish. So he asked him to take a bigger one. The other party looked at the boy, picked up 2 fish weighing about 9 jin, and put them in the nylon bag in his hand, and finally picked up a perch weighing about 1 jin from the corner, saying that this perch was too small and no one else wanted it. So it was given to him. The 3 fish weighed down the nylon bag so much that the boy couldn't lift it. He thanked her and called her mother. The woman walked over quickly, took the perch out of the nylon bag, and put it in the bag in her hand for the boy to hold. She tied the nylon bag with the 2 fish tightly, then gritted her teeth and lifted it up. 2 figures, one big and one small, stepped out of the shop and walked quickly into the rain. The people who were exchanging fish cleared out, and Shu Fu was the only one left in the outer room. The tall and thin man who was checking the supplies looked at her. His eyes passed over her mask, and then fell to look at the black plastic bag in her hand. Exchange fish? No. Shu Fu walked over, opened the bag. I want to exchange the fish for something else. There was a perch and a white fish in the bag. The small one was less than 2 kilograms, and the big one was 4 or 5 kilograms. Very mediocre and ordinary. The man saw that there were fish in the bag, and after taking it, he poured it directly on the pile of fish covered with thick plastic cloth, then raised his hand and pointed at the counter blocking the shelf, and asked her to ask for things from him. At this time, a few more people came outside to exchange fish, and the 2 people outside became busy again. Shu Fu walked to the counter and said to the sturdy man on the recliner, "Excuse me, do you have sanitary napkins?" The man frowned and said in a rough voice, "Do you think I have any here?" Shu Fu was not in a hurry, and continued to ask, "Do you have number 5 batteries?" "Yes, but you can't replace any of your 2 fish. No matter when and where you go, batteries can be considered relatively important supplies. But this town still has electricity, and most electrical appliances can be charged now." She guessed that batteries were not very important supplies, but she didn't expect that she couldn't even replace a single battery. The gap between buying and selling is too big. It seems that some supplies in this town are also scarce. Can you exchange some clean water? I can only give you 100 milliliters, the man said, and stood up and walked over to her, holding out his hand, asking her for a container. Shu Fu took out a used and slightly wrinkled mineral water bottle from her backpack and handed it to the other party. The other party took it and bent down to get water. She then saw that there was a water dispenser next to the counter. There was a bucket of water on it. It looked quite clean, but she didn't know what kind of water was in it. The man quickly filled the plastic bottle with water and handed it back to her. Sure enough, he only filled it 1/5, no more. Shu Fu didn't say much, tightened the lid, put it back into the backpack under the raincoat, turned around and walked out. She had completed the store check-in task, and the rest could only wait. The task of 20% of the basic progress bar was not that simple. She didn't wait for long. A few minutes later, on the street next to the store, she noticed someone following her. There were 2 people in total, wearing front-button military green 2-piece raincoats that were easy to move around. They seemed to be specifically staying near the store to watch people, so she could walk into the town without being noticed before entering the store, but was immediately followed when she came out of the store. But she didn't understand. A lot of people just came out of the store. Everyone was holding a bag of fish, and there were even mothers and children who looked easier to attack. Why didn't these people watch others, but only her? On the other hand, if the order in the town was really that bad, it would be impossible for that mother to go out alone with her 10-year-old child to exchange for supplies. Wouldn't she be waiting to be robbed? So, The people who were watching her at this moment should not be after supplies. So did they target her? But she was still wearing a mask, and her face was darkened with unscented brunette foundation, and she also used eyebrow pencil to draw a lot of pockmarks on herself, and she never showed her face the whole time. How beautiful must she be to be targeted by people just with her eyes? Xu Fu stopped in front of a residential bungalow along the street, and the door of the bungalow was being opened from the inside, and a man and a woman wearing raincoats and carrying bags came out, and they seemed to want to go to the store to exchange for goods. Xu Fu took 2 steps forward, greeted the other party, and tried to have a conversation. The woman recognized Xu Fu's voice, and knew that she was also a girl. She had already stopped to respond, but the man seemed to notice the 2 people staring at Xu Fu not far away. He frowned and hurried away with his female companion. The female companion asked a few questions in confusion, but then she probably saw the 2 people following her, and she stopped talking and left quickly with the man. The residents here knew the 2 people following her, and at the same time, they were afraid of them, and did not dare to interfere in their affairs. The 2 men obviously understood that they were discovered by Xu Fu, and they walked over and asked, "Where do you live? Why haven't I seen you before?" Before one of them finished speaking, he saw the man in front of him wearing a mask suddenly turn around and run away. Without any hesitation, he rushed into the rain in a few steps, ran to the street corner, turned a corner, and ran into the alley and disappeared. "Oh my God!" Another man reacted and hit his companion. "Why don't you chase him? Why are you hitting me?" "You didn't react either." The man fought back, and the 2 of them chased him around the corner while cursing at each other. The road was slippery in the rain. They didn't believe a girl could outrun them. This town was theirs. How far could the other person run alone? The 2 people who were thinking about this entered the alley one after the other. The one who was running behind was hit on the back of the neck just a few steps into the alley. Xu Fu, who was hiding among several bags of garbage and cardboard boxes, had taken off her raincoat that was in the way. She was still wearing a mask, her eyes were cold, and she was holding a crowbar for picking the lock. When the other person grabbed her with his backhand, he quickly took 2 steps back. She didn't hit the other person's head directly because she was new here, and didn't want to cause any death. That would cause more trouble later. The man didn't fall to the ground immediately. He cursed and rushed toward Xu Fu. Like many times in the simulated battles with Han Lan before, Xu Fu dodged the attack, watched the opportunity to buckle and twist the other person's wrist, and took advantage of the force of his rush to throw him over his shoulder. Fuck. The man only had time to make a sound, and was thrown hard into the rain. At this moment, the other person running in front had also reacted. He ran too fast and rushed to the front. Now he was still many steps away from Xu Fu. Seeing that she raised the crowbar, and was about to hit her accomplice again, he shouted anxiously, and threw the iron rod in his hand towards her. The iron rod hit Xu Fu's shoulder accurately, and then bounced to the ground, making a clanging sound. At the same time, the crowbar in Xu Fu's hand also fell. After 2 hits, the man was completely unconscious. Xu Fu looked back at the man who threw the iron rod at her. The eyes on the mask were calm, and there was no trace of pain. "Damn it!" The man was angry, bent down and took out a folding knife from his rain boots, and didn't intend to hold back. Xu Fu didn't hesitate, and quickly picked up the backpack she had thrown next to the garbage dump, took out the nail gun under the backpack, and aimed it at the man. The man obviously recognized what it was. He cursed and braked quickly. He braked as fast as he ran when he rushed over. But it was too late. The nailed gun in Xu Fu's hand had already started firing. The man subconsciously put his hand up to cover his face. The next second, he let out a strange cry. 2 straight nails pierced his palm, and he cried out in pain. At this moment, a few hurried footsteps came from the street outside the alley, and there was a female voice that Xu Fu had heard not long ago. "It should be nearby." "Yes. I confirm that it is someone from Malaysia. Deputy Captain Chen. Hurry up. The girl is alone." In just 1 sentence, the voice came to the entrance of the alley. Xu Fu's mind raced. She analyzed the situation in a few seconds, then put the nail gun into her backpack, retreated to the wall, and instantly removed the protective shield. Without that layer of protection, the heavy rain instantly enveloped her whole body, and the newcomer also stepped into the alley at this time. At this moment, the alley was full of messy garbage and cardboard boxes. A tall man stood abruptly in the middle, and a slender girl leaned against the wall. She was soaked, and her slender arms were still shaking obviously, but she still held the crowbar tightly to protect herself. The situation was clear as day. The leader, Deputy Captain Chen, was furious. He stepped forward and kicked the man. What's going on? Come to our territory to cause trouble again? This is the end time this month. Is the Malaysian planning to start a fight? The man didn't know whether he dared to dodge or didn't dodge. He was hit hard. When he spoke, his voice was aggrieved. Deputy Captain Chen, we are not the ones who are causing trouble. We are the ones who are being plotted against. Wu Xiong, what are you talking about? Deputy Captain Chen pointed at the slender figure leaning against the wall, who was staring at him in a daze, and kicked the man in front of him again. She plotted against you too? Do you think I'm an idiot? You are? Wu Xiong retorted with his neck stiff. And then, he was besieged by several people behind Deputy Captain Chen. The group didn't want to listen to his explanation at all. The situation was right in front of them. The other party had repeatedly caused trouble in the block they were responsible for. They didn't get angry, but they thought it was Ketty. Someone was going to teach him a lesson. Deputy Captain Chen said, be careful when you do it. You have to return the person to Malaysia after you teach him a lesson. Then he turned to the girl leaning against the wall and said in a gentle voice, are you okay? Xu Fu looked at the other party, because the other party had just started a fight. His rain hat had slipped back a little, revealing his very short hair. She was a little emotional. The last time they met, the other party was still recommending a new bracelet from a certain brand, said that everyone should buy the same one together, and said that it would be a waste if a beautiful wrist didn't have a bracelet. But now, the other party cut her hair into a boy's style. The two people's eyes met. Because they were close, Deputy Captain Chen saw the other party's eyes clearly. After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly became surprised and happy. Xiao Fu? Xu Fu felt the vibration on her wrist, pulled down the mask a little, wiped her eyes that were a little hard to open due to the heavy rain, and smiled at the girl in front of her. Long time no see, Chen Fa. Chen Fa turned around and called out a raincoat, and someone immediately picked up the raincoat that had fallen to the side. After she took it, she put it back on Xu Fu. Her hands touched her cold and wet clothes. She didn't know what she was thinking about. She looked angry again. She turned around and glared at Wu Xiong, who was trying to get up from the ground. A moment later, Xu Fu was half hugged by Chen Fa and led away from the alley. In the alley behind them, Wu Xiong's aggrieved scream was heard again. Why hit me again? Hey, Chen Fa, you psychopath. Don't really think I'm afraid of you. Oh, stop hitting me. I'm afraid. I'm really afraid. We really didn't plan to do anything. We just wanted to see where she lived. Xu Fu, don't worry about it. I'll take care of this matter. Chen Fa seemed to sense something, patted Xu Fu on the back, and took her to speed up his pace, and said, you got caught in the rain. Go back and take a shower. You can't get sick here now. Chapter 58 Northland Plateau. Not long after the news of the world-destroying tsunami came, the whole Lucheng was in chaos. Even though it was thousands of kilometers away from Muzhou province, once the people were in chaos, the authorities could not bring them back with words alone. Lucheng's altitude was between 600 and 1,000 meters. Originally, as one of the relocation cities arranged by the state, it should have been a safe place, but Lucheng was too close to Qinghe River. Some people were like frightened birds, fearing all water bodies, so a large number of people set out on the journey westward. The city made various preparations for relocation. In addition to resettlement housing, it also stored a large amount of water and other supplies. However, as Xu Fu pieced together the news online, the people who planned to go west started to rush to buy. And when they couldn't buy, they simply robbed. Those who wanted to leave started to rob supplies. And those who didn't plan to leave naturally couldn't fall behind. 2/3 of the people in a city were looting. And even the police were helpless. What could they do? Would they kill all these people by looting? Even the authorities were gradually retreating, concentrating all their forces in the safest cities. What could they do? The chaos lasted for a month. Those who could leave left. Those who were unlucky died. And those who were still alive and didn't leave naturally had their own reasons. Some people have many ideas, thinking, what can we do if we go west? It is a mess everywhere now. It is hard to find a good car. And even if we find a good car, we may not be able to get fuel. What's more, the terrain becomes more complicated as we go west on the northern plateau. There are fewer cities, fewer supplies, and this is not a tsunami disaster area. And it is not within the coverage of airdrop supplies. They may encounter various extreme weather along the way, and they may also encounter waters that cannot be passed at any time. The journey is too long, and no one can guarantee that they will have a good life in a new place. Rather than going to an uncertain and strange city, it is better to stay in your own territory. There are now two forces in Hishi town. That is, two different teams. One is composed of people from the original town, and the other is mostly made up of outsiders. There were few people in the town originally, when the collective relocation just started. Many people moved to the safer Lucheng, and most of them died in the most chaotic month. Chen Effa was in the team of outsiders. She joined the team on the way out of Lucheng. She was good at fighting and brave. Because of her personal choice, she did not go west for the time being. So she retreated to this town. She had stayed in this town before she went to Lucheng. At that time, the Great Relocation Order had not yet been issued, and entry to the Plateau City would be blocked. Chen Fa was not from Lucheng, but if she wanted to go back to her hometown, she had to go through Lucheng. Fortunately, the relocation order was issued later, and Lucheng became a relocation city, so she directly applied for Lucheng for herself and her family in her hometown. But she didn't expect to be returned so soon. Although this place is surrounded by water, there are mountains with higher altitudes, which can avoid floods during special periods, so she won't be desperate. Before the Qinghe River flooded and completely submerged this place, such a small town was more conducive to the survival of the civilian team. Although there is no flood problem here for the time being, but various resources are tight. The two teams had many conflicts at first, and almost lost their lives. Later, the two sides negotiated, divided the blocks they were responsible for, and agreed to a peace agreement. Dividing the blocks does not mean dividing the town into two, but each is responsible for the public security of its own block. If the residents in their own block make trouble, they will solve it themselves. If the other party's people make trouble in their own territory, they have the right to teach them a lesson before throwing them back. In addition, except for the northeastern peak, patrol teams were arranged in several other directions of the town, and the two teams sent people, each responsible for its own area. And Xu Fu didn't know whether to say that she was lucky or unlucky. When she entered the town, she didn't run into the patrol team. She even went to the street shop where the Malaysian team belonged, and then was directly targeted by the people in the other team. Wu Zhong said that he was just following and didn't intend to take action. Chen Fa didn't completely disbelieve that. She even noticed the two nails on his palm. It should be Xu Fu's hand, but so what? Now the other party's people are making trouble in their territory. It is a fact. Wu Zhong will be beaten even if he doesn't want to. She attacked Wu Zhong. But in fact, she was using Wu Zhong to give the other team a warning. They had been testing each other frequently recently. If they showed any weakness, the other team would swallow up their team at any time. Now was a chaotic world. One must not show weakness at any time. This was the survival rule that Chen Fa had learned in just 2 months. The town was not big. Xu Fu was originally in the neighborhood where Chen Fa's team belonged. She took her back to her own place, a very large homestay. This is not a tourist town, nor are there any eye-catching scenic spots. So the B&B building is a bit old, and the architectural style is also very rustic. But the advantage is that the place is large, and there are independent 2-story buildings inside, which is convenient for the team members to accommodate their families. Some team members who have no family members will live together in a building if they have a good relationship, which is convenient for them to call each other when they have something to do. Chen Fa took Xu Fu directly to the small building where he lived and asked her to take a hot bath quickly. Xu Fu was surprised. Is there hot water here? Yes. There is a waterfall hydroelectric power plant in the northeast mountain. The water is filtered from stored rainwater. There are not many people in the town, so it is enough for the time being. She stayed in Heshi town for a few days before going to Lucheng. It was because she knew there was a hydroelectric power plant in the town that she thought of returning here to stay temporarily when she evacuated from Lucheng. So, although the town's food, drinking water, and other resources are scarce, there is enough water and electricity for daily life. Xu Fu wanted to ask a few more questions, but Chen Fa kept urging her to take a hot shower and asked her if she had any clean clothes. Xu Fu patted her backpack, indicating that she had some. Chen Fa looked over and saw that her backpack was quite bulging. It was made of waterproof fabric, so she must have some basic things. So he found a pair of plastic sandals from the cabinet next to her and pushed her and her bag into the bathroom on the first floor, saying that everything would be discussed after she finished taking a shower. And he also specifically told her to rinse with hot water for a while. Shu Fu. The bathroom is not big, and the decoration is not so modern, but it is a homestay after all. It is quite clean, and it has all the necessary bathing supplies, even a dryer. You can hang the clothes in it to dry after machine washing or hand washing. Shu Fu took a bath before going to bed last night, and just got caught in the rain for a while, so the bath time was very short. But it took only 10 minutes to clean, but she spent a few minutes to rearrange the things in the bag. There is no need to leave camping items this time. She only put an emergency thermal blanket in the bag. This kind of blanket is very thin, and it is only a small piece when folded. For food, there were 2 bags of vacuum-packed instant rice, several packs of instant noodles, a pack of ham sausage, some chocolate energy bars, vacuum-packed biscuits, a bag of dried fruit, a can of candy, 2 cans of vitamin C effervescent tablets, a bag of mixed dehydrated vegetables. For drinking water, there was still a large capacity folding water cup that she had used before. The bottle was opaque, so it was hard to tell how much water it contained. She thought it was too heavy, so she only filled it a quarter of the way. She had bought a 100 milliliters plastic bottle in the store before, and temporarily threw it into the corner of her backpack. She would not drink water of unknown origin. In addition, there are 3 small packages. One is a medical bag, in which, besides a small outdoor first aid kit, there are also 2 boxes of commonly used medicines and some insect repellent sprays. The second is a daily necessities bag. Now the weather is hot, clothes are thin. She packed 3 or 4 sets of spare clothes, mainly sports clothes made of breathable, perspiration wicking and waterproof fabrics, and 2 packs of disposable underwear. The third is a tool bag, which temporarily only contains a nail gun. Finally, there was a cell phone in a waterproof bag, which was a new one she had just bought, and it naturally contained a new phone card. She put the waterproof bag in a waist bag, which she planned to carry with her on a daily basis, so that she could take out some small items, although she knew that it was unlikely that someone would deliberately search her bag when she lived here. She still had to keep some of the things she needed in her bag. Otherwise, she would have to hide them every time she opened her bag to take something out, which was quite tiring. Compared with these supplies, the secret of space is more important. Finally, she quickly checked the black notebook. Complete the task of punching in at any store in Ishi Town. Get 20% progress bar of raft level 4. Get an additional 5% progress bar bonus. And get 2 wheel draws. Current progress of raft level 4, 25%. A standard reward. But like the first task of raft level 3, the progress bar was pulled up by a quarter at once. And Shu Fu was very satisfied. Although she wanted to draw the lottery, it was not the right time at the moment. She was afraid that rushing would affect her luck, so she planned to leave it until the evening. Seeing her leave so quickly, Chen Fa complained a few words, and then handed her a brown medicine-like drink on the table. There is no old ginger. This is water made with ginger sugar. Drink it quickly to drive away the cold. Because the windows of the house were closed, the air was not circulating, so the temperature inside the house was higher than outside at the moment. And it was humid, so it was actually quite hot and stuffy. Probably almost 30 degrees. But Chen Fa asked her to drink ginger sugar water to drive away the cold? Shu Fu. Chen Fa knew what she was thinking just by looking at her expression. And she was a little helpless. Drink it. The town is short of medicine. If you really catch a cold in the rain, there is no medicine for you to take. It will be more troublesome. Although the ginger sugar water has a ginger taste. It tastes sweet, a little spicy, and it tastes good. The other team members seemed to have returned to their respective residences. There was no one else on the first floor of the small building. The 2 sat down on the sofa. Shu Fu planned to sigh a few words before asking about the recent situation. After all, the last time they met was 7 months ago in Suicheng. It was Zhang Tian who arranged it. Now they have passed through half of Huagua and met again in Lenku province. Such a coincidence, normally, one should sigh a few words. However, before Shu Fu opened her mouth, Chen Fa scolded her, asking her why she dragged her feet when the government started the collective relocation. Why did she suddenly lose contact afterwards? One loss of contact was not enough, and it happened again for the 2nd time. Do you plan to lose contact for the 3rd and 4th time in the future? Shu Fu actually wanted to nod her head. She had been playing alone for too long. This time, she could meet her long-lost friend in the first mission. Even if she was scolded at this moment, she felt a sense of pain and happiness. So she simply stopped talking, leaning on the armrest of the sofa with her chin in her hand, and smiling at Chen Fa. Chen Fa. Oh! She has such a bad temper. Chen Fa felt a throbbing pain in her forehead and stretched out her hand to pinch her face. Don't smile foolishly and speak properly. Shu Fu then briefly told the story she had just written in the bathroom. Chen Fa and the other three were too familiar with her, and the excuse of losing contact for love was too outrageous to use here. Chen Fa would never believe it, and she would naturally not say that. Fortunately, the first time she and Chen Fa lost contact was not long, and the others were not aware of the details of her evacuation from Suicheng, so she was mainly explaining the matter of Lu Yunqing. This time, she set herself up as a heroine survivor who encountered setbacks but rose to the challenge. Losing contact does not mean she is in danger. A dead or damaged phone is a good excuse. For example, when she was preparing to move, she had a little conflict with someone, and her phone was broken. She had to prepare supplies and catch a bus in a chaotic situation, so she had no time to contact him. After that, everyone knows what happened. Fortunately, she had left Luyun City at that time, but the subsequent series of disasters caused by the super tsunami spread widely. An internet outage was one of them. In such bad weather, it was impossible for her to have a smooth journey. She was injured in a car accident and a man-made disaster. She lived in the temporary medical tent of the rescue team. After that, she had to recuperate for a long time. It was normal that she continued to lose contact. During the recuperation process, she unexpectedly met a good friend, began to learn fighting and self-defense, traveled with others for a while, and found a way to buy a new phone and get some supplies in other cities. In the end, they separated for some reason. At that time, she was already in Lanka province. Finally, she decided to go to Pincheng, because she had a friend there, who gave her the address, and she wanted to try to find him. You bought a new phone. Why didn't you send us a message first? The network was still connected here at that time. Chen Fa sighed, as if she had heard that it was not easy for her to get here, and her anger gradually subsided. At first the signal was not good, and then it ran out of power. Shu Fu took out the waterproof bag from her backpack. The phone was naturally out of power. Chen Fa shook her head, went to the side and brought the extension cord over. Charge it. Shu Fu looked at her. The charger was lost. Such an important thing. Why? Forget it. Chen F rubbed his forehead, glanced at the model of her phone. Wait. After a moment, she brought a suitable charger. Chen Fa watched Shu Fu plug her phone into the charger. And then she thought of something. So you were already in the town before the flood? She guessed this because many residents in the town had not left their homes since her team arrived. They were afraid of outsiders, so they blocked the door and lived on the food they had at home. No. I have a boat. I came here by boat. She couldn't tell this lie, because she was not familiar with the town at all, and it would be too easy to expose. Boat? Chen Fa was surprised. Yes. It's a two-seater inflatable boat. I hid it before going ashore. She has two inflatable boats. One is open, and the other is in a boat package. The inflatable boat in the boat package is indeed not big, and it is easy to hide. Chen Fa was speechless. There is still a difference between a two-seater inflatable boat and a boat. Shu Fu didn't argue about this. She asked Chen Fa if she needed it. If necessary, she could secretly take the hidden inflatable boat. Stop it. There are dozens of people in our team. But, if only you and I sit there, and your grandmother, it should be enough. The other three people in the group knew that Chen Fa returned to Lanka province, this time mainly for her only relative, her grandmother who raised her. Her parents divorced when she was young, and both of them had new lovers, and neither wanted her. Her grandmother was very angry and scolded her father for being heartless, and also scolded her mother, her own daughter. Chen Fa's grandmother was a literary soldier when she was young, and she was also tough. Since her daughter and son-in-law were heartless and didn't want to support her, she would cut off relations with them and raise her by herself. So although Chen Fa grew up without parents, the love she received from her grandmother was no less than anyone else. Her grandmother taught her the responsibilities and principles of life, told her the importance of studying and having a job that could support herself, let her exercise from a young age, and taught her self-defense, so that she could be independent and self-reliant and have the ability to protect herself in any situation. Chen Fa told them that her grandmother had always been strict with her since she was a child because she felt that she had spoiled her daughter too much and had not taught her well. So she didn't want the same thing to happen to Chen Fa. Perhaps when she was still young and didn't understand things. She didn't understand it for a while. But as she grew up, she found that she could control her life better than many of her peers. And she understood how important it was for girls to be self-reliant and have the ability to protect themselves. Fortune F.A. Her grandmother was her only relative in the world. In such a disaster year, no matter whether she chose to go west or retreat, she couldn't leave her grandmother behind. Sure enough, as Shufu said this, Chen Fa turned her head to look at the stairs on the side. The stairs led to the bedroom on the second floor, and her grandmother should be upstairs. But the two of them had been downstairs for so long. Why didn't they see her grandmother coming downstairs? Shufu soon found out the answer. The door of the small building was knocked, and someone came in with a thermos cup. It was not the team member who followed Chen Fa that Shufu had seen before, but a stranger. She felt that Chen Fa's aura changed slightly, as if she had become nervous and alert for a moment. But her expression was not obvious. If Shufu hadn't known her too well, she wouldn't have noticed it at all. The man who came was a man in his 30s. Because the road was close, he held an umbrella, but didn't wear a raincoat. "Why are you here so early today?" Chen F asked. "I heard them say that you finished patrol early, so I wanted to come earlier." His clothes were different from the neat clothes of Chen Fa and the other team members. In such hot and humid weather, he was wearing a long white coat. At first glance, it looked like a white coat in a hospital. His face was okay, thin and three-dimensional, with a pair of glasses on his nose, and his expression was indifferent, but he looked a little pretentious. He put the thermos on the table, and glanced at Shufu, who was sitting on the sofa. The scrutiny in his eyes made her feel uncomfortable. As he approached, Shufu smelled the smell of disinfectant in the air, and it seemed that there was a little bit of bad smell in it. "Smell?" Shufu's expression did not change, and she sniffed carefully again, and there was indeed a faint, fishy smell on the other person. "Why is there a stranger?" He frowned. "It's my sister." Chen Fa spoke, and only said these 4 words, obviously not wanting to explain how she suddenly appeared. Then, she turned to Shufu and introduced Tang Ping, the doctor in the team. "Hello," Shufu said softly. Tang Ping nodded slightly, took his eyes away from Shufu, and looked at Chen Fa again, saying that the newly collected herbs were added to the medicine this time, and told Chen Fa to give it to her grandmother while it was hot, and to observe for a while after drinking it, and to find him if there were any changes. When talking about medicine, Chen Fa was very good, nodding in response, and expressing his gratitude. After Tang Ping left, Chen Fa picked up the thermos cup, went straight into the bathroom, and poured the medicine into the drain. When she came out again, she saw Shufu waiting at the bathroom door, her face a little gloomy. "This medicine can't cure my grandma's illness." As she spoke, she seemed to know what Shufu wanted to ask, and continued, "If my reaction was not like that just now, they would have sent someone to watch my grandma drink these inexplicable medicines with their own eyes." "Then what about grandma?" Shufu was really a little confused at this time, not knowing whether Chen Fa's grandma was really sick or not. Chen Fa sighed. "You came from outside? Have you seen anyone with strange diseases in other places?" Shufu thought about the news she had seen online before. It seemed that there was no mention of anyone being sick anywhere, so she shook her head. Chen Fa nodded. "It seems that either there is really no such thing outside, or it is the same situation as here. After all, if someone has this disease, the family members will panic after a long time, and will subconsciously want to hide." Chen Fa motioned Shufu to pick up her backpack and go upstairs with her. "I'll show you your room. And also, my grandma." In the innermost room on the second floor, Chen Fa's grandma, who was lying on the bed, heard footsteps and opened her eyes vigilantly at first. When she saw that the person coming was her familiar granddaughter, the vigilance in her eyes immediately disappeared. Then she saw Shufu following her into the room and showed a somewhat surprised expression. "Grandma, this is Xiaofu, the one you praised in front of me that year. The most beautiful one in our dormitory." Shufu had met Chen Fa's grandma twice, both times when they were freshmen. In her memory, Chen Fa's grandma was in good health, and was worried that Chen Fa would go to Suicheng to study alone. So she sent her off twice. Every time she came, she would bring a lot of local specialties and snacks for the others in the dormitory. She was very kind to everyone. Later, when Chen Fa got used to the school, she stopped coming. At this time, Chen Fa's grandmother, who was lying on the bed, looked a little pale. She was probably sick for a long time and was in a bad mood. But she still smiled kindly at Xu Fu. Chen Fa sat on the edge of the bed and smiled faintly at Xu Fu, who looked worried. Don't worry. My grandmother is sick because she caught a cold and fever after being caught in the rain. In addition, she was running around all the time before and lacked medicine. She was in a bad state, so she has been delayed until now. She may have pneumonia in the next 2 days. However, in this situation, other people will not believe it. After all, the symptoms are similar, so I didn't explain it to them. More than a month ago, I might be able to get medicine in Lucheng. But now, it's useless to go there. The pharmacy had been emptied long ago, and the useful medicines had been hidden by other teams still in Lucheng. However, the team would borrow boats from Malaysia at fixed times, and cross the flooded area to exchange supplies with people in Lucheng. Last time, I had privately contacted people from the other team, and discussed the exchange conditions. It would take at most half a month, and they would bring me finished medicines when they came to exchange supplies. Although the exchange requirements were a bit high, in this situation, it was possible to get regular finished medicines. Chen Fa's words were interrupted by Xu Fu's hand in front of her. The other person held a box of medicine she had dreamed of in his slender fingers. The words amoxicillin on it were so dazzling that they almost blinded her eyes. This should be able to cure pneumonia, right? She remembered that pneumonia caused by fever and cold was a lung infection, which was bacterial pneumonia, and antibiotics would be enough. Seeing Chen Fa in a daze, she thought she had remembered it wrong, and pulled out a box of Ceftonir, a box of oseltamivir, and a box of ibuprofen from her backpack. I'll give them all to you. Study them, and you'll always find the right medicine for your condition. These medicines, antipyretic, analgesic, antibiotics and antivirals are all available. Chen Fa stared at Xu Fu for a long time, until her eyes turned red. Before she could cry, she stood up and hugged Xu Fu. You. Her voice was a little choked, and she died halfway through. Xu Fu fully understood the unfinished meaning of her words. She put her arms together, and gently patted Chen Fa's back with a hand holding the medicine box. Well, I am late, but I am here. Chapter 59 Northland Plateau. It was dark. After nightfall, the Heshi town was completely plunged into darkness. Among the 10 street lamps on the road, only one was on. Chen Fa said that this was to save electricity. Anyway, there was a curfew in the town now, and no one went out at night, so it was enough to keep 1 or 2 street lamps on a street. There were no tall buildings in the town. Xu Fu stood in front of the window of the second-floor room that Chen Fa had cleaned up for her. When she looked out through the reinforced glass window, she could only see a shadowy black of different shades, and this black was shrouded in the rain, becoming even more blurred. The darkness was not quiet. In addition to the noisy crackling of rain, there seemed to be some other noises. She heard faint cries and some arguments. She didn't know which small building nearby came from. There will always be people with unstable emotions in natural disasters. The residents in the town and the team members were very vigilant. Even if they turned on the lights at night, they would not turn on very bright lights. And every household had curtains drawn. I don't know if they were afraid that it would be too dark around them, and the little light in the house would attract flying insects and reptiles outside, or for some other reason, so they deliberately covered it up. Xu Fu didn't turn on the light either. She was just used to keeping a low profile and hiding. In unfamiliar places, she would always deliberately avoid being in the light source in the dark. Chen Fa should have gone to bed. She was very busy all day. She had to go out on patrol in the morning and afternoon. If someone made trouble, the team members would come to her to solve the problem. She watched her grandmother take medicine and go to bed in the morning. And she was busy cleaning up her room. At noon, several team members that Xu Fu had met came over and said that the meal in the small restaurant was ready. They asked Chen Fa if the newcomers would go there to eat. The situation in the team, Chen Fa briefly told Xu Fu when they were cleaning the room together. The team is called Yangkan Team. Yang is the yang of sunshine. I hope it won't rain all the time, and there will be more sunshine. Kan not only means brilliant, but also because the captain's girlfriend is called Chung Kan. Now the world is difficult. Supplies are in short supply, so the team does not do good things and does not accept idle people. After capable people join the team, there are corresponding tasks to complete every day. Those with good physical strength and some boxing skills, some patrol, some go to guard the power plant in the mountains, and some go to the uninhabited houses in the block where the team belongs to continue to search for supplies. Those who have some skills can repair and reinforce doors and windows, maintain water filtering machines, grow hydroponics indoors, raise a few chickens and ducks, and cook for the team members. The team members can also receive corresponding supplies and enjoy some preferential treatment, such as free but limited meals. In addition to the team members, the team also has their family members. That is, non-team members, whether they are boyfriends, girlfriends, relatives or friends. As long as they are not team members, they cannot enjoy the benefits of the team members. Therefore, the team members either try to find a job for their family members in the team, or work harder, collect more supplies, and support their family members. Chen Fa's situation belongs to the latter. But she is capable, smart, and willing to take risks. Not long after joining the team, she was voted as the deputy team leader. The material benefits she enjoys now are enough to support her and her grandmother. Xu Fu didn't want to join the team, nor did she want to eat strangers' meals when supplies were scarce. And she didn't want to suck blood from Chen Fa. Just when she was about to say that she would solve the meal, Chen Fa held her down, and then told her team members that this was her sister, and also her family member. She would be responsible for her daily life, and the meals would be the same as before. The team members all understood what as usual meant, which meant that the 3 meals would be the same as before, and they would only receive 1 meal. Chen Fa was the deputy team leader. There were always smart members in the team who wanted to get close to her and build a good relationship with her, so they would usually take care of the 3 meals. It was the same today. After asking clearly, one of them took out a 3-layer round lunch box in a plastic bag from under his raincoat, carefully placed it on the table, and then left. After the people left, Chen Fa immediately opened the lunch boxes one by one. The first layer was 3 roasted potatoes. The second layer was half a box of boiled lettuce. And the third layer was 3 white and plump handmade steamed buns. The food in Yang Can's team was very plain. So plain that Xu Fu felt a little sorry for it. Chen Fa, however, seemed to be used to it. She walked into the kitchen with a normal expression, took out an electric rice cooker and 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks. And after opening the electric rice cooker, there was still hot rice porridge inside, which should be Chen Fa's grandmother's special supply for patients. After that, she took out a can of assorted pickles from the refrigerator, and finally took out 2 cans from the cabinet. One was spiced beef, and the other was potato ribs. She opened the cans skillfully, poured the finished dishes into the bowl, and then put them in the microwave to heat them up. In this way, a pitiful vegetarian meal immediately became 4 dishes and 1 staple food, with both meat and vegetables. When Chen Fa was busy adding dishes, Xu Fu said that she had food in her backpack, and she also said that before entering the town, she hid some food that was not convenient to carry when she hid the inflatable boat bag, and she could solve the meal by herself. She wanted to go upstairs to get her backpack, but was pulled back from the stairs by Chen Fa. "Stop it. I'm a deputy captain after all. I just give you an extra ration. You don't need to save it for me." Chen Fa pulled her back to the dining table, let her eat first, and he served a bowl of rice porridge, took a large plate, put half a steamed bun, some boiled lettuce, some assorted pickles to eat with porridge, and finally picked up 2 pieces of spiced beef, and went upstairs to deliver the meal to his grandmother. Xu Fu certainly couldn't eat first, so she waited for Chen Fa to come downstairs before eating this simple lunch with her. During lunch, Chen Fa told her that the food in the team was not that bad. There was Qinghe River next to Ishi town, so no matter how scarce other supplies were, there was no shortage of fish. The Malaysian team had 2 boats. The larger one was used by the team members themselves every day. As long as the wind and waves were not too strong and there was no extreme weather, they would go out fishing. The other smaller boat was rented to the team members and other residents in the responsible block. The fish caught could be exchanged for grocery stores or eaten by themselves. The fish in the nearby waters are all very big. If there is really nothing to eat, residents can exchange various things for them, and they can eat as much fish as they want. Those gold items that seem useless in this town can be exchanged for supplies in Luching through the flood area. The team there accepts these things. Compared to Yang Can's team of outsiders, some residents here trust the Malaysian team more. When the 2 teams divided their blocks, many people moved to the Malaysian team's block, gradually accepting and getting used to this way of exchange. Yang Can's team didn't have a boat, But the road was still open when they evacuated from Luching. So they drove a lot of supplies, and attracted some capable people to join. For example, the waterfall power plant in the mountain had a problem in an extreme natural disaster before. The power supply was intermittent and unstable, and the power would be cut off if the power consumption exceeded a certain amount. Later, people in Yang Kan's team found a way to repair it. So the power plant is now managed by Yang Kan's people. If the Malaysian team wants to use electricity, they have to exchange it with other supplies. Some rice and flour, daily necessities, seeds for hydroponics, healthy live chickens and ducks, and fish are all among the exchangeable materials. In short, the two teams have what the other needs, so they can maintain the current relatively peaceful situation after several conflicts. In today's Heshi town, fish is the least valuable, but because of the lack of safe drinking water, the cooking is a bit simple. Most fresh fish will be grilled or steamed. Sometimes there is too much fish at home, and it cannot be eaten. It will be smoked with firewood to make dried fish to extend the shelf life. When Chen Fa said this, he saw Xu Fu biting the steamed bun and looking at him hesitantly. And he knew that she had heard the key point. So he continued, well, there is fish for lunch. But I told them that I am allergic to fish. So they will replace it with something else every time. You can say I am hypocritical or that I am too busy. Anyway, after seeing the fish being eaten by the flooded area, I don't want to eat fish anymore. Maybe one day in the future, when the world is more chaotic and the supplies are more scarce, when I am about to starve to death, I will eat, but not now. You don't eat fish either. If you want to eat meat, I have a lot of canned meat here, and I also have canned luncheon meat, although it is not so fresh. It is safe to eat anyway. Xu Fu, who had a homemade grilled sea base in the drifting island house a few days ago. Xu Fu certainly understands what Chen Fa cares about, because she also cared about this point. If there were no automatic water fishing rod that could automatically select the harvest and one-click disinfect, she probably wouldn't eat it. However, she always felt that the reason why Chen Fa was so concerned about eating fish was not just because of this. After all, in peacetime, some people also eat piranhas and sharks. Piranhas are even rated by many people as high in protein and high in nutritional value, and praised for their delicious meat. Xu Fu reached out to draw the curtains, took out the lottery turntable in the dark, and started the lottery. The first turn, the fourth prize of blue, Raft Fence X5 the second turn, the third prize of red, Fruit Gift Pack X10 both are very substantial rewards. The Raft Fence is what she wanted before, and fresh food like fruit is always the more the better, because of the limited space on the bracelet. She has not received the fruit gift package yet, so she is not sure what fruits are in it. But the red gift package has never been missing. She plans to deposit this prize in the lottery wheel, and wait until the fruit she has bought in her space is almost consumed, and then claim this prize. She is quite satisfied with the prize, but not particularly satisfied. After all, she is not in the drifting island house now, and this town makes her feel weird. At this stage, she has a higher demand for a portable protective shield, but this prize is too hard to win. It seems that she still needs to wash her hands before the next draw, apply fragrant hand cream, pray devoutly, and improve her chances of luck. This is Xu Fu's first night in the town. The room is too small to set up a raft, although only Chen Fa's grandmother, and she live in this small building. This is the first time in a long time that she has spent the night outside the drifting island house. In addition, it is still early, so she has a little insomnia. The temperature at night dropped to around 20 degrees. The room was not very hot, but still a little stuffy and humid. The bedding was just changed by Chen Fa. The weather is hot now, so there is no need for a quilt. A blanket is enough. Xu Fu couldn't sleep, so she sat up and leaned against the bed. The floor lamp was a little far away and too bright, so she took out a small rechargeable desk lamp from the space and placed it on the bed. Then she took out a notebook and a pen and looked through the disaster outline she had recorded before. As she checked, she took out a bottle of strawberry milk and drank it slowly. After checking, she circled the words aquatic organism mutation. This is the only disaster that has not happened so far. This strange disease is probably related to this. Xu Fu turned to a new page and wrote down a few known points. First, there must be someone sick in Yang Kan's team, because Chen Fa said the symptoms are similar. It is estimated that there are more than one person. So Tang Ping boiled the medicine and delivered it. But he seemed to be very afraid of this disease, and even had some paranoia. For example, Chen Fei's grandmother. She was obviously suffering from a cold, fever, and pneumonia. But just because the symptoms were similar, she had to take medicine on time. Second, the network in Ishi town has been disconnected for a long time. The people here don't know if there are more patients outside. But when they crossed the flood area to exchange supplies, they never mentioned anything related to the strange disease to those who exchanged supplies. They looked very secretive, which led to Yang Qian's team knowing very little about the news of illness in the outside world. Normally, treating illness and understanding the outside world should be more important than keeping secrets. Right? Although Xu Fu was curious, Chen Fei did not explain clearly at the moment. She must have her own considerations, and she would not drag the other party to get to the bottom of it. Anyway, she could not leave Heshi town now, so she might as well make the best of it and lie down and wait for the next task. It was a pity that the secret of the space could not be exposed. Otherwise she could give Chen Fei and her grandmother extra meals. When she locked the door and hid in the room to cook like now, she would feel a little sorry for Chen Fei. But there was nothing she could do about it. Xu Fu thought so in her heart. But her hands took out a bowl of clean cherries from the space with familiarity, and ate them slowly. She sighed with self-contempt while eating. As expected, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. And I can't sleep so early. How about putting on headphones and watching variety shows? Chen Fei's grandmother is called Chen Yuezhen. When she was a cultural soldier in her youth, she also needed to do physical training every day. Even after retiring, she still had the habit of daily physical training. So compared to her peers, she is in very good health. According to Chen Fei, when she went back to her hometown during the university holidays, her grandmother would always find opportunities to attack her from time to time to test whether she was lazy in Sui Chung, and whether she insisted on daily physical training and self-defense exercises. Although she is old, she has a good physical foundation. Therefore, even if there is no condition for intravenous drip to reduce fever and inflammation, the appearance of Xu Fu's boxes of medicine also allowed her to slowly recover her energy in 4 or 5 days. Not only was she able to get out of bed, she also began to use the limited furniture and household items in the house to do simple physical exercises. When Xu Fu first passed by and saw Grandma Chen Fei doing squats with a towel above her head, she stood there for a full minute. Chen Fei put his arm around Xu Fu's shoulders from behind and said, "She is very restrained to only do squats, which means her body has not fully recovered. You should watch her more and get used to it." Xu Fu, however, Chen Yuezhen's physical improvement is limited to this small building. Whenever someone other than the three of them appeared in the villa, Chen Yuezhen would go back to her room upstairs and lie back on the bed. Tang Ping would come to deliver medicine every other day, and Chen Fei would still take it with gratitude on her face, and then pour it into the sewer with a cold face after the other party left. After that, she would wash the thermos cup, and when other team members brought her meals, she would ask them to take it back and give it back to Tang Ping. As for the other team members, even if Chen Yuezhen did not go back to her room to avoid her, they would not go upstairs rashly. After all, this was the residence of Deputy Captain Chen. At most, they would ask about Chen Yuezhen's condition when they came over. Chen Fei always speaks briefly. There are also some young and inexperienced team members who, after asking, mutter privately, saying that frequent natural disasters are terrible enough, and now so many people are sick, and there is no medicine, and once you are sick, it is really difficult to recover. The person who spoke was quickly stopped by other team members next to him. Before leaving, several people looked back at Chen Fei several times, as if they were afraid that she would be angry. The nights in the town are always not peaceful. There are always some crying and arguing sounds in the darkness. Sometimes they stop for a moment, and sometimes they continue for a long time. On her 5th night in the town, she was suddenly awakened by a shrill cry from outside in the middle of the night. The cry was long and made Xu Fu feel a little creepy, because Chen Fei's building was close to the street outside. She couldn't tell whether the sound came from the street outside or the homestay area where the team was staying. She stood in front of the window and looked out for a long time. She only vaguely noticed that the door of a small building in the homestay was opened. Several people ran out in the rain and entered another building. Then after a long time, those people came out again. And it seemed that there were a few more people. I don't know what they brought. They didn't go back to the original small building, but turned a corner and went to the inside of the homestay area. They soon disappeared completely in the night rain, because there were only 2 street lights on the whole street. It was too dark outside. No matter how hard Shufu tried, she could only see vague outlines. But in Shufu's opinion, it was definitely not a small matter for someone to go in and out in the dark and rain in the middle of the night without sleeping. She believed that everyone should have heard the movement outside. But not only did the people in other small buildings nearby not come out, but even Chen Fa and Chen Yuezhen, who slept next to her, did not move. The team members who came to deliver breakfast the next day did not look very good, with heavy dark circles under their eyes, and looked like they had been sleepless for most of the night. Looking at their appearance, it was obvious that they all knew what happened last night. But they kept silent about it, left after putting down their meals, and spoke less than usual. As Shufu watched the team members leave, Chen Fa patted her shoulder from behind and pulled her back to her thoughts. The town is not peaceful, especially after dark. This is why I told you not to go out after dark. Shufu remembered that on her first day in town, Chen Fa had told her not to go out after dark. However, she originally thought that it was because of the dispute between the 2 teams. Some problems that could not be solved during the day, and someone would choose the evening time to take advantage of the poor light to do something bad. But now she knew that the reason Chen Fa asked her not to go out at night was not because of the Malaysian team. Shufu didn't care whether she went out or not, but she was embarrassed to eat and drink at Chen Fa's place for several days in a row. She felt guilty for sneaking in and eating snacks every night. The situation in Heshi town was completely different from that in Liyun City. The order had collapsed and the chaotic world was coming. At this stage, she couldn't leave Chen Fa and live outside alone. So she planned to go out during the day, using the excuse of getting the supplies hidden when landing to prepare a waterproof travel bag with reasonable contents, and to add snacks for Chen Fa and the others. You should hide your supplies yourself. I have a lot of canned food here. Enough to eat. Shufu. Can she say that she doesn't want to eat canned food anymore? At least she still has vacuum-packed braised beef, roast chicken, sauce duck, steak, pizza. She can also put a small bottle of cooking oil in it. And frying the steamed buns and potatoes sliced and processed will be more delicious than the current raw roasted or boiled ones. Although she didn't say anything, her expression said it all. Chen Fa held her forehead. After all, it was her wishful thinking. She reached out and pinched Shufu's face, and said, I don't have to patrol today. Let's go tomorrow. You can go out with me when I patrol tomorrow. I will take you to familiarize yourself with the road and recognize the boundary between the 2 teams. Then you can go and get your things. Shufu understood that Chen Fa was afraid that she would get lost and run to the other side's territory again. Then we will all go out tomorrow. What about your grandmother? It's okay. Just like before. I will lock the door when I go out, and she will stay in the room. Anyway, we will be back at noon. Chen F was very serious about his work. He didn't have to patrol during the day, so he spent some time drawing a simple floor plan of Heshi town, marking the location of their homestay and listing the boundary between the 2 teams. But the town construction was not planned. There were many alleys and forks, and Chen Fa's painting skills were also mediocre. The 2 sat at the table and studied for a while, and finally decided to personally lead the way to safely leave and return to the town tomorrow. Because of this, when a team member came to deliver lunch at noon, Chen Fa kept him for a moment and told him roughly about tomorrow's arrangements. The next day, Shufu got up early on purpose. She had prepared a waterproof travel bag the night before. Today, she only had to go out of the town, find a suitable place near the water, and pretend to take out the travel bag. She changed her clothes and made all preparations. When she was about to go out, her bracelet suddenly vibrated. She immediately had a bad feeling. While going to the bathroom, she clicked on her bracelet to check. Sure enough, a new task came. Within 24 hours, complete the task of checking in at Building 4 of the Heshi Town Shanshui Residence BNB, and you will get a 10% progress bar for Level 4 of the raft. Current progress of Level 4 of the raft, 25%. Note, if you fail to complete this task, 20% of the progress bar will be deducted. Shufu. Building 4 of the Heshi Town Shanshui Residence BNB? Isn't that the building where Chen Fa lives now? She has lived here for 6 or 7 days. What does it mean? The task is delayed? Chapter 60 Northland Plateau. Half an hour later, outside the small building, Several team members wearing raincoats only waited for Deputy Captain Chen. One team member couldn't help asking about the situation. She feels a little uncomfortable. She won't go out today. Patrol as usual. No. Uncomfortable? The team member who asked didn't know what he thought of. His face changed subtly. Before leaving, Chen Fa glanced at the closed door of the small building, pulled down the brim of his rain hat, and said one word neatly. Let's go! Inside the small building, Xu Fu waited until the footsteps outside the door faded away, and then slowly sat up from the sofa. Regardless of whether the mission was delayed or had a bug, since the deadline was 24 hours. To be on the safe side, she decided not to leave Building 4 of Shanshui BNB within 24 hours. However, this mission came too suddenly, and there was no good idea at such a short notice. She could only pretend to have a stomachache, and ran to the bathroom 3 times in half an hour, and finally stayed as she wished. Pretending to be sick is very useful in front of unfamiliar people, but not necessarily in Chen Fa's case. Chen Fa is very smart, and he also knows her. She didn't know if Chen Fa had seen through her poor acting skills. According to her original idea, she only had to pretend to have a stomachache. Even if she didn't go to the bathroom 3 times, Chen Fa would let her lie down and rest. She always felt that her act of pretending to be sick seemed to have been discovered by Chen Fa, and she neither exposed him nor asked more questions. It seemed that watching her go to the bathroom again and again was purely to confirm her determination to stay. So in the end, Xu Fu was a bit desperate and just lay on the sofa pretending to be exhausted. She felt Chen Fa reaching out and touching her forehead, and then told her that he would be back at lunch. And if she was hungry, she could eat the food in the kitchen and cabinets. She responded vaguely, and Chen Fa left soon. At this moment, she was alone, sitting on the sofa in the living room of the small building in her clothes, and felt a little dazed. She looked up and looked around the house, slowly frowning. Within 24 hours, would there be any accidents here? If something happened to the small building when Chen Fa was out on patrol, and she indirectly saved Chen Yuezhen or saved the supplies in their house, would Chen Fa guess something? After all, she was so smart. However, it turned out that she thought too much. That day, Chen Fa successfully completed all patrols until the evening. The small building was still quiet, and nothing happened. Before going to bed, Chen Fa came to ask her again, "Do you want to go out together tomorrow?" Xu Fu had not received the task completion notification at this time, and she did not dare to relax. So she said that she would give her a definite answer tomorrow. The next day, after 24 hours of the task, Xu Fu's bracelet was still quiet, and there was no task completion notification, which meant that the task was still in progress. She hesitated for a moment, and finally, when Chen Fa came to ask her if she wanted to go out today, she lay weakly on the sofa again. Chen Fa, have a good rest. She still didn't ask more questions, patted her shoulder, and quickly went out for patrol. Xu Fu was weak for 3 days. In the end, even Chen Yuezhen came downstairs to see her worriedly. "You have diarrhea for 3 days? Do you have medicine? Have you taken the medicine? You can't have diarrhea like this. You will get dehydrated because of stomach discomfort." Xu Fu, who had been drinking porridge for 3 days, raised her head weakly and moved her pale lips. "It's okay. I haven't had diarrhea for a long time. Alas, I'm fine. But why is the little girl like this?" Chen Yuezhen touched her face lovingly and said that she was much thinner than the first day they met. Because she had stomach discomfort every day, she could only drink porridge. So Xu Fu, who was hiding in her room at night and cooking for herself, said Chen Fa didn't know if he was used to it. He didn't ask Xu Fu if she wanted to go out with him when he went out these 2 days. She was putting on her raincoat. In order to facilitate movement, the patrol members would wear split raincoats with buttons in the front. The raincoat and rain pants were separate, which was more troublesome to put on. While she was putting on her clothes, she told Chen Yuezhen and Xu Fu that she was going to the power plant in the northeast mountain today. The road was difficult to walk, and it would take a long time to go back and forth. She estimated that she would not be able to return by lunchtime, and would have to return at least in the afternoon. Lunch will be delivered as usual. A team member will deliver it. Xiao Fu will just open the door to receive it. By the way, remember to give the thermos cup that Tang Ping sent yesterday to the team member, and let him take it back. Xu Fu responded to Chen Fa's instructions one by one. She knew what Shinfa wanted to say. Don't worry, I still have the strength to open the door. Grandma is not fully recovered yet. She has to recuperate in the room. It's raining heavily, and the mountain roads are slippery. You should be careful. Don't worry about me. I have other team members to go with me. You take care of yourself. Shinfa put the baton he usually used into the sleeve of his raincoat, pulled up his rain hat, and went out. This day was just like the previous few days. It was quiet the whole morning. Qin Yuezhen did some basic physical exercises in the corridor on the second floor. She went downstairs to see her, and returned to her room before noon. Xu Fu knew that she was trying to avoid the team members, who came to deliver lunch. At about 11 o'clock, someone knocked on the door. Besides the team members who delivered lunch, there was also Tang Ping in white standing outside the door. He held up an umbrella, raised the thermos cup in his hand, and said calmly, I'm here to deliver the medicine. You came here yesterday. Xu Fu reminded him that he always delivered medicine every other day and never came every day. Tang Ping looked at her, and his eyes, which were usually emotionless, slowly showed a doctor's concern. I'm here to give you medicine. I heard you've been sick for several days. Xu Fu looked at him, and her brows knitted a little. The team member who came to deliver the food felt the strange atmosphere, and he put down the lunch box and left quickly. Tang Ping was still looking at her, and behind the sudden concern, there seemed to be another kind of emotion. Xu Fu carefully identified him, and he seemed a little excited. Huh? Pervert. I'm not sick. Xu Fu picked up the thermos cup he had placed on the table and handed it back to him. You look so bad. And you still say you're not sick? Tang Ping took it, changed his hand, and placed it on the table again. Xu Fu didn't say much nonsense, and directly wiped off the foundation on his lips with his fingers, revealing his rosy lips underneath. It's fake. My sister and I were just joking. You can leave now. Tang Ping seemed stunned for a moment. But soon, he laughed. Since Xu Fu moved into Shanshuijibianbi, he has seen him many times, and this is the first time he has seen him laugh. He didn't seem to smile often. His facial muscles lacked this function, so when he smiled, his expression was particularly unnatural, looking weird and ugly, making people feel a little upset. He turned and walked towards the door. Xu Fu thought he was going to leave, but he reached out and closed the door, and locked it with a click. When he turned around again, there was a black thing in his hand. Children who lie will be punished, he said in a strange tone. His finger pressed the button of that thing, and suddenly, a stinging electric spark flashed from the front of that thing. Xu Fu raised her eyebrows. It turned out to be a stun gun. Tang Ping took the stun gun, walked to the table in 2 steps, picked up the thermos cup, and slowly pushed it toward Xu Fu. I don't care if you are really sick or pretending to be sick. Anyway, drink it. Drink it all. Xu Fu's fingers withdrew from her left wrist without a trace. She picked up the thermos cup on the table, shook it. What's in it? Drink it. This time, the smile on Tang Ping's face disappeared. Xu Fu raised the thermos cup. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that because he has taken it. It has a faint fishy smell on it. Just like him. You told me to drink, so I'll drink? What can you do to me if I don't drink? She raised the cup in a provocative tone. Tang Ping's face was gloomy, and he said nothing more, but he just pressed the electric baton, and the electric sparks came towards her. You were the first to do it. Xu Fu was prepared, and took 2 steps back, and smashed the thermos cup in his hand hard on him. The thermos cup was made of stainless steel, and it was not so easy to break, but it hurt when it hit people, and the lid came loose when it fell to the ground, and the yellow-brown soup inside spilled all over the floor, and even his white coat was stained in a large area. Tang Ping looked down at her clothes, and was instantly enraged. She swung the electric baton in her hand left and right, and came at Xu Fu again and again. The opponent's expression and movements were very fierce. If Xu Fu had not learned self-defense before, she might be intimidated by the opponent. But now, she could find flaws in every move of the opponent. She saw the right opportunity, avoided the electric baton in his right hand, grabbed his wrist, and pulled and twisted it hard. Tang Ping screamed in pain, and the electric baton in his hand loosened involuntarily. Xu Fu grabbed his arm and wanted to twist his arm backwards, but a thin needle suddenly appeared in his left hand and stabbed it hard at the arm that was holding his hand. The medicine in the syringe was pushed out in an instant. This was Tang Ping's way of saving his life. It contained a powerful anesthetic. This was the second time he had used this trick since he joined the team. However, at this stage, It was difficult to find a powerful anesthetic. This was his last dose of medicine. He did not expect that he would have to use this trick just to deal with the girl. He raised his eyes. His expression was even more gloomy than before. And he planned to appreciate the anxiety, fear and helplessness of the prey before it fell. He liked to see his prey in such a panic-stricken state. The more beautiful and fragile they were, the more he wanted to destroy them. But the next second, he felt dizzy. When he came to his senses, his back had hit the table beside him with a bang. The table was a bit old and not very solid. He threw his whole body against it, and it broke into pieces. Tang Ping felt a sharp pain in his back. And then, he was hit hard on the face. He spit out a mouthful of blood with a puff. He could no longer hold on, and slowly passed out. Before he lost consciousness, he saw the young girl looking down at his face. She was fine. Nothing happened to her. And her face showed no signs of anxiety, fear, or helplessness. Despicable people will be beaten twice as hard, she said, raising the chair in her hand towards him. Qin Yuezhen was taking a nap in the room. And after being awakened by the noise in the living room, she immediately walked anxiously through the corridor and walked down the stairs, just in time to see Xu Fu raising the chair and smashing it at the person on the ground. Bang! The person on the ground was completely silent. Qin Yuezhen, who was so anxious about Xu Fu's weakness and thinness that she didn't even bother to put on her slippers. Xu Fu noticed the movement on the stairs, while turning over Tang Ping, who was like a dead fish. And holding his wrists, she smiled at Qin Yuezhen. "Grandma, do you have a rope?" "Yes." As Qin Yuezhen finished speaking, Xu Fu felt a slight vibration on her wrist. Mission completed. That day, when Qin Fa finished her long-range patrol and returned to the small building with her rain boots and raincoat covered in mud, she found that the first floor of the small building was empty. But there was a collision noise in the corridor on the second floor. Something happened. She frowned, and without even taking off her rain boots, she rushed straight to the stairs, with the baton slipping out of her sleeves. Qin Fa looked cold and fierce. However, her steps forward stopped at the stairs. From this position, you can see the corridor on the second floor. There is a blanket on the corridor. Xu Fu and her grandmother are holding each other's wrists and ankles and twisting into a ball. Xu Fu tried to adjust the angle and asked, "Grandma, are you locking it from here?" "Yes." "Yes." "Okay. That's it. From this angle, you can maximize your strength and achieve the effect of using only a little force to move a large object." Qin Yuezhen was a little out of breath, but with a smile on his face. The person who taught you self-defense was quite powerful. Although he had few moves, they were all the most useful and suitable for you. But you probably learned too little. And you couldn't get some moves right when you practiced them yourself. Remember, the human body's limbs and joints all have their weaknesses. You must know how to find the right angle and hit the target with one strike. Qin Yuezhen said here suddenly. With a reverse kick, Xu Fu, who was originally restraining her, was instantly locked on the carpet, making the opponent completely lose the ability to fight back. Ouch. I know. Grandma is so powerful. It hurts. Qin Fa. Xu Fu, who was pressed on the carpet, was face down, and saw Qin Fa under the stairs. "You are back. Hey, there is a lot of mud on your rain boots." 5 minutes later, Qin Fa changed his shoes, took off his raincoat, locked the door, and mopped the tiles, and followed Xu Fu into the bathroom on the first floor. Tang Ping had something stuffed in his mouth. His hands were tied behind his back, and he laid down next to the toilet in an awkward posture. His hair was messy, his glasses were broken, his lips were bloody, his face was swollen and blue, his long white windbreaker, which was always meticulous, was wrinkled, and, besides the blood, it was also stained with yellow-brown stains. Probably because he had been unconscious for a while, he was gradually showing signs of waking up. Qin Fa frowned, took the electric baton from Xu Fu, turned it to the maximum power again, and gave him another blow. Tang Ping on the ground had not had time to wake up, and he twitched again and continued to lie flat. "He came for me today, thinking I was sick too. What should we do now?" Xu Fu was only worried that her beating up Tang Ping would bring trouble to Qin Fa. After all, she was the vice-captain of the team, and Tang Ping was the most important doctor in the team. "No, he's not coming for you." Qin Fa looked down at Tang Ping, with disgust flashing in his eyes, raising his foot and stepping on his face twice. Then he looked at Xu Fu again, sighing slowly. "He's coming for A strange disease. After a while, Chen Fa poured a glass of water for himself and Shu Fu, and sat down on the sofa in the living room. She told Shu Fu that, in fact, she didn't know much. It was just when they retreated from Lucheng. She had just joined the team, and only knew that someone in the team was sick. She had also seen sick people at that time. One of them was a team member, and the other was the family member of another team member. At the rest stop on the national highway from Lucheng to Heshi Town, they got off the car with the help of their families to get some fresh air. Both of them were wearing masks, so Chen Fa couldn't see their faces clearly. At a glance, he only saw the other's eyes covered with red bloodshot on the mask, probably because of their illness. The two men walked unsteadily. Even when supported, they walked very slowly. Their eyes were dull, and they looked listless. Chen Fa had just joined the team, and was not familiar with the others, so it was not easy to stare at them at that time. But there were other people in the team who were familiar with them. Some people came forward to ask about their condition, but the two sick people did not respond. Their eyes moved slowly, but they were still dull. Before they could ask again, the people who were supporting the patients had already pulled down their rain hats, covering their faces, and helped them away. At that time, both Chen Fa and the people who came forward to ask questions had some strange feelings in their hearts. It was just a cold and fever. Why did they look so dull and lifeless? The two people didn't even say a word from beginning to end. Later, Chen Fa realized that it was not an ordinary cold and fever. Fever, aphasia, dullness, and gradually unable to recognize the people around him. Chen Fa's understanding of this disease only went so far, because later their entire convoy arrived at the town of Heshi, and the patient's family refused visitors, saying that their family needed to rest. At that time, the resources in the team were richer than now, and there were medicines, cold medicines and antipyretics. Chen Fa thought that the patient would recover soon by resting and taking medicine. However, on the second night after staying in Heshi Town, she began to hear bursts of shrill screams from other small buildings, which sometimes sounded repeatedly for a long time. For some reason, the patient's condition seemed to have worsened. What's worse, a few days later, new patients appeared in the team, all with the same symptoms, starting with a cold and fever. At first, they were just sick, but they could recognize people and were conscious. But gradually, the high fever kept coming back, and the condition began to deteriorate in the same way. At that time, the team was in a panic, and everyone was in danger. Tang Ping appeared at that time. He was indeed a doctor. He carried a suitcase and found Zhou Feng, the captain of their team. At that time, Zhou Feng's girlfriend Cheng Kim was also sick, and all the reserve medicines in the team had been consumed for so many days. The patient had a high fever in the early stage, and if he did not use medicine to reduce the temperature, his life would be in danger. Tang Ping said that he was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and he knew Chinese herbal medicine and acupuncture, which could help reduce the temperature. That night, Tang Ping lived in the small building of the captain Zhou Feng. Chen Fa remembered that he heard the screams coming from the captain's small building at night, but this time, the screams soon subsided. After that night, Tang Ping gained Zhou Feng's trust. Zhou Feng specially asked the team members to clean up an uninhabited BNB building as Tang Ping's personal residence. Tang Ping did not socialize with others. Every time he went out, he would go to find herbs or deliver medicine to the sick. If Tang Ping's appearance could really make the sick people in the team heal, Chen Fa would be grateful to him. In such a chaotic world, it is not easy to form a team. Heshi Town is remote and has few resources. Those large teams that kill, smash and rob look down on it. It is a temporary safe haven. Tang Ping did stabilize the patients who would scream at night, but he did not cure them. Those people would just be quieter at night, but they still did not reappear in front of everyone. Chen Fa gradually discovered that among the team members who had sick people at home, there seemed to be a special aura that others could not integrate into, as if they were in the same boat, and as if they had become tacitly aware of some secrets that only they knew. At that time, Chen Fa felt that she was unconsciously excluded by the core members of the team. She actually didn't care about the right to speak, as the deputy team leader was also voted by others. She was willing to work harder and obtain supplies with her own hands. She just wanted to live a safe life with her grandmother. But something worse happened. Qin Yuezhen caught a cold and had a fever after being caught in the rain. It seemed that overnight, She found that the backbones in the team who had sick people at home opened up their unique auras towards her. Then, Tang Ping appeared, just like when he came to the door today, holding a thermos cup, saying that it contained a decoction made from Chinese herbal medicine, which was specifically for this disease. Chen Fa didn't believe that her grandmother had the same strange disease as others. She knew very well that she caught a cold and had a fever because of being caught in the rain. She still had 2 cold medicines in her hand at the time, which were just a drop in the bucket and would not be of much use to Qin Yuezhen. But even so, she did not want her grandmother to drink Tang Ping's medicine. Chen Fa explained to Tang Ping, and refused to feed Chen Yuezhen the medicine Tang Ping brought. But the refusal was fruitless. The captain appeared in person and told Chen Fa that if she wanted to stay in the team, she had to accept Tang Ping's treatment like everyone else. Otherwise, he could only ask her to leave the team. Chen Yuezhen was delirious with fever at the time, and it was impossible for Chen Fa to leave the team and walk alone under such circumstances. So she changed her strategy and began to deal with the other party. Chen Yuezhen drank the medicine twice under the other party's supervision. Each time, Chen Fa locked the door after Tang Ping left and went upstairs to pick Chen Yuezhen's throat. This was an extremely painful thing, not to mention that Chen Yuezhen was still sick at that time. Chen Fa almost cried while picking, until Chen Yuezhen vomited all the medicine. During those days, she never closed her eyes. She had to patrol during the day, deal with Tang Ping, and watch over Chen Yuezhen at night, using various physical methods to cool her down. Afterwards, Tang Ping went upstairs to see Chen Yuezhen twice. Her condition was up and down, and her fever would always recur. It was similar to the initial condition of other patients. She would let Chen Yuezhen pretend to be dazed and aphasic when Tang Ping went upstairs. But in fact, Chen Yuezhen was always conscious. Later, Tang Ping proposed to take Chen Yuezhen back to his own small building, and he would take care of her 24 hours a day. In addition to him, there were actually several other patients living in his small building, all of whom were lone rangers in the team, without family members. She didn't believe that Tang Ping would be so kind. He worked so hard alone, researching medicinal herbs for treating diseases, and taking care of the patients in person. She was very suspicious of the real reason why he brought those people into his residence. The small building where he lived was located at the innermost side of the homestay, and it was a distance away from other small buildings. It was very secluded, and no team members dared to visit him at ordinary times. Once the door was closed, what he did to those patients inside, no one knew, and no one cared, because they had no family members. Of course, Chen Fa couldn't let Chen Yuezhen go. But this time she didn't refuse directly, but thought of various ways to dispel the other party's idea. After that, new patients appeared in the team, and Tang Ping's interest in Chen Yuezhen gradually weakened. She only delivered medicine, and no longer went upstairs to check. She stayed like this day by day, guarding her grandmother, and survived. Then one day, Xu Fu appeared, bringing life-saving medicine. So, he is really a pervert. Xu Fu looked in the direction of the bathroom. Only a pervert would show his excitement and interest when others are sick and in pain. But soon, Xu Fu realized something. When Grandma was sick before, he always restrained himself. Even if he wanted her to take medicine, he would put pressure on her through your captain. Right? Chen Fa understood what Xu Fu wanted to express. Although Tang Ping was a pervert, he always maintained a calm appearance and knew how to do things in a roundabout way. But today, why was his approach to Xu Fu completely different? He became unscrupulous and did things without considering the consequences. Why? Chen Fa and Xu Fu looked at each other for a moment, and his face suddenly changed. It's bad.